The weight of defeat hangs heavy in the air. It's a sentiment that echoes in the silence. A towering structure stands amidst the chaos, a silent witness to their failure. Its imposing presence serves as a stark reminder of what they've lost. The reality of their defeat sinks in. At that moment, no one dared to voice the truth, fearing it would solidify their grim fate, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The truth is unavoidable. They were defeated. One of them wonders, is this really the end? He never imagined they would part ways like this, knowing it had to end one way or another. Another voice cuts through the despair, urging them not to get sentimental, to make this quick, as they're done for anyway. The battle is over, and all that remains is the shattered remnants of what once was. But for one, the fight isn't over yet. He declares that it's not over. Despite being on the brink of death, the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, a traitor of the heavenly realm, is still talking big. Hercules, Olympus's hero, vows that he won't die. Wherever they are, they'll soon discover this place. Realizing the implications, he curses, acknowledging that there's a chance they already have. A blinding light descends, casting long shadows. Gathering in the aftermath, the group stands silhouetted against the eerie glow. Amidst the gloom, Kim Yuan stands resolute. With purpose in his stride, he moves forward. Having made it back, one of the figures expresses relief, admitting he thought he was going to die. Turning to face the speaker, Yuan asks if it's just him. The weight of their losses hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension that settles over the battlefield. The question hangs in the air, could even the mightiest of legends stand against such a foe? The grim confirmation echoes, they're all dead. A desolate landscape stretches out, a testament to the overwhelming power they face. The question of who they face lingers, a chaotic force that defies comprehension. A sudden realization dawns, that thing is one of the outer gods. With this knowledge, the truth becomes undeniable. The stark reality sets in, they cannot beat the outers. The sky above reflects the turmoil below, a storm of uncertainty brewing. The weight of the situation crushes them, there is no way to win. For now, that is. So in the end, returning to the only option remains. A voice echoes, speaking of starting over in an old world line. The clockwork mechanisms of time turn, as Kronos' clock movement ticks on. The question hangs in the air, will he cease to exist? The voice continues, stating that his disappearance will be of no concern. He reflects, wanting to end things here if possible. It was their final chance, so who will go back in time? He admits that he doesn't know in what form he will be. A group of figures stand together, ready for what's to come. Yuan thinks to himself, he expected it, but it's really going to be him. A voice questions, Ogong was also a likely contender, so why him? It's revealed that Yuan entered the tower last among them. Despite that, he adapted to this world faster than anyone else, climbed the tower, and is now fighting here with them. Their myth was forged, and they gained divinity and divine titles. Someone asks if he hasn't forgotten. The tower must be changed, and to do that, they have to start from the lower floors and go up, which is why he's their only choice. They warn him that when he returns back in time, they probably won't have the same relationship they have now. They tell him, even if they don't recognize him, just let it slide, and knock some sense into the guys who can't comprehend the situation, and if all else fails, he can just kill them. Someone remarks that they are never short for words, hoping he has a hard time. It seems they are all so bullheaded. He is surrounded by gears and machinery. He thinks he's going to have a hard time. The gears of time turn. The gears continue to turn. His hands tremble, a stark reminder of his diminished strength. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. His body feels heavy, the weight of lost power pressing down on him. Instead of his body being sent back, it was his time that was rewound. That means he has to start over from zero. First, he needs to figure out how far back he's gone. Before he can fully process the situation, a fist connects with his face, sending him reeling. The force of the blow echoes, a painful reminder of his current vulnerability. Someone actually withstood it? The voice is laced with surprise. A blonde-haired man smirks, wondering what's going on. Seoul University. He recognizes the emblem. He was a college student before all of this happened. He'd forgotten because of how long it's been. The man's voice rings out, asking if he thinks he's such a tough guy and telling him to respect his sunbae. The kick lands, driving home the point that this is a different time, a different reality. He looks up, dazed and confused. Mumbling to himself, he wonders if it's today or tomorrow. A fist clenches, the man demands to know the date, promising to forgive him for the punches if he answers quickly. The man continues his tirade, insulting him and mocking his weak punches. A brutal punch lands, sending him flying backwards with tremendous force. The man stands over him, a cruel smirk on his face. Now, he says, the time has come. A phone screen lights up, declaring, let's start. The phone displays the name Kim Yuan, the date, Friday, December 31st, and the time, 1500 hours. The date is December 31st, 2019, and the clock strikes 8 p.m. The Hongdae area glitters with nightlife. Inside a crowded bar, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Observing the packed venue, Kim Myung-hoon remarks on the sheer number of people. A voice calls out, over here, you jerk, why are you so hard to get a hold of? A man demands, you're an hour late. That'll be $50, pay up. Taking a swig from his glass, the man thinks, the fuck? Why is this mofo being such a fucking downer? Didn't you get back from blowing some steam? Pouring another drink, he says, don't want to talk about it. Just gimme another drink. He's then asked, so, what did you do with Kim Yuan? The name echoes in his mind, Kim Yuan. A sudden gasp escapes him. The absentee, Kim Myung-hoon, is on someone's mind, and now they remember him. School should be on break, but someone has nothing better to do. Someone deserves a hard time as well, as there's not much time left. That shithead just spewed some indecipherable bullshit and left, someone thinks, adding that they'll beat him up so badly he won't even be able to crawl afterwards. Someone says that they beat the shit out of him, hoping he made it to the hospital, while another suggests they go a little bit easier, or he might kill himself at that rate. Someone doesn't care, saying the guy doesn't even have parents, right? They wonder who's going to come after them, but another person says it's true. If he croaks after just a few punches, that's... That aside, someone says, let's just drink up, it's his fault. It's so crowded. It's a long holiday weekend after all, it'll be 2020 soon. Someone wonders about a third round of drinks to celebrate, while another says to hurry if they're going to do that, as they're getting sober, what a waste. Hey, isn't that Kim Yuan? He strides forward, pulling a large suitcase behind him, the city lights reflecting off its metallic surface. Nearby, a man watches him pass, his expression hardening as he mutters about someone being dead. Another man, further down the street, seems to echo the sentiment, wondering if he wants to try something again. Suddenly, a shout rings out, calling out Yuan's name. He continues walking, unfazed by the attention, his destination unknown. A man with a bucket hat confronts someone, demanding to know what they're doing here. The crowd continues to mill about, unaware of the tension building in the air. He pauses, glancing at his watch, a silent anticipation etched on his face. The watch displays the time, almost midnight, with a foreboding message. After that, it'll be hell. The man in the bucket hat grabs the other's wrist, accusing them of blabbering. His eyes widen in fear, realizing the gravity of the situation. Another voice cries out, questioning Yuan's sanity. Kneeling, he carefully opens the case, revealing an array of weapons, each glinting ominously in the dim light. But as he prepares, a memory flashes back to a past confrontation. Kim Myung-hoon, you were in the wrong. Yuan, you too. This isn't right. The memory continues, a voice filled with anger and frustration. No matter how pissed you are, you shouldn't. This place has the biggest population in Seoul. There's plenty of people. Snapping back to the present, he rises, leaving the suitcase behind. It begins now. Time ticks away, the digital display of a watch counting down the seconds. Closer now, the numbers become clearer. Reaching 0, the countdown concludes. And as the final second passes, chaos erupts. The city transforms, a maelstrom of light and destruction. The timer runs out, signaling the start of something new. A determined look crosses his face. He knows what he has to do. With the countdown complete, the tutorial is now beginning. The objective is clear: survive the zombie horde, but all zombies will perish after 30 minutes. The screams of terror echo through the sector as the zombies close in. Observing the horde, he notes that there are a lot of zombies, and it's because of the tutorial's difficulty setting. The tutorial explains that the higher the population in the sector, the higher the difficulty, and that's the only way to balance out the sectors. Hongdae has a huge population density compared to its size, and Kim Yuan prepares himself for the coming onslaught. The places you can run to will be restricted by sector, and there'll be zombies lurking no matter where you run, which means a grim warning. This place will soon become a sea of blood. The tutorial explains that you are able to check your status by saying the activation phrase, status window, and that he has acquired a basic weapon, an old knife. The tutorial begins, and the survivors are being armed, though the weapons they're handing out are hardly confidence-inspiring. A basic weapon to fight the zombies? The theme of this first tutorial is survival, but the old Kim Yuan would have been more than satisfied with just that. But now that's not enough. He grips the knife tightly, ready for what's to come. All right, let's go. With a burst of speed, he closes the distance. His blade flashes, ready to strike. He was the first to kill a zombie in his area, earning 100 points and a massive increase in experience. He has leveled up. Focusing his gaze, he feels a change within him. He can feel his body getting lighter and lighter. With a surge of power, the zombies fall before him. He's done it again, leveling up once more. The onslaught continues, each strike more devastating than the last. Another surge, another level gained. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through the undead ranks. From the sidelines, a hunter observes, wondering aloud if the zombies are truly that weak. His bravado turns to terror as a zombie lunges. The zombie strikes, blood splattering. A gruesome end, as the hunter's life is brutally cut short. An axe buried in the skull of a zombie. He wonders why it isn't working. More zombies close in, and one lets out a piercing scream, but it's clear that they are not going to give up. The narrator warns that when they cluster in groups, they're highly dangerous. Another zombie falls before him, but the horde seems endless. He clicks his tongue and drives his sword deep into another. A pink aura surrounds him as he cuts down another, wondering if the effect is already up. A flashback shows the zombies being easily dispatched, revealing their weak point. He continues to fight, his expression grim. He thinks to himself that he doesn't have talent, unlike someone else, and that he has less talent than most people in general, but he will keep fighting. The guttural moans of the undead fill the air, a constant reminder of the danger lurking around every corner. A desperate scream pierces the silence as a student plunges a makeshift weapon into a zombie's head. The zombie gurgles, its lifeless body slumping to the ground. Another zombie appears, its decaying face contorted in a silent snarl. Frustration boils over as someone laments his own inability to dispatch the creatures with the same ease as Kim Yuan. He thinks, if only he had Yuan's weapon, things would be different. Another student prepares to strike. A zombie falls, another one bites the dust. The fight continues. The situation grows dire as Kim Myung-hoon's name is shouted in desperation. Panic sets in as the students realize the zombies are increasing in number and they wonder where Yuan has gone, hoping they can survive if they stick together. A strained expression contorts a face as the name Kim Yuan is uttered. The name echoes, Kim Yuan, Kim Yuan, Kim Yuan. Amidst the chaos, someone curses, wondering where he disappeared to. A shout rings out, warning Kim Myung-hoon to watch out. The battle rages on, a student locked in a desperate struggle against the relentless horde. Turning sharply, Kim Myung-hoon's eyes widen in alarm. A guttural groan fills the air as a zombie reaches out with bloodied hands. The zombie's face contorts, a silent scream of agony. Panic sets in as someone realizes they're about to die. Falling through the air, a figure plummets towards the chaos below. As they crash into the mass of bodies, the falling person wonders if something fell on them. The dust settles over the ravaged city, revealing the true scale of the devastation. A hand reaches out, as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. The man grimaces, a strange expression on his face. A voice echoes, "Salt?" Level up notifications flood the screen, a testament to the battles fought. He smirks, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Nice. The battlefield is littered with the remains of the fallen, a grim reminder of the cost of survival. A message appears. The first tutorial has ended. Survivors, 4007. A somber reflection. A lot of them were killed. Rewards are calculated based on the number of enemies killed, 1,427. He receives 1,427 points and additional stats. The gains are substantial. 1 strength, 2 constitution, and 1 unallocated stat point. He reflects on the outcome, acknowledging the impossible feat. And I killed a lot of them too. How many windows is that? He tallies up his gains, a total of 3,000 points. Considering this was only the first tutorial, Kim Yuan notes that he has quite a lot. As he stands on the rooftop, an announcement booms, declaring that the second tutorial will begin momentarily. The voice continues, greeting everyone and hinting at what's to come. The announcement congratulates the survivors, but the sheer number of people who made it through leaves the announcer a little embarrassed. Amidst the crowd of survivors, some wonder where the announcement is coming from, having heard it as well. The voice reveals that this announcement is an exception, something he was supposed to share after the second tutorial, dismissing himself as just a lackey. The announcement continues, revealing that someone has been leveling up too quickly before finally getting to the point, how to use their points. Amidst the survivors, frustration boils over, as one demands to know how to get home, only to be silenced by another who can't hear over the commotion. The announcement highlights the shop, where items beyond imagination await. The other currency is points, and you can exchange them by shaking hands with someone. The voice concludes, affirming that one can become a god with points, and that the shop plays a vital role in this world. From now on, it's a battle for levels and points. A voice booms out, asking if he enjoyed his break, because it's already time to get back to it. That's all the voice has to say for now. Go and fight. A safe zone is being created in the middle of each sector, so please enter the safe zone. 100 points will be paid every 3 hours. The second tutorial will now begin. The air crackles with golden energy. The city shimmers with an otherworldly glow. Surveying the scene, a safe zone is mentioned. Putting a hand on his companion's shoulder, Kim Myung-hoon suggests they get going, wondering what in the world is happening. Elsewhere, another man wonders where Chang-ho is. Approaching the man, Kim Myung-hoon and another ask what he's looking for, but he claims it's nothing, though he notes that he hasn't seen Yuan around. Someone comments that he was fighting like an absolute beast, wondering if that's his calling. Suddenly, Yuan demands that someone get out of the way. Someone is trying to stop him. Grabbing his arm, Sunbae questions where he thinks he's going, reminding him that they're supposed to stay in the safe zone. Smirking, Sunbae says he'll look after him as his upperclassman. Thinking to himself, Sunbae doesn't want to admit it, but being next to Yuan is the safest option. He considers reaching out to him. He knows. He has somewhere he has to go, and with that, he leaves. Sunbae is shocked, thinking that if he wants to survive, he shouldn't try to latch onto someone else. Another person thinks that being next to him is the safest option, and that he should be a good boy and wait inside the safe zone, knowing his place. Brushing him off, Sunbae is sent stumbling backwards. Grumbling, Sunbae calls him a bastard. Someone thinks that it's fine and to forget it. There's no way it'll be safer next to him than the safe zone, right? As he walks forward, a shockwave is created. Confusion sets in as one of the survivors wonders, what the? It's blocked off? I thought they wanted us to go in there. Confirming the worst, another survivor realizes, it's blocked off. Panic begins to set in as the survivors' eyes dart around, searching for an explanation. Looking up, they see the capacity of the safe zone is maxed out at 2,038 out of 2,038. The crowd outside the barrier begins to realize they're trapped. The cold reality hits. The capacity is 2,000 people, half the number of survivors. The awful question hangs in the air. What about the others who are outside the safe zone? Suddenly, chaos erupts as a monstrous figure descends upon the crowd. Screams fill the air as one of the survivors cries out, "Aff! What is that?" The monster tears through the crowd, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Desperation claws at one of the survivors as he screams, "Sa, save me." The scene descends into a nightmare. The monster's rampage continues unabated. The ground erupts. A monstrous earthworm bursts forth, its gaping maw a harbinger of destruction. Its massive form lunging forward, the earthworm descends upon the panicked crowd. Screams fill the air, a desperate chorus of pleas for salvation. Observing the unfolding chaos, Kim Yuan realizes the gravity of the situation. So it started. A system notification appears, but the hunter has no time for distractions as he launches himself into the fray. He recalls the nature of his foe. Earthworms hunt their prey by digging up through the ground, so they're not visible to the naked eye. Closing his eyes, Yuan focuses. But if you close your eyes and focus on your other senses, he senses the vibrations in the earth, the subtle tremors that betray the monster's movements. The hunter anticipates its next strike. He strikes with precision. Now, focusing his senses, Kim Yuan brings his blade down on the monstrous earthworm. The creature lets out a deafening shriek. Unfazed, he continues his assault, slicing through the monster's thick hide. Leaping into the air, the hunter rains down blow after blow. Each strike, further weakening the beast. Suddenly, a message appears, announcing that he's leveled up, increasing his strength, dexterity, and perception. He thinks to himself, he leveled up even though he only killed 2 of them. At this rate, he should be able to gain a lot of stats. Descending into the depths, the tunnel stretches before him. The hunter continues his descent into the unknown. The text explains that earthworms live underground, creating caves and building their nests inside them. In other words, he's heading straight into the heart of their territory. The text declares that this is the optimal location to hunt earthworms. A hidden dungeon discovery is announced, revealing Hongdae Station and granting 100 points. The earthworms are ready for a fight. Now that he's found their nest, the hunt begins. Hunting them is going to be a piece of cake, but first, it's time to get to level 20. Yuan prepares for battle. One of the earthworms lets out a shriek. He slashes at the earthworm with a blade of pure purple energy. Continuing his assault, Yuan carves through the horde of earthworms, green blood splattering across the cavern. Focusing his attack, he aims directly for an earthworm's gaping maw. The blade continues its deadly dance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Standing amidst the carnage, Yuan surveys the scene, the purple glow of his blade illuminating the gruesome aftermath. Continuing his descent into the earthworm nest, a strange purple energy emanates from below. His eyes narrow as he spots a peculiar marble radiating an unsettling aura. He wonders, what is this marble? Despite the question, the protagonist continues to fight, slashing at the earthworms with his purple energy blade. Grasping the marble, he finds it interesting. He realizes, these worms seem so much more appealing now, but he has a reason to continue. Holding the marble, he looks determined. A voice echoes, vowing to hunt them even harder now. Below, the scene shifts to a disturbing sight. A player screams in agony as an earthworm devours him whole. Other players watch in horror, realizing that's horrible. One player declares he'd rather bite his tongue and kill himself than die like that, as a system message appears indicating 3 hours have passed and 100 points have been obtained, wondering if this is like money. As the game continues, a stark warning flashes across the screen. The red region will be deactivated. The numbers climb, showing 1,867 players crammed into a space meant for only 1,500. The system spells out the consequences. When the maximum capacity is exceeded, people will be randomly expelled from the safe zone. A man cries out, his body being dragged away against his will as the safe zone shrinks. The capacity display updates, showing 1,778 players still clinging to the shrinking area. Panic sets in, as the remaining players realize how small the safe zone is becoming. An earthworm lunges, snapping its jaws at a terrified player. The timer ticks down, as the earthworms continue their assault, explosions rocking the area. Desperation takes hold, as one player shoves another aside, snarling for them to get out of the way. Another player shouts, determined to get inside, no matter the cost. Fists fly, as players fight to clear a path, screaming at others to stop blocking their way. A student from Chongseol University yells, demanding everyone be quiet amidst the chaos. The group remains silent for a moment, the tension palpable as they consider their next move. Starting now, A man with blonde hair clenches his fists, his face contorted in anger. He declares that they need to decide who to kill in order to live. The tension is palpable as the situation escalates. The group faces a grim reality. They must decide who will die in their stead. If I don't do anything, I might end up getting shoved out of here. Someone realizes they have to kill someone. In order to survive, the group is willing to do anything. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. What are you doing, man? Are you insane? I will kill this old man. A brutal act is committed. The consequences of their choice become starkly apparent. The air crackles with energy as Kim Yuan's blade flashes, meeting the grotesque form of the earthworm head-on. Each strike is precise, a testament to his growing skill as he carves through the monster's defenses. The earthworm thrashes, but it's no match for the hunter's relentless assault. The final blow lands, and the creature dissolves into particles of light. A surge of power courses through him, signaling a significant milestone. He's leveled up. His senses sharpen, as his dexterity, constitution, and perception all increase. He's reached level 20, a testament to his hard-won battles. But that's not all. A new stat, arcane power, has been unlocked, promising even greater potential. He takes a moment, reflecting on the grueling hours spent in the dungeon. Despite the exhaustion, he feels invigorated by the stat boosts, his body lighter and more responsive. The system rewards him, granting 3 random stats for his efforts in hunting earthworms. He's earned a single unallocated stat point, a small reward, but a welcome one nonetheless. He figures he can't expect a better reward until he catches that thing, but now a screen appears before him, showing unallocated stat points. The screen prompts him to distribute the unallocated stat points. He prepares to allocate the points. His arcane power has increased by 5. There is no stat that's more important than this one, he thinks, looking at his arcane power stat. Even the extremely few that are said to have been blessed by the tower only start off with 12, so this is a good start, he thinks, glad he saved those points. What he needs now is... Someone says, "Hey." A voice echoes from above, asking if he's watching. The voice continues to speak. The voice asks how he knew. The voice explains that he's kind of flashy. Surveying the scene, Yuan notes that someone is getting bored watching him. A voice confirms that is indeed true. The entity continues, thanking him for his time. The voice exclaims, he really did hit level 20. The speaker is revealed to be the administrator's lackey, floating in a sea of green energy. The lackey admits he was a bit lucky. The lackey continues, now in the shop, asking if he wants to buy an item. Yuan replies, he wants to buy some skills. The lackey responds, he thinks he's the first person to even buy a skill on the second tutorial. Looking down at the shop interface, the lackey notes that people who attribute things to luck are the scariest. The lackey urges to pick what he wants, but there's so many that it takes forever just to scroll through it. The screen displays various skills, such as Strengthening I and 3, available for purchase with points. Looking over the options, Yuan wonders if this is all the shop has to offer. Turning his gaze towards the administrator's lackey, he asks if there's anything specific he should be looking for. The lackey replies, telling him not really, as he thinks to himself that asking more questions will only attract negative attention. Deciding on a purchase, Yuan declares he's going with the monkey's eyes. Having spent 2,000 points, he thinks the name is cool. As he obtains the monkey's eyes, he wonders what they are. The shop interface displays the next item, a basic arcane sword. Spending another 1,500 points, he obtains the basic arcane sword. The administrator's lackey exclaims, calling it an excellent choice, and that the basic arcane sword can make up for the lack of attack power among early participants. Ready to test out his new sword, Yuan finds the situation annoying. The administrator's lackey cackles, hoping he enjoys the rest of his time. With a new goal in mind, Yuan prepares to meet the expectations set for him. Expectations weigh heavily on him. So he's going to be watched as a special administrative target. Well, it doesn't matter, no matter how much they watch over him. The only thing that bothers him is returning. But would they even be able to figure that out? The text explains that the clock movement used for returning was an item crafted by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. And further, Kronos, the core person behind the item, had his existence erased as a penalty for the item's use. Lackeys aside, even an administrator shouldn't be able to find any links to returning. Though, even if someone notices, activating the monkey's eyes that once belonged to a monkey on Mount Huagua, increases his vision and fortifies his 5 senses. He moves forward, determined. His goal won't change. Those eyes, he thinks, he'll have to quickly raise the proficiency, since the true value of these eyes lies elsewhere. Suddenly, an attack comes from above, blood splattering as he's caught off guard. He's taken aback, but the timer is still ticking. Now, he thinks, he has plenty of time. His basic arcane sword envelopes itself in arcane power. He knew it'd be around here somewhere. It's the boss of the second tutorial, the motherworm. The motherworm looms. He prepares to strike. With a mighty blow, he strikes. The motherworm's guttural noises fill the cavern, a primal symphony of hunger and rage. Hearing the creature hiss, Yuan is surprised that something so monstrous could have once been human. Despite its terrifying power, the motherworm is driven by a simple, desperate instinct, protecting its young. The motherworm roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the cavern. But for all its ferocity, the creature's mind is as dull as its teeth are sharp. Gathering mana, he unleashes a blast of pure energy. With a surge of speed, Yuan leaps towards the monstrous worm, his blade poised to strike. Focusing all of his power, he thinks, I'm going to get you in one go. A blue energy blade flashes as he slashes out with incredible speed. Continuing his assault, the blade cuts through the air, seeking its target. But before it can connect, he's struck from above, the force sending him crashing down. The unseen enemy doesn't relent, continuing the assault with brutal efficiency. The impact lifts him off his feet, sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. The unseen enemy presses the advantage, unleashing another devastating attack. Green energy explodes as he's struck once more, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. Recovering, he asks what will be done now. Continuing his assault, Yuan questions if the creature will flip over. The monster reels, taking the brunt of the blow. His blade still glowing, Kim Yuan remarks that it wasn't the smartest choice. The monster cries out, writhing in pain. Unrelenting, he presses the attack. His eyes narrowed, Yuan thinks to himself, not yet. The glowing blade tears through the monster's flesh, leaving a trail of destruction. The monster is sent reeling, further battered by the assault. Focusing his energy, Yuan prepares to unleash a bit more power. The final strike lands, sending the monster plummeting. The monster is left weakened, its body battered and broken. Defeated, the monster offers a simple, thanks. The monstrous maw looms large, a terrifying visage of teeth and fury. His eyes burning with an inner fire, he declares, for coming to me. A blade of pure energy materializes, crackling with destructive power. In the darkness, debris rains down as the battle intensifies. Desperation etched on his face, he begs, spare me, please. He can't believe this is happening to him, knowing he'll die. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts, shut up, as the crowd is caught in the crossfire. His voice laced with disdain, he spits, know your place. Everyone agreed to choose someone else, to die in their place. Lying prone on the ground, he cries out, that's bullshit. You just decided that on your own. That's right. When did we agree to it? Everyone did accept. His face contorted in rage, he threatens, so don't you dare come back in, 'cause I'll kill you myself. Understood? With only 30 seconds remaining, the scene descends into utter pandemonium. The clock ticking down to 13 seconds, despair grips those caught in the unfolding nightmare. With the timer still visible, the group remains huddled together, the tension palpable as they await their fate. Standing tall, a sword still in hand, Yuan watches the countdown. His brow furrowed, he grits his teeth, bracing for whatever comes next. The timer above them has stopped, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Looking up, Yuan wonders why the safe zone will no longer shrink. A system message appears, announcing that they're alive and have obtained 600 points, with 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. Someone struggles to open a container, admitting it was a bit of a fight. As the giant worm lies defeated, a voice offers to heal him, but Yuan declines, stating that he can heal the injury himself by raising his constitution. A small, applauding figure appears, surprising Myung-hoon, who remarks that he's as noisy as usual, while the figure marvels at a normal human getting this far in the second tutorial. It's been 30 minutes since he killed the mother worm, which appeared later than he expected. The lackeys that managed the tutorial probably didn't expect the mother worm, the monster that preserves the second tutorial's ecosystem, to be killed. There's obviously no preset reward in the system for hunting the mother worm, meaning the reward must be divided based on what he deserves. Since he knows he'll receive a reward for his special actions, it seems to the entity that Kim Yuan already understands this world. After all he's done, it would be weird for him not to know. The entity floats before him, explaining that most people don't know about the reward. He understands. The entity continues, explaining that he may pick between 3 things. Kim Yuan asks what they are. The first option is the right to skip to the 5th tutorial, which will also include the information and rewards for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. How sly of them. The entity thinks. They must think that the 3rd and 4th tutorial hold little value to him, so they're trying to send him directly to the 5th. The second reward is points, and the entity assumes it doesn't have to explain any further about this option. Kim Yuan then asks what the 3rd option is. The final one is connecting him with Olympus. The entity explains that he wouldn't know this, but the tutorial is merely the starting point of this world. In the vast tower, there are large organizations, as well as countless beings with godlike powers. A celestial voice promises to recommend him to Olympus. The scene shifts, showing a battle between celestial beings. The voice continues, explaining that Olympus is one of the organizations that rule the tower, and if he is sponsored by them, he should be safe once he's completed the tutorial. Grasping his hand, he repeats, Olympus, you say? He admits that he never could have predicted this, acknowledging that Olympus is one of the major factions that rule the tower, and Kronos was a ranker that belonged to Olympus as well. He considers that if he were to borrow their power, he'd be able to climb the tower even faster and safer. Decisively, he states that he'll go with the second option. Suddenly, a notification appears, stating he has obtained 10,000 points, prompting the administrator's lackey to exclaim, what? Wait a minute. The lackey reminds him that since he hasn't used his points yet, he'll allow him to change his decision, urging him to make a wise choice, as he's sure he made this decision because he doesn't know much about Olympus, but he'll regret it later. The lackey warns that if he's here as a gopher, he should do his job properly, adding that the last option he just discussed hadn't been discussed with the other lackeys, and it most definitely wasn't approved by the administrator. Incredulously, the lackey asks how he knows about the administrator. The lackey wonders if the other lackeys also received a similar deal as him. questioning if they were all bought out by Olympus as well, or maybe some are with the heavenly realm, Deva, perhaps, Lemegeton, even, before demanding to know what in the world he is. Whatever the case may be, he offers his thanks, adding that he's found one more thing he has to do here. A screen appears, offering a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points, and a hand reaches out to pay. With a flash of purple energy, the transaction goes through. He reflects on the situation, thinking that the tutorial needs to be separate from the tower, yet Olympus is involved with the lackeys. The man can't overlook this problem, since it'll interfere with his future plans. With a burst of energy, he's transported to a new location. A request for a meeting in the tutorial is granted. The cost, a mere 1,000 points. Standing amidst the glowing energy, Kim Yuan declares himself a participant of the tutorial. A grizzled man looks on, questioning if he killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. He's heard a lot about Kim Yuan. He continues his walk, the towering figure of the administrator looming ever closer. Standing before the tutorial administrator, Yuan listens as he's asked a pointed question. The tutorial administrator wants to know if it's true that he killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. He also wants to know how Yuan knew of his existence and how he figured out how to request a meeting. Responding to the administrator's questions, Yuan simply states, "A law." The administrator explains that all information must be gained by one's own means, and that he should know better than anyone that he's not lying, as he can discern all truth and lies spoken within his area of management. After a moment of silence, the tutorial administrator responds, "Indeed." Instead, he believes the tower's interference exists over here. A small, red creature floating beside him seems to agree, questioning where here is. Continuing, Yuan reveals he was offered a sponsorship from Olympus as a reward. The tutorial administrator responds, insisting that's not it, as a close-up of a red-eyed man is shown, telling someone to listen to him. The scene shifts to a bloody aftermath. The aftermath continues, showing the protagonist standing over the carnage. The tutorial administrator thinks to himself, cursing the Olympus bastards for daring to spread their influence here. Looking down at Yuan, he thanks him, stating he can now cut away the rotten parts. The tutorial administrator states, the second law of the tutorial. He continues, explaining that during the tutorial, all achievements by participant must be compensated by a reward of equal merit. Looking at Yuan, he states that through him, he hunted an unfaithful lackey. He asks, what do you think about that? The scene shifts to a monster, as the tutorial administrator thinks that when his subordinates checked Yuan's information, he didn't appear to have any particular irregularities or points of notice. With the administrator's lackey now dead, the tutorial administrator's gaze lingers on the corpse. A sinister smile creeps across his face, but that actually seems to be the most interesting thing about you. Turning to Yuan, he states, fine, you may not have killed him with your own hands, but it's no different, a lackey. The tutorial administrator continues, an existence close to a rancor was killed in the second tutorial. His eyes gleaming with an unknown intent, he declares that due to a mere participant, he will take that as a comp. A soft chuckle escapes him. Well then, you've achieved an impressive feat, so what would be a fitting reward? His gaze shifts downward, let's see. Turning back to Yuan, he remarks that he's already got plenty of points, HM. A determined look crosses Yuan's face, as the tutorial administrator states that he deserves at least this much. Focusing on his bandaged hand, the tutorial administrator says, his hand. Examining his palm, he continues. Holding out his hand towards Yuan, the tutorial administrator explains that this is the method used to exchange points, seeming like the reward will be less special than. A system notification appears, indicating that the skill master of mana has been obtained. The tutorial administrator stands before Kim Yuan, a strange, frog-like creature kneeling nearby. Looking at his bandaged hand, the system indicates that mana recovery rate, resistance to mana, and sensitivity to mana have slightly increased, along with an increase of 5 to arcane power. A close-up of Kim Yuan's eyes reveals a subtle shift, perhaps a hint of the power now surging within him. The tutorial administrator speaks, wondering if the reward will satisfy him. The tutorial administrator turns away from Kim Yuan, stating that he has to handle his subordinates and is leaving now. With a final glance, the tutorial administrator declares that they will meet again after the third tutorial. The camera pans up to the ceiling. Kim Yuan stands before the mother worm, ready to face whatever comes next. A hand is shown. The hand is shown again, with text indicating that it's possible for a skill of this rank to show up in the tutorial, wondering if it is the Master of Mana. Kim Yuan is shown again, with a notification indicating that he has obtained the skill Master of Mana, one of the authorities of an administrator, a being that rules over mana, with a 10% mana recovery rate, 10% mana resistance, and increased sensitivity to mana. With a focused gaze, he begins to gather mana in his hand, its rank displayed as S+ with a proficiency of 0%. Concentrating, the force is controlled through arcane means. More important than anything in the tower is the raw power of mana itself. Raising his hand, he directs the swirling energy. Unleashing the technique, he casts Mana Blast, an advanced mana control skill usable once arcane power reaches 40. His expression is one of intense concentration, as he pushes his abilities to their limit. A status window appears, confirming that this is indeed Kim Yuan, His arcane power currently at 26. The mana blast explodes, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Debris flies everywhere, as the force of the blast reshapes the environment. Surveying the damage, he thinks to himself that the skill compensation effect is surprisingly good. Despite the instability, he finds it alright. Considering the source of his power, he wonders if he should be grateful to Olympus or something. The fist clenches, a visible sign of the determination brewing within. He thinks to himself that simply regaining his past strength won't be enough. He needs more. More of the elements that can destroy those outer gods. He needs even more of them. The path ahead is fraught with danger. One of the men wonders, who's to say there won't be a third or fourth tutorial after the second? Or what if the safe zone disappears while they're waiting? Another man exclaims that he's being a real pain. The blonde-haired man states that he told them to form the next resupply squad and get out there, asking if he should send them out personally if they can't do it themselves. The blonde-haired man continues, telling them not to feel so down, that they were all originally going to die, but thanks to him, many of them can survive, adding that this is the kind of world this place has become. Another man urges to hurry up before noticing something and asking what it is. Wandering through the desolate city, he pauses, spotting something in the distance. Looking at the markings on the road, others speculate about his sanity. Someone shouts a warning, pointing out the danger below. From beneath the surface, something massive is rising. A monstrous earthworm erupts from the ground, lunging towards Kim Yuan. Its gaping maw opens wide, ready to devour him. The creature strikes with incredible speed, slamming into him. The force of the impact sends debris flying as he's thrown back. But before the monster can press its advantage, Yuan retaliates with a powerful counterattack. The group watches from a distance, helplessly observing the unfolding battle. With the clock ticking down, the man urges everyone to ignore him. Despite the odds, Kim Yuan stands ready to fight. The man tells him not to mind him. He tells him to continue his conversation. A foot crushes a monster. Stopping by to get the clear reward, Yuan is called out. But some irrelevant bastards are acting as the leaders, the text reads. Looking for him, the man asks where he was. He was worried because he disappeared like that. With a capacity of 1,427 out of 1,500, they wonder if they are close. Now, let's go inside, he says of those people. The man states that they forced them to get supplies. Justifying his actions, he continues, they would have died. It's beneficial for all of us. Addressing Yuan directly, listen closely. The man's voice echoes, if you want to survive, you have to be cowardly. The man asks, do you think laws and morals matter anymore? Continuing his thought, if we want to survive in this messed up world, you have to be savage, selfish, and cruel. It's only natural. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he says, no way, did you not know that? Yuan asks me. The second tutorial has ended. In this brutal world, death carries a heavy price. The contents of one's inventory are wiped clean. Sunbei watches the scene unfold, a cold indifference in his eyes as he states that if that's how Yuan wants to survive, so be it. He continues, he won't participate, but he won't tell him what to do. His expression hardens, questioning what line Yuan won't cross. With the second tutorial now complete, the third is about to begin. Surveying the city from above, Yuan can't shake the feeling that Sunbei is bluffing again. The system's directive rings clear, kill 50 monsters within the sector and acquire 50 essence. A stark reminder of the stakes. The remaining time ticks down relentlessly. The threat looms large. The sector will be destroyed when the time runs out. A new countdown begins. The gate will be activated in 70 hours. The city lies in wait, a battleground for survival. A swirling vortex of energy, the gate promises a path forward, or perhaps a deeper descent into chaos. The third tutorial has begun, and the other players seem relieved the safe zone is, indeed, safe. Standing apart from the crowd, Sunbei muses if this is the way it's going to be, it's like a game. Kill monsters and collect essence? His eyes gleaming with dark intent, he asks if everyone heard that. The command rings out, clear and concise. You know what to do. Floating in the air, a mana essence shimmers. Cutting through the horde, he begins his hunt. The corpse of a monster lies still, another kill secured. His hand outstretched, he prepares for the next encounter. Looking ahead, there sure are a lot of monsters. The question lingers in his mind, will he be able to reach 1,000? Staring at his hand, Kim Yuan's mana is at 30. Surrounded by a swarm of grotesque creatures, he prepares to unleash a new power. The system informs him that his Master of Mana proficiency has reached 0.5%. Holding a swirling ball of blue light, he recalls, I was lucky and got a lot of essence in the second tutorial, but I'm not satisfied with just that. The system announces that Mana Blast completion rate has reached 100%. A system message confirms that Mana Blast has been completed. The system then announces that Mana Blast has been added as a skill. Grit teeth, he shouts, cook. Unleashing the newly acquired skill, Mana Blast obliterates the surrounding monsters in a burst of raw power. Catching his breath, he thinks, it worked. Gazing at his hand, he realizes, I have to use all my mana to use Mana Blast, and it's not easy to control either. Clenching his fist, he resolves, but if I raise my stats and my proficiency, it'll definitely be useful. He sighs, shaking his head. The text explains that using Mana Blast is the standard for measuring mana control, but it's not to his liking. Nearby, a pair of grotesque creatures snarl, their tongues lolling. The protagonist stands above them, looking down into the pit, asking why they're scared. He decides to try again. Grasping his sword, Kim Yuan resolves that he's not going to waste the time he has left. Focusing his mana, he prepares to strike. Elsewhere, the text indicates it's the second day of the third tutorial, and two figures walk through the ruined station, commenting on how eerie it is. Han Juno sighs, lamenting that there's nothing they can do about it. They started with 1,400 people, but there are only 400 of them left. Kong Sankan agrees, saying they need to hide wherever they can. One of them wonders if Hongdae Station was always this big. The other replies that the world's gone to ruin, so this place was probably trashed too. Suddenly, Lim Join calls out, telling them to wait, there's something over there. Looking up at the damaged ceiling, a survivor wonders what's going on. They spot a convenience store, and someone exclaims that they can finally fill their inventory with food. One of the men declares he's hungry and wants to go, wondering if they'll have ramen. Another man responds, he doesn't care what they have, he just wants something. Suddenly, a monstrous voice booms, declaring it will just eat them raw as a giant spider-like creature descends upon them. Reacting instantly, Kong Sankan intercepts the monster's attack with a blade of crackling purple energy. Joining the fray, Lim Joyan unleashes her own blade of purple energy against the monstrous foe. But the monster is too fast, and Han Juno is struck, crying out in pain. The group finds themselves surrounded, outnumbered by the grotesque creatures. Fighting desperately, Lim Joyan continues to strike at the spider-like monster with her glowing blade. A wave of fear washes over her, as she wonders if they can even win. She tries to move, but finds herself frozen, unable to understand why she can't move. Paralyzed and helpless, Joyan can only watch as one of the grotesque earthworms lunges directly at her. Meanwhile, Sankan is sent flying as another one of the creatures slams into him with incredible force. Suddenly, a flash of steel cuts through the air as Kim Yuan arrives, his blade arcing through the monsters. But before he can press the advantage, one of the beasts manages to sink its teeth into him. The monster's jaws clamp down, blood welling up around the wound. Elsewhere in the store, Juno is caught off guard, taking a brutal hit. The earthworm impales him, the attack leaving him gasping for air. Coughing up blood, Juno struggles to stay on his feet. Back near the entrance, the monsters close in on Joyan, their eyes fixed on their helpless prey. Knowing the end is near, Juno can only think, no, not like this. Clutching his weapon, he thinks of all he's been through. I wanted to live, and I suffered so much. With no one left to protect her, the earthworm descends upon Joyan. A desperate thought echoes in her mind. Why does it have to end here? A monstrous strike descends, aiming to end it all. The blow lands with brutal force, splattering the area with blood. Joyan's vision blurs, the pain overwhelming. She can barely make out the grotesque form of the earthworm, closing in for the kill. A voice cuts through the chaos, a chilling whisper that promises a swift end to the nightmare. You're so noisy. I was sleeping. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, Kim Yuan rises, a strange energy emanating from his hand. The disembodied voice echoes, stating that he's not just strong. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, the figure is clearly in rough shape. A voice booms, declaring that he's built different. Standing tall despite the blood staining his clothes, he looks down at his bloodied hand. A sword, also covered in blood, stands upright. Staggering back, Kim Young-hoon wonders how many that was. Kim Yuan states, there's one more, so a total of 6, adding that one's for him to keep. Holding out a handful of glowing orbs, he remarks that the speed at which they bring back monsters can't match his hunting speed. Kim Myung-hoon asks what he's doing with all that essence, noting that Joyan is a bit late, but he's sure she'll be back soon. Continuing their discussion, Kim Yuan wonders what level Kim Myung-hoon has reached. Considering the question, Myung-hoon thinks to himself that his leveling has slowed down quite a bit. He then wonders just how high Yuan's level must be for it to not rise anymore. Recalling a previous conversation, Myung-hoon thinks he should have just let Yuan's arm rot off. Advising him, Yuan tells Myung-hoon to take it to heart and to make sure to hunt some monsters himself from time to time. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, calling Yuan's name. Below, a group of monsters awaits. One of them announces that he's here. Back above, Myung-hoon complains that they barely had time to rest. Without warning, Yuan plummets from the sky. The monsters ready themselves for a fight. Having defeated the monster, the glow of victory washes over Yuan. Stunned, he can only mutter, I killed it. As the group gathers, Han Juno asks, did your level go up, Sankan? Sankan replies, yeah. Reaching out, Yuan collects the essence. Turning to the others, he asks, all done? Han Juno confirms, yes, we're finished. Lim Joyan wonders, so we can keep this essence? Yuan nods, yes. Sankan says, likewise, thanks to you, my hunt became 50% more efficient. A screen displays, the remaining time is 2 hours 57 minutes. Han Juno states, the gate should activate soon. If you're all done, let's head on out. The group is finally going back up. Wondering if the outside is still chaotic, Han Juno figures it's probably gotten worse, considering the third tutorial is about to end. He looks concerned. His thoughts drift to those outside, worrying for their safety. The gate is turning red, a clear sign that the tutorial is ending. Knowing they should be able to head in there soon, the group prepares for what's to come. With his essence at 45 out of 50, Han Juno knows everyone is secretly hiding their weapons and trying to make awkward conversation. The drop rate for essence is abysmal, so instead of hunting monsters and putting your life on the line, it's faster to just kill other humans and take their essence. Everyone else had the same thought, but they don't seem like they plan on acting anytime soon. That'll change when the gate opens. As soon as the gate activates, steal and dash. But, Hyungnam, the leader over there, doesn't he look like he's watching us? The group notices the leader and his group. One man notes that someone is coming, while another responds with a curse. A voice remarks on how long it's been, asking if it's been 2 days. Someone doesn't think they're close enough to be sharing such warm greetings. He's still as prideful as ever, even though he knows what's about to happen. He's asked if he knows the situation here, and reminded that once the gate opens, the bloodbath will begin. Someone thinks that another is a cunning bastard. Remembering that he gathered all those men in advance for this moment, he's asked how much essence he needs, and told that they have so many mouths to feed compared to him. So, he asks about 700. The response is that they only have a little over 300 essence. Someone states that this is a ridiculous request, and they can't avoid confronting them now. They demand 400, and promise to leave them alone. He says that they'll figure out the rest themselves. The situation is dire. The man in the bomber jacket curses under his breath. Facing a sea of enemies, the group realizes that if they refuse, it's an all-out war, and they're outnumbered 50 to 20. One of them wonders if they should be grateful they only have to give up 400 essence, but another would rather fight instead, excusing himself as he pushes through the crowd. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the group contemplates their next move. Someone looks up, realizing something. Turning his head, he sees Kim Yuan. Carrying a large box, he walks past. The box is set down with a thud. A man asks, not having seen him in a few days, where he's been. Sitting down, Yuan replies that he had things to do. Someone asks if he gathered enough essence, to which he replies, obviously. Opening the box, the essence is revealed. Looking up, a group gazes at the sheer number of essence orbs floating above. The sight is enough to elicit a reaction, someone exclaiming that it's crazy. Surveying the scene, one of the men wonders just how many orbs there are. Another man, looking disturbed, questions how that bastard managed to collect so many. He tries to calm himself, reminding himself of the men he's gathered. The group stands ready, numbering at least 50. Looking down at the orbs, a man thinks that no matter how strong he is, he can't face them all. He urges someone to look closely at the floor, asking about it. Looking at the floor, someone wonders what the line is, stating that they all need these. Holding an orb, a man declares he doesn't need them, stating he already has more than enough. Reaching out, others demand that he give them some. Looking down at the floor, the man states that it's not free, costing 100 points each. Standing near a circle drawn on the ground, he lays down the law. Anyone wanting to buy anything must first ask for his permission before even stepping inside. From above, the crowd appears eager, desperate for what he's selling. But the price is clearly a point of contention, as one man exclaims that it's far too expensive, while another wonders just how many points he even has to his name. The situation is clear. The shop doesn't sell any essence, so they can only buy it from him. Accusations fly, calling him a selfish bastard for wanting to sell the essence instead of handing it over for free and saving hundreds of lives. Selling them? What a joke. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, hinting at darker intentions. The tension rises as the question hangs in the air. If they've got no money, what'll he do about it? If we've got no money, what'll you do about it? That's a strange question. I don't intend on forcing anyone to buy anyway. The marketplace bustles with activity, people milling about, seemingly oblivious to the brewing conflict. Those who want to buy can do so. It's fine as long as they pay up front. No matter where you get the points, whether you sell your items or stats, it's all the same to me. Sell our items. You can do that? A face contorted with rage. This fucker. I bet you gathered that from killing and stealing from others, but you want to sell them for money? You think people will accept that? What if I didn't steal them? Bullshit. You think that's posse? Do you have any right to call others out on stealing? You killed my friends. Do you have any idea how far we had to go to escape from you guys? One of the men steps forward, his expression hard, saying that if things were as they claimed, they wouldn't still be alive after going around with Yuan. The group spreads out, surrounding their target on the street. The man scoffs, calling their claims bullshit and questioning what the three of them can even do. The men draw their swords, one of them remarking that they must have thought they'd be safe clinging to Yuan. His face contorted in rage, the man screams. With fury in his eyes, he orders them to kill them all. The men charge forward, weapons raised. A blade flashes, cutting through the air. Purple energy crackles as the swords clash. The fight intensifies, with blades meeting in a flurry of motion. His eyes narrowed. Kim Yuan declares that they've crossed the line. A spray of blood erupts as the man with blonde hair is struck. Still surrounded, Yuan finds himself facing down multiple attackers, each brandishing a sword. One of the men's eyes widen, a dawning realization creeping across his face as he recalls a previous encounter. Ignoring the immediate threat, The blonde-haired man reiterates his offer, promising essence for the right price and with the proper permission. But he warns, crossing the line with other intentions will lead to death. Ignoring the blonde man's words, Yuan activates his skill, basic arcane sword. Frustrated, another man yells at the others to kill him already. Fueled by desperation, the men charge forward, swords raised, ready to strike. But before they can reach him, Yuan's blade flashes, cutting them down with swift precision. His movements a blur, he continues his assault, leaving no room for his opponents to retaliate. Each swing of his sword brings another attacker crashing to the ground. In a whirlwind of steel and blood, Yuan decimates the remaining attackers, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Stunned by the display of power, the blonde-haired man can only mutter in disbelief, questioning how such a feat is even possible. Kim Myung-hoon, level 11, stares wide-eyed, a dawning horror washing over him. Was he the one who forgot what kind of world this was? Driven by a primal urge, he knows he has to run away. Right the line. He remembers the warning. Only people who went past the line would live. He's going to make it. Desperate, Kim Myung-hoon tells himself he's safe, that he'll survive. But even as he clings to that fragile hope, Yuan descends, blade gleaming with deadly intent. Kim Myung-hoon thinks to himself that he's memorized all their faces. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He memorized all their faces, but what does that mean? The world seems to tilt, as Yuan's blade finds its mark. The arc of the blade continues, a promise of finality hanging in the air. The aftermath of a brutal encounter, bodies litter the ground around him. He carries a box filled with glowing orbs, their light reflecting in the carnage. Surveying the scene, he stands amidst the fallen. The camera focuses on the box, then pans up to reveal his face. A voice echoes, remarking on the slaughter he caused. The voice continues, expressing disbelief at the movie-like narrative unfolding before them, admitting they were mistaken in their initial assessment. A hand clenches, then opens, reaching out. An unseen figure speaks, offering to buy his essence. Another voice calls out, addressing someone as Hyungnim and questioning what he will do with the points. The figure explains that the knife can be sold for 500 points, but still, he urges someone named Dushik to think things through, noting that all the essence in that person's possession was acquired through hunting alone. A swirling vortex of red energy appears, accompanied by a question of how someone knows this information. The voice wonders how many monsters he had to kill to become that strong, also noting that he didn't take the essence from the people he just killed. Having acquired a substantial amount of essence, Yuan reflects on the fairness of the exchange. His expression remains thoughtful, as he considers the implications of his newfound power. Turning away from the bodies, he takes a step forward. He walks past a box overflowing with essence orbs, ready to move on. An unknown man reaches out, begging, "Please, give me some." The laws and rules of this world, made by the strong, have allowed him to obtain 700 points. The crowd murmurs, "That's right. If we just buy essence, we can go to the next tutorial right away." Someone asks, "Wait, how many points did I have again? I only have 200 points." The red glow of the essence intensifies as more people clamor for it. Another voice cries out, "Me too. I want to buy some too." The crowd grows desperate, with shouts of, "I'll buy 7, 10 for me," and pleas of, "Does anyone have any spare points? I promise to pay you back in the next tutorial." The item in hand is a bit damaged. The crowd tries to lowball him, offering 300 points, then 200, claiming the item is unpopular and that it's not fair. Someone accuses them of being scammers, pointing out that they sold a similar item for 1,000 points. Another person calculates the value of each stat, determining that 3 perception stats should be worth 300 points. Despite the low offers, he obtains 1,100 points, thinking they were absolutely terrible deals and that fleecing someone should have its limits. Here and now, as they climb the tower, they'll realize how valuable the stats they've lost today are. With a total of 167,400 points, he thinks it's a good thing for him, in any case. He reflects, thinking it would be a big win to get 100,000 or so points, but with this, he should definitely be able to get that. 2 people approach him, asking if he is going now and why haven't they gone yet. They tell him they wanted to go with him. He replies, he has no intention of making any companions. They respond, it's fine if he uses them as pawns like before, and he can toss them aside if he thinks they're no longer useful. He pauses, lost in thought. A decision made, it's unfortunate, but this is it. Turning his back on the pair, Yuan declares he won't be going. The 2 men are left stunned, unable to comprehend his decision. As he walks away, Yuan warns them not to expect anything from anyone, or they won't last long. A somber expression on his face, Yuan declares that this is where they part ways. His words hanging heavy in the air, he warns them not to rely on anyone else if they want to survive, adding that he isn't going with them. Confusion etched on their faces, one of his companions asks what he means. Clutching his coat, Yuan reveals that he has no essence left. His expression unreadable, he stands firm in his decision. Reaching out, one of the companions questions how this is happening. Desperation creeping into their voices, they ask what he's going to do, urging him to save some for himself. His gaze unwavering, Yuan insists that he isn't going, telling them to hurry up and leave because the place will soon become a madhouse. fear evident in their eyes. The companions exchange worried glances. Grabbing his arm, one of them pleads with him to let them go. Above the city, a crimson vortex tears open the sky, pulsing with ominous energy. Below, the very streets seem to crack and writhe, as if reality itself is unraveling. A grim realization dawns on him. The next tutorial is defense. A voice cries out, a desperate plea to wait. Someone is confronted, accused of selling their essence. A gasp escapes him, a dawning horror in his eyes. He knows he needs to move, to escape the coming storm. Panic sets in as the gravity of the situation becomes clear. This will become a battlefield for essence. The city crumbles, buildings shattered and broken, a testament to the encroaching chaos. A lone figure walks down the street, seemingly oblivious to the destruction around them. Time is running out, there's only about 1 hour left. The city lies in ruins, a haunting reminder of what's to come. Surveying the scene, Yuan takes in the aftermath of the vortex. His expression hardening, he seems to brace himself for what's to come. Bathed in a crimson glow, a figure descends, radiating power. His voice resonating with authority, the newcomer announces, "You called." Looking up at the descending figure, Yuan retorts, "I didn't mean to call you. Where did the lackey go?" The figure responds, "We're in the middle of choosing a new one, but we're short on hands." Elsewhere, a group of shadowy figures discuss the situation. One asks, "Have you narrowed them down?" Another replies, "And thanks to you, a lot of lackeys had to waste their time here, and the progress on other sectors has been slow." Back with Yuan and the descending figure, the man questions, "Why is that my fault?" "Because over 100 people used the shop to buy from you." He continues, "Isn't a lot of business a good thing? Do you really need so much manpower just to run the shop? Is that why you came?" The shadowy figure responds, It's not just the shop. Do you really not understand what's going on?" The figure concludes, "I'm a special administrative target. If the administrator can't sort things out, they usually just let it slide, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now." Having finished the third tutorial with 260,000 points, it's clear that his level is high, and his power is enough to topple the tutorial's ecosystem itself. That's what he wants, so there won't be any problems. This is the path he will walk. Standing before the administrator, he is asked what he needs. The administrator finds him annoyingly stubborn, stating that he's been an administrator for a long time, but this is the first time he's met someone like him. A golden light emanates from his hand, ready to make a purchase. The administrator asks again, telling him to state what he needs. The store interface appears, displaying a variety of weapons. He decides to start with this, spending 10,000 points and receiving a mid-grade personal inventory. The system informs him that with the inventory command, his item will be revitalized, and he decides to get this one. An Arctic steel sword, a sword that gives off an ice-cold aura, is selected, costing him 50,000 points. Having received the Arctic steel sword, the administrator notes that he chose a difficult item, and he opens his inventory. He then spends 60,000 points, receiving a pyromancy robe, a robe enchanted with ancient magic made of a special material. The store interface glows as a magic nullification shield appears, boasting resistance to magic abilities and costing 20,000 points. A strange energy permeates the air. It's not surprising that the tutorial's ecosystem was disturbed. The items available are only used on the upper floors of the tower. The interface displays an ice crystal, formed in the atmosphere below zero, and costing 5,000 points. Standing in the store, Kim Yuan examines the interface. Looking at the items, he decides he would like the well-sharpened sword. The interface confirms that he has received a well-sharpened sword, a strong, sharp sword. The system informs him that his last item is a simple, trusty sword, and that it stands out among all his fancy magic items. "I like this one, you see," Kim Yuan thinks to himself. The administrator observes, "No one will be able to challenge you now. The tutorial participants don't have the means to pierce through that robe." The administrator continues, but that only applies to the participants. The administrator looks forward to what's coming. The administrator anticipates the future. The city lies in ruins, the air thick with dust and the stench of decay. A voice echoes out, a grim announcement hanging in the air, "It's starting." A digital timer hovers in the sky, counting down to 0. The timer displays 0, signaling the end of the third tutorial. The system's cold decree rings out, "You have failed the tutorial." The system warns that the annihilation in this sector will now begin. Monstrous forms begin to materialize amidst the ruins. Gazing up at the crimson sky, the man in the red robe remarks that it has been a long time since he's seen such a sight. His hand rests over his heart, revealing the pyromancy robe, enchanted with ancient magic and offering resistance to fire. His expression hardens, as he declares that the robe is protecting something precious to him. Protecting his body from the heat, it'll be a good defensive item against fire in the tower, he thinks. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry pierces the air. Someone doesn't want to die and is begging to be saved. Turning his head, the man in the red robe seems to notice something. His expression twisted in disbelief, he can only stammer, questioning why they are here. The scene unfolds before him, a silent testament to the unfolding disaster. Focusing his power, he prepares to manipulate the ground. The world erupts in a cacophony of destruction, buildings crumble, and screams echo through the streets. Engulfed in flames, a desperate plea for help rings out. His face etched with grim determination, the man in the red robe stands ready. A stark announcement cuts through the chaos. The annihilation of the 176th giant is now beginning. The city is consumed by fire and debris, a scene of utter devastation. From the depths, a monstrous hand emerges, tearing through the ground. The annihilation continues, with trash-class demons emerging amidst the chaos. These demons are identified as trash-class demon skull. They swarm the area, adding to the destruction. Observing the scene, Kim Yuan notes the sheer number of demons. He realizes, though, that these aren't the real threat. After all, there's a reason why it's called an annihilation. Suddenly, a new presence makes itself known. The low-class demon Sarutra has appeared. The demon's presence is palpable, a sign of the escalating threat. The reason for the devastation becomes clear. It's called an annihilation. Skeletal figures stand amidst the fiery destruction, their red eyes glowing ominously. The low-class demon, Sarutra, has revealed himself. The demon's presence looms large, his eyes burning with malevolent energy. A lone figure stands amidst the chaos, a red cloak billowing behind him, and he says, "So we meet here." A smirk plays on his lips, his golden eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. The text recalls, he was as big as a mountain during Ragnarok. But here, he's only as big as a house. Is this what you call a balance patch? A final ominous echoes through the destruction. And so another world disappears, swallowed up by the tower. The demon Sarutra, Surtur's 176th child, stands amidst the chaos. A world doomed to burn and vanish should have never been born in the first place. Hey, Sarutra, are you going through menopause? Why are you so emotional when you're only the 176th child? Now stop being so moody, and let's get started. You have the same eyes as the monkey from Mount Huagua. Below, Sarutra's army marches forward, an endless tide of destruction. Observing the scene, he wonders if he'll be able to escape here alive as well. Sarutra stands tall, his presence radiating immense power. The battlefield stretches out before him, a testament to the demon's might. Among the ranks, a skeletal warrior stands ready, its blue flames burning bright. With a resolute gaze, he draws his sword, preparing to face the encroaching darkness. The blue-skinned demon bares its teeth, ready to tear through anything in its path. A devastating explosion erupts, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. The skeletal figure, wreathed in flames, lets out a guttural groan. A thick cloud of smoke billows out, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of destruction. Standing firm amidst the chaos, he wonders, that's no normal robe. Did you prepare it just to face off against me? A smirk plays on his lips, as he thinks to himself, well, nothing beats paying to win. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, shield raised, ready to weather the storm. Perched atop a ruined building, the hunter declares, I didn't prepare this to face off against you, Sarutra. His voice echoes through the devastation. I prepared it to defeat you. The fiery skeleton scoffs. You can say that after you first reach here, young human. He grips his sword tighter, retorting, Tach, you really don't like getting off your ass, huh? His eyes narrow, as he mutters, you talk too much. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of bodies and energy, as he finds himself surrounded by a horde of enemies. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, Kim Yuan carves a path through the encroaching monsters with his blade. As the monsters fall, a surge of power courses through him. The thrill of battle fueling him, he levels up once more, his strength growing with each fallen foe. But even with his newfound power, a searing blast of orange energy catches him off guard. Reacting instantly, he calls upon a magic nullification shield, a shimmering barrier of blue light. The shield flares, protecting him from the brunt of the attack. Deflecting the remaining energy, the shield holds strong against the onslaught. Another surge of power courses through him. His dexterity, constitution, and arcane power all increase, a welcome boost in this deadly tutorial. Even wearing the pyromancy robe, the heat is becoming unbearable. After 2 hours of constant fighting, his entire body feels like it's on fire. The explosions caused by the skulls are no joke, each one a potential death sentence. They don't deal a lot of damage, but he can't dodge them, forcing him to take them head-on. He considers using Mana Blast for ranged combat, but that's not good for extended fights due to its high mana consumption. The shield is reaching its limit, a testament to the sheer number of explosions it's absorbed. He figures it's about time to do that thing. Calling out into the fiery expanse, Kim Yuan demands, Oi, Sarutra, why don't you come on down already, and let these small fry go home? The items he speaks of, they truly are extraordinary. Someone is honestly quite curious how he was able to get a hold of such items in the tutorial. The air crackles with anticipation. Facing the towering demon, Yuan questions if Sarutra should be ashamed for causing such chaos in the tutorial. The demon responds, claiming it's merely a punishment for those unworthy, but Yuan is worthy. The fiery figure continues, stating that Yuan has what it takes to climb the Expanse Tower, become a ranker, and rule the tower. He asks, why is he here? Did he sacrifice himself for a comrade? The demon wonders if he truly intends on defeating him. A sinister laugh echoes as Sarutra prepares for battle. The demon declares that it's only right that he faces Yuan. Gripping his sword and shield, Yuan thinks he has enough fiery ki inside him. The fiery demon stands ready, awaiting the coming fight. With determination burning in his eyes, Yuan vows that he will definitely succeed. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his power. Drawing his sword, Yuan prepares to hunt. The air crackles with anticipation as Sarutra begins to speak. His voice, a low growl, echoes with a hint of dark amusement as he asks if Yuan wants to know how he got these eyes. A blinding flash of light erupts, engulfing the scene in a maelstrom of energy. The demon's face contorts, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he reveals there's a special method. The memory shifts, Sarutra admitting it wasn't because he was weak, but due to certain circumstances. He leans in, asking if Yuan knows what the annihilation that came to the tutorial was. The world explodes in a shower of sparks and debris, the force of the impact sending Sarutra reeling. A strange realization dawns. It feels as if he purposely didn't dodge it and took the hit. The dust settles, leaving a lingering question in the air, but why? The demon stands tall, his form radiating an ominous power. The scene fades, showing Sarutra kneeling amidst the rubble, the aftermath of the cataclysmic event. Back in the present, the veteran hunter smirks, recalling how he thought he'd die from how hot it was, the combative bastard picking a fight with him hundreds of times. Sarutra continues his tale, explaining that even after countless fights, he only managed to beat his opponent a few times. The fiery figure stands tall, and Sarutra reveals there were a few reasons for that. He speaks of the Rui Jingu, the staff capable of extending infinitely, and the flying nimbus, the first cloud to ever exist, capable of raining down thunder and reaching the ends of space with its speed. The figure with the staff stands amidst swirling clouds, and Sarutra mentions the infinite arcane power gained by eating all the peaches of immortality in the heavenly peach garden. He explains that the biggest reason why his opponent was so tricky to face. Listening intently, Yuan's eyes glow with a fiery intensity. A system message appears, stating that the conditions for the hidden piece have been fulfilled, and Monkey's eyes will now evolve. Another system message confirms that Cinder eyes have been obtained. Catching his breath, Kim Yuan lets out a sigh. Reflecting on the recent battle, he admits that even with the protective gear, he felt like he was being burned alive. He wonders if someone was serious about holding out long enough to obtain those eyes without any special items. Observing his own body, he realizes it defies all logic. Noticing something, he mutters about someone's eyes. Considering the situation, he admits that he never thought the day would come where he would respect that idiot. Receiving the item, he hears Sarutra's thanks. Gripping the Arctic steel sword, he declares that he's finally ready to hunt now. Seeing the fiery figure, he scoffs at how ridiculous it all is. Facing the challenge, he hears a voice questioning what he thinks he can do in such a pitiful state. Consuming the ice crystal, Kim Yuan prepares for the next battle. The fiery figure stands tall, his body radiating intense heat as a message appears, indicating that his body temperature is steadily dropping. As the heat enveloping him begins to dissipate, the ground beneath his feet starts to crack. The flaming figure declares, "You should know best, Sarutra." He notices the aura covering his body. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if this is the polar opposite of his fire. Resisting Sarutra's flames of annihilation, the message appears that attribute, ice, has been added to his arcane power. The ice magic continues to spread, counteracting the intense heat. The ice magic intensifies, further neutralizing the flames. The battle rages on, with ice and fire clashing. Resisting Sarutra's flames of annihilation, Yuan grits his teeth. Cinder Eyes is absorbing Sarutra's flames of annihilation, and another message appears, indicating that his body temperature is rapidly decreasing. Resisting the status effect, burn, the battle continues. The air crackles with heat, as Sarutra unleashes a torrent of fire. Reacting instantly, Kim Yuan dodges the blast, a streak of blue energy marking his swift escape. The fire demon roars, preparing another wave of scorching attacks. The flames intensify as he continues his relentless assault. Another burst of fire erupts, mixed with strange, purple energy. A guttural yell tears through the battlefield as a cloud of dark energy gathers around Sarutra. Engulfed in flames, the demon seems to revel in the inferno. His eyes burning with fury, Sarutra vows, "You dare." Once again, the young hunter narrowly avoids the attack, leaving a trail of blue in his wake. He grits his teeth, thinking, "That's dangerous. I need to dodge it." Activating his skill, a system message appears. Skill, Cinder Eyes. Battle prediction has been activated. Readying himself, Sarutra prepares to strike again. The demon lord continues his relentless assault, each strike infused with searing flames. The air crackles with violet energy, a testament to the sheer power being unleashed. A shimmering blade materializes, its edge radiating a chilling aura. Landing nimbly, he takes a moment to catch his breath. Having consumed an ice crystal, Yuan feels the frostbite taking hold. The demon's fiery aura intensifies, but the crystal's effects are already kicking in. Knowing he can't endure the icy aura for long, Yuan resolves to end this quickly. The demon lord looms, a fiery behemoth ready to strike. With newfound resolve, Yuan unleashes his attack. There's no need to conserve mana any longer, he thinks, preparing to use the arcane sword skill. The demon lord prepares to retaliate, his fiery form blazing with power. The arcane sword skill activates, and Yuan strikes with incredible speed. Gathering power, Sarutra prepares to unleash a devastating attack. His voice booming, the fiery demon declares his intent. Announcing the skill, Sarutra initiates the mana blast. The flames intensify as the mana blast reaches its peak. But before the blast can fully erupt, Kim Yuan counters with a surge of his own power. The counterattack hits hard, disrupting Sarutra's fiery form. His red eye gleaming, Kim Yuan remains focused. Pressing the advantage, he continues his assault. His hand crackling with energy, the veteran hunter strikes again. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Sarutra is blasted backward. Gasping, the demon lord struggles to regain his footing. His voice laced with fury, Sarutra unleashes a torrent of rage. Enraged by the previous exchange, Sarutra unleashes another torrent of flames, determined to overwhelm his opponent. The inferno roars, consuming everything in its path as the intensity rises. But the flames meet an unexpected resistance, as ice and a pyromancy robe push back against the annihilation. His cinder eyes blazing with defiance, Kim Yuan stands firm, resisting the onslaught of Sarutra's flames. Despite the immense power, the flames fail to break through his defenses. As the battle intensifies, his status effects increase, and his fire resistance rises, bolstering his defenses. A surge of determination washes over him. He'll be the one to win. A chilling aura emanates from him as he prepares to unleash his counterattack. Gathering his strength, Kim Yuan channels ice energy, preparing to strike back. With a final surge of power, the attack lands, promising a devastating blow. The system message rings out, declaring that he has defeated the annihilation of the tutorial. A disembodied hand clenches, and a voice echoes with a sinister laugh. The voice continues, filled with dark amusement. Another system message appears, confirming that he has leveled up, and Yuan reflects on his victory. A new figure emerges, declaring that this is just the beginning. The system announces another level up. A grin spreads across Yuan's face as he acknowledges the long road ahead. He takes a moment to catch his breath. His hand rests against the cold stone. A sigh of relief escapes him. He notes that his burns are still fresh, meaning he wasn't out for long. The cold lingers in his body, but he knows he's not in great shape. He admits he really thought he was going to die. He reflects on all he went through just to get golden cinder eyes. He reminds himself that the tutorial isn't over yet, and he has a long way to go, so he'll stop complaining. He stands, ready to face what's next. He realizes this isn't a normal corpse. Demon corpses often hold valuable items, and since it's Sarutra's remains, Yuan expects to find something worthwhile. Whatever it is, it should be. He's found it, the giant's heart, the heart of the demon Sarutra, the giant born in the land of fire. The item exudes the strength of a giant and a fiery aura, an elixir that grants the receiver the strength of a giant and an equal amount of mana. He wants to take it right away, but his body isn't strong enough yet. It will change his physique immensely, but he'll need that much more stamina. From off-panel, a voice calls out, "Hey." The unseen speaker asks, "Are you done?" The corpse of Sarutra lies defeated, as the voice says, "I'll say it's you again." The speaker continues, "I still have a long way to go." He realizes the balance of this tutorial has been completely messed up. The voice continues, expressing frustration. "The others have been chewing me out because of you. You're such a headache." The speaker is surrounded by monsters, clearly annoyed by the situation. The text states, "You'll be brought to the final area. The fourth tutorial has already begun, and they're almost finished." Having just defeated Sarutra, Kim Yuan wonders how much time is left. The tutorial administrator responds that there are around 4 hours remaining, which is more than enough time. The administrator explains that he had to discuss the rewards with administrators from other floors, which is why it took so long. Kim Yuan receives 10,000 points. Along with the points, he receives the Heaven-Slaying Star skill, and all of his stats increase by 3. He reflects that he thought he knew most of the high-rank skills, but this is the first time he's heard of this one. The system displays the Heaven-Slaying Star skill, noting that it's an A+ rank skill and not something you can find in a tutorial. The system message continues, stating that he is fated to slay heaven with his talent, and the value of his fate will change based on the value of the lives he kills. It also notes the skill's rank, completion rate, and effect. Kim Yuan thinks that it's not a complete skill, but it's still good for raising his stats. The system reiterates the skill's rank, completion rate, and effect. He concludes that not all high-rank skills are good, but this one is quite useful because it raises his stats. The tutorial administrator asks, now that he's received his reward, does he need anything else? Kim Yuan requests a lesser scarlet medicine ball. With the battle concluded, Kim Yuan announces that he'll be taking his leave. A voice advises, suggesting that he rest up and wait after he eats. Having consumed the lesser scarlet medicine ball, his magic and constitution each increase by 1 point. An ominous message echoes, promising a future encounter. As promised, his wounds and stamina begin to recover quickly. He realizes he needs to recover his energy and prepare for the 5th tutorial, a battle against time itself. He takes a moment to catch his breath. Below, a sprawling city stretches out before him. Far above the city, a figure plummets from the sky, as a voice declares that it has begun. Standing amidst the ruins, he prepares for what's to come. The final tutorial is beginning. Landing softly on the lush grass, he takes in his surroundings. The air smells familiar, like the ocean. Looking around, he sees many others have arrived. The smell of the ocean, where's this place? One of the other participants remarks, there's so many people. How big is it here? A booming voice echoes, this is what the tower calls the final tutorial. The announcement continues, the final tutorial will now begin. A screen appears, displaying the words, the island Baraganda is slowly sinking underwater. The screen continues, there is only one requirement to escape the island and prove your worth. More information appears on the screen. Boss will be calculated into scores. The final rewards will be determined based on your score and the time remaining. The time limit is 30 days. The island will sink completely once the time limit is over. A participant exclaims, a month. They seem surprised. The times they've faced only range from 1 hour to 4 days. But there's no need to rush in a battle, as they have a long time to reach the goal. But on the other hand, that means it'll take them 1 month to defeat a single boss. That's how powerful it is. Some people have caught on. There must be a reason they were all gathered here, so one of the participants suggests they team up. One of the participants agrees, suggesting they all introduce themselves, but another refuses. The cloaked figure stands amongst the crowd. Who says they're comrades? A comrade is someone he can trust to watch his back, so he wants to choose them himself. He can already tell they're unworthy, and realizes that man was here too. Someone calls him arrogant. The cloaked figure remains silent. The cloaked figure is surrounded by energy. The other participants are fighting. Falling through the air, a figure plummets downwards. Below, a group of people look up in shock. The falling figure is surrounded by a powerful aura, a testament to the power of a pure blood. Looking down on the others, Hargan scoffs, calling them measly little bugs. The onlookers are stunned, questioning if what they're seeing is even a skill. It's said that he's already this powerful in the 5th tutorial, explaining why he garnered the tower's attention. That's the power of a pure blood. Those who are born and raised in the tower and decide to climb it. They've experienced the mystery of the tower since they were born, so they're on a different level from the other participants. A voice declares, the game isn't fair. In the past, he contributed most to the 5th tutorial. Someone thinks, there's no reason to get involved with him, as he hates noisy people. Turning his gaze directly forward, a voice calls out to Kim Yuan. Looking up, he is met with a question. The young man's expression is unreadable. The tutorial administrator stares at him, his voice laced with disbelief. What are you? Kim Yuan's brow furrows, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face as he asks, are you talking to me? He wonders, when did he get here? The administrator confirms, yeah you. The administrator's gaze intensifies, focusing on the red robe. Isn't that a pyromancy robe? That's not an item you should be able to obtain in the tutorial. Kim Yuan looks down at the administrator, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he replies, so, how'd you get it? He states matter-of-factly, I bought it, with points. The administrator is taken aback, stammering, what? Who dash? The administrator thinks, he bought such an expensive thing? What's your level? Isn't it impolite to ask that? He offers a polite, if somewhat condescending, explanation, pointing out that the other person isn't wrong. Extending a hand, he asks, instead, would you like to form a team with me? The offer is met with a swift rejection, the other figure turning away with a curt, nope, good luck. A look of bewilderment crosses his face, as if he can't quite grasp the rejection. He calls out, trying to salvage the situation, wait a sec, you probably just don't know who I am, but I'm... Muttering to himself, he seems annoyed. He continues forward, leaving the rejected figure behind. Suddenly, a surge of yellow energy crackles around a monstrous leg, interrupting his progress. His foot slams down, more yellow energy erupting from the impact. The forest floor is now streaked with trails of that same energy, as if something is being drawn out. Red streaks of energy appear, adding to the chaotic display. He reaches out a hand, yellow energy swirling around it, towards the massive monster looming before him. Continuing his assault, the figure unleashes a devastating blow, the force of which sends tremors through the very air. Moving with blinding speed, he leaves behind a trail of spectral afterimages, each strike imbued with raw power. The attack lands with a thunderous impact, dust and debris erupting as the monster reels from the force. Stunned by the sheer velocity, the observer can only sputter. How is that punk so fast? Analyzing the movements, it doesn't appear that he's using any speed-boosting skills. Just how high are his stats? The impossible speed raises questions. Could he be a pureblood? There are some fleet-footed guys, right? Another wonders, is he from Alfredo? The possibilities race through his mind. Or maybe he's an expert from the martial realm. Or could he be a descendant of Hermes? Clad in golden armor, the figure stands amidst the chaos, a picture of serene power. A sinister grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He muses to himself, I thought it would be boring, but things should be getting interesting. As the dust settles, a faint, purple glow emanates from the depths of the forest. The figure in red continues his pursuit through the dense forest, his movements a blur of motion. High above, the man wonders, did I lose him? The pursuer's speed is becoming a serious concern. He's really fast. Despite his speed, the man is sure that's not his specialty. It's extreme brute force using electricity. The figure continues to descend, leaving a trail of displaced air in his wake. The man curses under his breath, thinking the administrator didn't say that just because of him. Approaching a dark cave entrance, he mutters, "Well, anyway, it's got nothing to do with me." A system message appears, declaring that he has defeated a null, and the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased by 0.001%. Another null falls, and the system message repeats. The Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate continues to climb, as another null is defeated. The system message rings out again, confirming the defeat of yet another null. The Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate inches upward as the last null falls. A determined gaze settles on the task ahead, the electric blue irises burning with resolve. Checking the task completion rate, he sees it's barely budged, a measly 0.01%. Having already taken down dozens of nulls, he knows that if he wants to raise that number, he'll have to hunt mobs higher up the food chain. But hunting isn't the objective here, he reminds himself, reaching for the scentless powder. His body has recovered more than enough, and the icy aura within him has dissipated. A surge of readiness washes over him. He's ready. Touching a glowing crystal, a voice echoes in his mind. The tutorial administrator's voice rings out. "Listen well, Kim Yuan." Holding the crystal, he knows the giant's heart has to be consumed before the tutorial is over. The veins of the giant's heart pulse with dark energy, a chaotic symphony of power threatening to overwhelm him. A stark notification flashes before his eyes. Giant's blood and demon's blood have begun to penetrate his very being. A strangled gasp escapes him as the unholy mixture begins to take hold. The pain is unbearable, an inferno raging within his soul. The pyromancy robe is useless now, unable to contain the raging fire within. His body contorts, bones and muscles churning as his blood flows in reverse. Even his cinder eyes fail to fully resist the giant's flames. There's no easy way out of this. He must endure, drawing on every ounce of mental fortitude to absorb as much power as he can. A grim realization dawns. Giant's blood is meant to be worn, not consumed, and eating it during the tutorial is basically suicide. He grits his teeth, knowing he must obtain cinder eyes, no matter the cost, because he'll only get one chance. Despite the agony, strength and constitution increase by 1, a small victory in this brutal trial. Another notification, constitution increased by 1. Strength increases by 1, but he wonders just how much time has passed. Another strength increase, and he knows it should be coming. Any moment now, Cinder Eyes and the flames of the giants are clashing, but he is able to control the flames of the giants through Cinder Eyes. By fulfilling the conditions for the hidden piece, he has obtained Colossal Fire. He wonders what the heck Colossal Fire is, and notes that the skill he wanted didn't show up. He's going to go nuts. The time limit is 707 hours, 54 minutes, and 48 seconds. He continues to struggle. Half a day has already passed. He wonders if they were wrong, noting that to be fair, that skill is normally supposed to be obtained by hunting 10,000 giants and covering oneself with their blood. Lying on the ground, he thinks to himself that there's no way it would come so easily. Gazing at his clenched fist, he wonders if he should be satisfied with this. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing that he has fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. Another notification pops up, revealing that he has fully absorbed the lifeblood of giants and demons. Yet another notification appears, this time stating that he has acquired gigantification. You have acquired gigantification. You have acquired gigantification. Staring at the time limit ticking down, he wonders if he was out for half a day. Clenching his fist, he can't believe he fainted twice during the tutorial. Knowing he needs to hurry, the fastest clear record for the final tutorial was 1 week, and the one who established that record was Odin. Focusing his mana, he vows he won't lose to him. Hargan holds the top spot, a fact that doesn't sit well with Yuan. Further down the list are Alater and Paladin, sibling rankers hailing from Pantemium, a world renowned for its magic and swordsmanship. Remembering something, he recalls that they participated in tutorials across multiple worlds. Then there's Yolch, another name he doesn't recognize. Is Yolch a pureblood? Lee Sungyun is also a mystery, though Yuan assumes he's from the same world, given the name. Perhaps those he doesn't know have never made it inside the tower, meeting their end before they could climb. Pushing those thoughts aside, he decides that nothing will change by overthinking it. Wasting too much time already, Yuan decides to check his status and get moving. His strength and constitution have increased a bit too much from consuming the giant's heart. Considering his options, he figures it's usable. He does need an area of effect attack. He needs to be more careful and keep his stats balanced. Focusing his intent, Kim Yuan activates Cinder Eyes, his gaze burning with crimson intensity. The world seems to blur as the skill takes hold. The forest fades into a tunnel of green. The Orcish settlement comes into sharp focus. The orcs, caught completely off guard, can only stammer in confusion. They realize it's a human, a prey, and they are not happy. Thinking to himself, the man with the burning eyes decides an orc tribe isn't a bad place to test out Colossal Fire. The settlement erupts in a cataclysm of fire. Colossal Fire engulfs everything. The orcs can only scream as the flames lick at their skin. They blame the human for their fiery demise. Kim Yuan watches the inferno, his expression unreadable. A well-sharpened sword lies ready, a testament to the battles ahead. The clash of steel echoes as he wades into the fray, cutting down orcs with practiced ease. A guttural scream pierces the air, a final cry of agony from one of the fallen. Unstoppable, he continues his assault, each strike precise and deadly. His name rises in the rankings, a testament to his growing power. With 6 days left, his eyes burn with determination, focused on the challenges ahead. The rankings display his name, second only to Hargan, a name that surely stings. Observing the scene, the blonde-haired man admits he didn't bother learning his name, but he's definitely someone to watch. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the possibilities. He reflects on the speed with which the hunter climbed the ranks, wondering what he finds so amusing. Turning to his companion, he declares that he wants to recruit him, no matter what it takes. Someone wonders if it's Kim Yuan. The man asks if they know him, though he's probably of the same nationality as him. He admits that he doesn't know him, but he guessed his name since he's been standing out on the rankings. At this rate, he might overtake his spot. The rankings show Hargan in first place and Kim Yuan in second. He says he was busy gathering them. He explains that he's assembled a pretty good team, but there's one last empty spot. His name was Kim Yuan, right? Now, the real hunt begins. Someone says, Juicy. That's it, right? Paladin says, he already told them he's not an Juicy, you rascal. He says, anyway, good job. Let's see. With a surge of power, the leader of the group warns, everyone, stand back so that you don't get caught in the shockwave. The force of the blast sends tremors through the surrounding area. Debris rains down as the dungeon entrance is revealed. The dust settles, revealing the path ahead. One of the team members wonders, the place you've been desperately searching for an entire day is here? The team prepares to enter the dungeon. Another member comments, without Paladin, it would have taken us a few days longer, you know? In any case, come on inside. The team steps inside, observing. This place is pretty spacious. It's like a cave. Let's scout the area before we start moving. One of the members notices something amiss. Lee Sung-yoon furrows his brow, thinking, what's wrong, Juicy? Something's odd. The message about the dungeon's discovery should have popped up, so why hasn't it yet? A team member exclaims, did someone already find this place? Captain. Another member shouts, check the rankings. The rankings. The dungeon entrance looms behind him. Kim Yuan stands ready, his gaze fixed on something ahead. A screen flickers to life, displaying the current rankings. The list is dominated by familiar names, but one stands out at the top. A close-up reveals the name, Kim Yuan. The rankings are clear, Yuan is in the lead. His name echoes, a declaration of his power. A fierce battle erupts, energy crackling through the air. The force of the attack shatters the ground. Monsters are overwhelmed by the sheer power. Energy beams pierce through the enemy ranks. Observing the devastation, one of the figures remarks, he seems pretty pissed. The other isn't so sure. He seems less angry and just really motivated to me. Is it rivalry, do you think? This is Alater, an elf and dark elf mixed blood participant from Pantemium. Guess so, but we won't be able to hunt properly like this. He's hunting all those monsters on his own. This is Yolch, pure blood of the tower, born in a family of mercenaries that use magic. Perfect timing, we're at a crossroad. Alater and Paladin can lead each team down the two paths and keep us in contact with each other. Yolch, Sung-yoon, Alater, Fail, and Typhoon. You guys go right. You'll be fine since you have Yolch. Then we'll see you later, everyone. Skill, Mana Blast. The air crackles with magical energy, a vibrant display of power illuminating the path ahead. Descending into the fray, Kim Yuan launches a swift assault on the grotesque creatures below. His movements are a blur, each strike precise and deadly as he carves through the monstrous horde. The onslaught continues, a whirlwind of steel and magic tearing through the ranks of the enemy. Surrounded by the fallen, the group presses forward, their determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Catching his breath, he remarks, for hours on end is quite exhausting. Tell me about it. I can only use Mana Blast about 2 more times. I should start conserving my mana now. Gazing up at the imposing structure, he wonders, but what's that gate? It's massive. A thought crosses his mind. I'm not sure. Maybe something like a boss room. He asks, a boss room? It's like in video games. In the world I used to live in, I've experienced similar places like this. And usually, there's some boss monster behind that door. A stern warning echoes. Don't let your guard down just because the hunt is over. You are closest to death when you lose focus and relax like this. A confident grin spreads across his face. Yes. The air thickens with anticipation, a palpable sense of danger lurking just beyond the threshold. Something's clearly wrong, judging by the look on his face. One of the team members asks, what's wrong? The response is a stuttered, the rankings. Another team member chimes in. I think it's coming from behind the gate. What's going on? A commanding voice rings out. Everyone, raise your guards. Lee Sung-yoon, return to your position in the back. Someone else speculates. I'm sure those two are connected somehow. A grim realization dawns. Don't tell me he's inside? With the words, boss raid complete displayed, the team seems surprised. He looks surprised, as if he's just realized something important. A close-up of his eye reveals his current ranking. First place with 7,110 points. The ranking updates, now showing 10,149 points. Kim Yuan's name echoes. Entering the boss room, the air crackles with anticipation. Kim Yuan's name echoes in the chamber, a challenge laid bare. Having cleared the raid, the dust settles on the battlefield. A surge of energy pulses through the air. Eyes glow with an ominous red light. Blades of pure energy slice through the darkness, tearing through the monstrous horde. Amidst the chaos, Yuan continues his relentless assault. An explosion rocks the chamber, a testament to the tenacity of his foes. With a surge of power, he feels his strength grow. Reflecting on his skills, Yuan gauges his combat power, satisfied with his progress. He thinks he should be more mindful of his constitution before using gigantification. It still puts quite a strain on him. Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate is really going up slowly. At least he got a whole 1% for defeating a boss. It seems like just killing a ton of monsters isn't the answer. Maybe he has to focus on killing monsters of a higher caliber or bosses. Since there's no way to know how much of an effect the skill will have, he has to increase the completion rate even more. The Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate is really going up slowly. A voice remarks that he's a bit late. This guy just died. The woman wonders if he defeated all of these critters by himself. The man thinks that even the captain, who they acknowledged as the strongest person in the tutorial, could he have cleared this boss room by himself? How are these the skills of a participant who's grown up in the same world and gone through the same tutorials as him? He's a ferocious beast. No wonder the captain wants him so badly. They ask if he has any companions around, and if he is Kim Yuan. Standing alone amidst the cavernous landscape, the hunter hears the distant echoes of hushed voices discussing him. Turning to face the source of the sound, he's met with an unexpected offer. From a rocky perch, one of the observers wonders aloud if the lone hunter is Lee Sungyun. His gaze unwavering, Yuan listens intently. The distant figures speculate, believing they've stumbled upon Hargen's team, scattered to hunt. Another observer chimes in, identifying the armored figure as Yolch, ranked just below Hargen. Impressed by her progress, they acknowledge her as a significant force within the tutorial. From afar, the group acknowledges that Yuan has chosen his comrades wisely, hinting at a promising future for their team. His expression hardening, Yuan prepares to deliver his answer. Remembering the captain's rejection, he's then asked if he intends to challenge Barrigando alone. The observers discuss the tutorial's month-long duration, emphasizing that the boss is designed to be defeated through combined efforts. Turning away, Yolch wonders what Yuan's next move will be. The focus of the final tutorial isn't about individual strength, but rather, teams. It's about how much you can grow within the given time frame, how many comrades you can gather, and how well you can work with them. So what you guys want is? I contacted the captain. When I told him we found Yuan, he said he'd be here right away. Shoot, this is going to get messy. Suddenly, the ground erupts around him, as beams of red energy slam into the ruins. The assault intensifies, with blasts of yellow energy tearing through the already devastated landscape. A figure in golden armor stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. More energy blades rain down, further pulverizing the area. Lying on the ground, he gasps, I finally found. The golden-armored figure raises an arm, ready to deliver the final blow. Still reeling from the previous blow, the golden-armored figure presses his advantage, his attack relentless. Each strike lands with devastating force, further weakening the protagonist. The golden armor gleams, an impenetrable barrier against any counterattack. Elsewhere, a woman in armor observes the unfolding events, her expression thoughtful. The golden-armored figure looms over the fallen Kim Yuan, his victory seemingly assured. A hand reaches out, offering a choice. So, do you guys want survival? The armored woman stands tall, her gaze unwavering as she asks, do you want to become rankers? A voice echoes, rankers? How does someone that's not a pureblood of the tower know what a ranker is? The narration describes a being that has completed all the tests of the tower, a being lavished with power, glory, and eternal life. A figure responds, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in things like that. The armored woman acknowledges the necessity. I'll have to become one eventually, but that's simply a part of the process. The voice continues, explaining that becoming a ranker is nothing more than a dream if one hasn't been chosen by the tower, adding that the king who leads their people is also a highly respected ranker, before questioning what makes her so different. Facing the golden-armored figure, he's asked if he truly believes he'll become a high ranker. Raising a finger, the figure declares he aims for something even higher. His voice echoing with ambition, he reveals that his ultimate goal surpasses merely reaching the top of the tower. A flashback shows the golden-armored figure's perspective, intent on breaking through the tower's ceiling. The scene shifts to a wider view, revealing the chaos and destruction left in his wake. Amidst the destruction, the golden-armored figure's actions are dismissed as nonsense as he calls out to Kim Yuan. Another flashback shows the golden-armored figure, swinging his weapon as someone questions his intentions. Now face to face with Kim Yuan, the golden-armored figure explains that he thought he was trying to kill him, as he simply wanted to catch him. The golden-armored figure continues, stating that anyone as strong as Kim Yuan would naturally cause him to be afraid. Hearing this, a woman sighs and apologizes. Looking down, the golden-armored figure asks if that's good enough. He finds the idea of breaking through the ceiling to be an interesting and electrifying plan. The golden-armored figure recalls a story he heard from his father, a tale of a power even greater than that within the tower. Turning back to Kim Yuan, he continues that he wouldn't know who he is, but he's an incredibly important person. How would he not know the king of Olympus, Zeus? Kim Yuan responds that he heard he rejected their offer to join their team once again, guessing that he's saying that a sardine can't swim with a whale. The golden armored figure retorts not to think of him as a lowly sardine, because one day, he will become the king of Olympus. Looking up at the golden armored figure, the protagonist thinks to himself, Captain. The golden armored figure's words are a declaration by a direct descendant of Olympus. At least he's got big cojones. The golden armored figure challenges, if he doesn't believe him, he'll prove it. The golden armored figure proposes a bet, to see who can defeat the boss first and rack up more contribution points. He adds that he's free to form his own team, but promises that his team won't have more than 9. Kim Yuan thinks, what a great proposal. He can form a team with dozens, or even hundreds of people, but they'll remain a group of 9. The golden armored figure states, however, if he wins, he has to join their team. Kim Yuan asks, and if he wins? The golden armored figure responds, he'll serve him as his Hyungnim. The golden armored figure scoffs, finding the situation almost laughable. A subtle smile plays on his lips. He's already decided that the future will bend to his will. Considering his options, he muses that Hargan could be a useful asset in the coming conflict. He proposes a new condition. If he wins, Kim Yuan will owe him a single favor. Looking up at the massive boss monster, Kim Yuan asks if he's sure about this. The figure responds that as long as it's not an unreasonable request, he'll do it, even offering to give up his own items if needed. Clenching his fist, he declares it's a bet. Sighing, Kim Yuan tells him not to be a stranger, noting that he gets this feeling every time he sees him, but he's way too energetic. The golden armored figure shouts to the others, telling them they're on schedule and to hustle. He adds, there's no need to rush so much. He says, he'll see him later on the first floor. Watching him go, Kim Yuan reflects that's how he managed to clear the tutorial in just 9 days, the timer ticking down. The timer ticks down, showing 632 hours, 7 minutes, and 46 seconds remaining. Looking up at the display, one of them wonders why the timer stopped. A voice declares that Baraganda is not an island. The speaker continues, calling it a mythical beast. The voice explains that these creatures are parasites. They latched onto the giant beast and sucked away at its strength. Baraganda submerged because of them. It's said that if ocean water comes in, the parasites can't survive. One of them wonders if this is the king of the parasites, or something like that, the one raising more parasites. Kim Yuan wonders if he should believe what he's saying, noting that he knows things that Olympus doesn't, but he doesn't know who he is. Then, the remaining time will stop counting down, until the system returns to its original state, when an administrator or a lackey intervenes. Odin told me a secret about Baraganda. The 5th tutorial is a battle against time. The time remaining when you defeat the boss is the key. How did I kill him in a week, you ask? It wasn't actually a week. I stopped time. I have to make good use of this time, after I get stronger. And when time starts flowing again, the tutorial will end. Remaining time, 632:07:46. Wait, an error? I'm not the only one that noticed it stopped. Will it decrease all at once later on? Damn, it'll probably start counting down again soon. What are you doing? Hurry and raise your score while we have time. He urges his companion forward, knowing they must make haste. Elsewhere, the administrators are in disbelief. The parasite dragon has been killed, the first time since Odin's involvement. Their concern grows. What about the administrator? Does he not know there's an error in the tutorial? One of them explains he got into an argument with Olympus and is busy because of that. Another administrator exclaims, growing frantic, someone contact the administrator. It's not like the parasite dragon was easy to find. Meanwhile, back in the tutorial, the landscape shifts. A low rumble echoes through the trees. Something is approaching. The air crackles with energy. A palpable sense of dread fills the air. A guttural sound breaks the silence. A monstrous figure makes its presence known. The ground trembles as the creature's immense power is unleashed. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of a brutal clash. Panic rising in their voices, the monsters cry out, reporting to their chief. Their rage quickly turns to terror as they realize the hunter has slain their leader. The monsters can't believe it, calling him a monster. His eyes glowing with power, Kim Yuan retorts, questioning who they're calling a monster. Sensing danger, the monsters flee. Scattering in all directions, they desperately try to escape. With the area cleared, it seems the lackeys have cleaned things up, but the timer continues to count down. Holding a glowing tablet, Yuan reflects that he bought about 4 days, which is more than he expected. Looking up, he seems determined. His gaze turns to the world, where the gods live. The path ahead is fraught with danger. A surge of energy emanates from the tower. The players begin to gather, drawn to the tower's power. The crowd grows, and one of them observes that people are starting to gather. The crowd is analyzed, and it's determined that most of them are over level 20. As they prepare to level up if they want to enter the tower, one of the players wonders if all the players in the tower know how to use mana, before realizing that only the players who can't are mostly the tower's inhabitants. It's explained that people who are born and raised in the tower, like them or the captain, are blessed by the system and become purebloods. Wondering if they can defeat the boss, the woman admits that she doesn't know, and that she would say that there's no way. One of the players admits that he can't even guess how strong their captain is. A group of figures are told that they're late, and that they wanted to make as much use of their time as possible. As the crowd gathers, one of the figures wonders if Kim Yuan is not coming. Whispers spread among the assembled players. They sense his presence. Approaching the tower, a lone figure makes his way through the landscape. His expression is unreadable, but his intent is clear. Elsewhere, two figures observe the unfolding events, one of them mentioning Aladdin and Lee Sungyun. They note the shift in his mana flow, observing that he's leveled up considerably. Facing the protagonist, a voice calls out, addressing him as Kim Yuan. The blonde-haired man smirks, asking where his team is and if he was thinking about fighting the boss. He continues, a hint of mockery in his tone, questioning if he's on his own again, and stating that his score will be higher if he is. A wry smile plays on his lips, as he acknowledges the perception of his actions. The rankings are displayed, showing that Kim Yuan is 7,000 points ahead of Hargan. The blonde-haired man declares he'll get the boss before him with his team, while another questions if he's Kim Yuan and notes that he doesn't seem to have a team, but they're on their way to fight the boss. A sudden surge of power erupts, as someone shouts a challenge. The air crackles with anticipation as the players descend into the arena, each one eager to prove their worth. His eyes narrowed. Hargan mutters, "You?" Hargan's team stands ready, but he seems unconcerned, remarking, "Well, I suppose that's that." One of Hargan's teammates, looking panicked, exclaims, "I was just standing there." Honestly, another player observes, "I'm going, good work." The player continues, questioning, "What? You're going right away." He then states, "Time is of essence in the tutorial." As Kim Yuan enters the room, a voice calls out, "Hey Yuan, let's go together." The ground trembles, energy surging through the arena. The air thickens with anticipation as the players brace themselves. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. A system message appears. You have entered the first boss room. The massive boss monster reveals itself, ready to test the player's mettle. A message flashes, demanding that the quest be cleared to find the boss. Spears rain down, piercing the earth. The ground shatters under the force of the impact. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the attack. A horde of monsters stands ready, their numbers seemingly endless. One man wonders, "What's all that?" Another replies that there are so many. Looking out at the battlefield, Kim Yuan notes that there are stages they need to clear before they can encounter the boss. Individual monsters all come together to fight. Two figures observe the scene, one remarking that it should be impossible, but the other guy can control them. A hand glows with power, the figure declaring that he knows where the boss will be. Surrounded by flames, Kim Yuan decides that he should hurry. A skill activates, Colossal Fire, Magic Sword. Two skills have combined. Amidst the chaos and destruction, a figure stands firm, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. His expression resolute, he acknowledges the challenge ahead. A voice booms out, demanding, "Show me, Kim Yuan." Suddenly, without warning, an unseen force unleashes a devastating attack, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Observing from a distance, another man wonders where Kim Yuan has gone. His companion spots something, exclaiming, "TH there." The area erupts in flames, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. Caught in the blast, a large, armored figure is consumed by the raging fire. Witnessing the destruction, a man questions, "What's with that?" The attack leaves a trail of destruction, with debris scattered across the landscape. The explosion reaches its peak, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy and destruction. Amidst the smoke and embers, the figure from before remains standing, seemingly unharmed by the devastating attack. A monstrous figure looms large, its red skin glistening with fresh blood, and its eyes burning with an unholy light. The air crackles with unspoken dread, as a chilling assessment echoes. This beast is stronger than the captain. Surveying the scene, the man can only ask what in the world is going on. Energy explodes outward. The force of the blast sends debris flying. More energy continues to erupt. A voice declares that the beast is stronger than the captain. The figure's eyes glow as he repeats that the beast is stronger than the captain. Covering his mouth in shock, the man watches the scene unfold. A sinister smile spreads across his face, as he thinks that it's all going as expected. Surrounded by energy, he screams that he can't lose. As the blast hits, a voice calls out to Kim Yuan, telling him to wait. A barrage of spears streaks through the air, each one aimed at a single, unseen point. The spears converge, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of yellow energy that rips through the battlefield. Caught in the blast, a figure is engulfed by the searing light. But even as the yellow energy subsides, a new threat emerges. A concentrated beam of purple energy slams into the figure. The air crackles with raw power, as a vortex of orange and purple energy begins to coalesce. Defying the chaos, a figure clad in red stands firm, deflecting the onslaught with unwavering resolve. The force of the impact sends another figure spiraling through the air, a ragdoll tossed about by the swirling energies. Explosions continue to rock the area, each blast a testament to the sheer destructive power on display. Amidst the devastation, figures scramble to escape the blast radius. knowing full well that they shouldn't just be standing around and watching, but there's nothing for them to do. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a figure navigates a treacherous landscape, mindful that there are still traps left and that they can't let down their guard. Bathed in an ethereal blue glow, a figure stands poised, ready to unleash another wave of power. A burst of raw energy explodes outward. Amidst the chaos, Lee Sung-yoon carves a path forward. Unleashing a torrent of power, a mana blast surges ahead. With a shout, someone warns everyone to watch their heads. Channeling arcane energies, another figure unleashes a skill. A voice expresses relief. At least they're skilled enough not to be a hindrance, and it seems like they won't die getting caught up in what's going to happen next. Turning his gaze, Yuan is alerted to something in the distance. Ahead, a strange painting looms. The figure gazes intently. Up close, it's a strange painting indeed. Covered in intricate details, the painting seems to depict some kind of ancient battle. Wondering aloud, is it a war? Most likely, comes the reply, it's my first time seeing it in person too. A voice booms, declaring that someone is lurking behind the door. One of the figures retorts, questioning if he's going to barge in without another word. He dismisses the concern, insisting that they're doing this together. Another voice chimes in, asking if it would kill him to wait a little. A monstrous cry echoes, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The group wonders if that sound came from the boss, and what kind of monster it could be. One of them claims to have information on the boss, but warns that it's an incredibly powerful foe. Another member declares that they're going in too. The air crackles with energy as the group prepares for battle. Someone shouts for everyone to step back. A figure stands ready, energy coalescing in their hand. A massive, chained creature looms, its presence immediately felt. The chains binding it seem ancient and strong. Its eyes glow with a menacing green light, promising a difficult fight. The creature is identified as a chimera. The system announces their arrival in boss room number 3. The objective is clear, defeat the boss. The system reiterates that this is the final boss of the tutorial, and once the objective is achieved, the tutorial will be finalized. Someone muses that this is the final boss. The system reveals that only one person can break the chimera's seal and make it their familiar, and breaking the sealing crystal will end the time limit. It's stated that they will be able to pass the tutorial regardless of the requirements. The system clarifies that the chimera's master will earn additional CP respective to the number of participants they kill. Someone wonders about the chimera's master. The stakes are clear. They have to hunt the chimera and protect the sealing crystal from those they thought were allies. Even if someone tries to get ahead, the captain is here, and no one is faster than him. Suddenly, something strikes, knocking the captain off balance. He's grabbed from behind, caught completely off guard. Let go of me, he demands. Confused, he hears, you can't be trying to betray us after coming this far together, right? Did you forget our bet? Shouldn't you be hunting the boss, not the participants, and finishing the tutorial? Ignoring the question, he declares, I'm going to win the bet, and I'll also be the one to end the tutorial. His captor demands, what are you saying? Then why in the world do you need that thing? He struggles, determined to do this alone. But before he can reach his goal, Kim Yuan grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks. With a surge of power, the sealing crystal shatters. The crystal explodes, releasing its energy in a blinding flash. Kim Yuan's name echoes in the aftermath. The system announces the sealing crystal has been destroyed, and the boss, Chimera, will be released from its seal. The text declares, the Chimera's master is none other than Kim Yuan. The unsealed Chimera roars, its massive form filling the space. A stark directive appears, defeat the unsealed Chimera. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Kim Yuan launches a furious assault against the Chimera. His face contorted in rage, Lee Sung-yoon can only sputter, you bastard, how could you? The Chimera bellows, its voice a thunderous command. Break that wall. The Chimera's power is immense. The ground trembles as the Chimera's foot crashes down. Unleashing a surge of power, Kim Yuan strikes again, determined to subdue the rampaging beast. Still locked in combat, Kim Yuan continues his struggle against the Chimera. Despite the ongoing battle, he declares that he's controlling the Chimera, assuring everyone it won't attack them. He adds that he now has to face a different enemy. Someone explains that the Chimera is a monster created by combining various monsters on the island. The question hangs in the air, who could have possibly created such a creature? Standing alongside the protagonist, another wonders what's going on if the Chimera isn't the real boss. Turning to his companion, Kim Yuan tells him to decide whether he'll fight alongside him or not. The choice is his. Elsewhere, deep within a cavern, a group cautiously moves forward. One of them looks to the captain, asking what they should do. The captain responds, suggesting they check things out first. With a sense of foreboding, footsteps echo through the cavern. The group advances, their destination unknown. Ahead, the cave glows with an ominous red light. The captain's group continues their exploration, taking in their surroundings. One of the members expresses their surprise, wondering what this place could be. The group moves forward, deeper into the dungeon. A message appears, stating that there was no information about room number 4 of the 5th tutorial. Someone states that this is where that guy is hiding. A system message appears, indicating that they have entered boss room number 4. The captain's group enters the boss room, taking in the scene. A system message appears, stating that the boss has been updated. A monstrous hand appears, seemingly creating something. The Chimera creator is revealed, a sinister figure shrouded in darkness. A system message appears, identifying the boss as the Chimera creator. Entering boss room number 4. Looking up at the scene, a man calls out. The boss has been updated. A voice echoes, "You sleeping over there?" The speaker is revealed to be the Chimera creator. The objective is clear: defeat the boss, the Chimera creator. A massive, scaled beast roars, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. White smoke billows from its nostrils, a sign of the power it holds. A raspy voice observes, "Well, ain't this a first?" The Chimera creator muses, "Interesting." The Chimera creator turns his attention to Kim Yuan, remarking that he looks like a descendant of Zeus. The figure in golden armor continues, stating that even as a half-breed, he should still be quite useful. A wave of confusion washes over the battlefield as the armored figure is identified as Child, a dark magician who disappeared from the tower long ago. The revelation continues, identifying him as the ranker who used to be the test examiner on the 50th floor. Whispers spread among the onlookers, recalling how he used hundreds of players as test subjects, creating chimeras by combining various monsters. The story unfolds, revealing that he lost to a player in a humiliating fashion and lost most of his powers for breaking the rules of the tower. The explanation concludes, stating that due to that event, he's been forced to make the tutorials bosses for 1,000 years, unable to regain his powers even after all this time. A flicker of recognition crosses Kim Yuan's face, as he asks if Child perhaps knows him. His eyes widen, as a memory surfaces. The memory flashes, a stark reminder of the past. The Chimera creator, now identified as Child, presses, demanding to know how he knows about him. A surge of rage erupts from Kim Yuan, as he denounces Child as a scoundrel. Amidst the chaos, a maelstrom of energy erupts, tearing through the battlefield. Witnessing the sheer power, Child wonders aloud what kind of mana is being unleashed. He thought the man had lost his powers. Eyes blazing with fury, Kim Yuan demands to know where he got those eyes, calling him a scoundrel and questioning if he's kin to that monkey. A skeletal figure looms, retorting with a question of his own, asking what he's so upset about, reminding him that he's the one who captured and experimented on participants despite being a test examiner, demanding an answer. With a chilling calm, Child apologizes, stating he didn't come here to satisfy his curiosity. His eyes hardening, Child declares he came because he can't stand letting scumbags like him continue to live. It's clear that this is him without his full powers. If he had the same powers as when he was a ranker, they would have been killed. As the battle intensifies, Child curses, wondering what's going on. Amidst the chaos, a soldier shouts, admitting he doesn't know what's what, but they just have to take care of these things right now. His expression grim, Child stares forward. The battle rages on, with energy blasts and explosions continuing to tear through the battlefield. A warrior stands firm, weapon raised against the encroaching horde. A grim revelation comes to light. These things are chimeras that can level up, which will start appearing in the tower in 100 years from now. There may be a lot of them, but fortunately, it seems his research isn't complete yet. Thanks to Hargan's team putting up a good fight, things are going to be a bit easier for him. His red eyes narrowed, Child prepares his next move. Focusing his power, a dark casket begins to form. The skill, Dark Casket, activates, ready to trap its target. Thinking this is an unbreakable casket, Hargan believes even chimeras can't escape once they're trapped inside. Grasping his staff tightly, Hargan thinks he might have fallen and lost his power, but how dare a lowly tutorial participant look down on him? The dark casket looms, as Child declares he's going to turn him into a chimera. With a surge of energy, the dark casket explodes. Caught completely off guard, Hargan is blasted backward by the force of the blast. The explosion engulfs him, sending shards of energy in every direction. The blast catches him too, and Child wonders how in the... His face contorted in rage, Child curses the scoundrel. Amidst the chaos of battle, a question echoes. What is your relationship with Olympus? The answer lies in the past, for he is the key player in the Gigantomachy, the battle against the giants. A son of Zeus, the main character of the 12 Labors, he holds the title of the Giant Slayer. He is a being greater than anyone in terms of strength, one who doesn't hesitate to punish evil while being limitlessly kind to the weak. He is my most respected hero. The skill, Gigantification. But as he attempts to channel the power, a system message appears. Your arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but you have low proficiency. The system warns, your constitution is too low, partial gigantification will occur. Damn it. Even after eating the giant's heart and raising my strength and constitution, this is my limit? Frustration etched on his face, Kim Yuan grits his teeth. His opponent prepares to strike, gathering dark energy around his staff. The enemy declares, all right, fine. I'll hear your answer after I've torn you to shreds. Even if you are a direct descendant of Olympus, you're still just a little runt. Red light flares in his eyes, as Kim Yuan prepares to fight on. As the dust settles, an unseen force slams into him. The enemy's skill, Triple Dark Casket. Chains erupt from the ground, engulfing the area in a cage of shadows. A voice echoes through the battlefield. Good, don't die yet. I still have a lot I want to hear from you. Another skill is unleashed, corrupted venom fangs. The attack tears through the environment, sending debris flying in all directions. A thought surfaces, what I'm hoping for is gigantification. The stakes are clear. If you can't properly control gigantification, give up on defeating the Chimera creator. The narrator observes, he might have lost his powers and been exiled to the tutorial, but he's still dangerous. A warning is issued. You think it's possible to get a handle on gigantification in just a few days? It won't be easy. The onslaught continues, the venomous fangs tearing through the battlefield. His eyes burning with a crimson intensity, Kim Yuan prepares to face the Chimera creator. The enemy exhales, preparing for the next exchange. Looking down at the protagonist, he can't believe what he's seeing. How is this possible? Even if he's a descendant of Hercules, he was able to break through all of that with just sheer strength? The enemy prepares to use his greatest defensive skill. Kim Yuan prepares to strike, a TCH escaping his lips. The enemy activates his skill, Ebony Thornwall. He thinks to himself, my greatest defensive skill, let's see you try and break through this. Before you can break it, your hand will. The enemy is shocked, thinking, what kind of a crazy bastard? Kim Yuan continues to break through the Ebony Thornwall. The Ebony Thornwall shatters. Having broken through the Ebony Thornwall, Kim Yuan unleashes a flurry of blows against his opponent. From behind the crumbling wall, the antagonist unknown watches, muttering, did he stop? A twisted grin spreads across his face, as he thinks to himself that the hero probably wrecked his hand trying to break the wall. But the assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of Yuan's determination. The antagonist unknown's expression shifts, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. The barrage intensifies, each impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The hero's relentless attacks continue to batter the enemy. The force of the blows sends debris flying in all directions. The antagonist unknown's eyes widen as he realizes the true extent of Yuan's power. The final strike lands, obliterating what remains of the wall. A voice echoes, okay, let's go with this. If you fail to obtain both Cinder Eyes and Gigantification. As the dust settles, a voice booms, don't even try to fight him. Continuing his relentless assault, the force of his blow sends shockwaves through the very air. A disembodied voice echoes, promising judgment if he obtains even one of the objectives, but hinting at a greater reward should he secure both. His eyes burning with determination, Yuan prepares for what comes next. The mission is clear, he must defeat the Chimera creator. A figure with long white hair stretches languidly, calling out a name. The man, Obong, stands tall, a staff resting against his shoulder. Someone asks if he has anything to add, reminding him that he was the one who defeated the Chimera creator while clearing the 50th floor. The question hangs in the air, but Obong simply replies that he doesn't really have anything to say. His expression is unreadable, but he seems to imply that as long as they have something else, they'll be fine. His eyes gleam with an unknown light, as if he knows something others don't. A voice echoes, stating that he can see everything. The scene explodes into chaos, blades flashing and debris flying in every direction. The onslaught continues, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through the landscape. A raspy cough escapes the undead Chimera, a grotesque sound from a body pieced together. Despite the obvious damage, the Chimera declares, I'm immortal. A sinister smile creeps across its face, you know. The text reveals the nature of the beast, a body fortified beyond steel, the result of 1,000 years of dark magic experiments, the undead Chimera. The narration continues, explaining that in a body stitched together from various parts, there are bound to be attachment marks. Its red eyes gleaming, the Chimera boasts, as long as I have these, I can see everything, activating the skill, Cinder Eyes. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into the Chimera, knocking it back with a surprised. The assault continues, sending the Chimera flying through the air with a pained, HHHHH. Landing hard, the Chimera stares in disbelief. Impossible. My arm. Desperate, it cries out, stop. Don't dash. The onslaught continues, and another scream rips from the Chimera's throat. HHHHH. The undead Chimera, still reeling from the unseen attack, questions why it's being asked to stop. It seems its opponent has a point, as the Chimera is asked if it's forgotten how many people it's torn apart. The Chimera is sent flying, another blow landing with devastating force. Silence falls, broken only by a single, understated word, seriously. The perspective shifts to Yuan, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, recounting the events that led to this moment, fighting Sarutra in the tutorial to obtain Cinder Eyes. The voice continues, detailing the consumption of the giant's heart to achieve gigantification. Turning away from the carnage, Yuan's back is to the viewer. Looking down, he reflects on how an unbelievable guy is going to be born. Clenching his fist, Yuan never imagined that he'd become the unbelievable guy. Because he was recognized as a boss like with Sarutra, the rewards are bountiful. He even leveled up twice, and got additional stats thanks to Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate going up. So it's giving an additional point in every stat for every 5% completion rate. At 100%, he should get at least 20 additional points in every stat then. He thought it had a lackluster effect for its rank, but this isn't so bad. Why are these things suddenly collapsing? Is it over? They're not going to get back up, right? I see. Don't worry. The boss is dead, so they shouldn't get back up. Phew. I thought I was really going to die this time. Is anyone hurt? Over here. We need help here. Yolch is hurt. To wrap things up, so take care of Yolch. Yes, Captain. Kim Yuan's name hangs in the air as the captain approaches, his expression unreadable. His tone brooking no argument. I need to speak with you. The captain's words carry a weight of unspoken judgment. I won't ask who you are or how you knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial, but due to your decision. The captain's words echoing in the cavernous space, someone was seriously injured. His gaze unwavering. Did you really have to defeat the Chimera creator? The captain's voice laced with a hint of frustration. You could have easily passed the tutorial just by defeating the Chimera. A flicker of annoyance crossing his features. That'd normally be the case. A question hanging in the air, normally? The captain's expression hardening. You could have set the greatest record of all time without doing all. His fist clenching. How far do you need to go until you're satisfied? A challenge in his eyes. How far, you say? Closing his eyes, Yuan wonders just how far he has to go. The answer lies beyond the tower, with the outer gods from another world. To kill even one of them, countless rancors have already perished. The cost is immense, and the enemy is terrifying. They are the one who couldn't be born, despair that reaches the skies, gloom trapped in a swamp, foolish chaos. And beyond them, that twilight sky. To kill a single one of them, countless rancors died. And the worst part is, no one even knows how many more of these bastards there are. That's why, he has to endlessly become more powerful. He needs to purge the rotten parts of this world, leading it to become stronger, so it doesn't meet its end. So in order to achieve that, how far does he have to go? Looking down, Yuan admits he doesn't know. The captain asks if he's looking for a team that can walk beside him, but Yuan says that's the reason he's not looking for a team right now. The path he walks is one no one else can follow. Knowing this, his comrades must be powerful enough to face the dangers together. The tutorial administrator speaks, suggesting they drop the subject of teaming up, lest something like this happens again. Now that they're done talking about it, the blonde-haired man apologizes for the wait. It seemed like it was something serious, so he waited. The tutorial administrator introduces the newcomer, leaving Kim Yuan wondering who this hobo is. Introducing himself, Hargan of Olympus says it's a pleasure to meet him. The tutorial administrator chides him, telling him not to be like that, and to properly accept his greetings, but Yuan thinks he's got nothing to do with that. Thinking to himself, the blonde-haired man laments how much more work he is now because of those bastards, making him want to pull out Zeus's beard right now. He is shocked. He's also thinking about what he's about to hear from the other guys again, because of him. The tutorial boss contract with the Chimera creator was for 1,000 years, but he ended up dying before he could even prepare the next boss. Grateful to someone for making the tutorial easier, Yuan acknowledges the help as he wonders if he came at the right time. Urging the tutorial administrator to hand over the reward, he is told that he is more impatient than he seems. The administrator tells him, how you use it is up to you. Adding that protecting it will also be up to him, the administrator presents the crystal. As he holds the dark divine crystal in his hand, Yuan recalls that this was one of the items he needed to obtain after returning to the past, surprised that he's already getting it. Remembering that the Helm of Invisibility was one of the strongest items of Olympus, he understands the crystal's significance. Knowing where the divine sea crystal is, he realizes that the only thing remaining is the fragment of a lightning bolt. Lost in thought, Yuan remains silent. Asked what's up, he responds that he might be able to get them sooner than he anticipated. His hand wrapped in bandages, the protagonist clenches his fist, wondering if he's truly satisfied now that all the conditions have been met. As the tutorial administrator bestows a reward upon Hargan, the recipient expresses his gratitude. The administrator continues, assuring the others that they're not planning on causing too much trouble once they make it up there. Kim Yuan isn't so sure. The administrator continues to hand out rewards, assuming that with the item in his possession, he'll be able to rampage even harder. The administrator figures that if they're going to cause trouble anyway. Power surges. The energy crackles. Checking the rankings, Kim Yuan sees that he's in first place. The calculations for the rankings have been completed, signaling the end of the tutorial. Opening his inventory, Kim Yuan sees he has obtained 67,488 points. For setting a new high score, he's also awarded an additional 50,000 points. He's also obtained an item called S-Egg. Having received the rewards while transporting, Yuan finds himself on the first floor. Wondering what else he got besides points, he seems to be in thought. Looking at the item he received, Yuan can't help but wonder what kind of egg he's holding, especially since it doesn't even have a name. Having arrived at his destination, he takes a moment to survey his surroundings. A voice calls out, announcing their arrival. The text below confirms they've arrived at the outer area of the first floor, the Meadow of Beginnings. Looking around, he sees other players who have also completed the tutorial. Observing the newcomers, one of the players remarks that they're arriving sooner than expected. Another player notes, the guilds must be here to recruit the new players. Turning his head, the blonde-haired man notices something. Approaching Yuan, the man recognizes some familiar faces from Olympus, before asking if he has any intention of joining a guild. He replies, not really. The man continues, since he lost the bet, he'll keep his promise. He adds that there's also something else. Regarding something from earlier, the man in the red cloak speaks. He wonders, did something happen between the administrator and Olympus? The man in golden armor asks, what is he trying to say? The man in the red cloak responds, if he wants to know everyone's true colors, he should slowly uncover them himself, because he wouldn't believe him even if he told him. As the man in golden armor begins to leave, the man in the red cloak calls out, asking if he's leaving just like that again. He continues, when he gets to town, he should first register as a player, so they can at least stay in touch. He warns, to be careful of jackals. Agamemnon of Olympus says, he gives his greetings to the one of great lineage. He states, so he's here. Agamemnon says, he thinks he's seen him before, and thanks him for remembering him. The guard inquires, wondering how Ares is doing and mentioning his recent rise in rank, asking him to pass along his congratulations. Responding to the inquiry, Agamemnon simply offers his thanks. Continuing, he explains that Lord Ares values lineage above all else, revealing that he's been ordered not to pass along any messages until he finds his birth mother, leaving the guard confused. He adds, the ruler of the skies has little interest in children, and that he doesn't even know who his own mother is. Visibly agitated, the guard accuses him of disrespect. Trying to smooth things over, the guard insists that he's well aware of Lord Ares' personality. Looking down at the guard, Agamemnon states that lineage is something you create, expressing his hope that he'll have his own family one day. Under his breath, the guard calls him a bastard for putting out the fire he started. Muttering to himself, the guard clarifies that the one looking down on him isn't this guy, but that weirdo, Ares, and that if he messes with one of Ares' men, his relationship with Olympus might sour. Turning to leave, Agamemnon dismisses the guard, who responds with a curt, yes, sir. Watching him go, the guard wonders who he was with earlier. Observing that he left alone, the guard concludes that he doesn't appear to be a part of their team. A blonde-haired man looks off to the side, wondering about someone. He considers if they could be considered a friend, or something like one. The narrative shifts to the jackals, players who gave up on progressing and instead prey on new players in the meadow of beginnings. Meanwhile, Yuan is being followed. He realizes that about 20 of them are tailing him, something he could tell even without using Cinder Eyes. He considers using the jackals as perfect small fry to test out stealth on. Having tracked Kim Yuan into the forest, the pack of jackals fan out, their eyes scanning the dense foliage. One of them muses, the tutorial ended faster than they thought it would. Fateo, their boss, chimes in, noting that a quick tutorial means plenty of newbies with good loot. The jackals discuss the situation, some feeling uneasy about letting him go, while others are eager to claim what they believe is a jackpot. With a snarl, Fateo orders the hunt to continue. One of the jackals is shocked, realizing that their target has vanished. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the trees. From above, the forest canopy is slashed apart, blood raining down. Fateo realizes they're under attack. A jackal cries out, cut down by an unseen assailant. The remaining jackals frantically search for their attacker, suspecting it was a trap all along, and that the robe was bait. Activating his Falcon's Eye skill, Fateo realizes this is no illusion. A desperate cry rings out as one of the jackals shouts for a retreat, the ambush proving far more deadly than they anticipated. Moving with incredible speed, Kim Yuan cuts through the group, his stealth skills making him a near-invisible threat. Another jackal falls, unable to comprehend the sheer power of their attacker. The assault continues, each strike carrying the force of a high-ranking player. A crushing blow lands, sending another jackal sprawling. Realization dawns on the remaining jackals. This isn't some low-level bait. It's a sword meant to kill them, a player from the upper floors. The jackals wonder, why would someone risk the penalty for interfering with the first floor just to come after them? Appearing calm, the hunter states he has some questions for them, and as long as they answer honestly, he'll send them off easily. With a final strike, another jackal is brought down. The relentless assault leaves a trail of destruction, a clear message to anyone who dares cross him. Captured and terrified, one of the jackals is ready to spill everything. Desperate to survive, the jackal is ready to tell him everything he wants to know. Still standing over the downed jackal, he can't help but marvel at his success. It seems he really did hit the jackpot on his first try. A smirk plays across his lips, the taste of victory sweet on his tongue. The camera pans out, revealing the bustling cityscape of the first-floor central region, a beacon of civilization amidst the chaos. Gazing out at the scene, he finds this is the nice thing about returning. Sitting back in his chair, he reflects on his good fortune and the leisure time he's earned. He can feel the fatigue accumulated from going at it full force melting away. Looking out over the town, it's peaceful. He wonders what kind of world the others are living in right now. 2 drinks sit on the table, a moment of respite before the next challenge. At a table with companions, a drink in hand, Yuan seems lost in thought. His gaze distant, he considers the power he now wields. Enough sentimentality, he thinks, steeling himself. Turning his attention to the task at hand, he decides to see what this fragment can truly do. It worked on guys that have given up, like the jackals, he muses, observing the glowing fragment in his palm. But this isn't perfect stealth like what the real helm of invisibility is capable of, he continues, acknowledging the limitations of his own abilities and the item's unrefined state. It's an item that used to be jokingly called an infinity stone, he reflects, feeling the immense mana it contains. If the power of this fragment can be amplified, stealth will be nothing, he realizes, contemplating its potential. I don't know what the limits of its power is, but refining it will have to come first, he thinks, his mind racing with possibilities. The reason why Zeus was able to claim the position as the ruler of the skies and become the king of Olympus was because he had obtained the fragment of the lightning bolt, he recalls, drawing a parallel to the legendary figure. And Hades also fought while always wearing the helm of invisibility, he continues, referencing another powerful artifact. They're objects that allow the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future to exist, and the only one who can refine something like this is, he concludes, a hint of determination in his eyes. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks to himself, he'll get to see him for the first time in a while. Someone calls out, using the term ajusi. Having already registered as a player, a glowing orb is held aloft. Trying to recall the exact location, it was somewhere around here, if he remembers correctly. He wonders if this is the right way. It's hard trying to find it when he doesn't know the exact location, and he doesn't have anyone he can ask. A man in a red jacket is seen. Excuse me, sir. Please give me some points. A voice pleads. A swift kick lands. A desperate plea echoes. Please. My child is starving. A glint of steel flashes as a hand grips a knife. Oh, lunging forward, the attacker demands. Give me everything you got dash. The ambush is sprung, and a flurry of blows rains down, forcing Kim Yuan to raise his guard. One of the attackers shouts, damn you. How dare you mess with our organization, Michael? His attacker's life clearly means little to him, as Yuan snaps his neck with brutal efficiency. The sound of cracking bones echoes through the courtyard as another assailant falls. He won't let them take it out on anyone else, Yuan thinks, his movements a blur of lethal intent. His expression hardens as he finds what he's been looking for. He mutters, found it. The air hangs heavy in the new location, a stark contrast to the chaos he just left behind. A voice calls out, is someone here? His hand reaches out, towards a wall adorned with shields and weapons. He thinks, it's like a sauna in here. The air crackles with anticipation as the dungeon's energy swirls around the entrance to the smithy. The heavy wooden doors stand as a silent invitation, promising both respite and the tools of war. A muffled sound echoes from within as someone takes notice of the new arrival. A gruff voice breaks the silence, wondering what's going on. The source of the voice comes into view, a figure standing in the doorway. The man's expression is one of surprise as he asks if the newcomer isn't supposed to be working. The man in the doorway approaches, confirming that he's in the right place and asking if this is the smithy. The smith eyes him up and down, suggesting that if he's fine with junk, he can go ahead, but he's not sure it'll be better than his own equipment. A sign describes a shabby sword, a weapon so poorly made that it's more of a blunt object than a blade. The man ignores the smith's words, dismissing the available equipment as failures. The smith seems taken aback by the comment, remaining silent for a moment. A surge of energy emanates from the smith, as he confirms that his name is Volcaro. The smithy air crackles with magical energy as Kim Yuan extends his hand, presenting something to the dwarf. A wave of suspicion washes over Volcaro's face, his red eyes narrowing as he demands, who sent you here? You don't have to be so on guard. Holding up a glowing orb that displays the number 1, Yuan explains, I'm a new player that just arrived on the first floor. The dwarf studies the orb, his expression softening slightly as he realizes, the number that signifies the highest floor he's conquered is 1. So he isn't lying. Kim Yuan notes Volcaro's quick temper, thinking, if he had swung that hammer, a catastrophe would have occurred. And if I had called him by his real name, that hammer would have come flying at me. I should be careful for a while. The dwarf leans in, his gaze intense as he asks, so what do you want? Holding out the crystal, Yuan replies, it's nothing special. The crystal shimmers with an inner light, its rough edges hinting at untapped potential as Yuan states, I want to commission you. Volcaro's eyes widen slightly, his curiosity piqued as he exclaims, that's. Can I take a closer look? The dwarf's voice drops, his tone now laced with intrigue as he observes, it's an unrefined crystal. His weathered face etched with a mixture of surprise and interest, Volcaro peers intently at the crystal, its blue glow reflecting in his eyes. The dwarf looks up, his expression thoughtful as he says, I can certainly do it. But where did you even get this thing? The grizzled blacksmith, his brow furrowed in confusion, questions where the protagonist acquired such a thing. He continues, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, that the tutorial should still be in progress. Looking up at Kim Yuan, who holds the glowing crystal, Volcaro asks how long it took him to clear it. A smug look crosses Yuan's face, as he boasts that it's a new record. The veteran blacksmith, turning back to his workbench, states that the best he can do is refine it right now. He warns that using any old cheap material will only damage it. Volcaro looks back at the crystal, a hint of skepticism in his eyes, asking if Yuan is really planning on leaving it with him, especially given the condition of the items in his shop. The blacksmith clenches his fist around the crystal, thinking that Yuan is a crazy son of a bitch. Kim Yuan, unfazed by the blacksmith's gruff demeanor, asks if he thinks he'll run away with it. Volcaro retorts that he's not too bad at physiognomy, and if he wanted the crystal, he'd be able to see greed in his eyes, but right now, he just looks excited. The protagonist confidently states that he doesn't think he'll break the item either, as he has pretty keen eyes. Looking up at the protagonist, Volcaro realizes that he's definitely no ordinary guy. The sword is perfectly balanced, a feat that can't be achieved with just good materials and time, but rather, it's the result of a veteran blacksmith's experience and skill. It's a shame that a blacksmith this skilled is rotting away in this place. Holding the sword, he thinks, you can crush the edges, and you can make a lame handle, but habits die hard. Volcaro declares that he forgot to ruin the balance of the sword. The blacksmith pauses, then. Volcaro exclaims that Kim Yuan really is something. The blacksmith turns to Yuan, saying, something. He asks, are you a pureblood? Who are you affiliated with? Kim Yuan responds, I don't have any affiliations. And let's say, I'm something similar to a pureblood. Volcaro states that he has one condition. He tells Kim Yuan, you need to keep where you got this refined, as well as the fact that this object has been refined, a secret. You can do that, right? Kim Yuan nods in agreement. The scene opens with a stark black panel. Shifting to a view of the sky, a bright blue expanse dotted with fluffy white clouds. Before settling on a hearty breakfast spread, a visual reminder that points were spent on the meal. Reflecting on the recent exchange, he muses that all that's left to do is wait, now that he's given his number to the contact. Considering the time frame, Yuan realizes he'll be staying on the first floor for a while longer, but he doesn't mind waiting. Thinking about the situation, he admits it would be easier to eliminate the jackals himself, but he can't do that yet. According to the intel he got from catching them, their meeting is in 2 days. Turning to Volcaro, Yuan is asked how he found this place. Explaining his methods, Volcaro reveals he went around asking various inns for the name of Kim Yuan. With a confident smirk, he states that he has quite the connections, so he used some people. Reflecting on the ease of the task, Yuan figures Olympus has the greatest amount of influence on the first floor, and since he's a son of Zeus, this was probably an easy task for him. He is told that he's set up his player kit. Elsewhere, an unnamed character expresses surprise at being hit on by a guy. Teasingly, Volcaro admits he didn't know Yuan had jokes. He thought he'd have a stale personality. The two men stand in what appears to be a tavern, the sounds of their footsteps echoing through the room. As Volcaro sits down to eat, he asks when Kim Yuan plans to climb the tower. He explains that he wants to increase their teamwork and needs a bit of time. Volcaro then asks, if that's the case, will he do a job with him? He thinks to himself that he wants to pull the jackals out by the roots. Volcaro responds that it will not be 10 people, but 2, just him and Kim Yuan. He leans forward, saying he needs more details. Volcaro tells him that it's a bit too early right now and to come back the day after tomorrow at night, and he'll tell him then, adding that if he can't, he'll just do it alone. As Volcaro eats, he seems to be enjoying the meal. He says, all right, he'll see him then, asking if he's going so soon. Kim Yuan says he's going to make some time and that he'll be the one to leave first today. He thinks to himself that Volcaro must really like the team he made during the tutorial, and to try and level them up to climb the tower together, that's quite the dedication. Also, it seems like he's been waiting for a while, but now that's over, why doesn't he tell him what business he has with him? He was quite surprised because Hargan showed up out of nowhere. Agamemnon, a member of Olympus, stands before Kim Yuan. The sound of metal scraping against stone fills the air, as Hargan admits he was surprised by someone's sudden appearance. Turning to face the speaker, Hargan is met with the sight of Agamemnon, who states that this is their first time meeting. Introducing himself, Agamemnon of Olympus asks if Hargan is free for a quick chat. A smirk plays on his lips as Hargan listens intently. Agamemnon notes that Hargan is a descendant of the ruler of the skies, and wonders if he shouldn't at least greet him. Hargan explains that he couldn't help it because of his objective, and that he came here to meet him. The topic shifts to a recent achievement, with Agamemnon mentioning that Yuan ranked first in the tutorial, and that Hargan was only second. The conversation continues, with everyone unanimously saying that a monster has entered the tower, a statement Hargan takes as an honest compliment, thanking him for the kind words. Agamemnon then mentions that Hargan spoke of how the two of them are like friends. Hargan responds to the comment, questioning if, like, friends isn't a strange thing to say, before admitting it's, well, a little. He wonders, did he want to become his friend? He guesses he wants to be amicable, but that can't hurt. The other man responds, but you still didn't form a team with Hargan. That was a smart call. Connections you form during the tutorial don't last. The man continues, because there aren't many players that want to climb the tower, and even fewer that can become rankers. He adds, and even become a high ranker, a great being of this tower. So, don't you think you should climb the tower with people fit to accompany you? A voice calls out, join Olympus, come under the graces of Lord Ares. The voice continues, we can prepare anything you want. Lord Ares is different from some lowly thing who doesn't even know his own mother. Hargan listens intently, considering the offer. The man explains, he is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus, a great being that has already become a high ranker. Agamemnon interrupts, become one of Lord Ares' men. It will be far better than joining hands with a mutt like. He states Olympus, as expected of the major guild that puts the most effort into recruiting new players compared to other guilds. However, Agamemnon says, thanks for the tea. I'll be off then. As the offer hangs in the air, Hargan presses him, questioning if he's truly turning down Olympus. With a smirk, Agamemnon confirms that he has no intention of affiliating himself anywhere, even having rejected Hargan's personal offer. Hargan's expression hardens. He retorts that Zeus and Hera are Ares' parents, not Agamemnon's. Taken aback, Agamemnon questions what he means, as Hargan declares that Olympus is his only answer. With a dismissive look, Agamemnon states he refuses to associate with such lowlifes. Alone in the room, Hargan is asked if he's all right. Sitting at the table, he seems lost in thought. His face contorted in anger, Hargan wonders if he can call on the jackals right now. A subordinate questions his intentions, but Hargan is already considering the possibility. The subordinate explains that the jackals are currently occupied with collections, and that they'll need to finish before they can gather a significant number of forces. He then asks if they really need that much preparation to kill a single new player. Hargan is urged to think rationally, as Agamemnon has set a historic record for the tutorial, even beating out Hargan himself, but he wonders if just a few jackals will be enough. With a sigh, Hargan instructs his men to prepare about 100 soldiers. He thinks to himself, once this time of the harvest is over. The message is clear, they will kill Kim Yuan. 2 days later, Hargan asks how they are planning on getting rid of the jackals. He is told that, first, there's a guy they have to meet. It took a while to find where he lived. Agamemnon asks, they have to meet? Hargan replies, just follow him for now. Agamemnon thinks to himself, those eyes again. The figure is surrounded by bodies, and a voice asks, scoundrel, are you a kin of that monkey? The panel shows a close-up of the figure's face, and the text says, what child said? He was definitely referring to the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Ogong. He's the most talented fighter in the history of rankers. Becoming a high ranker in less than 100 years since he started climbing the tower is no small feat. The question is, how did he do it? It's said that Yuan doesn't just control fire like Ogong, but also like Big Brother Apollo. Is he affiliated elsewhere? Is that the reason why he won't join Olympus? That's right, he also possessed gigantification. It's a skill that only Hercules, who had killed 10,000 giants, possessed within Olympus. But this is a skill that all giants had. Is Yuan perhaps of the giant race? If that is the reason why he isn't joining Olympus, Hargan, who is he really? Make sure you respond properly. Respond? Hey, owner. Inside a quaint shop, Hargan seems to be waiting for something. Just then, a voice calls out, oh, I'm sorry. We're closed for the day. The man behind the counter continues, but if there is something you're looking for, please leave me your name and number. I'll contact you tomorrow, my Wun Xion. As he finishes writing, my Wun Xion says, I'm looking for a guy named my Wun Xion. Suddenly, an attacker bursts through the entrance, lunging at Hargan with a sword. Taking the hit, Hargan curses. Retaliating instantly, he sends the attacker flying with a powerful kick. Not giving the attacker a chance to recover, Hargan unleashes a flurry of sword strikes. The force of the blows sends the attacker hurtling backwards, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. But the attacker manages to regain their footing, blocking the next strike with surprising strength. Seizing the opportunity, the attacker counters, landing a blow on Hargan. The fight continues. Hargan's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he stares down his opponent. Unleashing a brutal flurry of attacks, the force of each blow sending shockwaves through the shop. And with one final strike, the man is sent crashing to the ground. The defeated man, alias Cheon Namwon, real name Mu Wunshin, a player from the martial realm who gave up on climbing the tower, lies prone. Looking down at the fallen figure, Hargan thinks to himself that this guy is the king of the jackals. Standing over him, he prepares to finish the job. Raising his knife, Hargan is interrupted by another man's voice. The man remarks that Mu Wunshin looks too weak to be the one they're looking for. The man questions if he's sure this is the guy they were looking for, adding that he doesn't think they can conclusively say he's the king of jackals just because he tried to run. Sobbing, Mu Wunshin remains on the ground, defeated. The man asks if that looks like a normal knife, telling him to look closely at the ground where it fell. He holds up a strange, curved blade. Examining the scene, the floor appears to have melted from a potent poison. The text reveals that such poison is prohibited for use against other players, requiring special permission and being incredibly difficult to obtain. The question arises, would a general store owner possess something like this? Elsewhere, a figure is bound, seemingly helpless. The scene blurs, obscuring details. His face etched with concern, the man wonders where the information leak originated. Demanding answers, he questions how his identity was discovered and, more importantly, how they learned his name. Observing the scene, one of the figures wonders how they were found out. Bound and defiant, the figure declares that they apparently have no fear, hinting at powerful backing. Turning, the blonde-haired figure seems surprised. Recognizing something, the figure notes the hair and eye color, wondering if it could be. With a determined look, he thinks, is this what he meant by respond properly? Suddenly, an intense battle erupts, with beams of energy clashing. A surge of energy erupts. Turning his head, the blonde-haired man wonders what's going on. He's asked what he means by that, as the other explains they simply have a favor to ask, and that he's currently receiving orders from Agamemnon. The black-haired man confirms, that's right. He thinks to himself that the ruler of the skies has had an interest in the matters of the first floor, and right on cue, his son has just finished the tutorial. The old man asks how much longer he plans on acting as Agamemnon's dog here on the first floor. He thinks that the man doesn't even serve one of the big three, but is just a greenhorn that became a high ranker. The blonde-haired man wonders what he is talking about. The old man asks, "What's the favor, sir?" Looking down at the black-haired man, the blonde-haired man waits for an answer. The black-haired man asks, "What can he do for him?" The blonde man declares, "If all this goes well, the ruler of the skies will start personally looking after you jackals." A gruff voice responds, "If you do a good job, you might even obtain an important role in Olympus. What's the favor, sir?" Turning his head slightly, the blonde man remains silent. A speech bubble appears, asking, "What can I do for you?" Standing over a bound captive, the blonde man asks, "How many jackals are there total?" The captive replies, "There are about 1,000 or so." The blonde man continues, "Gather all of them here by midnight tomorrow. Here's the location. Don't let the guys with Agamemnon and Ares know about this." Leaning in close, he finishes, "That'll be better for you as well. You can do that, right?" His expression hardening, the blonde man's eyes narrow with suspicion. With a dismissive tone, Hargan is told that he's good at name-dropping someone else's father. His patience wearing thin, the blonde man demands an explanation, leaving no detail untouched. Looking down at him, Hargan stands his ground. He's informed that the jackals and Olympus are working together. Firmly, Hargan insists there's no way they're just using Olympus's name. Scoffing, the blonde man retorts that he doesn't know what kind of place Hargan thinks Olympus is, but he needs to take off his rose-tinted glasses. Turning away, Hargan seems unfazed by the accusation. He's told to take a look at the true face of Olympus. Lost in thought, the blonde man reflects on the increased workload caused by those bastards, making him want to pull out Zeus's beard right now. The question hangs in the air, did Olympus betray them? If he wants to know everyone's true colors, he should slowly uncover it himself. A voice echoes, seemingly from the depths of time, urging someone to uncover themselves. The voice continues, hinting at a truth so unbelievable, it would be dismissed even if spoken aloud, the true face of Olympus. A sprawling city comes into view, its architecture hinting at a grandeur long past. 2 days later, the scene shifts. A figure approaches a massive gate, the entrance to a place of great significance. A close-up reveals a face, etched with a hint of melancholy. The man speaks, chiding someone for their tardiness, threatening to leave without them. Standing before the man, another asks if he has finished thinking it through, as he reveals he was born and raised in Olympus. The man continues, explaining that Olympus was his home and family. He adds that his father was his hero, admitting he doesn't have many memories of his mother and can't even remember her face. But he remembers her voice and something she told him. "My son, do not forget the pride." The man from Olympus reflects on his past, a past where Olympus is the name of his pride. He admits that he had to think it through, whether this was the right thing to do, or if he was maybe betraying Olympus. Hargan asks, what's his conclusion? The man from Olympus declares that Yuan, regardless of whether he is right or wrong, the jackals have to be exterminated. Those bastards are like the parasites of the first floor. He continues, and if that's an embarrassing secret of Olympus. His hand glows with power, ready to strike. His eyes narrow, filled with determination. He vows that he'll cut them out with his own hands. The scene shifts, showing a dark and ominous landscape. The landscape is barren, filled with shadows and mystery. A fiery explosion erupts, illuminating the darkness. The scene fades, leaving a sense of foreboding. Deep within the earth, a throng of bestial figures huddle together. One of them remarks, "It's a big place, but damp and muddy." Another notes, "There must be at least 1,000 of them gathered here, the first time they've all been together." One of the jackals wonders if taking down one of their own is worth 10,000 points. The jackals wonder if everyone is present. A title card appears, declaring, Mu Wunshin is the king of the jackals. The jackals look up as their leader speaks. A commanding voice booms, ordering them to raise their heads. The jackals whisper, wondering if that person is really Mu Wunshin, the one who's never shown himself before, and if he has a big shot backing him. The masked figure raises a hand, explaining that's how they've been able to avoid the bureau until now. Drawing his blade, the figure declares, he will cut off the head of anyone who opens their mouth from this point on. The threat hangs heavy in the air, as the masked figure's words echo through the cavern. The jackals are told to quiet down, as they have a mission to fulfill, though it will be difficult. He assures them that after today, they will be true jackals. They will ascend to the sky. A chorus of cheers erupts as the jackals express their excitement. The masked figure declares that he will introduce them to someone. He reveals that these individuals are their backers. The masked figure stands tall. He thanks them for coming all this way. He explains that this is merely a small token, and asks them to take the Asgardian bills. The text explains that Asgardian bills are a currency specially created by the major guild Asgard, and can be bought using points. The masked figure states that each bill is worth 1,000 points, and is the result of the collections this time around. He emphasizes that because they're issued by Asgard, they're guaranteed their value. Wunshin having just given the jackals their payment, one of them asks if that's everything. The figure responds that just from a glance, he can tell that it's got to be at least a few 100,000 points, so he's decided to completely jump ship, adding that he bets Agamemnon is desperately waiting for this cash. Elsewhere, 3 figures receive a gift. The figure in the rabbit mask responds that it's his pleasure, asking what they want him to do. He declares that it's time to say goodbye. With a snap of his fingers, the figure ignites a colossal fire. The sudden inferno catches the others completely off guard, engulfing them in flames. The victims scream, questioning what the hell is going on as the fire rages. Their screams echo, lost in the roar of the flames. One of the burning figures wonders how the fire suddenly spread in an instant, speculating if the liquid on the ground was oil instead of water. Another cries out that it's hot and they need to move, urging everyone to hurry outside. Surveying the scene, the rabbit-masked figure wonders if his scentless powder did the trick. Engulfed in flames, Agamemnon cries out in pain. The situation is dire, as someone exclaims in disbelief. Another voice rings out, questioning what they think they're doing, cleaning up the trash. The force of the explosion sends him flying. Agamemnon coughs, struggling to regain his footing. He demands to know why they are being attacked. Preparing to finish them off, the masked figure declares he's going to cut them down with his own hands. Another voice shouts, promising to kill them all. The battlefield is a scene of utter chaos, with explosions and debris everywhere. Realizing the gravity of the situation, someone cries out that they're screwed, as they are planning on wiping them out completely. Holding a glowing orb, the rabbit-masked figure is ready to strike again. But then, a message appears, stating that it could not be delivered, leaving him to wonder why. The rabbit-masked figure's frustration boils over. His attack isn't working as intended. He questions if they really thought their device would function properly amidst such chaos. A voice explains that when an area is flooded with mana, things become useless. The explanation continues that the device becomes functionally useless in these conditions. A desperate cry echoes as someone struggles against the overwhelming forces. Cursing fills the air as another voice expresses their rage and frustration. The characters are tossed and turned, falling through the air amidst the raging fire and debris. A final, desperate cry rings out, a single word: die. A face contorted in fury screams into the void. Someone struggles, caught in the inferno's grasp. Eyes burning with rage, a figure unleashes a primal scream. Another face, twisted in agony, lets out a final, desperate yell. His eyes widen in disbelief. The rabbit-masked figure can't believe what's happening. His body refuses to respond. Standing amidst the chaos, Mu Wunshin's name is called out. With blinding speed, a blade descends, promising destruction. A final, somber declaration echoes. It's time to say goodbye for Real. A voice calls out, checking if he's all right. The other man questions, how can he be so nonchalant? He wonders if it's not that he's tired, but if he's feeling guilty. The man explains that it's not like he's ever been in a war, so it's only natural that he's not used to people. The other man continues, explaining that murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slavery are how the jackals made money, and by killing one of them, he can save dozens, even hundreds, of people, so why should he hesitate? He admits that he's right about that, but of course, to some, it might be more convenient to look the other way in half-baked guilt. He observes that Yuan has a sharper tongue than he looks, and he's pretty smart to boot. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Yuan wonders. Noticing his great mental fortitude, Agamemnon acknowledges that the man managed to pull himself together after hearing just a few words. He continues, stating that Yuan is a just guy, perfect for living an exhausting life, and that he's quite different than he looks. Taking that as a compliment, Yuan notes that Agamemnon didn't appear like the do-gooder type, and that it's not easy to go out of one's way to do something when there's nothing to gain. Remembering the tutorial, he recalls that it was the same way back then, and that he's always been going around doing stuff with a much bigger picture in mind than himself. From a young age, he was told that that's called a great cause, and he's surprised that he can say such an embarrassing thing so easily. But you're wrong about one thing, Agamemnon declares, stating that of course there was something to gain. That's, Yuan begins, as Agamemnon states that he played a pretty instrumental role, and asks if he's going to take it. Well, Agamemnon stutters. Give me some, Agamemnon demands, as Yuan thinks that that's what he thought. Right, I do have a question, Agamemnon says, asking if Yuan ranked second on the tutorial. Back in the room, the man with the olive green hair holds a stack of what appears to be money, his expression unreadable. From somewhere off-panel, a voice asks, what was your reward? Elsewhere, a wave of frustration explodes outward, a silent scream of pure rage. The force of the outburst sends tremors through the very foundations, cracks spiderwebbing across the stone. The unseen figure roars, why can't I get in touch with him? One of his subordinates nervously replies, I am not sure either, sir. I did message Wunshin, but... The man's face contorts with fury, convinced that Mu Wunshin has either gone completely insane or run off with their money. Another voice calls out, Sir Agamemnon. The group gathers, their faces grim in the dim light, the weight of their failure heavy in the air. One of them speaks, his voice laced with dread. We did find the jackals, but I think you'll have to see this in person, sir. A close-up reveals a gruesome discovery, the speaker muttering, what is this? The scene unfolds, a horrifying tableau of death and decay, the jackals reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. One of Agamemnon's men surveys the scene, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Confirming his worst fears, the bodies of the jackals lie strewn about, a gruesome testament to their fate. Yes, sir, he's probably among them, one of the men says, his voice grim. Another subordinate cries out in anguish, his voice echoing the horror of the scene. The money. What about the collection's money? The camera focuses on a lifeless hand, a stark reminder of the brutality that has unfolded. Meanwhile, a display shows the impressive sum of 384,000 points. Reflecting on the events, a voice notes the significant impact, stating, "They really did quite a number." The speaker continues, acknowledging the substantial amount even after splitting it with Hargan, an amount that only some rankers ever get to see. "Well, thanks to that, I won't have to worry about food or lodging anymore." Sitting at a table, Kim Yuan appears calm and collected. Holding the money, he muses, "Out that it was me who exterminated the jackals." He adds with a hint of concern, "Nothing good will come from complicating things already on the first floor." Considering his resources, he thinks, "With this much, I might not be able to get the materials for the fine detailing, but I can at least get the core materials necessary for the dark divine crystal." As he touches the money, he realizes, "I'll be able to get the item crafted sooner than anticipated." Looking up, he reflects, "The dark divine crystal is the highest ranked item that I currently possess. Right now, it's probably slowly taking shape to show its true worth under the greatest blacksmith within the tower." The problem, it seems, is this peculiar item. It's an egg, or so the description claims, but there's no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of it, or how to make it hatch, with an incubation rate of 0%. Holding the mysterious egg, he finds the description puzzling, wondering where he's supposed to use it. The item is only half-made, so it can only have an unclear description since it's incomplete. But he's never seen an item in the form of an egg with this kind of description before. Hargan, who ranked second, got the King's Lightning Glove, a highly advanced item used even by rankers. It's likely that it's either comparable to the Dark Divine Crystal, or even better. Staring at the egg, he admits he can't figure it out. Examining the egg more closely, he wonders what this pattern is. He's certain this pattern wasn't here when he first checked it. That pattern, it stirs something within him, a faint echo of recognition. Muttering to himself, he wonders if this has something to do with an outer god. A message appears before him, proclaiming that the egg greets him. Staring intently at the egg, he wonders just what it is. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, he lets out a sigh. He reflects on the recent days filled with much to ponder. He considers the possibilities, wondering if the creature that hatches from the egg will be an ally, someone who can truly help him. Or, he thinks, it could be an existence capable of destroying the world once again. If raising this egg is possible just like that, it would be an unbelievable gamble. He knows that worrying about it won't change anything, so he tells himself not to be so anxious. Deciding to focus on the task at hand, Yuan steels his resolve. As he holds the crystal, a brilliant light emanates from it. Hearing a voice, Yuan turns to see the blacksmith. Looking at the crystal, the blacksmith remarks on its hardness, and Yuan explains that he has a question for him. Wanting to know more, the blacksmith asks to see the weapon and armor he plans to use, including the sword's type, length, and thickness. Continuing his inquiry, the blacksmith also asks about the type and weight of his armor. Holding up a bottle filled with a swirling blue substance, Yuan asks why he wants to know, explaining that he ended up with byproducts from the crystal. Explaining his intentions, Yuan states that he wants to make an item using the crystal, adding that the powder is worth more than most crystals. Confirming the crystal's value, the blacksmith reveals that the scythe Hades used was crafted from the powder that came off while refining the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. Concerned about the materials, the blacksmith asks if Yuan needs a material adequate for the crystal. Admitting his limitations, Yuan says he doesn't have materials like adamantium, but he does have something similar, explaining that since it's just the powder from the crystal, mithril should do. The blacksmith presents a hefty bar of mithril, its green hue catching the light, and he estimates its weight at about 1.8 kilograms, enough to make a decent piece of equipment if mixed properly. A closer look reveals the properties of the metal. It's not the toughest, but its mana conductivity is excellent, a rare metal that can even possess mana resistance depending on how it's refined, a crafting item of the highest caliber. Hearing the blacksmith's words, Yuan acknowledges that mithril is quite an expensive material. He calculates that with just about half a kilogram, he could make something good by mixing it with other metals, but to use 1.8 kilograms worth of it would cost at least 300,000 points. He realizes he could get that much by exchanging the bills he got from the jackals, but he can't do that right now. It sucks, but he figures he can only buy a third of it right now, wondering if he should put it on a tab and risk running away without paying. The blacksmith looks down at the mithril, explaining that it's his own greed that wants to craft something using it, not to mention that it was his suggestion in the first place. He assures Yuan that if he takes the item without paying, he won't hold a grudge against him, adding that the thing he left him with is at least dozens of times more valuable than this stupid mithril, so valuable that he can't even quantify it with points. Hearing this, Yuan thinks to himself that since the blacksmith trusted him with this thing, isn't it only right that he does the same? He reflects that the blacksmith is just the same as he remembers him. The blacksmith prepares to work the mithril. The forge roars to life, ready to shape the metal. Elsewhere, a clash of titans, energy crackling as two figures collide in a burst of light. Amidst the chaos, a desperate need echoes. Examining the weapon, the craftsman considers the balance and form. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, Agamemnon prepares for what's to come. Back in the workshop, Volcaro declares that weapon crafting is his true calling. 1 week later, the scene shifts. The Olympus Branch Guild house stands tall, a beacon of power and influence. Within its walls, a figure clad in armor contemplates his next move. His expression hardening, he believes this chance was destined for him. He reflects, the eradication of the jackals was merely a test, paving the way for an even greater opportunity. Gathered beneath him, his forces await his command. Humbled by his past blunder, Agamemnon hopes the ruler of the sky will finally take notice, as he's gathered all their players between the 1st and 10th floors. The word comes down that there are around 200 soldiers ready to move. A question hangs in the air, what about reinforcements? Taking the administrator's intervention and the tower's restrictions into account, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived, and it's perfect. The order is given to move out, the army of Olympus ready to march. The army begins to mobilize. The ground shakes as the army moves. Agamemnon declares that it's starting now. The word spreads that they are going after a criminal. Let the army of Olympus move out. The order echoes through the ranks. Now, Zeus, king of Olympus, appears to be growing impatient. We are going after a criminal. The hunt begins. The world shifts around them. Debris flies as the chase intensifies. It's really taking forever to go up, he thinks. He's done nothing but hunt for the last 10 days, waiting for the refinement. His stats increase depending on the number of opponents killed, as well as who those opponents were. All stats have increased by 3. There really is a limit to how much he can raise the completion rate here on the 1st floor, he thinks, waiting. A new message arrives from Volcaro. The refinement is finished, and he should come on over. It's beautiful. No matter how many times he looks at it, he doesn't get sick of it. To think he'd get to see such a beautiful light again. He really wants to craft a fully finished product with this. But that's probably not possible. The sound of metal on metal rings through the air. Volcaro pauses in his work. The clang of steel echoes, a sign of unwelcome visitors. His brow furrowed, Volcaro's expression hardens. Grasping the hammer tightly, he mutters under his breath, it had to be today, of all days. The smithy falls silent, but it would have been nice had he gotten just one more day. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder, a heavy tread on the cobblestone streets. He sets down his hammer, preparing for the interruption. The approaching force makes their presence known, their armor glinting in the dim light. One of the soldiers speaks, I didn't think you would be rotting away in such a foul-smelling place. No wonder we couldn't find you till now. The soldier continues, you're disturbing the neighborhood. What business do you guys have here? The lead soldier's tone drips with sarcasm. Surely that's a rhetorical question. Volcaro stands tall, ready to face whatever comes next. One of the soldiers wonders if they're here because of the new player causing a scene, or if they're actually here for a rancor. Another soldier reassures him that a rancor's power is severely restricted on the 1st floor. A soldier scoffs at the idea of catching a rancor. He questions the power restriction. A voice booms, mocking their concerns. The speaker declares he's going to smash all of their heads. The soldier from before notes that the speaker was crippled after being punished by the ruler of the skies. He questions if he can really call himself a rancor while wearing almost nothing. A new voice chimes in, revealing they also have a rancor on their side. The text identifies an Olympus high rancor under the command of Apollo. The speaker questions Chryses. Chryses warns that the penalty is pretty severe for interfering in the matters of the 1st floor. With a fiery aura blazing around him, Chryses declares that it doesn't matter if his opponent is a rancor, since they are one as well. Holding a hammer crackling with blue energy, he remarks that his opponents are good at coming up with sly tactics. His eyes burning with intensity, the high rancor prepares for the coming onslaught. A smirk plays on his lips as Chryses taunts, come at me. From the shadows, a dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce. Unleashing its power, the dark energy slams into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Rising from the chaos, a massive construct of blue energy takes form. Caught in the blast, a figure screams in agony as the blue energy washes over them. The dark energy surges again, intensifying the assault. Completely overwhelmed, the figure is engulfed by the relentless blue energy. With a final, devastating surge, the dark energy explodes, leaving destruction in its wake. Taking the full brunt of the blow, Kim Yuan coughs up blood. His voice laced with disappointment, he says he used to respect him. The words hang heavy in the air as Chryses recalls that despite becoming a rancor thousands of years ago, instead of desiring more power, he followed his creed and wielded his hammer. Orange energy flares as he is struck again. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. Purple energy crackles as he is pummeled with a series of attacks. The onslaught continues, each strike carrying immense power. The relentless assault sends him crashing to the ground. The final blow lands, a devastating surge of purple energy. Chryses grunts with effort. As he lies defeated, Kim Yuan hears that since he attacked players that are from a much lower floor than him, this was his fate. The penalty, he's sure, will be quite severe. Speaking with a tone of respect, Chryses admits that he was telling the truth about respecting Kim Yuan. The weapon glows, and Chryses explains that this is why. With a surge of power, he declares that he does not wish to fight against him. The force of the blow sends him crashing backwards, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The weapon pulses with dark energy as Chryses decides to cut the crap. Energy crackles and arcs, illuminating the battlefield. The attack slams into the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path. The landscape is scarred, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring what's left of the battlefield. The devastation is complete, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Gasping for breath, Kim Yuan curses him. Crying out in pain, Kim Yuan lies defeated as Chryses stands over him, that shield of his radiating an ominous energy. The air crackles, charged with an unseen force. Holding the shield aloft, Chryses declares that it's something he made. The shield's surface ripples, a grotesque visage staring back. Struggling to rise, Yuan grits his teeth, realizing the shield might be a replica, but it's more than enough to bind him while he's exhausted. Raising the shield high, Chryses prepares to strike. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares that it's over. From the shadows, a heavily armored figure finally speaks, his voice laced with anticipation. Looking down at the fallen Yuan, Chryses orders someone to drag this criminal away now. The armored figure watches, his expression unreadable behind the helmet. Clenching his jaw, Chryses declares that he can't let him do that. With a final, decisive strike, Chryses brings the shield down upon the helpless Yuan. His legs crushed beneath him, Kim Yuan can only gasp in pain and confusion. A new voice echoes through the battlefield, belonging to a figure cloaked in red. The newcomer wonders, what brings such wretched folks to an important place such as this? A soldier, clad in golden armor, surveys the scene. He mutters, "Oh, it's just you." From a distance, a soldier wonders, "Isn't that Kim Yuan, the player that achieved a new record in the tutorial?" Another replies, "You mean the newbie player that's been going on a rampage? I was worried that he was a ranker or something." A figure with long auburn hair stands his ground, a shield at the ready. Someone observes, "That guy is the ranker Chryses." The text elaborates, "For two rankers to fight it out in a tiny slum like this, fucking hell. If the fight drags out and an administrator intervenes, Olympus will lose quite a bit of influence on the first floor." From above, a figure calls out, "Hey, what do you think you're doing right now? Did they really need Juicy that badly for the Gigantomachy?" The soldier in gold responds, "Huh. Are you planning on standing there until the petrification wears off, or something? And what if I am?" A soldier stares intently, noticing something has changed. The Aegis artifact pulses with a faint light, its power only usable once per day. Given that it's a replica, the soldiers can't be sure how long the petrification will last. Time is of the essence, they can't afford to waste any more of it. One of the soldiers barks out orders, "What are you guys doing? Kill Yuan and grab the prisoner." Another soldier hesitates, asking if he may speak. The soldier continues, explaining that killing a new player comes with a penalty. The soldier wonders what the penalty is. A soldier is covered in blood, ready to strike. The commanding soldier declares that whoever manages to kill him and bring the prisoner will be rewarded with a management position on the first floor. A soldier is shocked, ready to strike. Another soldier declares he's going to be the one to kill him. With the power of colossal fire added to his arcane sword, he prepares to strike. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. The fire explodes outward, engulfing the battlefield. Caught in the inferno, the enemies scream in agony. One of the soldiers shouts, "Don't get caught up in it." Another voice commands, "Attack him from a distance." His eyes glowing with intense heat, Kim Yuan activates his special ability. Cinder Eyes shows the way. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, he carves a path through the enemy ranks. The blade dances through the air, cutting down anyone who dares to stand in his way. Cinder Eyes resists fire attribute mana. With a final surge of power, he closes in on his target. The enemy cries out as the blade finds its mark. As the dust settles, Yuan stands firm, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, lightning strikes the ground around him, the air crackling with dangerous energy. The blue energy intensifies, forming a sphere around Yuan as the lightning converges. The lightning crashes down, engulfing him in a blinding flash. But before the energy can fully dissipate, crimson flames erupt, countering the attack with overwhelming force. The flames surge forward, engulfing one of the attackers in a searing inferno. A piercing scream echoes through the chamber as the enemy cries out, "So this is all you guys got?" His gaze hardened, Yuan mutters, "Numbers aren't everything, you know." One of the enemies shouts, "Don't falter. Corner him." The remaining enemies surge forward, weapons raised, determined to overwhelm him. One of the enemies exclaims in disbelief, "What the hell?" Some of them are even players that have reached the 10th floor. Another enemy grunts, "I get that he ranked first, beating out Hargan, but..." The hunter's cinder eyes blaze as he takes control of the colossal fire, unleashing its power. Channeling the inferno, he conjures a fire pillar, a testament to his mastery. The flames erupt, engulfing his foes in a searing inferno as their screams echo through the battlefield. Staring into the blaze, one of the masked figures can't believe how strong this new player is. As the flames dance around him, Kim Yuan prepares his next move, a swirling vortex of purple energy gathering in his hand as one of the masked figures asks if he is planning on sleeping. Unleashing the built-up power, a cataclysmic explosion of fire magic rips through the area. The inferno rages on, consuming everything in its path. Despite the onslaught, the enemies retaliate, unleashing their own sun shard magic. Amidst the chaos, one of the figures calls out the name Chryses. From the shadows, a voice inquires about their relationship to Hephaestus. His red eyes gleaming, Chryses emerges, declaring, "I'm his customer." The battle rages on, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. Observing the scene, Chryses wonders aloud if he's meddling in something that involves him. He notes, even with the penalties weighing him down, the man is still a force to be reckoned with. Taking into account his current injuries and the penalties he'll receive when he attacks, it's estimated that he shouldn't be able to attack more than 5 times. Fortunately, this is a good matchup for him, considering his high fire resistance from Cinder Eyes and the Pyromancy Robe. He steels himself, thinking that he can do this. He even survived Sarutra's Flames of Annihilation. As Kim Yuan prepares his next move, Chryses remarks that he seems to have a skill that no typical ranker possesses. The unknown rabbit mask unleashes a torrent of fire, striking the hunter with a blast of sun shard. The flames engulf him, but he stands firm, resisting the intense heat. The sun shard continues to batter him, but his resolve doesn't waver. Activating his skill, Giantification combats against Sun Shard. Thanks to his Cinder Eyes, he resists the Sun Shard's fiery assault. The Sun Shard attack connects, engulfing him in flames. The system informs him he's failed to resist the Sun Shard, and a burn status is inflicted. His body scorched, he grits his teeth. He thinks to himself, if he only had some ice crystals, he could at least raise his resistance. The flames continue to burn as the battle rages on. He wonders if he'll even get a moment to rest, as the unknown rabbit mask unleashes a mana blast. The blue orbs of mana hurtle towards him, promising another devastating impact. The blast connects, sending him flying backwards. Another wave of fire washes over him, pushing him further to his limit. The battlefield is a scene of destruction, scarred by the ongoing conflict. The system message reappears, declaring that he has once again failed to resist the Sun Shard. The burn status intensifies, rising to level 2. He thinks, at this rate, he'll be roasted alive. But the attacks of this caliber must come with a penalty. Another blast sends him reeling, engulfed in flames. Coughing, he struggles to catch his breath. He grits his teeth, that's 2 now. His eyes glow red with determination. If he can just hold out a little longer. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of destruction. Another strike lands, sending debris flying. He coughs again, the flames licking at his skin. His face contorted in pain, he refuses to yield. The onslaught continues, each blow testing his resolve. Smoke and debris fill the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He grunts as the unknown rabbit mask's attack lands, sending sparks flying. Another strike connects, blood splattering as Yuan coughs. The world spins, the workshop blurring around him. His vision narrows, focusing on the debris scattered across the floor. His body hits the ground hard, the impact jarring his already wounded frame. He thinks he might have underestimated his opponent, perhaps because they were on the first floor. Even with his injury and the penalty, the unknown rabbit mask is still ridiculous. He grits his teeth, knowing he can still fight a bit longer, but he doesn't think he can surpass him. He'll have to hold out 2 more times. Looking around, he realizes he was wondering where he flew into. It's Juicy's workshop. He thinks to himself that he sure is lucky. Nearby, he notices a fragment that holds the darkness of Genesis, containing mana with an unending dark property. It's classified as a crafting material. Experiencing a penalty, Chryses will soon understand. The tower stretches into the sky, describing the immense power that flows through the tower. As Apollo's words ring true, Chryses is struck, coughing up blood. As if it were alive, the tower pulses with energy. A power that restricts and suppresses, protecting the sanctity of the lower floors. The tower's will manifests, and this is the penalty as Chryses attacks a soldier. Thanking the soldier for his hard work, the order is given to quickly grab the criminal. Demanding action, the commander barks, ordering his men to see who has died and treat the injured. Pleading with the commander, a soldier begs him to just leave Yuan be. The aftermath of the rampage is visible, the tower's structure heavily damaged. Considering the situation, the soldier in the helmet wonders if sparing him is the right choice. Their mission, it seems, is complete, and they've already broken the tower's laws by causing such a disturbance on the first floor, but the soldier would prefer to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. A flashback begins, showing a burst of power. The energy intensifies, leaving a trail of destruction. A figure moves forward, leaving a trail of blue energy in their wake. The figure, surrounded by a blue aura, is revealed to be Kim Yuan. His power emanates from him, a force to be reckoned with. Back in the present, the red-haired soldier exclaims, "That half-dead bastard." Wait. He questions if they still believe they should spare him. The soldier with the helmet explains that dark attribute mana is a special case, and considering he's half dead, his mana is. The flashback returns, showing Yuan surrounded by blue energy. The soldier assures his superior that they'll take care of him, suggesting he get some rest. His eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Suddenly, the soldiers are on high alert, wondering where he vanished to. One of them cries out, struck by an unseen force. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Another soldier is sent flying, the air cracking with the force of the blow. Standing over the fallen, the protagonist casts a long shadow. Another soldier is blindsided, a fist slamming into his face. The soldier grits his teeth, cursing the fact that petrification can't stop his mind from working. He roars, demanding to know why the others are just standing around watching. The order rings out, a desperate plea to kill him. Finally, the remaining soldiers charge forward, spears leveled. Still surrounded, Yuan gathers a sphere of crackling blue energy in his hand. Unleashing the built-up power, a torrent of raw force explodes outward. The energy rips through the air, leaving trails of shimmering particles in its wake. Caught in the blast, one of the soldiers cries out in agony. Another soldier, reeling from the impact, can barely choke out a sound. Amidst the chaos, the soldier with red hair grits his teeth, knowing there's no time to be impressed. His comrade questions why they aren't taking care of him themselves, but the soldier in the helmet retorts that his role was only to stop Hephaestus. Bloodied and battered, the soldier on the ground manages to whisper, "Relax." The ground trembles as Yuan unleashes another devastating attack. His eyes burning with determination, he intends on seeing things through. The force of the blow sends debris flying, cracking the very earth beneath them. Another soldier is caught in the maelstrom, unable to withstand the sheer power. The air crackles as Chryses arrives, his eyes fixed on the protagonist. Unleashing a torrent of fire, Chryses immediately goes on the offensive. The flames intensify, engulfing the area around Kim Yuan. But a surge of blue energy erupts, slamming into Chryses with incredible force. From the sidelines, an observer notes, controlling mana of two different attributes simultaneously is hard, even for most rankers. Remaining unfazed, Chryses stands his ground. Extending an offer, he asks, "You say your name was Kim Yuan? Why don't you join us? If equipment is what you're after, I promise to give you something far better than what you commissioned a criminal." Responding with a dismissive tone, Yuan states, "Of course, that's not the extent of my goal." The observer remarks, "Besides, I already gave the guy over there my answer. So you rejected it? What a shame." The observer continues, seeing Yuan as a radiant gem, making him want him. Focusing his power, Yuan unleashes a devastating attack. As the dust settles, Chryses smirks, asking if he thinks he can keep fighting. A smirk plays across his lips, hearing such bold words from someone so new to the game. But even so, he knows that in 100 years, he might look back on this day with pride. He remembers bragging about the time he fought Kim Yuan when he first arrived, having faced someone who will surely be a much higher ranker by then. Of course, that'll only be possible if he makes it out of this alive. His eyes narrow, he's prepared to make Chryses perish. A dark energy gathers in his fist, he wonders if they want to take him that badly. If that man doesn't rejoin Olympus, the next Gigantomachy could be prevented. His resolve hardens. In order to prevent that tragedy, he has to endure it. The air crackles with unseen energy. Then, without warning, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the area. The shockwave sends debris flying, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Struggling to maintain his footing, one figure is caught in the blast. Eyes wide with disbelief, a voice whispers, "I knew it. You really are amazing." The devastation continues, another explosion tearing apart the already ravaged landscape. The ground trembles, the air thick with smoke and the stench of ozone. A voice, laced with shock, mutters about the monstrous power on display. The battlefield is a scene of utter ruin, the aftermath of a power never before seen on this floor. The very foundations of the area seem to have been shattered, the air heavy with the residue of unimaginable force. Standing over a fallen figure, one warrior declares, "Ha, ha, it's over." Even from a distance, the sheer force is evident, the speaker marveling that even Kim Yuan couldn't withstand an attack of that magnitude. Unleashing a torrent of power, the masked figure fires a devastating blast of energy. Caught completely off guard, Kim Yuan can only manage a gasp. The force of the blow sends blood flying, coating his face. The masked figure doesn't relent, hammering him with another strike that sends him reeling. His eyes burning with purple energy, the masked figure snarls, "It's not over yet, you brat." His voice dripping with contempt, the masked figure bellows, "Are you not afraid of the penalty?" Another blast of energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. Gasping for air, Kim Yuan is sent hurtling backwards. His voice laced with disdain, the masked figure sneers, "As if I care about the penalty." Gathering power, Sun Ogong prepares to intervene, his eyes blazing with purple light. A surge of energy explodes outwards, slamming into the masked figure. His brow furrowed in concern, Sun Ogong mutters, "You're going a bit too overboard. Why did you show up now of all times?" Gasping for air, the armored figure struggles to speak. Looking up, a voice wonders, "Administrator?" Appearing before them is the administrator of the tower's first floor. With a roar, Agamemnon unleashes a devastating shockwave. The force of the blow sends the administrator of the tower's first floor reeling. Crackling with purple energy, Agamemnon's fists continue their relentless assault. Staggering back, the administrator can only think one thing, "Administrator?" Amidst the chaos, the administrator is caught in the crossfire. Clearly annoyed, the administrator demands, "What do you mean now? Did you think I'd just observe a major guild rampaging on the first floor forever? If you want to fight properly, go up." With a final, earth-shattering strike, Agamemnon brings the hammer down. Despite the overwhelming force, the administrator insists, "Misunderstanding. I never had any intention to fight." Bloodied and battered, Agamemnon declares, "So you bastards are from Olympus." Wiping blood from his helmet, the administrator replies, "Excuse me? Why yes, that's correct, sir. Go tell Zeus loud and clear." Taking a direct hit, Agamemnon grunts in pain. Struck again by an unseen force, he grits his teeth, thinking that he'll pull out his entire stupid beard again. The administrator's lackey stands over him, commenting that he'll have to pass it on to him properly, chuckling that it serves him right. Clutching his head, Agamemnon realizes that with that burned onto his forehead, he'll have to deliver the message exactly to the letter. He thinks to himself, "Stupid, fucking Olympus." The administrator's lackey declares, it's his complete, utter defeat. The air crackles with energy. Struck again, Agamemnon is sent flying. As the energy intensifies, a sinister presence makes itself known. Standing once more, Agamemnon realizes this is dangerous. As a strange energy swirls around him, he wonders if it's trying to consume him while he's weak. Or is it protecting him? The egg returns to hibernation. He wonders, when did he lose consciousness? He struggles to remember. What? A gruff voice breaks through his thoughts. Annoyed, the man says, Jussi, watch your mouth, kid." He asks, "How's your body?" The young man replies, "More or less fine. What about you, Jussi?" The older man sighs, "How long are you going to keep calling me Jussi?" Kim Yuan retorts, "Well, it's not like I can call you Ajuma. You really won't knock it off?" The man scoffs, "Does it matter what I call you after that? TCH, you're really shameless." The man's face is close, clearly annoyed. He says, "TH then. Excuse me? I said thanks. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand me?" A small text box reads, "You only said it twice." Still recovering from the previous events, Yuan grumbles about the quality of something he's holding. Hearing the complaint, Volcaro figures the kid must be embarrassed. Holding up a pickaxe, the man admits, "To tell you the truth, Volcaro isn't my real name. It's Hephaestus. I was a blacksmith for Olympus." Looking over at the kid, Hephaestus asks if he isn't shocked by the revelation. Lying in bed, Yuan replies that he is plenty shocked and asks if the blacksmith is unable to lie or just can't be bothered to. The blacksmith thinks to himself that this kid already knew his true identity, and that's why he first suspected him to be someone from Olympus. Hephaestus is now certain that Yuan is no ordinary player. The blacksmith states, "Well, that's that then. Due to this event, those damn Olympians are going to lay low for a bit. That's why I decided to splurge and rent out a nice, big workshop for a few days." Hephaestus continues, "Favors or misdeeds, I'm someone who always pays back tenfold." The blacksmith says, "Just wait a few days. I'll forge you the best sword." Back in bed, Yuan sits up. Looking at the blacksmith, Yuan smiles. Hephaestus's promise still fresh in his mind, the young hunter begins to stir. He understands the task ahead. He's going to climb the tower, a prospect Volcaro looks forward to. But first, he needs to go to a hospital. After laying down in a hospital all day, he finally feels like he can move better, expecting to fight Olympus somewhere after the 10th floor, but his plans went slightly awry. Olympus won't be able to interfere with the first floor for at least a few years due to the administrator's watch, and his relationship with Jussi is now similar to what it was before his return. He'll have an easier time procuring items now, all of which will play a major factor in the second Gigantomachy. However, this dark divine crystal is especially difficult to handle. Examining the crystal in his hand, the power output is night and day compared to the helm of invisibility that Hades used. Even if it's different from the completed helm of invisibility, he wonders if it's a difference in the user. It feels like something akin to the fountain of his power, especially seeing as how it says, limited. He thinks he probably can't draw out its full power, but still, this gave him an insight as to the true power of the dark divine crystal, which is more of a catalyst that summons power rather than an object that holds power. Starting to get a feel for how to use it, Yuan figures it's time to get going. A new message appears. Hephaestus is telling him to come on over. He really knows how to be right on time. This is quite a large workshop. It must have cost him a pretty penny, he thinks. Surveying the scene, he figures that any item the smith puts real effort into would cost tens of thousands of points, at the very least. And since a portion of all profits that Olympus makes on item sales should be going to him, he might actually be among the top 1% of rankers in terms of wealth. Seeing as how it's quiet, Kim Yuan guesses the work is finished. Hephaestus simply states, "Here, take it." He's the same as always, straight to the point. Inspecting the items, Yuan notes, "I get the sword, but what's this? Open it up." Opening the box, he wonders what could be inside. Hephaestus asks, "Is it a surprise box? Take a closer look, you idiot." Reaching into the box, he wonders what it could be. Feeling the item, it feels smooth, like a glove. The description reads, "Invisible glove. A thin glove made from a special material. It has great mana conductivity. It can be made invisible through the settings." Hephaestus explains that it's been made by mixing in mithril. Hephaestus remarks, "You really catch on quick, huh?" Yuan thinks to himself that it feels like he's not wearing anything, wondering why he even made it, as it wouldn't have been easy to make it invisible, even using expensive mithril. Examining the glove on his hand, it seems to disappear completely. His fingers trace the weapon's surface, noticing a peculiar groove. With a soft click, the sword locks into place. The blacksmith, Hephaestus, leans in, remarking that he doesn't need to explain how to use it, since he didn't have enough time or materials, so he just slapped it together, telling him to use it however he wants. Hephaestus tells him to tell him that after he's checked the sword. With another click, the sword is fully drawn. The weapon gleams, ready for battle. Examining the blade, there isn't a single flaw. Gripping the hilt, he can feel the sharpness of the sword just by holding it in his hand. Hephaestus declares it's absolutely amazing, asking him to name it. The request hangs in the air, a challenge and an invitation. The deep, dark color of the dark divine crystal powder completely envelopes the green color of the mithril and the effects of the sword. Considering the weapon, he decides to name it Edge of Nightfall, a sword of dark night. Having just received the blade, Kim Yuan holds Edge of Nightfall, examining its dark sheen. As the light refracts off the weapon, dust motes dance in the air. Hearing the name, Hephaestus is taken aback. What? A surge of power courses through him as he obtains the Edge of Nightfall. By Hephaestus's will, the Edge of Nightfall becomes bound to him. A sword specialized for the night and dark, composed of a black body. It's an item name given not just according to its appearance, but one that takes the item's effect into account. Edge of Nightfall, a weapon crafted by the blacksmith Hephaestus, made using mithril and the remnants of a special crystal, can accumulate dark mana. The item's mana accumulation, as well as the recovery effects, are completely crazy. It might even be possible to fight infinitely in darkness without tiring out. Grasping the blade, he thinks, this is way more than I expected. The finishing touch to an item is its name, but the shopkeeper seems unsure of what to call it, but at least he looks satisfied with it. Looking at the sword, he thinks, I guess the two fit well together, so whatever. The shopkeeper asks, do you plan on going up now? The shopkeeper confirms, of course, but wonders what the young man intends to do about Olympus. Arms crossed, the shopkeeper scoffs. What does he mean? Do what? He's going to bring them down. From all the way up there, a finger points down. Down to here. The shopkeeper watches him, standing behind the counter. He's determined to see this through. Despite getting caught up in a massive wave, the shopkeeper thinks he doesn't seem all that worried. What an odd kid. He has neither fear nor hesitation. The young man ascends. What a short goodbye, like always. They met again after such a long time. The Edge of Nightfall gleams. The shopkeeper wonders if the sword is made from adamantium. They can barely get a hold of iron. So how? He's told that he lost his sword, and if he's going to face those outer bastards, he'll need this at the very least. Holding out the requested weapon, Kim Yuan is presented with a new sword. A figure size, admitting that he's beat. With a gruff tone, the figure tells someone not to nag him and to just take it already. As he grips the sword tightly, he reflects that he had essentially given him his heart. Overlooking a sprawling city, a figure in a red cloak stands tall. A voice echoes, stating that it was nice seeing him again. The Colosseum looms in the distance. Inside a brightly lit office, screens display various data. A Colosseum test examiner named Shuri hums a tune. Kim Yuan, a new player, entered the first floor just 12 days ago. He holds a strange, rectangular object. According to the display, he set a historic new record in the tutorial, and his potential is rated as S rank. Sitting back in her chair, Shuri muses that Hargan was quite fun to watch because of how skilled he was, but this guy, Kim Yuan, managed to get first place by surpassing him. A close-up reveals her sharp gaze. The text indicates that to come alone to a test when you can participate as a team suggests that there's no one that can rival him on this floor. Shuri notes that it is an indestructible place that can handle even rankers fighting. The text encourages him to go buck wild. The Colosseum looms. This is the first floor testing site, Colosseum. The text explains that this is a test that measures one's strength, an essential quality of a warrior, and a simple test where you just have to take down your opponent. Looking at the ranking board, he realizes that Ogong is in first place. Compared to his previous record, it's far too high. His record back then was round 12, and there's another familiar name here. Hargan reached round 16, a pretty high record. That's probably a record higher than what it was prior to his return. The king's lightning glove must have been like wings for him, letting him soar high. Drawing his blade, he prepares for the challenge ahead. He doesn't know what floor he's on right now, but he'll get there soon enough. As the system activates, the test will now start. The system prompts him to defeat his opponent, in a test where no one has seen the end. As he can obtain a bigger reward the more enemies he defeats, his eyes glow with determination. Any player that seeks to become a ranker always challenges their limit here. A hulking figure emerges, ready to test his strength. Its red eyes burning with malice, the monster prepares to strike. A monstrous roar echoes through the Colosseum, signaling the start of the test. Unleashing its brute strength, the creature lunges forward with a devastating downward strike. Its red eyes burning with savage intent, the monster is a terrifying sight to behold. Summoning his skill, Arcane Sword, Kim Yuan prepares to meet the challenge head-on. With a burst of speed, he counters the monster's attack with a precise and powerful sword strike. The blade connects, sending a shockwave of energy through the monster's body. Staggering backward, the monster reels from the force of the blow. The impact resonates through the arena. As the dust settles, Yuan stands victorious, the system announcing that Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased by 0.008%. The system declares that he has passed the test of the first floor. Holding his sword firmly, he awaits the next challenge. But he knows this is only the beginning. The system prompts him, asking if he would like to challenge the next trial, and he accepts. Having accepted the challenge, the words appear before him. You have chosen to challenge the next trial, starting the second trial. Elsewhere, the administrator watches with keen interest. She muses, she wasn't all that impressed by him cutting down a few orcs since Hargan managed to do the same. But isn't this a historic moment? He's even faster than Sun Ogong, who holds the titles, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and Victorious Fighting Buddha. Back in the arena, the battle continues. Cutting down his foes, he presses on. The rounds keep coming, and he continues to fight. Each wave more challenging than the last, but he remains unfazed. The text notes, he's fighting without even taking a break. The rounds progress, and in order to reserve his stamina and mana, he's not even using any proper skills. Round after round, he's paying no heed to the trial at hand. He's looking at a place much further away. It seems, he's aiming to surpass the high rankers' records. The trial continues, now entering rounds 14 and 15. A voice echoes, asking if he would like to challenge the next trial. His hand clenches as he accepts the challenge. The system announces that Cinder Eyes will control Colossal Fire, a skill involving a colossal sword. Unleashing a surge of power, Kim Yuan initiates his attack. But something blocks it, leaving him wondering if his attack was truly stopped. He decides it's time to stop holding back. Gathering his strength, he prepares for another strike. A system message appears, explaining that his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. Though his proficiency is low, and due to his low constitution, partial gigantification will occur. Channeling the giant's power, he unleashes a devastating blow. The attack continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Finally, the attack connects with tremendous force. Armor shatters, the force of the blow sending fragments flying in all directions. A close-up reveals the extent of the damage, the once imposing helmet now little more than scrap. The dust settles, revealing the defeated warrior sprawled on the ground, while the victor stands tall, his silhouette framed against the fading light. Struggling to his feet, the blonde warrior grits his teeth. This is my second loss ever. Despite the sting of defeat, he offers a begrudging compliment. That blonde fellow was also really strong. He continues, acknowledging the hunter's tenacity. He was the first opponent that continued to get up no matter how many times he was cut and pierced. It was a pretty even fight, but you're much stronger. The defeated warrior offers a final thought. What an empty compliment. In the end, you would have been the winner, but I'm still grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to fight and have fun again. As the warrior speaks his final words, a familiar notification appears, confirming that he has leveled up, his strength, dexterity, and constitution all increasing. The hunter stands amidst the fading light, having achieved the same record as Ogong. He reflects on his accomplishment. Finally, I'm at the 20th trial that no one could clear. A system message appears, posing a question. Would you like to challenge the next trial? With his strength, dexterity, and constitution all increasing by 1 point, the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate also sees a boost. Having finally cleared the 19th trial, he realizes he's now at the 20th, a level no one else has managed to pass. The system wastes no time, immediately asking if he'd like to challenge the next trial. With only 30 seconds to respond before being automatically transported to the next floor, he grumbles about the lack of time to rest. Reflecting on the situation, he figures being in the Colosseum would be meaningless if they gave them plenty of time to rest. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he resigns himself to the situation. The air shimmers with particles. The countdown timer visible before him, he steels himself for the next challenge. The system confirms his choice to challenge the next trial. The final trial begins. A powerful mana and killing intent fills the air. It's enough to give anyone goosebumps. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kim Yuan wonders if something is about to emerge. The system announces the arrival of the final trial's boss. The air crackles with energy. The system reiterates the appearance of the final trial's boss. A monstrous presence hisses, revealing itself. Before he can react, the boss's attack sends Kim Yuan flying backwards. The force of the blow is immense. Gasping, he coughs up blood from the unseen impact. Struggling to maintain his footing, he's pushed back relentlessly. A powerful strike comes crashing down. The force of the blow sends him reeling backwards, his body a ragdoll against an unseen enemy. A hand reaches out, grasping for purchase in the chaos. A figure with long white hair grits their teeth, seemingly in pain. He recalls the sensation, being struck by that bastard's tail, knocked out, eliminated. It had enough health on his level to survive, but for most people, that would have been an instant kill. A voice echoes, acknowledging that it's the final trial, but questioning why it's on the first floor. Are they sure they didn't mistake it for a similar creature? Someone calls out to Yuan. His eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He thinks to himself, it only had a single head and tail, but it was definitely that thing. A snake with 8 heads large enough to cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines, a being that was close to a mythical or demonic beast, or even a dragon. He continues, and an ancient shard of an outer god. It should have been sealed long ago by Susanoo, for it to really be here. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, damn administrators, they really just do whatever they want, huh? A screen displays the challenge ahead. Defeat the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi. The monstrous head of the dragon looms, a purple-scaled nightmare with teal fins. The sheer scale of the beast becomes apparent, dwarfing the surrounding structures. Its eyes burn with malevolent intent, promising a brutal fight. A deafening roar rips through the air, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Kim Yuan launches himself at the colossal head. He grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. With my current body, one mistake, and I'm done. His attack connects, but the dragon barely seems to notice. Another earth-shattering roar echoes as the dragon retaliates. Undeterred, he continues his assault, dodging the sweeping tail. Each strike is met with resistance, the dragon's scales proving incredibly durable. Debris rains down as the battle intensifies. The massive serpent looms, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light. One of the Orochi's heads descends, closing in with terrifying speed. The monstrous head lunges, its jaws wide, ready to crush him. Another strike comes, a blinding flash of power. Dodging the onslaught, he realizes something is off. There's no actual substance to your attacks. He grips his weapon, eyes narrowing. The Orochi I knew didn't act like this. Drawing power from a crystal, he prepares to strike back. The Orochi hisses, its voice a chilling rasp. Too shallow. He clicks his tongue, ready to counter. Unleashing the crystal's energy, he aims for the head. The crystal's power surges, striking true. The monstrous head of the Yamato no Orochi unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. The force of the attack sends him hurtling backwards, Kim Yuan struggling to maintain his footing. Despite the setback, he presses forward, launching another attack against the colossal beast. The Orochi retaliates with a swift counter, its massive form a blur of motion. Once again, the hunter is sent flying, the impact jarring him to his core. The text reads, looking at it this way, this is an impossible trial. The Orochi continues its relentless assault, its power seemingly insurmountable. The text reads, but the tower never gives an unbeatable trial. The text reads, I need to find it. The text reads, that thing that should have remained on Orochi's body. Elsewhere, a figure stands in a grand hall, her expression unreadable. The text reads, why? He stopped attacking for a while now, leaving the battlefield in an eerie silence. But before he can catch his breath, an unseen force slams into him, sending him hurtling backwards. Someone observes that he's already achieved a pretty unbelievable achievement. Elsewhere, a figure in a grand hall declares that they've found it. Staggered by the blow, Kim Yuan can only manage a confused what. Before he can recover, one of the Orochi's heads slams into him with devastating force. But the monstrous serpent suddenly recoils, as if struck by an unseen attack. A guttural hiss escapes it, writhing in pain. The figure's words echo, confirming that they are really here. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he's sent hurtling backwards. From a distance, a voice wonders, is he actually aiming for the small indent near its heart? The only place without a scale. The text booms, Orochi's soul reverse scale? Closing the distance in a flash, Kim Yuan strikes with a blade of pure green energy. The attack lands, sending shockwaves through the arena. Focusing his power, he prepares to strike again. His eyes burning with determination, Yuan channels all of his energy. Unleashing a devastating blow, the energy explodes outwards. The Orochi roars in agony. The attack connects, engulfing the Orochi in a blinding explosion of light. The strike lands with devastating force, the Orochi's roar echoing through the tower. A primal scream of agony, the sound reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the floor. The sword plunges deeper, a searing green light erupting from the point of impact. Writhing in torment, the monstrous serpent thrashes wildly, its immense body contorting in a desperate attempt to dislodge the blade. The sound of the Orochi's pain is deafening. Watching the scene unfold, a figure clenches their fist, hardly believing what they're witnessing. The text speaks of a sinister snake, capable of covering mountains and ravines, wielding strange spells and enchantments. The legend continues, telling of the one who silenced this calamity, the high-ranker Susanoo, who nearly annihilated an entire floor of the tower. It was Susanoo who inflicted a wound that could never be erased, creating the only reverse scale on the Orochi. A reenactment of a legend. A fist clenches, the sound echoing in the chamber, as someone refuses to believe what's happening, declaring it unprecedented. The narration speaks of a sinister snake, a creature of immense size and power, capable of using strange spells and enchantments. It's said that the one who silenced this calamity, who almost annihilated an entire floor of the tower, was the high-ranker Susanoo, who used an indestructible magical sword with the power to seal beings. The sword inflicted a wound that could never be erased, becoming the only reverse scale on Orochi, a reenactment of a legend. the legend comes to life. A system message declares that the 8th head of Yamada no Orochi has been defeated, and someone has leveled up, their heaven-slaying star's completion rate increasing. More system messages appear, announcing increases to strength, dexterity, and constitution, confirming that the final trial has been passed. A notification confirms that the achievement is recorded in the Colosseum. Having leveled up in the 19th test, he reflects on how difficult it is to level up even once through a normal hunt, especially starting at level 60. Only 31 levels stand between him and level 100. He's leveling up faster than he thought he would. Kim Yuan considers the tower's trials. Described as having swift, sneaky movements that hide her presence, a female elf carries 6 swords on her back and waist. The test examiner of the first floor is revealed to be Shuri. Someone wonders if she knows about Yamada no Orochi or the reverse scale. Knowing that the tower doesn't give impossible tests, he looked around carefully, thinking the difficulty was too intense even for a final trial. And with that, he found an answer. Someone wonders about her eyes, asking if they are the golden cinder eyes, but the answer is no, not yet. Cinder eyes and gigantification. A player that has the skills of 2 top high rankers. Tower Administrator Shuri wonders aloud if he hails from Olympus, the heavenly realm, or perhaps is even the great sage's successor. Accepting any of those possibilities, Kim Yuan is assured that test examiners aren't allowed to reveal the contents of a test or any information on the participating players. Extending a hand, Shuri offers an additional reward from the administrator. The reward was meant for a player who passed every trial on the first floor. Admitting the truth, Shuri never thought a day would come where he'd get to give someone this sword, especially after seeing Orochi. But finally, the rightful owner of the sword has appeared, and he suggests that Kim Yuan check it out, because even he doesn't know what it is. Inspecting the blade, Kim Yuan wonders if it's defective. The sword fragment is identified as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, a piece of the sword used by Susanoo to seal Yamada no Orochi, and it needs to be pieced back together to regain its original power. If he has a problem with his reward, Shuri offers to speak with the administrator, but Kim Yuan insists that everything is fine. A message appears, declaring this to be just a bonus reward, with the real reward still waiting. More messages appear, announcing that all stats have increased by 2, and that he has obtained the Tatsuka no Tsurugi fragment and Orochi's 8th heart. The Orochi's 8th heart is shown, described as the 8th heart of Orochi, separated after being sealed by Susanoo, and possessing a powerful poison. A warning accompanies the heart, explaining that it has a powerful poison and can't be consumed by normal means. It's also noted that if the poison can be neutralized, it's a great elixir that even high rankers would desire. As a reward, Shuri congratulates him, stating that it's an item that's hard to put a price tag on. She offers a word of advice, warning him not to just consume it. He thanks her for the advice. Looking at his hand, he wonders what to do next. Suddenly, a message appears, indicating that the egg is reacting and expressing hunger. He wonders what's going on. Another message appears, stating that the egg is showing its form. A strange presence fills the air, and he wonders what it is. He sees the egg, but realizes it hasn't hatched yet. The words echo in his mind, then shows its form would mean. A strange energy fills the space, a silent precursor to the change about to come. Tendrils of purple and blue energy pulse outwards, a visual echo of the power now stirring within him. The energy intensifies, illuminating the space with an eerie glow. The air crackles with unseen force, a symphony of power building to a crescendo. Watching from afar, Shuri wonders, how did this thing enter an area protected by the tower's power? The energy continues to surge, a visual testament to the egg's insatiable hunger. A desperate plea cuts through the building tension. Wait. Kim Yuan struggles against the encroaching darkness, pleading, please wait a minute. A stark message flashes. Egg has started feasting on Orochi's 8th head. The egg's power grows exponentially, consuming everything in its path. The question hangs in the air, is it eating the corpse? The landscape writhes with ominous energy, the air thick with the presence of unseen horrors. A voice cuts through the tension, laced with disbelief. I've never seen anything like this. What is this thing? The speaker continues, since you have rights over the corpse, I won't intervene anymore. But is this also one of your abilities? A response comes, terse and measured. It's something similar-ish. The first voice replies, honestly, I'm not so sure either. The air crackles with energy as the egg continues its strange consumption, the ominous eyes of the surrounding creatures watching with silent intensity. The first voice asks, are you full? The egg nods its head, and then it starts singing. Kim Yuan observes the scene. The egg, despite looking like an abomination, is acting like a child. The first voice wonders, what is this thing? The text explains, the egg, which showed no response until now, suddenly appeared. Does that mean? The egg falls asleep. The egg's incubation rate has increased. The sudden change prompts the elf-like warrior to ask, what was that? She admits, yes, a little bit. The warrior had assumed he was Ogong's successor, but after seeing that power, she isn't so sure anymore. The warrior thinks to herself, there's no way the heavenly realm would be hiding such a sinister power. Turning to Yuan, she says, you seem to have a lot of secrets. I promise not to share any of what went on here. She continues, and I hope I'll hear news of you making it far up. The warrior reflects. It's still the same, her habit of saying goodbye to people who pass the test. A memory surfaces, showing a fallen warrior. She was inflexible but just, as well as a beautiful and strong warrior. The elf-like warrior extends her hand, ready to part ways. As they shake hands, she says, "It was nice meeting you." The scene shifts to a view of the arena, the rankings displayed for all to see. The board shows Kim Yuan in first place, followed by Sun Ogong. The Hercules ranking board displays the latest results. A new name has risen to the top. Whispers spread like wildfire. The first floor ranking, unchanged for over 1,000 years, has finally been disrupted. Confirmation ripples through the crowd. It's the same challenger who dominated the tutorial. The news sparks further speculation. Could another monster like Ogong have entered the tower? Is he a pureblood? And where did he come from? Some believe he hails from a place called Earth, a realm unknown to many. A figure clad in ancient armor reflects on the recent upheaval, noting that in every test, he keeps being the first to do something. The armored figure's potential is recognized. He might even become a ranker in a few decades. A new challenge looms, the 9th test, the labyrinth. The labyrinth stretches out, a complex network of paths and mysteries. An explosion rocks the labyrinth, shattering the stone. A figure emerges from the dust, ready to face the trials ahead. The labyrinth awaits, its secrets and dangers yet to be revealed. The system congratulates him, announcing that he's cleared the 9th floor's labyrinth test and established a new path. Reflecting on the labyrinth he just conquered, he realizes he opened up multiple new exits, making the test about finding the correct path, and he worries about the difficulty for future challengers. Knowing it was unavoidable, he accepts that this was necessary to receive a good reward. A thought crosses his mind. It's about time he went and saw him. "It's been a month, right, Ajusi?" He states he came to grab the thing he left with him. The grizzled blacksmith pauses in his work, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he considers something. Bathed in the workshop's fiery glow, Kim Yuan stands calmly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Turning to face the younger man, Hephaestus remarks, "It's been a month, right, Ajusi?" The blacksmith, clearly annoyed, retorts, again with the Ajusi. "You're so shameless. Wait right there. I'm almost done." Sparks fly as Hephaestus hammers away at his project. Hephaestus looks up, a question forming on his face. The blacksmith asks, "Are you not hot?" Kim Yuan simply replies, "I am hot." The blacksmith thinks to himself. He looks like he's completely fine even though it's incredibly hot inside the workshop. How high is his fire resistance? Kim Yuan states, "Anyway, it looks like the 9th floor's test took you about 10 days. What took you so long?" Amidst the fiery glow of the forge, Yuan wonders what Hephaestus has done now. Demanding an explanation, Hephaestus insists that he be told immediately, unless Yuan doesn't want to receive the thing he commissioned. The blacksmith explains that it's not like the labyrinth, which must only have a single exit, and that it took him some time to establish new paths. Hephaestus wonders, how come he doesn't do anything the normal way, musing that he must have done something crazy again to receive more clear rewards, and now he's curious what he'll do for the next test. Yuan says with a laugh that he'll come back and tell him more later, wondering if this is also something he needs for the next test. Holding up the blade, Hephaestus admits that he's never made a weapon like this before, one with such poor mana conductivity. The nameless sword is described as a sword made of various materials. Its mana conductivity is terrible, but the blade is well sharpened, and it could be useful for butchering. Hephaestus explains that it has the worst mana conductivity possible, but that bad mana conductivity also means that it has strong resistance against mana, which is why he crafted it primarily with materials used for armor, probably made with minerals like phale, tar, and obsidian. Holding the sword, Yuan thinks that with the worst mana conductivity, this is his worst failure, but that, per his request, it turned out pretty successfully, activating the skill Arcane Sword. However, the skill failed to activate, as an unknown power is blocking mana, though Yuan thinks that it's good, and better than he expected. Yuan states that he likes it, while Hephaestus thinks that it was a pretty fun challenge for him. Hephaestus wonders who would have thought to make a weapon out of materials suited for armor. Asgardian bills rain down on the smith, who seems less than pleased by the gesture. Yuan figures he'll be in trouble if he gets used to free stuff. A smirk plays on his lips, already looking forward to the next challenge. Turning back, he promises Hephaestus that he'll return. The workshop portal shimmers in the distance, beckoning him closer. The record of passing the 9th floor's test confirmed, and having paid to use the portal, Yuan prepares to move on. A screen prompts him to select his destination, finally reaching the double-digit floors. With a determined gaze, he steps forward. The portal's interface confirms his qualification, requesting transport to the 10th floor, the martial realm. Bolts of energy crackle around him, signaling the start of his journey. The teleportation intensifies, surrounding him with vibrant light. The world shifts, and he finds himself in a new, vibrant landscape. Welcome to the martial realm, the starting point of the 10th floor, martial city of the northern region. The martial realm, a giant continent surrounded by ocean, awaits. Here, the strong rule, and the ecosystem reflects that. Unlike the other floors, the test on the 10th floor begins as soon as you arrive, and schools are already recruiting. One recruiter shouts, "If you are a fellow that uses the sword, come to the house of the gentleman's sword. Another proclaims, the school of heavy steel is a place to train your body as hard as steel. There is no better martial art than ours to learn to climb the tower. A third school advertises, our martial school. It is a test where you have to clear the test of a martial arts school by learning their martial arts. Observing the scene, it's like a chaotic marketplace. Someone approaches him. Hello, young man. Is this your first time in the martial realm? Judging by your outfit, you look like you have quite the skills. The man continues, do you by chance use the sword? Another recruiter calls out, this must be fate. You must join our school of the Sapphire Sword. The first recruiter finishes his thought. Our school is. The founding of the school of the Sapphire Sword predates the tower itself, and while major martial schools probably have no interest in a place like this, they wouldn't be actively seeking out people like him. That's why the school of the Sapphire Sword. The green-haired recruiter asks if he's even listening. Offering a polite refusal, Yuan explains that he already has a martial school in mind. His eyes narrowing, the recruiter demands to know if he just looked down on him and his school. Though that wasn't really his intention, Yuan admits that he's not exactly wrong. The recruiter scoffs, telling him that he looks like a scarecrow and shouldn't just say whatever he wants when he clearly got here by luck. Raising his sword, the recruiter asks if he doesn't know how great their school of the Sapphire Sword is. Looking annoyed, Yuan admits he got caught up in something annoying. Demonstrating his strength to a player that's new to the floor, the recruiter thinks, isn't a bad way for a small school to attract attention. The recruiter asks if he's not afraid of the penalty, adding that it won't be good for their school's image, messing with a player that just arrived on the floor. The recruiter huffs, admitting that might be the case, but there are still rules in the martial realm, and he can't let his school's name be tarnished. Now, it's too late for him to beg, the recruiter declares, but Yuan clarifies that he has no intention of begging for forgiveness, and since he insists, he guesses he has no choice. Having thoroughly defeated the recruiter, Kim Yuan stands tall, his sword still drawn. A low growl escapes him. He dares the young hunter to come at him. The blade hovers, a testament to the swiftness of the recent clash. His face contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief, the recruiter struggles to comprehend his defeat. Whispers ripple through the crowd, one voice identifying the kneeling figure as Yang Wonol, a member of their school. They wonder what he's doing here. The other members of the Sapphire Sword School look on, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. They discuss the head of the Sapphire Sword's greed for outsiders, speculating that Yang Wonol was sent to recruit more members, and questioning why he's on his knees. The foot of the young hunter presses down. Yang Wonol remains kneeling, utterly humiliated in front of his peers. His face twisted in rage, Yang Wonol curses his defeat. He vows revenge if he ever meets that son of a bitch again. 10 days have passed since he arrived on the 10th floor. The distance is proving to be a challenge, as he thinks to himself, realizing he's already traveled over 4,000 kilometers in that time. The problem with the martial realm is the lack of convenient transportation. Forced to rely on his own 2 feet, he knows there's no good method of transportation, so you have to run everywhere. Gazing at the landscape, he realizes this must be empty heaven. It looks like he's almost there, and he resolves to hurry up. The forest stretches out before him, ancient trees clawing at the sky. Each step is deliberate, the ground soft beneath his boots. He continues deeper, the air growing heavy with anticipation. A voice echoes in his mind, revealing that there are about 20 people in the vicinity. The speaker continues, noting that they are not only a large group, but each of them is skilled. The air crackles with unseen energy, confirming that empty heaven is indeed a den of monsters. A voice calls out, questioning his presence, asking if he came knowing what this place is. The voice continues, requesting that he not be on such high alert, asserting that they are not an enemy, and that this place is empty heaven of the western region. He presses on, his senses on high alert, knowing that danger could be lurking around any corner. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if this is also the base of the heavenly demonic cult. A voice echoes out, questioning who he is and why he's here, adding that he doesn't look lost. The voice continues, asking if he came knowing what this place is, and warns him not to be on such high alert, claiming he's not an enemy. He realizes this place is empty heaven of the western region. He wonders if this is also the base of the heavenly demonic cult, questioning if he's wrong. He thinks back. He recalls there was a similar situation with the jackals before, but this can't be compared to back then. The heavenly demonic cult. It's a martial school that has long opposed the Martial Artists Alliance, the alliance of the great martial clans. Though they are now unable to leave empty heaven, they are still worthy of being called the greatest martial arts school. Guang Hammock, a pureblood of the heavenly demonic cult, traveled up to the 40th floor. Judging by his presence, he doesn't seem like just some nobody. The cult member asks, "What floor player are you? If you wish to join the cult, tell us your floor, name, and prove your skills." That's not it. With a determined look, Kim Yuan declares, "I, player Kim Yuan, wish to take the heavenly demonic cult's test." Kim Yuan states his intentions. The heavenly demonic cult's test will now start. It's been a long time since they've had a player that wanted to take their test. Seeing as how he's traversed all the way here, the cult member speaks. The cult member continues, "I take it that you know why players avoid our cult's test? Isn't it because the passing rate is low?" The cult member looms over Kim Yuan. Looking down at Kim Yuan, The cult member says there has not ever been a single player to pass their cult's test. The cult member explains, that's how the unspoken rule has come to be. Never take the heavenly demonic cult's test. A martial school incapable of recruiting new players, except by accepting. The cult member's words echo in his mind, that even the most powerful players from higher floors have failed here. Their force is waning. The cult member leads the way. Following closely behind, Yuan enters the barrier. He tries to resist the barrier's effects, but the pull is strong. Having failed to resist, Yuan is now fully inside. The barrier shifts, resetting the path ahead. Entering a new area, a warning flashes before his eyes. If you leave the predetermined path, you will fall under the status effect. Hallucination. The path looks entirely different than before, and Yuan realizes he has to find the correct way out of dozens of paths. He knows he must be careful, for even a single wrong step will leave him completely lost. The cult member's voice echoes, that except for the heavenly demon, no one will be able to find him, so he should be extra careful and follow them. Looking around, Yuan wonders where the cult member went, as he was right here until a second ago. The cult member is nowhere to be seen, leaving Yuan alone. The forest is thick with mist, the path ahead obscured. Twisting and turning, the trees seem to watch him. Activating his skill, Cinder Eyes illuminates the path ahead with an eerie blue glow. A strange, red figure appears in the distance, its form indistinct and shrouded in mist. He thinks to himself that he's had to pick a path over 10 times now. Wondering, how far does this road go? The forest remains silent. The only sound is the rustling of leaves. He grits his teeth, determined to find the correct path. Coming to a crossroads. The red figure is seen again, further down one of the paths. Activating Cinder Eyes once more, the skill reveals that both paths are real. Reasoning that since neither are fake paths, he won't fall prey to the barrier's effect, but there should be a correct answer. Sensing something amiss, he pauses, an exclamation forming on his lips. There's wind coming from the left path, he realizes. He continues forward, his figure receding into the misty forest. Each step echoes, the sound bouncing off the trees. The forest seems to breathe, the mist swirling around him. The more he walks, the more his environment is changing. The path ahead transforms, revealing a structured, almost artificial setting. The trees give way to walls, the forest replaced by stone. The air grows heavy, the scent of something ancient filling his nostrils. Dust motes dance in the artificial light, illuminating the path forward. He stands at the threshold, the living legend of the martial realm. An ancient high ranker, who was alive even before the martial realm entered the tower. A voice echoes, noting his arrival. A message appears, declaring that he has passed the heavenly demon's first test. Despite the room being closed, Yuan notices a breeze. He realizes he's probably not in the tiny room he thinks he's in. A voice explains that this is also part of the test. The voice continues, revealing that it was all part of the plan from the start. The voice wonders what kind of test would only require him to comfortably follow someone, guessing that he was being observed even before he entered the barrier. The voice acknowledges that he's a kid who at least knows how to find his own way, asking at what point he figured it out. The environment begins to shift. The change intensifies. A message confirms that he passed. He now finds himself in a forest. Finding no test result window, Yuan wonders if the question was part of the test. Perhaps he should be happy he gained a little interest. Sighing, he figures he's going to have a rough time pleasing this Ajusi. Thinking to himself, some martial schools claim that there's a demon living in the heavenly demonic cult. Amidst the bustling village, Yuan thinks that it was all nonsense, just a normal village. Suddenly, a voice booms. How are you here? Hearing the voice, Yuan wonders if it would be tiresome to tell him the truth about how he met the heavenly demon, and that he just walked here quickly. Turning to face the speaker, he asks, well, does it matter how I got here? Thinking to himself, he'll be on his way since he's tired from the long journey, guessing that the famous heavenly demonic cult at least provides lodging for its testees. The man questions how it's even possible, never having heard of an outsider making their way through the barrier. He explains that even someone like him, who's been a part of the cult for 50 years, can only go through the memorized path. The other man listens intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Yuan is seen in a bathhouse, his face obscured by his hands. He sighs, seemingly exhausted. Silence fills the air as he contemplates his next move. It's really small. A voice muses that if the test was even a little bit easier, they'd be flooded with people who want to join the cult, and they'd become much more affluent by trading a lot with other worlds. Submerged in the water, Yuan thinks that the man surely has his reasons. A disembodied voice states, they can't tell what's here yet. The voice continues, what they're sure of is that what's coming here won't be a dud, as the egg twitches and feels cozy. As Yuan continues his journey, a mysterious text appears, mentioning an egg and someone who hasn't been sitting still since he arrived at the heavenly demonic cult's territory. The group wonders what awaits them on the 10th floor, the heavenly demonic cult's test. It's said to be incredibly difficult, some even claiming it's impossible, but if the rumors are true, the rewards are immense. The heavenly demon departed from this world in the first half of the war, leaving behind a legacy. Because it was before Kronos' clock movement was created, they have no information they can obtain. The only choice they have is to go at it headfirst. When it comes to the martial realm, The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is where it's at. Whether it's Shaolin or the Namgung clan, the reward is good, but winning is easier said than done. Someone wonders, is there anyone here that hasn't managed to win in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Someone asks, are you trying to pick a fight with me right now? Surveying the battlefield from his perch, the tournament weighs heavily on his mind. He wonders why they would keep something like that from him. He asks himself, who held it, and why such a fun thing always existed. Someone warns, he shouldn't have just gone up to the next floor. He shouts, he didn't know. A scream echoes as the battle rages on. He thinks to himself, why was he the only one in the dark about it? With his personality, he couldn't stand that he missed out on the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but he can't tell what's here yet. Relaxing in a bath, he reflects on the day's events. He thinks he's sure that coming here won't be a dud. The egg twitches, feeling cozy. It is an egg. There is no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of the egg, or when it will hatch, but ever since he arrived at the heavenly demonic cult's territory, this guy hasn't sat still at all. Approximately 1 month ago, a few days after clearing the first floor coliseum. On the second floor, the egg pulses with energy, becoming many times bigger than it originally was. It's a mysterious egg with the mark of an outer god. He feels a strange certainty after seeing it gobble up Orochi, an old fragment of them. It might actually be the egg of an outer god. Dozens of eyes and sharp fangs. Will this thing look like that when it hatches? No, he can't guess even after having fought against them for such a long time. Outer gods don't have a predetermined form. They're enigmatic. Its head shows the reflection of one's emotions like fear. If they were here, he could have at least consulted them. The egg shakes. Do I let this thing live or die? Seeing as how you're responding only after I contemplated killing or sparing you, it's real. Have you been ignoring me even though you could hear me? You bitch. Staring intently at the egg, he can't help but wonder what it's thinking. Preparing himself for whatever might happen, Yuan acknowledges that he has no choice. Suddenly, the egg is in shock, reacting to something. As if bracing for impact, the egg tenses. A piercing sound erupts, the egg screams. Back in the room, the air is thick with anticipation. But then, nothing seems to happen. Again, the egg braces, preparing for something unknown. He wonders, does it recognize him as its master? Deciding to hold back for now, Yuan resolves to simply observe. Suddenly, the scene shifts, now on the 10th floor. And now, the egg feels cozy at peace. Submerged in the steaming water, the egg bobs gently. As if responding to a question, it bobs its head. Noticing the egg's reaction, he wonders if it's finally responding. But as quickly as it stirred, the egg falls back into a deep slumber. A month passes in the blink of an eye, and he sighs, wishing the egg would at least give him a hint about its origins. Lost in thought, he ponders the connection between the outer gods and the heavenly demonic cult. A sudden realization washes over him, and he hopes he hasn't walked into a tiger's den. The scene shifts to the next day, at the heavenly demonic cult. Inside the cult's meeting hall, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation, as today's meeting promises an interesting topic for discussion. The news spreads quickly. A challenger has emerged, the first since Cheonjaryong, some 34 years ago. The Heavenly Lord Fist Lord listens intently, as the others discuss the challenger. One of the members expresses his frustration, questioning if they don't know about him, and that they are too deeply rooted to MT Heaven. But the Heavenly Lord Fist Lord asks who this Kim Yuan fellow is. Continuing from the previous discussion, the Heavenly Lord Fist Lord demands to know who this Kim Yuan is, showing his impatience. Clearing his throat, the Heavenly Lord Sword Lord explains that Yuan has been topping the rankings of each floor since the tutorial. Scoffing, the Fist Lord finds it hard to believe at face value, suggesting that rumors are bound to get blown out of proportion. Concluding the discussion, the Sword Lord suggests that they meet this fellow, implying a desire to assess Yuan personally. Elsewhere, the Spear Lord is addressed by name. With a gesture, he listens intently. His subordinates approach, ready to carry out his orders. They move with purpose, their footsteps echoing in the hall. Responding with unwavering loyalty, the subordinates affirm their commitment to the Spear Lord's commands. From a bird's eye view, the scene shows the subordinates mobilizing, ready to execute their mission. They advance, their movements precise and coordinated. Finally, one of the subordinates steps through a doorway, ready to fulfill the Spear Lord's orders. The two figures stand in what appears to be a meeting room, discussing the situation at hand. One observes that, even in front of the heavenly lords of the heavenly demonic cult, he doesn't look one bit nervous. The scene shifts to a grand hall, filled with members of the heavenly demonic cult. An abstract background, suggesting a shift in perspective. Someone remarks that he sure has a lot of guts. A close-up of Kim Yuan, highlighting his resolve. The grand hall is shown again, with the focus on the figure who passed the Lord's first test. A figure with a sword steps forward, asking for the opportunity to test him first, hoping the rumors aren't exaggerated. Someone apologizes for interrupting, but states they have a request for the 4 heavenly lords. The vice captain of the Black Tempest squad, Cheonjaryong, is introduced. Another abstract background, further emphasizing the shift in perspective. The figure with the sword reiterates, asking if he could be given the opportunity to test him first. The heavenly demonic cult gathers to discuss the challenger. A test, they say, but what do they all think? The elder responds, thanking them for their input. Seeing as how the penalty's flowing just from him showing hostility against me, the elder is impressed. The elder continues, he must be pretty strong. The elder muses, he might be a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, Cheon Jaryong considers that this doesn't appear to be an official test of the cult. The elder thinks to himself, that's true. There cannot be a test without a reward. The elder decides, now let's see. We shall reward you with one of the elixirs of the cult, a crimson blood medicine ball. The members of the heavenly demonic cult stand in wait, anticipating the upcoming test. Cheon Jaryong asks, how does that sound? Cheon Jaryong prepares his blade, that will suffice. It is announced that you have accepted the vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad Cheon Jaryong's test. His sword at the ready, Cheon Jaryong grits his teeth as he feels the weight of his restrictions lessen. You've accepted the test, a message declares. The challenge set forth by Cheon Jaryong, vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad. Defeat Cheon Jaryong, and you'll receive his acknowledgement. The penalty has been adjusted, a system message indicates. Cheon Jaryong's restriction has been partially reduced. He wonders how hard the actual test is going to be, considering the penalty was adjusted to around that of the 30th floor, which is way too high of a difficulty for an impromptu test on the 10th floor. The scene shifts to a hallway, figures standing in the distance. It seems big shots like the heavenly lords are here, and the heavenly demon must have given them an order regarding the person who passed the first test. A voice calls out, this is truly an unexpectedly welcome event. Hey, you said your name's Kim Yuan, correct? Having passed the heavenly demon's first test, Cheon Jaryong wonders aloud if that's all there is to it. He continues, questioning what the heavenly demon saw in him to even acknowledge his existence. Seeing as he's talking so much, Cheon Jaryong figures Yuan must not have been acknowledged. A smirk plays on Cheon Jaryong's lips as he finishes his thought, unlike him. But before Yuan can respond, Cheon Jaryong launches a surprise attack. A blade of green energy streaks toward him. The veteran hunter is caught off guard, taking the full force of the blow. The impact sends him hurtling backwards through the air. But even as he's sent flying, Yuan manages to retaliate with a burst of red energy. Cheon Jaryong spits out, you bastard. The counterattack lands squarely, leaving the older man reeling from the blow. With a cold stare, Yuan stands ready for the next attack. Still locked in combat, Cheon Jaryong brings his weapon down on Kim Yuan. Swinging his blade with fury, Cheon Jaryong continues his assault. The force of the blow sends dust flying, as the weapon slams into the ground. Managing to block the attack, Kim Yuan retaliates, landing a blow of his own. Yeah, I wasn't acknowledged, Cheon Jaryong shouts. Bottom text present, Cheon Jaryong's inner thoughts reveal his desperation. He swore to give his life for the heavenly demonic cult, and spent his entire life working to pass the test. His face contorted in rage, Cheon Jaryong's frustration is palpable. Bottom text present, the scene shifts to a view of the heavenly demonic cult's architecture, as Cheon Jaryong's thoughts continue. He mastered martial arts, trained as hard as he could, and challenged the test, all to bring prosperity to the cult. Pressing his attack, Cheon Jaryong swings again, shouting, yet an outsider like you. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards, as Cheon Jaryong demands, who are you that you were able to be acknowledged by him? Looking down at his opponent, Kim Yuan retorts, you're like a kid. Blocking the incoming strike, Kim Yuan prepares to counter once more. The clash continues, the ground itself bearing witness to the sheer force being unleashed. Energy explodes outwards, a blinding display of power. From above, the battle rages on, a whirlwind of motion and destruction. Before Cheon Jaryong can fully react, Kim Yuan strikes, asking if he wants to know why. But the tables turn in an instant. Cheon Jaryong counters with a devastating blow, leaving Kim Yuan wondering what's happening. A system message appears, revealing that Cheon Jaryong's arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. Another message flashes, warning that partial gigantification will occur. With newfound strength, Cheon Jaryong lands a crushing blow on Kim Yuan. Staggering back, Cheon Jaryong can barely believe what's happening. Despite the damage, Cheon Jaryong declares that the reason for Kim Yuan's defeat is simple. He was weak. Looking down at the scene of the battle, Cheon Jaryong asks if he understands. But then, a new presence makes itself known, a figure shrouded in mystery. From high above, the administrator watches, having found something interesting to observe for the first time in a while. The administrator notes that Kim Yuan is strong even without properly using his sword. He wonders what it would have been like without the penalty, questioning the point of such a hypothetical. The administrator rewards the man with a crimson blood medicine ball. The system announces that Kim Yuan has passed Cheon Jaryong's test. Kim Yuan, holding the crimson blood medicine ball, thinks that this reward is enough, even though he didn't work that hard. One of the observers scoffs, wondering if he even knows the true worth of that elixir, an item that most players who just arrived on the 10th floor will never even get to see. Another observer comments that he acted like the test against Cheon Jaryong was child's play, unable to tell if he's acting big or if he's just got guts. Another observer wonders if he has ever learned any martial arts, impressed by the way he deflected Cheon Jaryong's sword. The Fist Lord chuckles, stating that Kim Yuan leaves them speechless and prepares to tell him the contents of the next test. The second test of the heavenly demonic cult will be against Peng Baeklim. The heavenly demonic cult's Fist Lord Pung Bakelam, is the next opponent. The test will be in 3 months, and until then, with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts, they'll provide him with anything he needs. The Fist Lord, his skills might be the weakest out of the 4 heavenly lords. But the power behind each of his attacks rivals the others. There will surely be a penalty, but this is still a fight against a ranker, a level of difficulty that makes them think they don't intend to let anyone pass. But 3 techniques, if it's only 3. Let's start right away. The members of the heavenly demonic cult stand by. Yuan, unlike the vice captain you just defeated, the Fist Lord is a ranker. Saying that without properly thinking about it sounds like you're looking down upon the heavenly demonic cult. He apologizes if it came across like that, but he's definitely not looking down on the cult. It's fine. If he wants it that badly, he'll gladly let him have it. One of the heavenly demonic cult members speaks, reminding the Fist Lord that this is a test presented by their lord, and it's not like the test just now. Another member responds, stating that the only one who can change this test is the heavenly demon. From a distance, a voice echoes, repeating Yuan's name and declaring that they will give him 3 months' time to train himself and find a way to stop 3 techniques from the Fist Lord. Turning his head slightly, Yuan acknowledges the challenge, realizing he has no choice. He understands. Elsewhere, a man asks, wondering if that is him. Another cult member scoffs, referring to Yuan as the outsider who was stupid enough to underestimate the Fist Lord, thinking he must have misheard, as he doesn't look like he's missing a few marbles. Another member adds that he must not know the skills of the 4 heavenly lords. Back with Yuan, he overhears that they're gossiping way too much. The scene shifts to another figure, who thinks to himself, anyway, the Sword Lord, Shin Mugek, is the second in command to be personally guiding him. Wandering the grounds, a question hangs in the air. Is it curiosity or hostility that drives these encounters? The man in the flowing robes muses, it's not hostility, at least not directly. Let's just say it's for personal enjoyment. It has been a long time since I last met an outsider, and after seeing you in person, I have high expectations. Shin Mugek continues, I feel like it might be possible for you to pass the Lord's test. A flicker of determination crosses Kim Yuan's face, as if he wants me to pass. The silver-haired man continues to lead the way, but for some reason, it sounds different from what most other schools want, where they want someone to join their school and bring prosperity. Kim Yuan wonders, what's making him sound so earnest? Stopping before a grand building, Shin Mugek announces, we're here. The man in the flowing robes explains, if you have something to prepare, you should have visited the weapons warehouse or martial arts library. Why did you want to come to the medical house of all places? Shin Mugek's words echo, you said that with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts. Kim Yuan presses, you'd provide me with anything I wanted, correct? Shin Mugek confirms, I did indeed. Kim Yuan states with resolve, I'll be taking a look at the weapons and martial arts books later. The terms of the deal are laid bare. Demanding assurance, the unseen figure presses for confirmation that the agreement will be honored. The response is simple, yet firm. A chilling threat hangs in the air, a promise of regret for any deviation from the agreed terms. The tension is palpable. The scene shifts to a courtyard, where workers are busy sorting through supplies. The sheer volume of goods is staggering. Overseeing the operation, Jin Il-Huan, the heavenly demonic cult's chief doctor, confirms that everything is accounted for. The weight of the supplies is immense, enough to fuel a war. A question lingers in his mind. How does one man intend to utilize such a vast quantity of resources alone? Surrounded by members of the heavenly demonic cult, Jin Il-Huan listens intently as they discuss the ingredients, noting that they can only be used by a select few, and any damaged goods are worthless. Examining the ingredients in his hand, he reminds himself that he'll have to reimburse the costs out of his own pocket. Overseeing the distribution of the supplies, Jin Il-Huan watches as the members prepare to move out. A disembodied voice echoes, promising a reunion in 3 months. In a flashback, a figure reminds someone not to forget to return the leftovers, though they doubt anything will be left over. The scene shifts to a serene landscape. Deep within a cave, a torch burns brightly. The camera pans down, revealing the full scope of the cavern. A figure approaches the heavenly demonic cult training chamber, a place that can only be opened from the inside, and those trapped within can only escape by breaking it open. Gazing upon the chamber, a voice declares that it's perfect. Inside the chamber, a scene of utter destruction unfolds. Deep within the cavern, surrounded by strange flora, Yuan continues his grim task. He grimaces, the taste of the herbs is almost unbearable. A system message appears, confirming that he has consumed the antler herb, slightly increasing his resistance to poison for the next 24 hours. More system messages appear as Yuan consumes the banshok flower, gaining resistance to 98 types of poison for 46 hours. He gags, barely able to choke down the foul concoction. The taste is so disgusting that he thinks getting stabbed in a fight would feel better. But he avoided any lethal combinations, and figures he can handle an upset stomach if it's for this. A red, glowing heart materializes before him, pulsating with dark energy. A system message identifies it as Orochi's 8th heart, separated after being sealed by Susanoo, and possessing a powerful poison. He wonders where he could get enough medicine to neutralize Orochi's extreme poison, never expecting to luck out here. As he examines the heart, he notices something and wonders what it is. An egg suddenly speaks, calling him a rascal even after what he did, and threatening to fry and eat him if he even thinks about doing it again, revealing that the egg is scared. Despite its earlier outburst, the egg falls silent once more, drifting back into a peaceful slumber as Kim Yuan remains seated, a faint glow emanating from his form. A system message appears, confirming that he has consumed Orochi's 8th heart. But with the heart comes a price, as Orochi's poison begins to spread rapidly throughout his body. The system fights back, his poison resistance desperately trying to counteract the deadly status effect. Another message appears, indicating that his poison resistance has increased by 1. Further notifications pop up, revealing that his arcane power has also increased. Despite the system's aid, the poison's effects are undeniable, as he struggles to suppress a pained groan. The poison takes its toll, forcing him to cough up blood. Weakened and desperate, he realizes he needs more medicine to combat the poison's effects. A notification appears, stating that his arcane power has increased by 1. Despite the increase in power, he remains concerned. Gathering his strength, he prepares to find a way to overcome the poison's effects. His arcane power surges, the notification echoing the change. The increase is far from normal. He wonders if it could be the master of mana. He ponders what rule over mana means, as the system displays the increase in mana recovery rate, resistance, and sensitivity. It's as if mana is following his will. He thinks he might be able to absorb every last drop of mana in Orochi's heart, but didn't expect it to be to this degree. His arcane power increases again. This is going to take quite a long time, he realizes. His arcane power continues to increase. A month passes, and 2 figures stand outside the cave. One of them remarks that it's been a whole month, yet he hasn't done anything, adding that he thought he would have at least come out in the middle to obtain a secret technique or something, but it seems he's planning on staying in there for the full 3 months. Considering the situation, Jin Ilhuan wonders what Kim Yuan is doing, knowing he wouldn't miss a chance to learn a secret technique of the martial realm. Meanwhile, in order to stretch his dulled body, the Fist Lord has entered a seclusion chamber, training so hard that MT Heaven is shaking daily. Turning the conversation back to the matter at hand, Cheon Jaryong asks about Kim Yuan, noting that he's been so quiet for the past month, leading him to suspect he might even be dead. Considering the question, Jin Ilhuan wonders what he's doing with all those medicinal ingredients, pausing as if he's realized something. Just then, both men sense a shift in the air. With a rumble, the door to the training chamber begins to open. Dust billows from the opening, obscuring the figure emerging from within. Stepping out into the light, the figure is revealed. A smirk plays on his lips as he asks, "Are you guys here to welcome me?" Recognizing the figure, Cheon Jaryong utters his name in disbelief. Kim Yuan. The air crackles with anticipation. Having emerged from his training, Kim Yuan digs into a massive drumstick with gusto. The others at the table watch him, a mix of curiosity and amusement on their faces. The table is laden with food, a feast fit for a king. Wiping his mouth, Yuan is asked if he spent the last month starving. He replies, explaining that since he was planning on coming out at least once, he didn't want to eat anything that tasted bad. The light-haired man with the ponytail wonders if he's eating more than usual, joking about whether Yuan has 3 stomachs or something. He then asks if he really only ate medicinal ingredients that time. Narrowing his eyes, the man states that he doesn't see any injuries, nor does he look poisoned. The thought occurs to him, poison, that's right, an antidote. There are rare elixirs that have an amazing effect, but are hard to consume due to their strong poison. The elixirs float in the darkness, their power palpable. It's explained that if one had free medicine provided for them, it all makes sense, but how powerful are the effects and poison for someone to need all those medicinal ingredients? Standing up from the table, Yuan thanks them for the food, stating he'll be heading out first then. The light-haired man asks, where is he going, and if he is going back into the training chamber? Yuan simply replies, no. Where exactly is the martial arts library? The martial arts library stands tall. The security here is tight. Are they all players? Some of them even seem to be almost as skilled as a ranker. I guess the martial arts library is the most important place for any martial school. It's a place where the roots and foundation of the school are preserved. And of course, it's even more important for the heavenly demonic cult that produced the strongest martial artist, the heavenly demon. A voice calls out, "You're Mr. Kim Yuan, correct? I was notified you'd be coming. I shall be your guide from here." "This is the place." The guide asks, "Any book in here?" He confirms that is correct. However, beyond that door are books you may not browse. As long as you keep that in mind, you can use this place freely. Please, take your time browsing. The library stretches out before him, an endless maze of knowledge. Considering the sheer number of low-rank martial arts texts available to outsiders, Yuan realizes the scale of this place is truly immense. This library has to be 4 times the size of the Namgung clans, he thinks, having browsed many martial arts libraries, but never seen one of this scale. Knowing he only has 2 months left until the test, Yuan sighs, realizing he can't afford to waste any time. He needs to find it within a month, he reminds himself. There has to be a way to deal with the Fist Lord, one of the 4 heavenly lords of the heavenly cult, as well as one of the top martial arts masters of the martial realm, he thinks. Knowing it has to be in here somewhere, he continues his search. His mind drifts to the root of the heavenly demonic cult. He thinks of the beginning of the martial arts that the heavenly demon Cheonmujin mastered, his eyes scanning the shelves. He continues to browse through the books. His goal is to find the heavenly demon's spirit. The third technique is unleashed. Power gathers in a single hand. The lightning storm of Genesis descends. The world is torn asunder. Reality itself shatters. The landscape lies in ruins. Dust and debris fill the air. One of the observers barely manages to survive, thinking to himself, he almost died. The other observer is speechless, wondering if this is the power level of a heavenly lord. The dust settles, and the observer wonders what about Yuan. Having successfully blocked the attacks, a notification appears, declaring that Kim Yuan has passed the second test of the heavenly demonic cult. Standing amidst the remnants of the block techniques, Yuan remains unfazed. Someone observes, thinking it might be possible to block the attacks, but to block them and still be all right is another matter entirely. A voice echoes, asking if he wants to keep playing and if he would like to continue the test. Looking closely, one can see the penalty sparking around him. He's going to get serious now. That's actually what he wanted. With a determined gaze, Yuan prepares to face the next challenge, his sword gleaming in the ethereal light. An exclamation bursts forth, a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. The question hangs in the air, how could he possibly possess the heavenly demon's spirit? A voice muses that it's quite a stretch to call it the heavenly demon's spirit. Another observer remarks, with a hint of awe, that he spent a whole month in the library, and this is what he obtained. It looks quite like the real thing. The Fist Lord seems shocked as well. The basics of the heavenly demon's spirit are taking shape, also known as materialized mana, a shape that has a will of its own. It might still just be the basics that are starting to take form, but it is still the heavenly demon's spirit. The question lingers, how far can Kim Yuan go? A crimson aura flares around him, the air crackling with unseen power. A voice echoes, since you don't seem like you want to make the first move. His eyes burning with determination, he declares that he shall make the first move. Unleashing a torrent of raw energy, the air shimmers with blue light. The aftermath is a testament to his growing power, the ground scorched and scarred by the unleashed force. Continuing his assault, a torrent of energy erupts from Kim Yuan, illuminating the ruined arena with an eerie blue glow. The attack lands, and a voice echoes, thankfully, it's effective. But the opponent remains standing, having blocked the blow, and a system message appears, indicating he blocked the Fist Lord Peng Baeklim's 47th technique. Dawning on him, it might be just the shell, but it feels wrong facing the heavenly demon's martial art. The opponent continues to analyze the situation, but it clearly feels very different than at first. He realizes the incomplete heavenly demon's spirit is growing weaker. With a shout, Yuan demands that he fight fairly. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks he didn't think he'd ever hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker. The clash continues, with energy crackling in the air. Another explosion of power, but the attacks keep getting blocked. The system message reappears, stating that he blocked the Fist Lord Peng Baeklim's 59th technique. Staggering and falling to one knee, Kim Yuan struggles to maintain his stance. Despite the beating he's taking, the young hunter's power is undeniable, and he's starting to recover his pace. Is the heavenly demon's spirit growing weaker, or has he simply gotten used to facing it? His face contorted in rage, Yuan grits his teeth. He declares that it doesn't seem like this will go on much longer. His fist clenched, the heavenly demon asks if he doesn't agree. Activating a skill, Yuan prepares to strike. A system message appears, stating that his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but his constitution is too low, so partial gigantification will occur. The attack lands. Preparing another attack, Yuan unleashes a mana blast. The skill connects. Taking the full force of the blast, Kim Yuan's face is contorted in pain. The attack continues to pummel him. The arena shatters around them. Yuan unleashes a devastating blast of mana. The force of the attack is immense, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The blast sends him hurtling backwards. Kim Yuan struggles to regain his footing amidst the chaos. Even with a half-assed heavenly demon spirit, he can't believe the power this kid is showing. For a greenhorn who recently arrived on the 10th floor to face off against him at this level, he's truly abnormal. But Yuan gathers more energy, preparing another strike. He's just as abnormal, relishing this fight. The energy crackles around him. Another devastating attack is unleashed. The force of the blow is immense, engulfing Kim Yuan in a wave of pure energy. Damn it, he grits out, feeling the pain. But the relentless assault continues. Yuan shows no sign of slowing down. What are you doing? What happened to your laid-back attitude? Kim Yuan is left battered and bruised on the ground. With a furious cry, Yuan continues his relentless assault, landing another devastating blow. The force of the impact sends him crashing, dust and debris exploding around him. Unleashing a torrent of power, Yuan's attack engulfs his opponent in a blinding flash of blue energy. Blood trickles from his mouth as Kim Yuan grits his teeth, enduring the onslaught. The assault continues without pause, each strike carrying the weight of Yuan's overwhelming strength. He lies battered and broken, lightning crackling around him as he struggles to rise. A sinister grin spreads across Yuan's face as he declares that things are finally about to get more fun. His thoughts betray his desperation. Kim Yuan realizes the heavenly demon's spirit is almost gone, leaving him with no room to counterattack. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he mutters that things have just become less fun for him. With a renewed surge of energy, Yuan unleashes another devastating attack. Taunting his opponent, Yuan questions if he's just going to keep dodging like that. The final blow lands with earth-shattering force, leaving Kim Yuan reeling from the impact. His body battered and bruised, Kim Yuan grits his teeth, declaring that he needs to end this quickly, urging himself to try his best. Focusing his gaze, he knows that if he can somehow close the distance between them, he might have a chance. Hoping to stop his opponent's movements for just a second, he activates his skill, Gigantification. Reaching out, he prepares to unleash the full force of his power. Channeling his energy, all the power of a giant becomes concentrated in his right arm. Eyes narrowed, he just needs an opening. His strength stat temporarily converted into constitution, he lunges forward, ready to strike. For 1 second. Skill, Gigantification. His hand clenches, the skill activating. All the power of a giant becomes concentrated in his right arm. He just needs an opening, a chance to strike. Your strength stat is temporarily converted into constitution. The attack is unleashed, a devastating blow meant to end it all. For 1 second, everything hangs in the balance. He blocked it. At this close of a range, the force of the blow reverberates, a shock wave of green energy erupting from the point of impact. Something has stopped his fist dead in its tracks. A voice echoes in his mind. Wait, what happened to the sword he was wielding? Focusing his gaze, he sees the impossible. A hand, glowing with an eerie blue light, has intercepted his strike. Looking up, he sees the figure above him, a sword glinting ominously in their grasp. The blue energy intensifies, a barrier of pure force repelling his attack. Staggering back, Yuan can't believe what's happening. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Looking down at his hand, he sees blood trickling from a deep wound. The thought races through his mind. I can't believe it, for me to bleed in a fight against a player. A chilling chuckle escapes him, a manic grin spreading across his face. He realizes, no, maybe the problem was that I gave him an opening to attack my chest in the first place. The battle's conclusion hangs heavy in the air, a voice echoes with chilling confidence, certain of victory in just a few moves, but acknowledges this is merely a test. His body battered and bruised, Kim Yuan stands amidst the wreckage, the narrator musing that with more time, with higher levels and stats, the outcome might have been different. A crushing admission, the Fist Lord, Peng Baeklim, signals his defeat, the weight of the loss palpable. The arena lies in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that just transpired. Disbelief rings out, a voice refusing to accept that the Fist Lord is admitting defeat. Amidst the devastation, figures gather, their presence a silent observation of the aftermath. An elderly man looks on, declaring the outcome a true miracle. Whispers carry on the wind, acknowledging that this young man might possess what it takes, but this test has gone beyond the established rules, their role now simply to observe. Standing together, the observers watch, their expressions unreadable as they contemplate the events unfolding before them. A looming presence, the heavenly demon himself, is now watching. A momentous achievement, the second test of the heavenly demonic cult has been perfectly cleared. A surge of power, the skill, heavenly demon's spirit, has been obtained. The question hangs in the air, is it fine to leave them as they are? It seems everyone and their mothers have rushed to the martial arts library, all seeking to obtain the heavenly demon's spirit. Responding to the unspoken question, the man simply states that it is fine. There must have been a reason why the heavenly demon's spirit was located in the low-rank martial arts section of the library. At first glance, the heavenly demon's spirit appears to be no different from a normal breathing and cultivation technique. How many people, he wonders, have the eyes to discern if it's the heavenly demon's spirit or not, just from reading it? Not to mention, mastering it is a whole other story. He sees, so finding it and learning it is a test in itself. That is correct, so Baeklim shouldn't be too embarrassed about this. Who could have predicted that he'd find and learn the heavenly demon's spirit in just 3 months? Embarrassed? He laughs, a deep, resounding sound. The man seems to be questioning something. In that situation, he was looking for an opening, and he found one. Kim Yuan, they say, is destined to become a high ranker one day. And perhaps, he might even surpass the Lord. It's been a long time since someone has brought this much excitement. The audacity, to speak such blasphemy without a care. Who would look at him and think he's anything but a loser? The others chuckle, wondering, what if the Spear Lord and Tao Lord also dueled Yuan? To have dueled with their future Lord would be an honor. Someone nearby finds their voices grating, telling them they're too loud. The Lord should seek him out soon. Elsewhere, the stage is set for the final test. His arcane power currently sits at 98. He lies in bed, reflecting. It's a shame his arcane power hasn't hit 3 digits yet. The man recalls, the cut he made against Baeklim's chest felt shallow. If he hadn't admitted defeat, it would have been his loss, 100%. He admits, he was using his left hand after giving him his right, but it wasn't just a difference in strength. In order to face off against rankers, he needs more than just strength. Still, He can't help but feel relieved that he finished the second test without a hitch. Knowing his body, the injuries should heal up in just 2 days. Grateful for the quick recovery, Yuan is glad he won't have to sit through any more nagging. Anyway, the Heavenly Demon Spirit is an exclusive martial art of the cult, created by Cheon Mujin. It's a skill that Yuan obtained himself, rather than receiving it as a reward, and it's not bad at all. Even most rankers desire A-rank skills. It's a skill that Cheon Mujin mastered to near perfection. Thinking to himself, he'll get to meet him in person. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Are you here, Mr. Yuan?" The Heavenly Demonic Cult Lord's Manor. A figure tells Yuan, he ordered that only you come inside. Having been summoned, he steps into the Heavenly Demonic Cult Lord's Manor. The air hangs heavy, a palpable sense of anticipation. Each footstep echoes, reverberating through the silent halls. Where is he? Yuan can't feel his presence. He figures it's only natural that he can't read the presence of a high ranker yet. As the egg bares its fangs, the atmosphere grows even more intense. It must be this way, he thinks, steeling himself for what's to come. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent warning. Deeper into the manor he goes, the sense of foreboding growing stronger with each step. So you're here. A figure emerges from the shadows, revealing himself as the Heavenly Demon, Cheon Mujin. I was told that you called for me, Cheon Mujin states, his gaze piercing. Greeting the Heavenly Demon Cheon Mujin, he asks how his arm is doing. As the effects of Edge of Nightfall activate, the Heavenly Demon Lord shows his arm. Under the influence of night, his health regeneration speed increases by 102%. Looking at the sword, Yuan thinks it's good enough for him to want it. He thinks to himself, he's still greedy when it comes to swords. Looking at Yuan, Cheon Mujin apologizes, stating that this is off limits and that an Ajusi would chew him out for failing to look after his own weapon. He asks, is that sword made by Hephaestus? He certainly has the right to say such a thing. Cheon Mujin asks, does he know Ajusi? Yuan replies, he does not. Cheon Mujin states that now that's enough small talk, and that they should start the final test. Looking at the Heavenly Demon Lord, he asks if he means right now. Gesturing to his arm, Yuan asks if he told him earlier that he was fine, even though his arm is like this. There's no problem with moving it, he thinks, but it's still not at a point where he can fight with it. That doesn't matter, he won't be using his arm anyway. He's just doing whatever he wants, and Yuan was hoping he'd get to take the final test while in peak condition. He's sent flying backwards. An illusory barrier? What is he doing? Why isn't he entering? It's much more precise and complex. Cinder Eyes tries to resist the Requiem barrier. Cinder Eyes failed to resist the Requiem barrier. He coughs, struggling against the force. If he's not careful, he might just fall in. As he plummets through the air, Yuan can only manage a surprised exclamation. The world shifts around him, and a message appears, declaring that he's entered the Heavenly Demonic Cave. Another message overlays the scene, stating that the final test of the Heavenly Demonic Cult will begin. If he isn't careful, Yuan knows he might just fall in. The purple energy swirls around him, a constant reminder of the precarious situation. And then, he's falling. You've entered the Heavenly Demonic Cave. It is announced that the final test of the Heavenly Demonic Cult will begin. Below, a figure with a flowing purple cape stands amidst the swirling darkness. His eyes narrowed, Yuan stares into the abyss. Falling further, he plummets into the unknown. The Heavenly Demon Cheon Mujin watches, his expression unreadable as Yuan plummets into the abyss. The air crackles, a symphony of unknown energies swirling around him. Deeper and deeper he falls, the cave walls blurring past in a dizzying rush. He thinks back to his recent acquisition, confirming that he properly mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit, now a skill that should make things easier. The Heavenly Demon speaks, telling Yuan that he is an excellent fighter and to take good care of it. Confusion flickers across his face, as he wonders what Cheon Mujin means by those cryptic words. As he ponders the meaning, the egg bares its fangs and salivates, reacting to something unseen. The cave plunges further, the depths shrouded in an ominous purple glow. He continues to descend, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The purple energy intensifies, forming a vortex of unknown power. The atmosphere grows heavy, charged with anticipation as he falls deeper into the unknown. A voice echoes, describing a power from beyond the tower, faint yet palpable, sensing the power of an outer being. The skill, Colossal Fire, is said to be shaken by a mysterious power as Yuan stands amidst the purple energy. Cheon Mujin's gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The words, the Holy Fire, appear, revealing what they call it. An old prophecy is revealed, passed down since the cult settled on MT Heaven and discovered this fire. The text declares that the cult exists to protect this fire and find its master. The first heavenly demon of the cult, the second heavenly demon, and even his master, are shown in a flashback. They all passed away after living for this purpose. A voice declares it shall be the same for him as well. The question is posed, whether they truly believe in the prophecy. It's something where the foundation will falter if faith wavers, after an endlessly long time has passed. Factions much bigger and stronger than the demonic cult have appeared. As the heavenly demon reflects, he had no choice but to use a trick to protect the holy fire. From that moment on, Anyone wishing to join the heavenly demonic cult must partake in the cult's test to prove their worth. The heavenly demon is asked, did you create the test with the holy fire as the reward? Someone wonders, has anyone ever managed to make it this far? The Sword Lord, Shin Yugek, has seen this before. But he didn't manage to beat it. Now, this is the final test. Endure these flames until you are acknowledged by the holy fire. Endure the holy fire. When you surrender, this test will end. So it's hard even for him. I am telling him to enter a raging fire. There was a tale of the great sage Sun Ogong enduring over 40 days inside the 8-trigram crucible. However, that was a test given to Ogong when he was nearing the top of the tower. Rather than simply enduring it, the heavenly demon Cheon Mujin wonders if Yuan will even manage to survive this trial. Even if he managed to obtain the heavenly demon's spirit and block the Fist Lord's punches, will it be enough? In front of this mysterious power, all achievements become meaningless, and you become nothing more than just a lowly human. This fire, it grows by consuming fear. Cinder Eyes resists the holy fire. Pyromancy Robe resists the holy fire. It's a power that takes the form of fire, and it eats away at, burning those who fear it. He tries to convince himself that the heat isn't so bad. As the flames swirl around him, the pressure mounts. Meanwhile, deep within the inferno, the egg opens its eyes and bares its fangs. The egg's presence is a command, a silent order to stay still. His face contorted in determination, Yuan knows that if he lets the fire consume everything, there won't be anything left for him. Clenching his fist, he realizes that he hasn't felt this feeling in a long time. The fire seems to whisper of beings that can create a fear greater than death, beings beyond common sense and knowledge, outers. He remembers the days where he faced and fought against them. The fire tests him, asking if he fears this power. Tightening his grip, he vows that he will have no right to wield this power if he fears it. His eyes glowing with resolve, Yuan admits that he doesn't know what the fire is. The flames intensify, testing his resolve. But after seeing enough outers, he's sick of them. Stepping forward, he leaves the past behind, remembering the endless war against the outers, leaving behind the sword that he wielded to live in the crumbling world. The echoes of past battles resonate within him. He resolves his fighting spirit while returning to the past. Despair reaches the skies, gloom trapped in a swamp, one who couldn't be born, foolish calamity. While fighting an endless battle against them, he resolved his heart. His heart, rather than becoming weaker, it became much stronger. There's only a single reason he's come here. And after returning to the past and climbing from the lowest floor, Yuan has returned to win against them. The air crackles with raw power as he finds himself bathed in a torrent of violet energy. The surge intensifies, the energy coalescing around him like a raging storm. Each pulse of power seems to test his very limits, pushing him further than before. His teeth gritted, Yuan endures the onslaught, determined to withstand the trial. The violet storm rages, a swirling vortex of power centered on him. A message appears, confirming his success. He has passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult. The energy subsides, leaving behind a scene of ethereal beauty, floating orbs of violet light surrounding the newly appointed vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The system rewards him for his efforts. His strength and dexterity increase, along with constitution, perception, and arcane power. A new message appears. He has obtained a skill of a higher tier than the colossal fire, and the old skill vanishes. The skill is changing. He has obtained the skill, Holy Fire, and the right to move on to the 11th floor, now able to teleport to the next floor. He managed to obtain this fire. As the flames suddenly diminish, the heavenly demon wonders if Yuan gave up. Despite the odds, he managed to survive. And to his surprise, the holy fire isn't returning to its original state. Could it be? Watching from afar, the heavenly demon wonders how the test went. Realizing he passed the test, Yuan thinks that it wasn't trying to fight with him, actually. Yuan has become the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult, a title that possesses absolute dominance and command over cultists contracted to the heavenly demonic cult, but this title can be revoked by someone with the title of heavenly demon. The holy fire, an inextinguishable flame, draws power from the enemy's emotions, amplifying its strength without consuming additional mana. It will not harm targets you do not wish to hurt, and its rank is S+, with a proficiency of 0%. Its effect worsens wounds. Bathed in a soft glow, Yuan stares off into the distance. Time passes, and the heavenly demon appears in his memories, a silent observer. Now walking through a grand hall, Yuan continues his journey. A few days later, the heavenly demon muses. He actually managed to obtain the holy fire. A voice echoes, "So you're here." Emerging from the light, Yuan stands tall. The heavenly demon notes that he seems to be fine, without any burns, and managed to wake up fast. The man named Cheon Mujin continues. There's no more reason for him to remain only here now, adding that he now possesses the holy fire. So isn't that his job done as the heavenly demon? Yuan replies, old habits die hard, and he feels uneasy going elsewhere. A set of ornate teacups sits ready. A title, it seems, has been granted, and the heavenly demon explains that between the holy fire and his spirit, Yuan is worthy of it. The heavenly demon continues, saying it's not something intended to tie him down. simply a reward for passing the test fair and square. A thoughtful look crosses the heavenly demon's face, as he muses that the heavenly demonic cult has long rivaled the martial realm, though they might not be like their heyday. Turning his gaze away, Yuan thinks to himself that he's sure it'll be a valuable reward along with the holy fire, and he's glad the heavenly demon hasn't chosen him as the next lord. Turning back to the heavenly demon, Yuan states he'll gladly take the title then. The heavenly demon asks if he's leaving right away. Turning his head slightly, the heavenly demon wonders if Yuan is thinking of participating. A smirk plays on Yuan's lips as he confirms that of course, he'll stop by when it's time for the grand martial arts tournament. With that, Yuan states he'll be on his way then. The heavenly demon is left alone in the pavilion. Looking down, the heavenly demon reflects that his duty is finally over. The chains that have shackled him for so long are finally gone, and he wonders what he should do now. The heavenly demon acknowledges a past event, reflecting on what the heavenly demonic cult sought long before the holy fire appeared. A new thought occurs to him. It's time he returned to the martial realm. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of Toklan, a figure clasps his hands together, whispering, "This time, please, please, please." The player, Halaman, continues his fervent prayer, hoping for a favorable outcome. Suddenly, a notification appears, announcing the randomly formed teams. The screen displays the information, revealing that it's up. Halaman checks the results, noting that Lars and Melly are in his group, but he wonders about the others. Halaman can't help but exclaim, "What in the flying fuck?" The board shows his team assignment, and it's clear why he's upset. It's filled with nobodies that he's never heard of. Making matters worse, there are even guys that are blacklisted for trolling on here. He glances over at Team B, wondering what about them then. The board highlights some of the members, including Roel, a player with rare healing skills, and her group. It also mentions Namgung Hoon, a pureblood of the Namgung noble clan, and his group, who are easily capable of passing the 11th floor's test. It's no wonder he's frustrated. The other team is entirely full of people that he's at least heard of once before. Halaman sighs, wondering how he got so unlucky with the teams, having already failed this test 3 times now. This is the worst. He decides he should take a closer look at his team. There's no way they're all like this. He's heard that he's an incredible guy, but there's no way he can overcome a power difference this large in a team battle with over 200 people on each side. His expression darkens as he considers the odds. He mutters, he must also have some pretty rotten luck. The system message fades, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Slamming his fist on the table, Halaman can't believe it only earned him 30 points. Sighing heavily, the innkeeper explains, "You must be new here, but it's like this everywhere." The exorbitant prices only fuel his frustration. He thinks, they're all so petty. Remembering the team assignments, Halaman realizes, they sent all the talented players to Team B and relegated me to Team A. A new piece of information surfaces. The test examiner of the 11th floor is an Olympian ranker, Hypnos. The implications sink in, so this is how they want it. He grits his teeth, thinking, are they hoping that I won't just fail the test but die? They're pulling out all the stops to pay me back for last time. Turning back to the innkeeper, Halaman thinks, it's rotten to the core. The innkeeper responds, the only one left is the 100-point top room. His eyes narrow, but that doesn't matter. The innkeeper asks, also, are you able to exchange bills? Examining the stack of bills, Halaman wonders what kind of currency they are, noting that there are 370 Forest Guardian bills, each worth 1,000 points. Deciding what to do with the money, he declares that he wants to exchange all of it into points, minus the exchange fee. Bathed in golden light, Halaman waits for the transaction to complete. A voice responds, granting his wish. A system message appears, informing him that he has obtained 366,320 points, bringing his total to 931,420 points. Another system message pops up, asking if he would like to call a lackey. A pink, axolotl-like creature appears, ready to assist. Observing the scene, Halaman muses that this must be what the 11th floor's admin is into, deciding that it's far better than the repulsive, smiling Pierrot's. The creature asks what he needs, claiming to have everything except for what it doesn't. The creature continues, being overly friendly, asking what it can help him with, wondering if they can smell the money. Halaman responds, saying that he'd like to peruse a bit first, as the creature happily agrees to open the shop. With a flash of light, the shop interface appears. His fingers dance across the screen, searching for that one material he desperately needs. He hopes there's some in stock. Eyes widening, he spots it. Adamantium, the strongest metal, a blacksmith's dream, is available for purchase. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. He's found it, but how much will it cost? A voice echoes in his mind, affirming that adamantium is indeed a great item. The egg-shaped entity seems pleased, its presence a constant reminder of the power it holds. A figure approaches, questioning why he would buy a material instead of a finished product, but the veteran hunter knows better. Finished items are expensive, and it's cheaper to procure the raw materials and craft them himself. The egg can see the train of thought in that, but it also knows that adamantium's value as a material is different from other normal materials. The voice continues, explaining that it is a material that never breaks, and beyond just having great mana conductivity, it can amplify mana. Isn't that amazing? There's no other material like it in the world. Narrowing his eyes, Halloman realizes this bastard is very knowledgeable about it. The shopkeeper explains that as long as he has a way to refine it, he'd be able to make a truly amazing item. He's right about everything he's saying. Due to how tough of a material it is, there are less than 10 blacksmiths in the entire tower that are capable of refining it. Because of its cheat-like properties, it's called a material of dreams by blacksmiths, not to mention you're acquainted with Hephaestus. Examining the materials displayed before him, Halloman considers the implications of what he's just heard. He wonders, why should that matter? The egg explains that most people would struggle to even find a blacksmith, and even if they were to find someone, they'd also have to pay a ridiculous production fee. But that's not the case for him. Now is it? The egg continues, its form glowing with excitement. So the value of the adamantium is much, much higher for him. So, in conclusion, the egg states that 1,000,000 points should suffice. A soft chuckle escapes Halloman as he realizes, I don't have that much money. His expression darkens, the weight of the situation settling in. The egg, sensing his disappointment, tries to reassure him, saying, I guess it can't be helped. The egg continues, suggesting that he's making the right call, and they'll cover what he lacks with a loan, and as for the interest. Cutting the egg off, Halloman decides, I'll just have to buy it elsewhere. Offering a discount, the egg insists, I don't know if you know this, but this is a very valuable object that's hard to find anywhere else. The egg continues, explaining that he has plenty of time. There are lackeys on other floors, not to mention there's the action house. The egg adds, and at the end of the day, I can always just buy something else. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Halloman states, sorry, but let's call off the trade. Annoyed, the egg asks, sheesh, why are you being so annoying? Halloman replies, I told you, I ain't buying. The egg shivers, muttering, so cold. Wait a second. The entity insists that it has plenty of time, and that there are other potential buyers, not to mention the auction house. It adds that at the end of the day, it can always just buy something else. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yuan decides to call off the trade, but the entity asks him to wait a second. He wonders why it's being so annoying. The entity states that it told him it wasn't buying. Sitting with one leg crossed, Yuan sighs. The entity offers 2.2 million, but Yuan says that he told it he wasn't buying. He thinks to himself that the entity is so annoying, and that he'll buy it for 850k if it wants him to buy it so badly. He thinks that he doesn't know when he might be able to find another high-roller customer like the entity. The entity states that 850k is the most it'll pay for it, and that it needs to sell it to him. The entity asks if he could maybe do 900k. Grumbling to himself, he realizes he'll actually be in the red if he sells it for 850k. But relenting, he agrees to sell it for that price, asking the entity to stop making that stone-cold face, lest they hurt his feelings. With the deal struck, the system initiates the trade, confirming that he has spent 850,000 points and obtained 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. Having managed to buy it for a bit less than market price, he wonders if there's anything else he needs. The entity responds, asking him to call again if he needs anything else. Sitting on his bed, he reflects that they really didn't like that. Now, he needs to get this adamantium to Ajusi. But he doesn't know what those Olympus bastards will pull during the test, so he can't go without the dark divine crystal. And refining adamantium won't be easy, even for Ajusi. It could take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and he'll have to go see him as soon as he's done with the test. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he realizes there's a week left until the test, which is a lot of time. Considering his options, he wonders why he doesn't go on a walk. Namgung-hoon, that's what most people call a genius player. Is this really the easiest dungeon on the 11th floor? They're probably the only ones who can get through this place so quickly. Reaching all the way to the end should be doable. I mean, it hasn't been that hard. Of course, can't forget about who we got with us. Let's hurry. We need to clear this place fast so we can rest before the test. But it doesn't look like we really need to prepare anything for this test. Did you see the team roster? Team A is a complete wish-wash. But Team A still had Kim Yuan. He is kind of a big shot. I heard he even managed to pass the Heavenly Demonic Cults test. One of the team members scoffs, suggesting it was just luck that someone got stuck on a team with Kim Yuan. Someone calls out to Roger, addressing him as captain, and assures him that he's reliable. The name echoes in the air, Kim Yuan. Someone admits they've never seen his face, but they keep hearing about him. Another voice chimes in, admitting they don't know where he's from, but it means he's very skilled. Hoping for a chance, someone expresses their desire to face him during the test. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts. Eyes widening, someone shouts for it to stop. The purple flames engulf a large, shadowy figure. The flames continue to consume the mysterious entity. Confused, someone wonders what all the fire is and if the thing attached to the ceiling died. The aftermath of the battle hangs heavy in the air, dust and debris still swirling from the unseen force that tore through this place. Energy crackles, a lingering testament to the sheer power unleashed. The very air seems to vibrate, a silent echo of the devastation. The scene is one of utter destruction, a testament to the overwhelming force that was brought to bear. A voice wonders, could this charred lump really be Agria, the dungeon boss? The remains are almost unrecognizable, a grotesque parody of what once was. Someone observes the scene, questioning if someone already cleared this place, but something feels off. A grim realization dawns. This creature didn't just die from being burnt. A close examination reveals a chilling detail, a sword mark, approximately 1.3 meters in length, cleanly slicing through Agria, who had already been weakened by the heat. The question hangs in the air: who could possibly kill a boss monster with a single strike? Could it be a rancor? It's beyond burnt, yet there are no burn marks on the floor or the ceiling. But would a rancor be raiding a dungeon on the lower floors? The speaker concludes, there's no other way to explain this situation. Surveying the area, he takes in the aftermath of the battle. It seems the dungeon has already been cleared. A screen appears, displaying the skill, Agria's thread. The thread emanates a soft, golden glow. He muses that it should be worth at least 1,000 points. Or, he could just keep it and use it for himself. The skill far exceeded his expectations. Since there's no way to know how to fully utilize it without first using it, he wanted to try it out before the test, as practice. The text explains that it doesn't have that strong of a firepower since the proficiency is low for the rank, but that's not what's important. It's a fire that grows by eating. The skill is based on the opponent's emotions. Emotions are hard for someone to control, no matter how strong of a will they have, and this skill's power changes depending on that. That was always the scariest part about the Outer's abilities, but now that he got a hold of it, he couldn't wish for a better skill. When his arcane power and proficiency goes up, it's going to become multiple times stronger. He reflects on his progress, noting that he's raised the Heaven-Slaying Star's proficiency quite a bit. He realizes that from here on, his fate and worth will change depending on the life he kills, and that he managed to get a lot done on the 11th floor. Still, he hopes things keep going smoothly. Turning a corner, he's met with a crowd. Someone gasps, recognizing him. One of the participants asks if he is perhaps Kim Yuan. Another wonders who these guys are. A man introduces himself as Halaman, explaining that they're Team A participants, just like him. The man with slicked back hair notes that the other half haven't given up yet. Halaman continues, explaining that everyone's at least heard of his name once. He stammers, adding that Team B is full of skilled people, but he's sure they can't hold a candle to him. Two figures stand in the shadows, stating that they haven't forfeited because they believe in him. The group stands together, the air thick with unspoken tension. Someone remarks that they're just out of points. Another voice chimes in, observing that there's quite a lot of money for players on the lower floors. The man with green hair speaks up, his tone accusatory, suggesting it would be a waste of points to simply give up, and questioning if they want to make an attempt by rallying around someone reliable. The man with black hair responds, stating that they just wanted to discuss how they could pass the test together, but if they value their lives, they should just give up, as there's nothing amazing up there that's worth potentially dying a meaningless death. The green-haired man's eyes narrow, demanding to know what he said. The man with black hair retorts, telling him that if he has nothing else to say, he should go away, as it's not a pretty sight, being gathered around a stranger's room. The man with green hair questions, asking if he's also just going to give up. The man with black hair replies, stating that the advice only applies to them. The group remains tense, the atmosphere heavy with disagreement. Another player wonders what he thinks, noting that he doesn't seem like he has any intent to cooperate, while another questions why he had to be such a jackass, and a third decides to give up, stating that it's better than dying. The words hang heavy in the air, a bitter admission of failure, as he grits his teeth, the weight of their collective pride now a crushing burden. His name echoes with a strange resonance. Kim Yuan's expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Within the grand hall, a figure sits at a desk, seemingly occupied with the task at hand. The room itself speaks of wealth and power, a testament to the authority held within these walls. Before him, a screen displays the names of teams and participants, a stark reminder of the competition at play. The 11th floor test examiner, Hypnos, pauses, his expression unreadable as he considers the task ahead. The order echoes in his mind, a directive from Olympus itself. Exterminate the player Kim Yuan. A glint of determination hardens his gaze, knowing that his reward hinges on the successful completion of this mission. A sinister smile creeps across his lips, eager to fulfill the order without hesitation. Power surges around him, as Hypnos wonders why he hasn't left yet. A massive, bull-like creature stands ready, awaiting its master's command. A strange message arrives for the test examiner, interrupting his preparations. The orb pulses, displaying the words, "New message." The message seems to be from someone unexpected, as he wonders if it's from Lady Hera. The scene shifts to the location of the test, the dark forest Elalong. A sprawling landscape of shadowy trees and ethereal mists, the forest seems to stretch on forever. A holographic display flickers to life, showing the details of the 11th floor test. Surveying the participants, he notes that Team A has 51 people. The examiner observes the teams, remarking that fewer gave up than he expected. He had hoped there wouldn't be any unnecessary casualties, considering this test is an obvious trap. Clearing his throat, he prepares to address the participants. Introducing himself, he announces that his name is Hypnos, the test examiner of the 11th floor. Looking out over the landscape, it's clear that the number of participants on Team A is quite short, but there will be no changes. Deciding to get straight to the point, Hypnos begins with a quick explanation and starts the test right away. He declares that the test will be capture the flag. A close-up reveals a hand holding a flag. He explains that the rules are simple when you obtain a flag. The number displayed on the flag signifies the number of flags, a product of technomancy. He knows they're wondering where to obtain these flags, so he explains that this place is a special forest created long ago for the test by the administrator. The scene shifts to a view of the forest, as it's revealed that this expansive forest is filled with a myriad of monsters of varying levels, and the flags are laid out across it. The flags can be found from the middle of the road, to the bottom of a cliff, on top of a tree, and even on a monster's body. He admits that they have no idea how much of a struggle it was for him to set them up. With a flourish, Hypnos declares that their job is to try and collect as many flags as possible. He finishes by saying that the team with more flags at the end wins. Simple, right? Flags taken from the opposing team will count towards your total, but it's about collecting, not capturing. The method doesn't matter. You can steal, threaten, or even kill, as long as you take them. Finally, this test has kings. Each team is randomly assigned a king, and the number of flags the king holds is counted as double. Now, don't worry, it's not like chess. The team won't be entirely disqualified because the king lost. Although, you'll be at an advantage the stronger your king is, so it does require some luck. Luck my ass. With these rules, a really weak guy is going to be picked as Team A's king. Now then, the test will commence. The 11th floor test, Capture the Flag, will now begin. You can take the opposing team's flag in any manner. The team with more flags after 24 hours will win. Your contribution points will be based on the number of flags you obtain, which will determine the award. The rules of the game are simple, but the stakes are high. Deliver a flag to your king, and you'll receive double the contribution points. But if your king has his flag stolen, your contribution points will disappear. Currently, Team A and Team B are tied with 0 flags each. A golden light emanates from his hand. Yuan wonders what's happening. A surge of power courses through him, his body radiating a brilliant yellow glow. Surrounded by his team, one of them wonders what they should do and how they should start. Watching from above, Yuan thinks to himself that he knew it, wondering how someone like that even got to the 11th floor. A voice calls out, "Mr. Yuan, where are you going? You need to protect the king." Leaping away, he asks if that's how they like to say, "Please save me." He declares that he's going to go find flags, so if they don't want to die, they should just stay there, assuring them that they won't be running into Team B right away. His eyes glowing red, Yuan thinks that now is the time for him to start running. With determination in his eyes, he prepares to move. A warrior stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. The situation is a complete freebie, at least according to one side. Just look at the difference in numbers. They want to finish this quickly and go party. It's understandable not being nervous with almost 4 times the difference in size of teams. Their opponents are completely letting their guard down. He's feeling something. Are you feeling nervous? Hearing her name spoken aloud, the angel, Roel, admits she's honored that he knows it. She's healing and buffing him. No wonder she's nicknamed Angel. Her abilities are uncommon among the already rare support players. Roel tells him not to be too nervous. It's still true that there's such an overwhelming difference in strength that they can be this lax. Doesn't he think it's weird? For being randomly placed, there's too large of a difference between the teams. Isn't it just a coincidence? In the world he's from, there is a saying. There's no such thing as coincidence in the world of the strong. Considering the odds, the player wonders who really cares who the king is right now. But now that he thinks about it, he recalls seeing someone glowing in gold at the start of the test. Something felt strange. His memory is usually so good, to the point that he never forgets something he's seen once. But he can't remember his face at all. That guy, what did he look like? Looking out over the battlefield, he considers their situation. There are fewer flags on the roads than expected, and most of the flags they secured were being held by monsters. Having managed to gather quite a few, with only this much of a difference, they could definitely overturn the score by getting their king. That's right, they have someone capable of doing that on their team. The one who probably found the majority of their 59 flags is Kim Yuan. Reflecting on a past encounter, it seems that Yuan wasn't cooperating at all back then. Despite that, the speaker believes that with him as the king, they can't lose to Team B without him being protected. It seems he just went off on his own, but since he said he'd stay, he'll probably be back. Considering the size of the forest, it's hard to get around. So where could Team B's starting point have been? Wondering why they don't rest a bit, since they agreed to start collecting flags again at midnight. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washes over them. Startled, they wonder, who's there? Have they been found out? A voice warns, to watch your feet, as enemy players have appeared, and they must protect their flags from ambush. A bad feeling lingers, since Team A has Kim Yuan, but what can he do without a king? Realizing there's a nice amount of CP for getting the king, someone exclaims that it's 10 to 11, urging others not to cower. With determination, one of them declares that this is doable. Magic crackles in the air as an attack is launched. A sudden strike, a spray of blood, and a desperate, questioning gasp escapes the victim. His hands wreathed in a fiery aura, Kim Yuan's expression hardens. Eyes glowing with an eerie light, a masked figure watches from the shadows. A cold voice echoes, "Well, it's only 9 now." A bad feeling settles over them. Team A now has Kim Yuan, but what can he do without a king? There's a nice amount of CP for getting the king, but don't cower, it's 10 to 11. This is doable. 10. Well, it's only 9 now. Where do you think you're running? Someone cries out, begging for help as they give up. Rushing into the fray, Halloman is called out too. Taking a hit, a fighter can only gasp. Amidst the chaos, A voice declares that the king's head will be theirs. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. Another strike lands with earth-shattering power, obliterating everything in its path. A blade descends with deadly precision, threatening to cleave its target in two. Staggering back, a warrior can only manage a pained gasp. Blood splatters across the battlefield, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fighting. The impact of the attack sends tremors through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Energy crackles and explodes, illuminating the battlefield with blinding light. As the dust settles, a stern voice admonishes someone for wandering around when they were told to stay still. A chilling question hangs in the air, as a figure wonders aloud, why do people never listen to him? A man's face contorts in anguish, barely able to choke out a single syllable. As the battle rages on, someone shouts, calling out to Mr. Yuan. Blades clash and sparks fly, as the fight intensifies. A voice filled with disbelief questions, Yuan, as in Kim Yuan? Realizing the gravity of the situation, someone exclaims, it must be the real deal. Kale died in a single strike. The order is given, let's first retreat. A cry of pain echoes, as someone is struck down. Fueled by desperation, a voice screams, you dispirited fools, we outnumber him. The command is given with furious intensity, just kill him. A figure emerges from the shadows, dual blades gleaming with deadly intent. The blades descend, ready to strike. Swinging his blade with lethal precision, Kim Yuan continues his assault. Caught off guard, one of the figures can only utter a confused, huh? The sword flashes, cutting through the air and flesh. A pained scream escapes, as one of the opponents feels the bite of the blade. His eyes burning with an intense red glow, Yuan shows no mercy. Another desperate cry rings out, wait. Holding aloft a captured flag, he stands defiant. One of the remaining opponents, now on his knees, pleads, spare me. Desperation clinging to his voice, the man continues, I'll give them all to you, so just let me go. System messages appear, indicating the acquisition of 2 flags and 20 CP. Standing amidst the fallen, Yuan surveys the battlefield, a testament to his power. His red eyes gleaming, he prepares for what comes next, and the offer hangs in the air. What will they do? Will they give up everything they have, or keep going? A tense silence, then a hesitant agreement. The question is posed, how much should they give? A notification flashes, a flag and CP have been obtained. The flags stand tall, symbols of hard-won victories. A player kneels, glad to have such a strong ally. An apology is offered, followed by the announcement that the first half of the game is over. A player is surprised, realizing it's only been 4 hours since the game started. The strategy is laid out. Everyone needs to spread out and gather flags. A smart decision, but a warning is given, don't end up having them stolen. The flag count is revealed, 27 flags. The question is asked in disbelief. How did he gather so many by himself? That's so many. Looking at the scoreboard, it's clear that Team A has a significant lead with 64 flags, but Yuan isn't impressed, calculating that with the flags he secured, they should have 67. His eyes narrowing, he realizes that the capture portion of the test is about to begin. A voice echoes, warning that by now, the players will have gathered a good number of flags. The voice continues, predicting that the teams will shift their focus from hunting monsters to hunting each other. A man with green hair looks startled, uttering a surprised me. Turning to Yuan, he asks if they need another king. Yuan acknowledges the point, thinking that even he will have a hard time winning without a king, finding the situation annoying. Confirming that the green-haired man's name is Halaman, Yuan tells him to stick close and not forget, demanding confirmation. A voice declares, the real game starts now. The voice continues, questioning if they escaped after giving him their flags. The voice scolds, saying that they are acting like that because they haven't seen his skills, mentioning that Kale and Max were taken down in a single strike, and that they couldn't even see his sword. The memory flashes before him, a stark reminder of just how quickly things can change. He scoffs, finding it pathetic that even with skilled players and overwhelming numbers, Team B ran from Yuan. The grim reality sets in, they could be taken out, even in groups. Speculation fills the air, if Yuan met up with Team A's king, he'll likely continue to protect them. Listing off names, Salamov, Kachel, and other skilled players come to mind. Considering their options, strategy is key, but time is running out, they can't just keep running away. Acknowledging their losses, Team B is still full of highly skilled players, not to mention, they have a deciding variable on their side. A vision of power, a glimpse of what's at stake. A challenge is posed, or do you have a better idea? Silent anticipation, the weight of the decision hangs heavy. The strategic landscape unfolds, a silent battlefield of choices. The die is cast, it seems like it's been decided then. Now then, a mysterious woman appears. The question hangs in the air. 12 hours into the test, another flag has been obtained. Another flag is claimed, but the focus remains on the bigger picture. At this point, it's less of a team battle and more of a test where 200 people are trying to survive against Yuan. Namgung Hoon reflects on the dire situation. A figure contemplates the flags before him. The flag in his grasp is worth either 100 or 1,000 points. He observes that. Having gathered quite a few flags, he knows it's not yet time to hand them over to the king. as the figure thinks that they shouldn't have too much of a problem protecting him while moving. But if this guy gets his flag stolen, or worse, gets killed, it'll be an irreversible scenario. Namgung-hoon realizes that. He should only hand his flag over right before the end of the test, as the figure decides that. People are now getting scared at just the sight of him, and Namgung-hoon wonders if they're getting influenced by the mood, or if they can instinctively feel it. Now that he thinks about it, the players on Team B have been giving up their flags as soon as they see Kim Yoo-won. Do they know him, or did they already exchange information? He figures they've already shared within their team that he, the king, are sticking together, handing over the flags and running away if they come across him. As teammates, they probably exchanged their player kit numbers, so they must have come to an agreement to just hand over the flags. Why would they do something like that? They can't win if they just keep giving up their flags. Yeah, he's sure they're scheming something, but what? Closing in with blinding speed, Yoo-won's attack is too fast to follow. The force of the blow sends the other player reeling, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. His face contorted in pain. The green-haired player can only stare in disbelief. A strangled cry escapes him as he realizes the sheer power of his opponent. What just happened? He sees this is why they kept avoiding a fight, so they can preserve their teammates' lives. And do that. An enclosure formation that's been used since long ago in the martial realm. With a look of grim determination etched on his face, Yoo-won prepares to unleash his next move. A voice booms out, announcing the technique, Heaven and Earth Net. The cover displays the title and a character with slicked-back black hair. An explanation of an enclosure formation, used since long ago in the martial realm, appears. A figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes is shown, overlooking a complex web-like structure. The text describes the technique as the Heaven and Earth Net. It's further explained that the Heaven and Earth Net is a technique to surround your enemy. A voice mumbles, contemplating whether they should have killed them all. A character with green hair looks on with a disturbed expression. Someone shouts, "Wait, Yoo-won." A figure in red and black stands imposingly over Yoo-won, who is kneeling on the ground. The figure in red and black prepares to strike, energy crackling around them. Yoo-won is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Surveying the scene, he notices something peculiar, a line etched into the ground. His voice dripping with disdain, Yoo-won questions if the other is asking for death. He continues, his tone unwavering, telling the other to stay still, reminding him of the initial warning. A sigh escapes him, as if dealing with a tiresome child. From a distance, the egg watches on, its expression unreadable, knowing that if the other moves again, it can't help him this time. Ignoring the warnings, the figure takes a fateful step forward, breaking the circle. The figure cries out, calling out to Yoo-won, just as an unseen force descends upon him. A surge of power erupts, engulfing the figure in a blinding light. His expression hardening, Yoo-won reiterates his command not to leave the circle. The attack continues, the force of it visible in the air. Elsewhere, a voice echoes through the night, questioning why the target first aimed for the king. It seems that even with so many people, they still had to come together to jump one man, Kim Yoo-won. One of the men notes that Yoo-won is the kind of guy they need to put at a disadvantage by making him fight to protect the king. Another man wonders if Yoo-won is moving alone, leaving the king behind. Someone orders for everyone to step aside. It's revealed that Team B is an amalgamation of famous players with real hotshots like Namgung-hoon and Roel. A man realizes that big guilds should be paying attention to this test. Someone thinks that if they were to kill Yoo-won right here and now. The man prepares to strike, ready to make his move. Arrows are launched, but the man declares that they are too weak. The man's weapon glows, ready to strike. The man thinks that he'd become a star everyone has to look up to. The man throws his weapon, satisfied with the throw. Out of nowhere, a spear comes crashing down, piercing through someone. The sudden attack leaves someone utterly speechless. The spear stopped right in midair. The weapon, hovering ominously. Confusion sets in, as someone wonders what's going on. In a brutal assault, a figure is struck down by a sword. The victim's face contorts, uttering a cry of shock and pain. Chaos erupts, as multiple figures clash in a fierce battle. Another strike lands, and someone realizes this side was a dud. The attacks continue, and Yoo-won is caught in the onslaught. Sent flying, a figure plummets downwards. A chilling demand echoes. Now tell me, where's Namgung-hoon? He disappeared again. The figures continue their pursuit through the forest. It's a high-level stealth, so much so that they can't even see a shimmer. Unless he's right in front of them, they probably can't see through it. Was Yoo-won an assassin? One of the figures remarks that assassins don't use long swords and wear dark clothes, but Yoo-won has a pretty good skill. The figures are surprised at how quickly he got here. One of the figures comments that they have a good scout and are using the Heaven and Earth Net, a good strategy. Another figure replies that maybe it's because they don't have many people, but it's full of holes. The first figure asks if they are sure about that. A figure with glowing eyes looks on. They're finally here. Hoon and Roel have arrived. The figures look on as Hoon and Roel arrive. Did you decide to give up on the test for the sake of fighting? Whatever the case may be, an apologetic voice cuts through the tension. Though unintentional, the voice continues, boasting of a good team, unlike his opponent. Of course, that doesn't mean he's ashamed of the situation. Demanding to know what he's trying to say, Yoo-won's gaze pierces through the gloom. asking him to get to the point. The figure finds it to his liking. A smirk plays on Yuan's lips, realizing what this is all about. Heard, Yuan remarks, finding his opponent quite talkative. Expecting as much, but knowing he isn't going to do as he says, the figure resigns himself, seeing no other choice. Ordering everyone to step back, the green-haired figure declares he'll face him. Wanting a one-on-one duel, because he doesn't really care how many come at him at once, Yuan declines the offer. With brutal force, a foot comes down on the fallen figure. His red eyes burning with intensity, Yuan prepares for the coming battle. Continuing the assault, Yuan's blade flashes, aiming to cut down his opponent. The sword continues its descent, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, Yuan seems almost surprised by the power he now wields. Would you look at this? But the opponent isn't finished yet, channeling a surge of energy as he prepares to retaliate. His attack lands, sending Yuan reeling from the force of the blow. But before the opponent can press his advantage, Yuan is already back on the offensive, his sword a blur of motion. Straining against the weight, the opponent grits his teeth. It's heavier than the sword of any other martial school. Despite the immense pressure, he manages to launch another attack. But the veteran hunter sees it coming, meeting the blow head-on. Difference. And with a final surge of power, Yuan prepares to end the fight. Despite his best efforts, Yuan feels his strength waning. But then, a surge of green energy envelopes him. Even with this new power, the onslaught continues. Suddenly, an archangel's blessing empowers him, increasing his strength and constitution. The effects are immediate, his body feels lighter, and his mana regeneration accelerates. His opponent is taken aback, uttering a surprised. The tide begins to turn, he's pushing back even after receiving the buff. Doesn't that mean this match is already over? Watching from the sidelines, an observer remarks that the opponent already seems to think it's over. Confused, the opponent questions what is happening. His eyes widen, as he stares in disbelief. A dark aura surrounds Yuan, as purple flames erupt around him. The opponent recognizes the power, whispering, "That purple fire." Towering above him, the monstrous form looms large, a silent testament to the power Yuan now wields. Gazing into the swirling purple flames, a memory sparks within him. His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. There's no way this is just a coincidence. The purple fire dances around him, and he's sure of it. A close-up reveals a piercing gaze, the intensity of the moment hanging heavy in the air. The purple fire dances ominously, its presence a haunting reminder of a past encounter. That purple fire, it stirs something deep within. The memory of it looms large, a specter from Agria's dungeon. It's the same fire he saw in Agria's dungeon. There's no way it's a coincidence, he's sure of it. His eyes narrow, a sense of unease creeping in. He's that guy, but something's weird. His swordsmanship just now is different than what cut Agria's body. Observing the ongoing battle, Yuan can't shake the feeling that something is off. It's almost as if the skills being displayed belong to someone else entirely. Considering the force behind the attacks, he knows that the fighter should never have been able to kill Agria with a single sword strike. The shift in power is so dramatic, he wonders if it's all just his imagination. But the evidence is mounting, it's either that, or he's going easy on him. From a distance, the battle rages on, but the tide seems to be turning. Watching the sudden shift in momentum, a woman wonders aloud why they stopped fighting, suggesting they retreat. Her voice rings with conviction. Continuing to fight is meaningless. They'll all just end up dead. The situation takes an unexpected turn, as someone questions how Hoon is admitting defeat on his own, then asks if he is the one who conquered Agria's dungeon. The question hangs in the air. Observing the fighter, it seems he has lost his will to fight. Above the fray, the question hangs in the air. Was Agria really the hardest 11th floor dungeon they were raiding? Looking up at the captain, one of the team members asks if it's true, questioning what's wrong, and stating that this isn't like him. Another member chimes in, acknowledging that their opponent is strong, but questioning the decision to give up before a proper fight, suggesting they could stand a chance if they all fought together. The captain's expression hardens, wondering what the meaning would be in winning like that. Someone observes that Yuan alone is making up for the ridiculous gap in numbers between the two teams, and questions if he doesn't seem like the one who deserves to pass this test. Turning to leave, the blonde woman tells the others that they can keep fighting, but she's leaving, urging them to go. Facing her, the blonde woman is called a coward, unlike what they've heard, but she simply responds that they can say whatever they like, valuing her teammates' lives more than her pride. Watching the captain, someone remarks on how stubborn he is, but also acknowledges that it's a bit of a shame, but that is also what they like about him. From above, a voice says that they can always retake a test later, before laughing. The blonde woman stands, surrounded by her team. A figure stands with a sword, stating that they're saying this just in case, but they should kill as few people as possible. Looking at the battlefield, someone comments that it's unsightly for an adult to run amok amidst children fighting, agreeing that they are the ones that they need to fight the outers with together later. Acknowledging the situation, some of them are destined to be future rankers, so there's no need to waste our forces. Considering the odds, if Hercules were in this situation, he would have avoided killing anyone. It's not just about skills, he's also a hero who never breaks his promise. That's what I liked about him, but I'm not a hero like him. Muttering under his breath, He was hoping they would all withdraw on their own, but now, knowing the risks, he admits he can't guarantee what'll happen. Despite the uncertainty, he's going to try. Preparing to cast, a skill, Holy Blessing. Gathering power, a surge of energy emanates from him. As the energy intensifies, the command rings out. Attack him all at once. Smirking, he thinks it's time to join in on a children's fight. Under a hail of attacks, the situation becomes chaotic. With a final burst, the fire blocked their skills. The order rings out. They're to penetrate the flames, Yuan's, all alone. Grimacing, one of the attackers pushes forward. The purple fire intensifies, growing larger. Taking on a monstrous form, the flames resemble a demon. The attackers are shocked, but they continue their assault. One of them exclaims, "It's a demon." A voice explains that, to them, the holy fire looks like a demon, growing by consuming their fear. Watching the growing inferno, Yuan realizes it'll be hard to control once it grows too big, so he needs to rein it in. Gripping his weapon, he prepares to kill Yuan. The attackers continue their assault, trying to break through the flames. It seems that they endured the holy fire for a little longer thanks to the buffs. Observing the scene, someone notes that she must have quite a few buffs she can use. Impressive. A wave of purple energy erupts, the source unseen, but its power undeniable. As the energy surges, skills are activated, angel's wings and strength of a giant, bolstering the unseen forces. Bathed in golden light, Roelle raises her hands, preparing to cast her support magic. Her voice echoes with power, declaring that she's casting buffs tailored for each player, but a strange paralysis grips their foes. The text booms, proclaiming that the enemies can't even get close to him. Amidst the swirling chaos, Yuan stands silhouetted, a figure of dark resolve. Focusing her energy, Roelle's hand glows with divine power. Suddenly, a weapon of immense power materializes, the sword of execution descending from the heavens. Ready to strike, Yuan prepares to unleash the full force of his abilities. Her voice filled with fury, Roelle screams for the enemies to die. Channeling her magic, she holds a radiant orb of pure energy. As the golden light intensifies, Yuan braces himself, the sword of execution poised to strike. With a clenched fist, Yuan unleashes a surge of power. Her eyes widening, Roelle can only watch in stunned silence. The world itself seems to crack, as the force of the attack rips through everything. Amidst the swirling chaos, he stands, the sword of execution gleaming in his hand. The landscape lies in ruins, a testament to the sheer destructive potential now unleashed. Is something like this even possible? A blinding flash, followed by another cataclysmic explosion. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Scattered figures struggle to their feet, lost in the wreckage of what was once a battlefield. One soldier looks to another, muttering, "This is meaningless, we'll just all end up dead." Standing tall amidst the destruction, Roelle declares that she values her teammates' lives more than her pride, saying whatever you like. Looking up, she admits that he was right. The order rings out across the battlefield. Everyone, fall back. They stand no chance like this. If they all die here, even if they get as king, they will have lost. If you're going to run away, leave behind your flags. Then I'll spare you. Did you hear our sound telepathy? I don't need to hear it. I can see what you guys are thinking just from your faces. And what will you do if we say that we're just going to leave? I obviously won't let you guys go, so don't waste any more strength and just hand them over. Are you really not going to kill anyone? We might have lost all our flags, but we will collect more flags. You're alone, and you no longer have a king. In the remaining time. So what? You want me to kill you? What is it that you want? I heard that you rejected all the sponsorship offers from major guilds. But Zion is on another level. Assuring him that he would receive even better treatment than she did, the angel is met with a swift rejection. Surprised by his quick dismissal, Roelle asks for his kit number, but he declines, stating that he knows her objective. Questioning his motives, she claims she's asking for his own future's sake. The fact that he didn't give up on such an unequal test shows her that he has a clear goal. You can't climb this tower alone. Good comrades, a strong guild to fully support you. Even with all of that, it's a difficult place to climb. Someone of your caliber should have realized that you need more than your own skills. The moment you stepped foot inside the tower. Wondering why he's trying to walk this hard path alone, Roelle looks at Yuan. She doesn't know how to give up, he thinks. That's how she was able to climb the tower so fast. But guilds and sponsorships will only get in the way of what he has to do from here on out. Guilds that fight over the rights to the tower can ruin everything through pride, greed, and distrust. That's why he can't accept help from them. He needs to become stronger on his own. So that when the worst time comes, he can become the center that the tower rallies around. Standing on the precipice, he wonders why everyone is so eager to know his reasons. It's not that big of a deal, he thinks. He just knows he can climb the tower without a team or guild. No, it's not possible for him to rely on others. Someone wonders when he's going to come back. A figure falls through the forest, letting out a cry. A wave of terror washes over him. Wondering if it has always been this dark, he questions how long he has to wait. An unseen force strikes. A beam of energy streaks through the trees. An explosion erupts, sending him flying back. Dodging the blast, he admits that his opponent has some reflexes despite his looks. Two figures stand in the forest, asking if he's asking them to kill him, questioning why he's just standing around so quietly. He braces himself for what's to come. From above, the unseen observers discuss the situation, noting that while Hoon and Roel are present, the other group is struggling against Kim Yuan. Below, the assessment continues, acknowledging that he must be quite the formidable opponent to face Team B alone. A stern warning echoes, making it clear that if anyone moves again, no help will be offered this time, as they were told not to leave. Within the circle, Yuan is sent flying backward by an unseen force. Grimacing, he realizes that he'll be caught soon even if he runs, but he also knows he has no chance of winning a fight against them. Clenching his fist, he resolves to buy time by staying within the circle, trusting that Yuan will return. His mind made up, he knows his only option is to trust him and do as he was told. With a surge of golden energy, he prepares to strike. From the sidelines, one of the observers scoffs, dismissing his efforts as a joke and questioning what he's even trying to do. Another chimes in, suggesting he's gone senile, reminding the others to divide up the CP evenly and ensure the flags are properly distributed. Unfazed by their taunts, he continues his assault, golden energy crackling around him. Swinging his blade with furious intent, golden energy crackles around Kim Yuan. Planting his foot, he sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Damn it, he thinks, I can't leave the circle. Undeterred, he continues his assault, the golden aura intensifying. But the attacks are met with resistance, resulting in a blinding clash of energy. Blades materialize around him, closing in. A voice echoes, that was way too easy. Gasping for air, Yuan mutters, as long as I don't leave the circle. The unseen speaker continues, just think of it as you being unlucky. Now bye. Restrained by an unseen force, he struggles against the binding energy. The circle glows ominously, sealing his fate. Still caught within the circle, Yuan is struck by an unseen force. Staggering from the blow, he wonders what in the hell that was, if it was some kind of ghost. He can only laugh at the absurdity of it all. Elsewhere, the skill, Heavenly Demon Spirit, is activated. The spirit takes form, its power immense. Back in the arena, Yuan admits he doesn't know what's what, but at least he survived. Turning away, the Heavenly Demon reflects. He recalls being told, regards, you are truly an amazing person. I hope that next time we meet again on the same team. Thinking back, he realizes he ended up wasting time because the conversation dragged on longer than he wanted. Whatever the case, he's glad it ended well, and as long as Halaman is keeping his promise, there shouldn't be any problems. Breathing a sigh of relief, the Heavenly Demon seems at peace. But back in the arena, all that's left is... A voice echoes through the forest, stating that everyone is gone and it's safe to come out now. As the words hang in the air, a red cloak billows in the darkness. The unseen presence wonders how long he's been aware. A reply comes, acknowledging that he's as smart as the rumors say. Cloaked in shadows and swirling purple energy, Yuan remains unfazed. The voice continues, noting that despite the large fire used, there isn't a single scorch mark anywhere. The entity muses that it's not just the power that's impressive, but the skill to burn only specified targets, a fire with its own will, is something he would want if he saw it. A flicker of surprise crosses Yuan's face as he wonders what's going on. The unseen speaker asks if he can see their face. The answer is simple, very clearly. The voice marvels at a skill that can even see through a rancor's illusion, concluding that he's the real deal. Bathed in golden light, Yuan can only respond with, my goodness. He admits to himself, he was honestly surprised he didn't go after the king as soon as the test started. Thinking back, he wonders why he tried to fight the entirety of Team B by himself instead. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple and gold, a figure stands defiant. It's revealed that Hypnos is an Olympian rancor, famous for his illusion skills, and that a rancor is interfering with an official test. A realization dawns on him. They're really hellbent on finishing him off. He muses, to think they'd set up such a fancy trap for him. Bathed in an ominous purple glow, the figure remains shrouded in mystery. Enveloped in golden energy, the scene is charged with anticipation. He considers that a normal player would have fallen asleep as soon as he released all this mana, wondering if he's enduring through sheer will. A new message arrives, revealing that Hera wants Kim Yuan killed, no matter what it takes. It's thought that it was excessive for execs of a major guild to have their attention on a single player and send a rancor after him, but it explains why the higher-ups were so on edge. As the purple energy intensifies, the stakes rise even higher. The skill Dark Knight activates, ready to cast its illusion. As the skill takes hold, it casts an illusion on every life form in the area, forcing them to fall asleep. The power of the skill should be on a different level than before, surely it's hard to endure. The skill is resisting and giving up. Closing his eyes, he'll let you have a very sweet dream. The illusion takes hold. The target is trapped within the illusion. The voice echoes, Rancor, everyone would think you were lying. Disregarding whether you'd be a match or not, they wouldn't even believe that a small fry would have a chance to meet someone from the great Olympus. The voice continues, that's the kind of venerable meeting you're having right now. The voice taunts, you'd be able to brag quite a bit if you managed to get out alive. What a shame. The skill Dark Knight activates, a wave of oppressive energy washing over the battlefield. Manifesting as a shadowy figure wreathed in golden light, the skill takes form. The darkness partially obscuring his form, the opponent questions the effectiveness of the skill. A grunt escaping his lips, the opponent seems affected, but remains standing. Dodging an attack with practiced ease, he notes that it was too shallow. Accusing Yuan of acting, he calls him out for using such an underhanded trick. Responding to the taunt, Yuan states that he doesn't think he's in any position to talk, and that he doesn't intend to brag about fighting a rancor. Retorting with a sneer, the opponent claims that provoking him won't change a thing. He simply says no. Silhouetted against the swirling energy, the opponent stands defiant. Despite the opponent's defiance, the skill Dark Knight improves his stamina recovery speed by plus 200%. Further enhancing his capabilities, the skill also boosts his mana recovery speed by plus 100% and amplifies his mana. Under the cold light of the moon, a declaration echoes, a challenge laid bare, because the night doesn't belong just to him. Mana surges around Yuan, his power amplified, ready to meet whatever darkness awaits. The ultimate item, a perfect synergy with the sword, is about to be unleashed. It's revealed that Hypnos is a close-range mage. Despite the damage, Yuan acknowledges that he managed to injure him, but he's still an Olympian rancor. Gathering dark attribute mana, Yuan prepares for the next attack. He thinks he's pretty confident against this type of enemy. Closing in, Yuan unleashes a barrage of energy projectiles. But before they can strike, Hypnos counters with a surge of power from below. Closing the distance in a flash, the hunter prepares a close-range strike. Unleashing a burst of raw energy, the Olympian rancor sends him reeling back. Recovering quickly, Yuan retaliates with a devastating blow. But the heavenly demon is ready, meeting the attack with a blinding blast. Breaking through the defenses, the hunter lands a direct hit. Absorbing the impact, Hypnos returns the favor with a strike of his own. Unleashing a wave of power, Yuan attempts to overwhelm his opponent. But the Olympian is too fast, countering with a dark energy assault. Connecting with a final blow, the hunter sends Hypnos flying. Following through, Yuan finishes the combo with a crushing kick. Continuing his assault, Yuan unleashes a torrent of energy, the air crackling as he manifests a spectral duplicate. The raw power of the technique sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Moving with blinding speed, the hunter presses his advantage. But a flicker of surprise crosses his face as he realizes the true nature of the clone. A predatory grin spreads across Yuan's face, his eyes burning with crimson intensity. The clone materializes, a perfect copy ready to strike. Caught in the blast radius, Hypnos is sent reeling, struggling to maintain his footing. The onslaught continues, purple energy engulfing him. A desperate cry escapes him as the full force of the attack slams into him. The air shimmers, distorted by the sheer power unleashed. His face contorted in agony, Hypnos can only gasp, it's hot. The assault shows no sign of stopping, the purple flames continuing to burn. As the attack lands, a surge of purple energy erupts around Hypnos. The magical fire, already intense, begins to react violently. Its flames flicker and writhe, growing ever more ferocious. The intensified fire lashes out, striking Hypnos directly. A close-up reveals the chaotic nature of the flames, each spark a tiny explosion of power. The fire's intensity continues to climb, becoming more and more dangerous. A hand clenches, seemingly controlling the volatile energy. Something feels off, it's not actually hot, but it feels like it is. The fire seems to possess a will of its own, a terrifying sentience. Its power shifts, growing in proportion to the level of fear it senses. That's quite the troublesome skill indeed. Completely overwhelmed, Hypnos is engulfed by the magical fire. The magical fire erupts, but with a swift motion. It's deflected. He's indeed a rancor, someone thinks, to blow away the holy fire like that. Landing gracefully, Yuan prepares for the next attack. His blade meets an unseen force, sending sparks flying. Deflecting another blow, he stands firm against the onslaught. The clash of powers creates a blinding explosion, illuminating the battlefield. Gripping his sword tightly, Hypnos prepares to strike. His face contorted in determination, he channels his energy. Swirling energy surrounds him, ready to be unleashed. From a low angle, the intensity of the battle is palpable. Holding his sword high, Hypnos declares, "I knew it, this guy. He's outstandingly talented." His red eyes glow with determination. That's a scenario we have to avoid at all cost. Moondream. Kim Yuan has to die here. The magical energy crackles. The attack intensifies. He stands amidst the falling debris, unfazed. The assault continues. His gaze pierces through the chaos, red eyes burning with defiance. "Are you not afraid of the administrator?" He scoffs, dismissing the question. "My only allegiance is to Olympus." What a joke. You can say whatever you want, you ignorant brat. There's no way you'd understand that greater cause. Greater cause, he repeats, a hint of bitterness in his tone. He thinks, I bet you can't even imagine the weight that I have to bear. Keeping this in mind, whoever uses this to go back in time will have to carry the entire tower on their back. So the one who goes back needs to be capable of holding up that weight and fulfilling their responsibility. So this place, with hundreds of worlds, where billions of life forms coexist together, doesn't end up on the edge of despair again. Even I, who left after having engraved the promise with those I left behind into my heart, don't think I can say greater cause unabashedly. You know, I may not, but I at least know one thing for certain. The thing about the greater cause is that it's meant to be said when you're sacrificing yourself, not someone else. Like me, who returned just to repeat all those hellish fights once again. That's cooler, ain't it? But the moment for talk is over, as the ground begins to crack with purple energy. The energy intensifies, a sign of the battle to come. And in the aftermath, a lone figure stands in the center of a newly formed crater. A chilling laugh echoes through the air. A voice drips with disdain, questioning if that's the best he can do. The speaker declares his actions are a grave crime within the tower. But he insists this was all for Olympus. With a burst of speed, an attack is launched. A figure in red descends, striking with immense force. A gasp escapes him, as blood trickles from his mouth. Staggering back, Cheonmu-jin can only utter, Kim, Yuan. His eyes burning with crimson intensity, Yuan stands ready for the next exchange. A desperate cry rings out, lost in the chaos of battle. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward, obliterating everything in its path. His voice laced with disbelief, Cheonmu-jin struggles to comprehend. You bastard, how? There's no way he didn't feel any fear seeing all the stones falling on him. Looking at the eyes of his opponent, Cheonmu-jin wonders if what he's seeing is real. Realizing his illusion skills aren't working, Cheonmu-jin curses, knowing he needs another method. He thinks to himself that it might be only half complete, but it's the greatest counter-skill to illusions, and the reason why he was so confident in this fight. With a look of determination, Kim Yuan declares that it's over. Struck by a sudden blow, Yuan cries out in disbelief. Clutching his hand, he watches the blood well up between his fingers. His eyes burning with fury, he struggles to comprehend the power of his unseen foe. Gritting his teeth, the attacker refuses to yield. A sinister voice declares, it's over. Eyes glowing with dark energy, the attacker wonders what's happening. Raising his blade, the attacker prepares to strike. The blade crackles with power, ready to deliver the final blow. Eyes narrowed in concentration, the attacker unleashes his full power. Struck by the force of the blow, Yuan gasps in pain. The administrator is summoned, and a stern voice demands an explanation. Kneeling before the towering figure, the administrator faces the consequences of their actions. His face contorted in a mix of fear and regret, the administrator braces for the inevitable reprimand. Stammering, he attempts to justify his actions. He asks, at least you're sorry, but was this an order from Olympus? The administrator hesitates, knowing the gravity of the situation, but finally admits it was his own decision. A chilling question hangs in the air. So you want to take the blame? Trying to backtrack, he stammers, that's not it. Even if that were the case, Olympus can't escape all of the blame. The consequences are swift and severe. The administrator's position as test examiner is revoked, along with all authority given to Olympus on the 11th floor. The administrator is silenced, his fate sealed. The figure's voice booms with fury. How dare you raise your voice? His face contorted in rage, the administrator's eyes glow with a furious intensity. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. With a burst of speed, a figure launches a devastating kick towards the administrator. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. The attacker presses his advantage, continuing the relentless assault. Messing with a test participant as an examiner is an unforgivable crime. You will be punished for thousands of years in a state between life and death. Another brutal strike lands, leaving the administrator reeling. Desperate, Sir cries out, wait, sir. Gasping for air, the administrator struggles to stay on his feet. Ugh, KGH. His face a mask of fury, the attacker shouts, Kim Yuan. You bastard. The assault continues without mercy. With a chilling farewell, Kim Yuan declares, Kim Yuan. See ya. The air crackles with tension. A strange energy permeates the desolate landscape. The very ground seems to writhe with unseen power. Looking down at the kneeling figure, Kim Yuan speaks, acknowledging their repeated encounters. The administrator remains on the ground, his red cloak billowing around him. He reflects on the situation, admitting that he's not just an ordinary guy, and questioning why he thought he could face a rancor. The administrator thinks to himself that he had some trouble because things weren't being administered. Kim Yuan's expression hardens as he considers the odd team assignments for this test. The administrator rises, questioning if he's being blamed for the situation. He insists that someone has to take responsibility. A smirk plays on Kim Yuan's lips as he calls him a bold kid. Kim Yuan concedes that the administrator isn't wrong, promising a proper reward when the test is over. The administrator, standing in the desolate landscape, demands assurance that Kim Yuan won't go back on his words, reminding him that he's an administrator and shouldn't be treated like Hypnos. Since they have quite the audience, Yuan thinks this is enough talking. A big wave is coming to the tower, a really big wave. An unnamed character looks up at the sky. Someone reflects on witnessing something unbelievable after coming to see their team's king. Wondering if this was all rigged, someone can't believe Olympus did this, even if it was just the stray action of a test examiner. This is a big deal. How could such a major incident be someone's stray action? He's sure the higher-ups are mixed up in this. Then, should such a thing be kept hush-hush? If this becomes widely known, the tower will fall into chaos. And do you really want to blab your mouth and cause the martial realm and Olympus to become enemies of each other? That's not it. But this guy, how did he fight a ranker strong enough to become a test examiner? He can hear you. This isn't the first time a ranker has lost to a player. Sun Ogong managed to defeat a ranker while he was a player as well. But taking into account the fact that his opponent is Olympus, Yuan will definitely cause a bigger stir than when Sun Ogong defeated a ranker. Considering the situation, he acknowledges that Olympus is now on high alert because of what he's done, and that the massive guild will consider him their enemy. Asked how he plans on managing so many enemies, Yuan declares his intention to fight them until he drags down Olympus's king, Zeus. Taken aback, the other party questions his motives. He explains that all he did was help a blacksmith who didn't want to make the weapons that Olympus was asking of him, and since then, they've been after his head. Thinking aloud, Yuan muses that a blacksmith related to Olympus would be. The name Hephaestus comes to mind. Elsewhere, someone mentions hearing from their clan about some recent incidents in the tower. They add that the central figure behind a few of the major incidents is right in front of them, and the other party simply states that he understands. From a distance, a figure implores him to please be careful, no matter how unprecedented his strength may be, because his opponent is still Olympus. Concerned, Hoon asks where he's going. Just then, a message arrives, identifying the sender as Namgung Jinwon. He states that since it's almost time for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he will be going back to his clan. A voice echoes, laced with relief, expressing how close they felt to death. Tears welling in his eyes, he clutches at his jacket, overwhelmed by the recent ordeal. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst fallen foes, a voice declaring, "You're not wrong." His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. Lost in thought, he wonders if he's made another mistake. His expression is a mix of confusion and worry as he grapples with his actions. The other figure acknowledges his endurance, recognizing that he did a good job enduring and not giving up. A flag flutters in the wind. The flag displays a number, indicating a count of 600. He realizes that with so many flags, he's set to receive a massive amount of CP and rewards, but his mind is elsewhere. He ponders the compliment he received, acknowledging the man who broke through all odds and achieved such a great accomplishment. His eyes widen as he reflects on the significance of the words. He reflects on the battle, a soft glow illuminating his face as he thinks. He's so happy he managed to fulfill his role as Team A's king until the very end. Elsewhere, a figure with green hair stands battered and bruised, the test having come to an end. The final score flashes, a massive 1236 emblazoned across the screen. The system announces that player Kim Yuan delivered 618 flags to the king, and the king obtained 618 flags. The flags are counted as double, and the king has gained a total of 1,236 flags. The system reiterates, the test has ended. The final flag count is displayed. Team A with 1,236 flags, and Team B with a mere 2 flags. The system declares, the winner is Team A. For unknown reasons, they have been awarded additional CP, obtaining 10,000 CP. A quiet moment passes, and he is informed that he may now use the CP shop. The system announces that the 11th floor's ranking has been updated, and they have obtained the right to move on to the 12th floor. A new floor awaits, bathed in the golden light of a rising sun. A message appears, confirming that they are now able to teleport to the next floor. The scene shifts, showing a bright, ethereal space. A ranking board appears, displaying the results of the 11th floor test. The destination is revealed, the 12th floor, a small inn, requiring over 20,000 CP. Sitting on a bed, Yuan reflects. Getting more than 10,000 CP would have been satisfactory, but he managed to get double that. He realizes, the additional CP is probably the administrator's reward, adding it all together totaled up to something unbelievable. For unknown reasons, he has been awarded additional CP, obtaining 10,000 CP. Not bad. He ranked 36th, a record better than most high rankers. Halaman is 36th with 6,230 CP. Uria is 37th with 6,140 CP, and Karyoskin is 38th with 6,079 CP. It's an adequate reward for a guy that risked his life and did his job properly. Sun Ogong is only 11th. That's really low for his skills. Someone comments that a team-based test like this isn't really a good match for him, as he can just solo it. As for Hargan, he is 8th with 7,880 CP. Impressive. He was talented to begin with. But he's becoming much stronger than before as he climbs the tower. I wonder if he was inspired by what transpired in the tutorial and on the first floor. He should be like a different person than at our first meeting by now. I'm really curious to see. The Namgung Noble Clan, a name whispered with reverence and respect. They stand as the largest organization in the martial realm, second only to the heavenly demonic cult. And they hold the very center of the 10th floor, leading the martial guild with an iron fist. A clan famed throughout the land, having cultivated countless rankers. And the man who resurrected the once declining clan, raising them to become the greatest in the martial realm. Namgung Jinwon, head of the Namgung clan. Yes, the situation escalated to the point that the administrator himself had to intervene. I figured it wouldn't be wise to leave a record by communicating through the player kit, which is why I came in person ahead of schedule. Olympus discovered Hephaestus while preparing for the Gigantomachy, but they failed to secure him, all thanks to Yuan's interference. He must be a real pain for them. A strange, almost alien structure hangs suspended. Inside a traditional building, someone asks if one of their teammates is sponsored by Asgard. The response confirms that yes, his name is Gibbons. It seems only a matter of time before Asgard finds out about this. The speaker thinks of Kim Yuan, musing that a newly lit star has found himself in the middle of a giant storm. The speaker continues, believing this grand martial arts tournament will be a bit of a mess. The scene shifts to a dark space, where a swirling vortex of purple energy begins to coalesce. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. Kim Yuan raises his hand, a staff-like weapon materializing in his grip as the purple aura flares around him. The perspective shifts to a distant building, now overlaid with multiple targets, the purple energy still swirling ominously. The targets become more prominent, impact sounds echoing as the stage is set for a devastating attack. Purple energy crackles around him as he unleashes another strike. His eyes glowing with power, he remains focused on the targets ahead. The energy blasts forward, obliterating everything in its path. More targets fall, reduced to nothing by the sheer force of his attack. The air shimmers with residual energy, a testament to the power he wields. The targets shatter into fragments, unable to withstand the onslaught. An observer notes that he keeps hitting the bullseye on targets that are so far away, and that he's somehow getting faster. More targets explode, the observer marveling at how many he's planning on breaking. Another observer thinks he might have the highest record in the bag. The destruction continues, a symphony of shattering targets and raw power. The system announces that he has destroyed 1,000 targets. Confident in his spear throwing, he reflects that these targets are perfect for practice, as the system informs him that he has passed the 19th floor's test and can now teleport to the next floor. His strength, constitution, and perception have all increased by 1, and he's obtained 50,000 points. With only about 5 minutes left on the clock and no more targets appearing, it seems the test is over. He considers his next move. Though the reward is a bit stingy for clearing 10 times the required number to pass, and he's consumed 22,000 CP, he knows he won't regret what he buys. He managed to get the item he was looking for, thanks to earning way more CP on the 11th floor than he originally anticipated, and his growth speed and achievements are also greater than what was originally planned. To get a proper reward, he figures he should wait until after the 20th floor, as tests become much harder every 10 floors, but the rewards also become that much better. The 20th floor test is tricky, and he's not sure what he has to do in it, so he decides to stop climbing the tower for now. Now's the best time to raise his arcane power to triple digits, and the most efficient way to raise it right now is to consume an elixir of the highest grade, one that's worth millions of points, bringing his arcane power to 99. He considers an elixir that's only created once every 3 years in the martial realm. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. And the place he can obtain such a thing is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The air crackles with anticipation. Only a few days remain before the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Looking out over the bustling arena, Kim Yuan decides it's time to head down. The day before the start of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the martial realm of the 10th floor is abuzz with excitement. From above, the scale of the event is clear, with crowds gathering from all corners of the realm. The atmosphere is electric, as people celebrate the greatest event in the martial realm. Amidst the festivities, the question on everyone's mind is, Namgung Hoon is the top contender this time, right? He's said to be a genius within the Namgung clan, the host of the event. One observer notes, he's still only part of the Martial Guild, and the Martial Guild isn't a major guild yet. Then do you think it'll be Hargan? I heard he's climbed up to the 25th floor already and has been waiting for the tournament to start. The anticipation is palpable. That's terrifying. At that speed, he might be able to become a ranker in less than 10 years. Suddenly, a shout rings out, big news. Kim Yuan is said to be participating in this tournament. The announcement of his participation has clearly caused a stir, judging by the reaction of the man across the table. Others discuss the implications, one wondering if Yuan is actually interested in the tournament, considering he'd rejected sponsorships and recruitments from major guilds. Another speculates, wondering if it's for the prize, maybe he thinks he'll win, noting that his name always seems to be mixed up with big events. The guilds will gather like crazy now that he's participating, one man says, wondering if they should bet points on how many will go for him. Another voice suggests, they should just enjoy the event. A woman with pink hair refuses someone's request, telling them to go away. A man with dark hair and a stern expression echoes the sentiment, declaring he's not interested and ordering them to leave. A woman with white hair and yellow eyes repeats the command, simply saying no and telling them to go away. A man with dark hair also tells someone to go away. Bronal, guild master of the 12 earthly gods and a draconian ranker, is seen. The man from before finds Bronal's behavior impolite, thinking he should at least be let in and heard out, rather than being sent away at the door. He finds the situation so annoying. The guild master of the 12 earthly gods observes the scene, noting the arrival of an unexpected guest, a personal touch he finds rather amusing. A blonde-haired man, radiating confidence, calls out, Serial, so you're Kim Yuan. I came from the Zion Guild. Will you also tell me to go away? The room seems to hold its breath, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air, as the guild master considers the implications of an archangel on the brink of becoming a high ranker arriving in person. Is Yuan really that talented? He's already the 13th person today. The man in black simply replies, I see. Serial continues, extending an offer. If you have a change of heart, you can contact me here. Zion will always have a place for you. The offer is met with a swift rejection, as Yuan thinks to himself that something like this, he's never going to contact him. Serial seems pleased with the response. That's what I like to hear. As expected of Kim Yuan, he then turns his attention to someone else, asking, but what about me? A figure in the background wonders, should I also go away? With a dismissive wave, Serial declares, long time no see, friend. You can go away too. The blue-skinned figure is taken aback. What? Really? Serial confirms, yeah really. The conversation shifts to rumors, mentioning that even Olympus's Hargan is involved, and that they're comrades who did the tutorial together. The blue-skinned figure grumbles, clearly annoyed. I'm just kidding. Come on in. Man, even your jokes aren't funny. Entering the room, the two visitors take in the sights, a stark contrast to the reception they received. Clearly offended, Serial declares, Guildmaster, this is too much. To send us away without even inviting us for tea or anything. This is a stain on our guild's honor. Serial clicks his tongue, but Bronel attempts to calm him down. That's enough. It's not like our guild's the only one that's been rejected. An unseen voice suggests, let's just return quietly. Ignoring the suggestion, Bronel remarks, damn, your room's nice. Looking around, Bronel asks, how many points is a place like this? Do you have a lot of money? He adds, I keep racking up points. He continues, I even took a break from climbing, so I might as well rest in style while I'm at it. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Mr. Kim Yuan, are you here? Could I talk with you just for a moment? The unseen man continues, ignore them. If it's an actual emergency, they can just break down the door or something. Yuan remains unfazed as Bronel asks, what's the use of a good room like this if you can't even take a proper break? Are there quite a few guys like them? He thinks, I think it's worse than usual because of the tournament. Serial interjects, I mean, you're pretty famous. I was able to find where you were staying with a quick search. Leaning forward, Serial says, I would have told you if you had just asked. Yuan responds, what's the fun in that? I gotta shock you with a surprise visit. Though it doesn't seem like you were all that surprised. He asks about his teammates, inquiring if any of them have failed yet. He's assured that not a single one has, and that they're all on track to become rankers, each possessing what it takes. The blonde-haired man then mentions that he heard Yuan caused a lot of trouble, adding that he heard it was Yuan who stopped them from taking Hephaestus. He reveals that he gets wind of most information and honestly thought Yuan was a real madman after what he heard. The blonde-haired man asks why Yuan decided to make an enemy of Olympus. Yuan responds, stating that he doesn't really pay much attention to his surroundings, despite the blonde-haired man knowing all that and still coming to see him. He continues, explaining that he's not on the best of terms with Ares's or Hera's faction, so there's no need for him to care about what they think. He then asks about Zeus, wondering if he knows. The blonde-haired man replies that his father is focusing on raiding the final floor of the tower, adding that he's long since stepped away from matters regarding Olympus, so he's not really sure. Yuan thinks to himself about the final floor of the tower, reflecting that at this point in time, no one's cleared the 100th floor's test yet, so it's called that. He continues his internal monologue, realizing that's why players that climb up to the 100th floor, which is the current top of the tower, are called rankers. Yuan wonders what kind of face his father will make when he finds out that there is a ceiling far above the 100th floor. The blonde-haired man states that thanks to Yuan rescuing the criminal, Olympus is up in arms, so he should lay low for a bit, and when he has a chance, he'll try to put in a good word for him to his father, implying that he also thinks Ajusi is a criminal. He announces that he needs to go somewhere, asking if the other man wants to come along. Caught off guard, the blonde-haired man asks where he's suddenly going. With a slight pause, Yuan states that he is going to meet the so-called criminal. Elsewhere, Hephaestus is seen. The resounding clang of metal on metal echoes through the forge, each strike a testament to the unseen craftsman's dedication. Gloved hands, weathered and strong, grip the iron, guiding it with practiced ease. Another strike, another shower of sparks, the heat intense, the labor relentless. The forge roars, consuming all in its fiery embrace. A moment of respite, a deep breath drawn, the craftsman pauses, sweat beading on his brow. It's the 4th day already, he thinks, wondering if he's pushing himself too hard. But his hands feel restless, unless he's making something. The craftsman sighs, realizing that over half the items he wants to make are weapons. But he can't just abandon his resolution already. He thinks of the sword, the one he gave him, his savior. That sword will be the last weapon he'll ever make. Considering he's hearing news of him even all the way down on the 1st floor, he must be climbing the tower with style. He did say he'd drop by soon, but he wonders when that'll actually be. Suddenly, a voice calls out, anyone here? The craftsman is surprised, as a man asks why he's asking if he's going to just open the door without knocking. The man strides forward, his cape billowing behind him. Another man lies on the ground, unconscious. The first man and a blonde-haired man stand over the fallen figure, the tension palpable in the air. The blonde-haired man asks, who's the guy you brought with you? The first man responds, "My name's Hargan." Hargan looks down at the fallen man, realizing he's one of father's sons. The blonde-haired man looks up, asking if it would hurt him to just call him his brother. The fight between his siblings has been intense, making it hard for Hephaestus to be friendly. Hargan, standing before him, asks, "So, are you here for me as well?" Hephaestus replies, "No, of course not." Continuing, he says he lacks the ability to do so and just wanted to meet him because he can't trust Olympus. Hephaestus thinks, what? One of Zeus's sons of all people can't trust Olympus. He recalls being told that his big brother was a criminal since he was born. Hephaestus continues, mentioning he heard how his friend had saved him. He's a guy that's made him open his eyes in various ways, so he wanted to personally meet him and judge for himself what kind of person he is, Hephaestus thinks. Looking at the blonde-haired man, Hephaestus notes his appearance and the look in his eyes is very similar. Hephaestus wonders if it's because he inherited father's blood more than anyone else. A close-up of the blonde-haired man. Hargan asks, "So what do you think?" Hephaestus replies that he's not sure, having only just met him. Turning his head slightly, Hephaestus hears the question, his expression unreadable. The voice continues, observing that it wasn't always the case, and that there are a ton of weapons he's created at Olympus, adding that he has keen eyes. Standing in the center of the workshop, Hargan asks when he stopped making weapons. Turning away, Hephaestus seems lost in thought. Looking down, he wonders when he stopped. Looking down at the workshop, the narrative shifts to the time after the Gigantomachy. A bird's-eye view of the workshop, the scene is filled with various tools and materials. The narrative focuses on giants. They're one of the races that ruled the tower thanks to their natural-born strength and massive physique. There were people who used to point fingers at them for being unsightly, fearing their powers. But Olympus was only able to get to where they are thanks to the giants, so Olympus used to be on their side. Giants tower over the landscape, their forms imposing and powerful. Reflecting on the past, Hephaestus recalls the giants viewed Olympus as allies, a partnership forged in mutual benefit. But it was more than just an alliance, they saw them as friends, a sentiment that he shared. A bond that extended to his own friends. But even those bonds couldn't prevent the inevitable, their hearts were pierced by the weapons he forged. The giants fall, their alliance with Olympus shattered. A conflict known as the Gigantomachy. That was the name of the war started by Zeus and Olympus as the giants started to become more ostracized. The reason behind that terrible war was far too simple and political. The war between Olympus and the giants leaves a lasting scar on both sides. The clash of titans wasn't just about power, it was about public opinion. Olympus sought to monopolize the very power they once shared. Asgardian giants stood alongside their Olympian counterparts, a united front, or so it seemed. But even rankers from various guilds, they too fought over claims to territory, adding fuel to the fire. And so, the war grew bigger, consuming everything in its path. The sounds of swords clashing, they rang from the heavens like thunder, a symphony of destruction. And the land within the tower, it became soiled with the blood of countless people, a grim testament to the cost of ambition. My friends, the giants, they were sacrificed, pawns in a game they didn't understand. All for the purpose of increasing Olympus's influence, a goal achieved through betrayal and bloodshed. The giants, caught in the crossfire, their sacrifices paving the way for Olympus's dominance. To wipe away the dishonor of Olympus, cooperating with the giants, a partnership built on lies and manipulation. The world, engulfed in flames, a reflection of the chaos and destruction wrought by the war. And that's when I quit working for Olympus, unable to stomach their methods any longer. Hephaestus recalls the moment he stopped crafting weapons. Remaining silent, Yuan listens intently. He continues, explaining that this is a story he told before, one that brought him to tears when revisiting the past. Despite the pain, he suppresses his true feelings, maintaining a composed facade. The memory weighs heavily on him. Considering the implications, he wonders if the giants are planning another Gigantomachy, estimating a 90% certainty that they are still preparing. Hephaestus declares that this is his side of the story, leaving the listener to choose who they will trust. With a hint of uncertainty, he acknowledges that he could be wrong. Despite everything, Hephaestus vows to continue fighting against Olympus. Interrupting the conversation, an unnamed figure questions whether Yuan came just to introduce him. Instructing him to follow, the figure says the stuff is in the storage. Without a word, Yuan follows. He'll need some time alone to think. He seems like a good kid, Hephaestus thinks, admitting to himself that he gets why he brought him here. Are you going to continue traveling with him? I'm not sure, the man replies. Maybe I should give it a shot since someone who's stingy about compliments is saying good things about him. As if you will. He thinks, you think way too much. Isn't that the same for you? Hephaestus asks, adding that he knows he doesn't fully trust him yet. He's still at an age where he can be swayed easily. Hephaestus thinks, since there's no way to tell which direction he'll go in, I have no choice but to continue observing. You're always trying to one-up people in conversations. The sound of chains echoes. With a final snap, the sealed chains have been undone. Hephaestus remarks, I made it as you requested, but something troublesome ended up getting created. A surge of energy pulses. The smith continues, after how you named the sword, I couldn't leave it up to you again, so I named it already. The item is called Kaini. More energy surges. The item is revealed, and Yuan wonders, this is Kaini? Hephaestus explains, he named Hades' helm Kaini in my past life, but to think he'd give the same name to an entirely different item, that's kind of interesting. I used up all the adamantium you brought me. The dark divine crystal's been embedded on the outside. Looking at the item, Yuan thinks, but it shouldn't be visible to the naked eye. Can I try it on? Hephaestus replies, of course, that's why I made it. It should be incredibly thin, so thin you wouldn't believe it's made from adamantium. The smith thinks to himself, I have no doubt of his skills since he's been fighting against rancors since the first floor. But the real question isn't whether he's strong enough, it's whether he's worthy. The entity wonders if he can handle it properly. It seems the entity is able to adjust its focus, as it remarks on decreasing the volume. The entity continues its observation. The focus remains on Yuan. Something unexpected seems to have occurred, eliciting a reaction from the entity. The entity's perspective shifts, focusing on an abstract representation. The abstract imagery intensifies. The entity's focus narrows further. The imagery becomes more intense and concentrated. The entity, now seemingly confused, questions who Yuan is. A figure stands in the darkness, barely visible, uttering a confused question. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning who stands before them. A figure responds, asserting that they should be the one asking the questions. The figure looks up, a sense of unease in their expression. Looking up, he realizes, this must be Kaini's test. The man states, I'm Kim Yuan. Other time. From. Strange. A disembodied voice echoes. The voice continues, time? Is this thing talking about how I returned from the future? A massive, glowing eye looms. The eye asks, what are you? And what's your deal? Another voice, seemingly from the eye, declares, other. I am. I. The voice continues, are you saying that you can't speak because you're an eye and not the mouth? The man thinks, this is frustrating. There's not much known about the 3 sacred treasures of Olympus, including Kaini, which was made from the dark divine crystal. They disappeared during the invasion of the Outers. The only information I know are little bits I heard from Kronos. Looking up, sensing something approaching, Yuan's eyes narrow. His mind races, should he dodge, or is it already too late? Deciding to act, he resolves to block whatever's coming with holy fire. An unseen force crackles with energy, illuminating the space around him. Bracing himself, Yuan prepares for impact. But then, a realization dawns, it wasn't an attack at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, egg's incubation rate increases. The numbers climb, reaching 15.23%. The incubation rate continues to rise, now at 17.97%. The egg glows brighter, its incubation rate soaring to 41.29%. A voice whispers, egg sings. The incubation rate has jumped by almost 30%, far more than when it consumed Orochi's corpse. He realizes, wondering what will come out of the egg, or how to make it hatch. Did it hear him? A voice echoes out, seemingly from the egg itself, asking if it woke up because it was hungry. The voice continues, speculating that the egg might even know where they came from, and it mentions the eye that increased its incubation rate so high. A distorted voice emanates from the eye, simply uttering, "Oi." Turning his gaze towards the mysterious entity, Kim Yuan asks if it knows what this egg is. A dark presence looms, and the eye demands that he say something, anything. The eye pulses with energy, its gaze intensifying. The eye's presence grows stronger, its influence becoming more pronounced. The eye commands, watch. The eye's power surges, casting a long shadow over Kim Yuan. He cries out, wait. The eye's influence bears down on him, threatening to overwhelm him. His eyes now glowing red. He seems to be undergoing a transformation. The air crackles with raw power, as a surge of energy erupts from Yuan. The energy coalesces, taking the form of a blinding blue light. A desperate cry pierces the air, Ajusi. The energy intensifies, threatening to consume everything in its path. Tendrils of energy lash out, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie glow. Amidst the chaos, an old man stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the destructive force. The energy begins to dissipate, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The old man looks around, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Huh? He calls out, are you okay? The area suddenly got filled with ominous mana, so I. A relieved voice booms, haha, it's all good since you're okay. He sighs, I almost died there. He pauses, so, how does it feel on your hand? Ah yes, it's good. It really is made with nice material. It feels as comfortable as being barehanded. Though he's a bit too frazzled from meeting that weird thing to care about it, the new outfit does feel comfortable to wear. It will watch him, he thinks. Though he couldn't make out most of what it was saying, he was able to hear that last part clearly. Looking at his gloved hand, he realizes it was hiding such a secret. Remembering the fragments, he recalls there are 3 in total, counting the dark divine crystal. To figure this out, he guesses he needs to collect the other 2 fragments. Clenching his fist, he decides the one he can get his hands on first is going to be that one. Reflecting on the recent event, he recalls the workshop shaking like crazy. His next goal is the trident's fragment. What just happened? Ask him. All I did was hammer a bit. What? Yuan. Examining his hand, Yuan notices a new addition. Hargan asks, a glove? Is it a new item? Are you okay? What's Big Brother talking about? He replies, who knows? You're saying the same thing? You guys didn't fight, right? Hargan assures him, of course not. Hargan is convinced. That's true. There's nothing to worry about. We said that because we genuinely don't know what happened. He says, anyway. Hargan asks, you? Did you manage to make up your mind? Yuan responds, not yet. I'm still feeling conflicted. I think I have to meet Big Brother and Big Sister first. He asks, which ones are you talking about? It's not like you have only one or two older siblings. The text reads, Big Brother Apollo and Big Sister Artemis. The text reads, Apollo and Artemis. The text reads, like Hargan, they're children of Zeus. The text continues, they're also two of the top 10 high rankers in Olympus. The text concludes, seeing as how he's going to meet those two who know about the Gigantomachy well. A rustling sound fills the air as something shifts. He seems to be giving this tournament a lot of thought, but for now, Hargan will focus on the competition. There's the prize, and he needs to raise his fame so he has more influence inside Olympus. Does he even care about stuff like that? I'm not like Big Brother Ares, Hargan thinks, knowing he has no choice but to continuously prove his worth in order to create a faction that follows him. Also, there are way more amazing contestants in this tournament than usual, so the level of rankers that are spectating is much greater. Hargan can't let a perfect stage like this slip by. Did you know that over half the rankers have their eyes on you? He seems excited for some reason. Is he feeling competitive? By the way, there's a rumor that a real big shot is participating. Who is it? It's none other than the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Inside the cavernous space, the air thick with anticipation, two figures stand silhouetted against the dim light. A smirk plays on his lips as Hargan leans in, his golden eyes gleaming with challenge. How about it? Does that get your competitive spirit up? A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face, but Yuan remains silent, lost in thought. That's me, though. The title, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, isn't just for show. It commands absolute dominance over the cultists, but can be revoked by someone with the title of Heavenly Demon. In the dimly lit room, Hargan speaks, mentioning a rumor that a real big shot is participating. Kim Yuan asks who it is. The answer is none other than the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. A figure with long black hair and glowing purple eyes stands before a towering structure. The scene shifts back to the two men in the dimly lit room. Hargan asks if that gets Yuan's competitive spirit up. But Yuan seems to be thinking about something else. That's him, though. It's a position that allows one to command any players that are a part of the cult, but the problem is that the cult has been dormant in the martial realm. The image shows a structure with purple energy. The reason why the demonic cult had been holed up in empty heaven so far was due to the heavenly demon's stubborn ideal to protect the holy fire. Since his long-time wish has been fulfilled, they're going to finally come back out into the world, but to pick the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as their. The image shows a structure with purple energy. The image of a past tournament flashes before us. A sly fox is what he is. The heavenly demonic cult is starting to become active again, and they should be a big help in the fight against the Outers. The Vice Lord of the demonic cult is probably greatly skilled, but could he be a ranker? No, he wouldn't meet the participation requirements, so he has to be a player. The Vice Lord's face is shown. The Vice Lord declares, I'm saying it's me. I'm the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The Vice Lord stands tall, ready to face whatever comes his way. Isn't the Vice Lord a position that's similar to the Vice Head of a noble clan? Then was the reward for the demonic cults test the position of Vice Lord? Kim Yuan thinks to himself, well, the final reward was the Holy Fire, but technically the Vice Lord title was a part of the rewards. Damn, maybe I should have given it away. The Vice Lord thinks to himself, if this becomes known, your value is going to soar. But I have no intention of joining anywhere. Kim Yuan and the Vice Lord stand in the same room. As the Vice Lord thinks, I know that, but the other guilds are going to think differently. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Kim Yuan looks up at the Vice Lord. The stage is set. Banners flutter, announcing the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. A competition to see who's the strongest, drawing tens of thousands of players. The focus of the tower, with some of the greatest rising stars in the history of the tournament participating, even the audience is filled to the brim with notable players. Who will be the one to claim the item that's worth millions of points? The crowd roars. The arena awaits. Now then, we'll commence. With the preliminaries, the tournament begins. The stage is set. 10 players will take the stage at the same time. Only the last one standing will participate in the main stage of the tournament, and there is no restriction to the fighting method. The preliminary groups will be decided randomly. As the tournament draws near, players begin to fill the stage, eager to prove their worth. Looking down from above, one player recognizes a familiar face. Isn't that the kid from the Seomun noble clan? He's participating even though he just got to the 10th floor? Another voice chimes in, identifying Yang Wonel, the bastard of the Sapphire Sword School. What? Wonel? Where? A smirk plays on his lips, the familiar face acknowledging the less than flattering nickname. Bastard? That's not a nice nickname, but there's quite a few people that seem to recognize me. Having made his way up, he reflects on his progress. He managed to climb up to the 18th floor. Considering the competition, it's noted that since only players below the 25th floor can participate, 18 should be pretty high among the participants. From below, a surprised voice whispers. Recognition dawns, those clothes, that face. A wave of realization washes over the crowd. It's that son of a bitch. You asshole. It's Kim Yuan. The shock is palpable. Holy crap. It really is Yuan. Panic sets in. What? Kim Yuan is here. Shit. I got placed in the worst preliminary group possible. With the preliminaries about to begin, the countdown starts. 10 seconds until the preliminaries start. 10, 9, 8. With the tournament finally underway, Yuan hears a voice calling out to him, singling him out from the crowd. His challenger's fist clenches, the man's voice dripping with venom as he declares that he hasn't forgotten how Yuan humiliated him. As the countdown concludes, the preliminaries officially begin. They say that it's fate for enemies to meet on a narrow wooden bridge, and as if to prove the saying true, the challenger lunges forward, striking at Yuan with surprising speed. The blow lands, dust and debris exploding around them. But the challenger's expression twists in disbelief, as if he can't believe what just happened. The force of the impact sends the challenger reeling, his body arching backward. A surge of purple energy crackles around him as he stammers, realizing he's just been hit on the chin. His eyes widen in shock, as he struggles to comprehend what just transpired. As the challenger lies prone, Yuan stares down at him, a cold indifference in his eyes as he wonders who this pathetic fool is supposed to be. The challenger's thoughts race, despair washing over him as he realizes that Yuan doesn't even remember him. The sound of the impact echoes through the arena, a stark reminder of the power that Yuan wields. From above, the arena looks like a chessboard, with the pieces about to make their moves. Black hair, black eyes, and the pyromancer's robe, it has to be Kim Yuan. Facing down the approaching figures, he doesn't seem fazed. I don't care if you come at me one at a time, or if you come all at once. Let's not drag this out and get it over with. Drawing his blade, Yuan declares, and if you won't come to me, I'll go to you. The challengers rush forward, but they're already too late. A swift strike, and one is already down. Another falls, barely able to register what happened. Sent flying, another opponent is eliminated. His opponents can't keep up, barely able to track his movements. He's fast, he's so fast. Straining to follow, one of the spectators admits, I can't follow him with my eyes. Is he coming this way? The question echoes in his mind as the figure closes in, a blur of motion. The flat of the blade? He's not even attacking me properly? The impact sends a shockwave through the arena. His vision blurs as the force of the blow slams into him. He can't believe what's happening. The flat of the blade? He's not even attacking me properly? Is he toying with me? Like I'm a kid? The ground shatters beneath the force of the attack. Cook! He's sent flying through the air, the wind knocked out of him. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring every bone in his body. Cough! Blood splatters from his mouth as he struggles to breathe. Damn it, I can't move. He just broke my ribs. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the battle, defeated opponents littering the arena floor, barely conscious. One of the fallen struggles to speak, barely able to choke out that they're still alive, and that Yuan must have held back. Standing amidst the carnage, Yuan surveys the scene. His sword rests at his side, a silent testament to his skill. He thinks to himself that he'll wait for his match. Meanwhile, a figure bathed in golden light is announced. The energy crackles around him, a display of raw power. His ascent is marked by trails of light, a clear sign of his victory. The announcement booms across the arena, declaring that Hargan is moving on to the main stage. The tower stretches endlessly upward, each floor a testament to the trials within. Observing his ascent, it's clear that Kim Yuan's power is growing rapidly as he climbs. His growth is unbelievably fast, having cleared the 25th floor recently. In terms of skills, he's already on par with players from much higher floors, perhaps even surpassing them in dormant abilities. His presence is commanding, a spitting image of Zeus himself. Someone muses that he might be worth taking along once he becomes a ranker. Ascending the stairs, he continues his climb. A voice calls out, "It's him. You there. Wait right there." Turning to face the speaker, Yuan asks, "Who are you again? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." The approaching figure declares, "I'm Yang Wonal of the Sapphire Sword School. You just saw me in the prelims, and we also met before when you got to the 10th floor." Yang Wonal says, "How dare you do that earlier? I apologize." He explains that it seems a disciple of his school was quite rude to him. The grand hall stretches out before him, its towering pillars and ornate arches a testament to a bygone era. His gaze sharp, he takes in every detail. A voice, strained but respectful, breaks the silence. "My name's Moon Sobik. I'm the head of the Sapphire Sword School." Looking down, the man's red cloak pools around him. Continuing, Moon Sobik says, "I came here hoping that you will continue our martial school." A voice speaks, noting that a disciple of their school was quite rude. The camera pans up, revealing the speaker. His presence feels unnatural, making him wonder if he's a ranker. The man in blue introduces himself as Moon Sobik, the head of the Sapphire Sword School. The scene shifts, focusing on the red-clad figure. Moon Sobik hopes that the other party will continue their martial school. The camera pans up to the two figures. The man in red repeats the words, "Martial school, you say?" He thinks to himself that if he's the head of a martial school, then he should be a ranker at the very least. However, he's not. The man in red thinks about how he heard that Moon Sobik rejected recruitment offers from even major guilds. Moon Sobik is met with a question, one laced with a hint of defiance. He responds with a smirk, explaining that technically, the Sapphire Sword School isn't a guild, but primarily a martial school. The man continues, elaborating that though they've grown a bit weak, their Sapphire Sword School has a long and distinguished history, being the first martial school to continue the tradition of the martial realm. He finishes, hoping the other man will reconsider. The man is told that he can continue on his own, and is bid farewell. Realizing that Moon Sobik has misunderstood him, he prepares to correct the misjudgment. The man's tone hardens, making it clear that this isn't an offer. His grip tightens. He looks down at Moon Sobik. He continues, questioning if Moon Sobik isn't afraid of the Namgung clan, and stating that he's sure he knows what would happen if a ranker were to mess with a tournament participant. The man scoffs, asking if the Namgung clan is why Moon Sobik was acting so cocky, before revealing that the head of the Zhuge clan is his blood brother, and questioning if he really thinks he'd fear the Namgung clan. He wonders if the head of the Zhuge clan knows that his blood brother is going around selling out his name. Moon Sobik attempts to smooth things over, telling the man not to be so prickly, that he just wants to have a good relationship with him. Continuing his attempt to persuade him, Moon Sobik suggests that the Sapphire Sword School would be a good place for him if he'd only hear him out. But the man's answer is final. He refuses. Moon Sobik is caught off guard, seized roughly by the arm. He thinks to himself, he's heard greatly of his skills, but to think he'd have this much strength. The man's grip tightens as he asks if Moon Sobik trusts the Namgung clan, before flatly stating, no. Moon Sobik realizes this won't be easy. He'll need to brace himself for some penalty. The man strikes, sending Moon Sobik reeling. The man declares he only trusts himself. The man continues his assault, driving Moon Sobik back. Moon Sobik grits his teeth, acknowledging that the man is not bad. Moon Sobik thinks to himself he was planning on dominating him with power if he refused, but this won't be that easy. Fortunately, the tournament is going full force. It'll be some time before people come outside. Taking the penalty into account, he shouldn't drag this out and end it in one go. Turning to face his associate, the man admits there is something he does trust. The gray-haired man questions why he's taking so long and what he's doing here. The man in the red robe simply states, Vice Lord. A title card appears, declaring the heavenly demonic cult's Fist Lord, Pung Baeklam. The gray-haired man thinks to himself, wondering why the Vice Lord is participating in the tournament, and recalling that there's only one place in the martial realm that uses the title Lord. He realizes that the Vice Lord is the only one to ever pass their test, and they gave him the role of Vice Lord, before concluding that this guy picked a fight with Moon Sobik. The man in the red robe asks if he should kill him right now, but the gray-haired man responds that they didn't even fight yet, so it's whatever. The gray-haired man thinks that he's no ordinary ranker, and if he fights him, he'll lose for sure. Even if he wins, he'll still be in a tight spot since he'll have made an enemy out of the demonic cult. Grip tightening on his sword, the gray-haired man curses. The gray-haired man apologizes, stating he didn't know he was the Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult, and that he wouldn't have approached him had he known he was already affiliated with a martial school. The man in the red robe responds that they're not a martial school, and not to lump them in with those guys. The gray-haired man looks on, as the man in the red robe stands with his back turned. The air crackles with anticipation. Yuan remains silent, his expression unreadable. Within the cult's headquarters, a hushed inquiry echoes. Someone asks if others spread the rumor about the Vice Lord participating in the tournament. The speaker continues, explaining that many cult members are excited to return to the martial realm, so they must have blabbered about it. A voice booms with amusement, declaring that he is one of those excited cultists. Back in the room, Yuan wonders if the cultist's personality has always been like that. The conversation continues, revealing that the head of the Zhuge clan is backing the head of the Sapphire Sword School, and it would be best to look into it thoroughly. Moon Sobik acknowledges the information, stating that he will bring it up with them, and that improper activities need to be punished. Another voice asks if he would like to partake, but the Vice Lord declines, saying he is fine and that it's just for socialization anyway. He gestures, inviting someone to come in. The doors open, revealing the entrance. The camera pans up, showing the scale of the building. The scene opens in a brightly lit, traditional room. The sound of a teapot being placed down echoes, signaling the start of something significant. Moon Sobik asks, "Did you come see my preliminary? I knew you'd win, so I didn't see the need to watch." He continues, looking at Kim Yuan. "Am I wrong?" Yuan sits calmly, preparing to pour the tea. Moon Sobik replies, "You're certainly right." As the tea is poured, a strange energy emanates from it, hinting at something more than just a simple beverage. The heavenly demon's mana flows into the cup, along with the tea. Yuan feels the weight of the mana, describing it as a waterfall that weighs a ton, wondering if this is a test. The tea continues to pour, filling the cup with the ominous green liquid. He grits his teeth, knowing he needs to endure it. His eyes glow with determination, as he vows not to let it break. Concentrating, Yuan focuses his energy, the mana around him swirling with a vibrant, ethereal glow. As the mana begins to leak out, he seems to be testing its limits. He wonders, did it respond to his emotions? Observing him, Moon Sobik realizes that confirms it. The elder begins, questioning why Yuan is participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, suggesting he's far too skilled to be meddling in a children's fight. He explains, since he isn't a true martial artist, stats from the system are crucial for him, adding that he needs the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball because he's falling a little short. Moon Sobek retorts, shouldn't he be asking why he came here, stating it's about time the heavenly demonic cult descended from MT Heaven, and they're going to accept new cultists, have them take their test, and grow their forces so they can take root. The younger man thinks to himself, it's gotten easy to travel back and forth from MT Heaven thanks to the advancement in technology, so he's decided to set out properly into the martial realm, wondering if they are finally going to start giving out a test that makes logical sense. Looking down at him, Moon Sobek asks if he's okay with this. He responds, as he explained before, he's not suited for the position of Vice Lord, nor does he have any intention of being tied down to one group. Moon Sobek declares with an air of finality, he is the heaven of the heavenly demonic cult, and since he's acknowledged Yuan, no one can oppose his will. A voice echoes, questioning, even if he could potentially destroy the heavenly demonic cult? Moon Sobek looks on, his expression unreadable, as the question hangs in the air. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a grand battle, the Gigantomachy. The voice continues, explaining, he didn't personally experience it as he's been in MT Heaven for a long time, but it was an event that everyone in the tower heard of. Back in the present, Moon Sobek inquires, so he's planning on stopping this second war? Sobek continues, pressing the issue. That's why he mentioned that he's an enemy of Olympus. That's why he'll ask again, will he be okay making an enemy of Olympus? Kim Yuan looks away, considering the implications, there's no choice but to face it. Why though? Strictly speaking, he's an outsider. This is a path that would be hard to travel even for a family that grew up together with in MT Heaven. Kim Yuan wonders to himself, so how can he join him this easily? Moon Sobek responds, his expression serious, if he can't understand, just remember this. Kim Yuan states, nothing else matters. There's only one thing he needs to keep in mind. The panel reveals his title, Vice Lord Kim Yuan. A new era begins, as a voice declares that someone is now part of the heavenly demonic cult. The camera pans up, revealing the scale of the building. Inside a traditional building, the scene is set for a tense discussion. Looking at the cup in front of him, Moon Sobek is asked why he looks so unhappy. The others chime in, noting that this year's tournament is going well and that there are more promising up-and-comers than ever. Someone mentions Angel, and that Kim Yuan guy, he's definitely tempting. If only we could recruit him into our divine martial school. Another voice adds, I heard he climbed the tower by passing the heavenly demonic cult's test. He's a truly incredible man. Out of all the martial schools, he chose the... It's revealed that Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The conversation continues, with one member recounting how he tried to introduce himself to a talented man, only to be threatened with killing intent and shunned. Another member exclaims, oh my, how could they do such a thing? Is it so hard to share a simple greeting? You know how that evil cult is. They've always been like that. Someone murmurs, I guess those damn cultists never change. The martial alliance and the demonic cult are like oil and water. The focus shifts to the ones holding power in the martial alliance, as it's stated that the heavenly demonic cult should be a threat to the political power they've held for so long. A smirk plays across a face in the shadows, as a declaration rings out, Yuan will find no welcome here. Inside a grand hall, the discussion continues, the members of the martial alliance acknowledging Yuan's strength. One of them asks if there's a solution, and another reveals that he has an idea. The idea is put into motion, though the details remain hidden. A voice suggests moving the event to the main stage of the tournament. But 2 days later, the tournament is about to begin. A massive crowd has gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. The announcement is made. The main stage is delayed, and the tournament format has been changed to a battle royale. Moon Sobek wonders if the martial realm is finally aiming for change, asking Yuan what he thinks. He responds that it's nice since it'll end faster. Moon Sobek agrees, noting that the original 1v1 format would have taken forever. The question hangs in the air where his team is. Someone wonders if they aren't competing on the main stage. The response comes that after hearing he was competing, none of them wanted to participate, saying they had no shot at winning. With only 5 minutes and 35 seconds left, it's almost time. A voice urges to get going already. The man replies, all right, let's go. Someone observes that he looks so excited and must have been looking forward to today. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, day of the main stage. The crowd roars, anticipating the start of the tournament. The excitement builds as the competitors prepare. A gasp goes through the crowd as someone recognizes Hargan. He notes that there are a lot of eyes on them, and it can't be helped with how flashy of a guy he is next to him. The fact that this talkative guy hasn't said anything since they left his place means something is up, meaning he's slowly getting into the zone. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Yuan? It's been a while. Remember me? A member of the Namgung noble clan, Namgung Hoon smirks. He continues, you have a hard face to forget. You know this guy, Yuan? Hargan responds, we took the test together on the 11th floor, though we did meet as enemies. I'm surprised you made it out alive. He declares, the name's Hargan. I'm the great successor of Olympus. Namgung Hoon replies, I heard there are quite a few people claiming the same thing. Our family is kind of a... He mutters, shit show. He pauses, then says, I see. Namgung Hoon remains silent, observing the pair. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the group assesses each other. Finally, someone states, I'm sure that Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the demonic cult. The timeline fits perfectly, a sinister plan coming together. It seems the demonic cult started making a move after Yuan passed their test, and now aims to win the tournament despite not being part of the martial guild. Someone believes they thought it was their time after Yuan passed their test. Damn underhanded bastards. The reason why the tournament date and format changed without notice is because, let me ask. The question arises, did the heavenly demonic cult break any rules? Did they actually use underhanded tactics outside of the tournament? Another wonders, what's wrong with the most skilled person winning? You can't ostracize someone just for not being a part of the central martial realm. That is neither fair nor just. You sure do only know how to be a goody two-shoes. A voice warns, if you're so chicken, stay out of it, hoon. The speaker identifies the target, Jinshin, that snake bastard. If he's being this bold, it must be due to an order from his clan. The fact that the second-ranked clan in the martial alliance is acting this way probably means that they've managed to get most of the martial schools on their side. Someone muses, I can't believe both adults and kids are scheming behind the scenes like this despite being martial artists. Well, whatever they're up to, I'm sure they'll be thoroughly crushed by this man. What's up? Have something to say? The man stands with another, clad in a red jacket. Thinking to himself, he figures he should still give him a heads up. He muses, he's not that worried since he's seen his skills himself. A voice echoes, but still be careful in the main stage. The announcement rings out again. All participants of the main stage, please enter the arena. He wonders, what does he mean by be careful? Another voice says, let's just go in. The competitors descend into the arena, step by step. Each footfall echoes as they make their way down. The sound reverberates, growing louder. The arena comes into view, a vast structure below. The wind rushes past as they enter the main stage. It seems he's finally starting to understand what the other guy was talking about. A voice booms from above, commenting on how popular Yuan is. Suddenly, chaos erupts as figures are sent flying through the air. Someone observes the scene, finding it immature. A voice declares, making it clear that someone is the only match for them. The voice continues, warning someone not to lose to anyone else and to worry about themselves. Without warning, a fist slams into Yuan's face. A figure steps forward, sword in hand. A voice filled with disbelief insists that something isn't happening to them. As the tournament is about to begin, the suggestion is made to permanently change its format. Hearing this, Moon Sobek tells Zhuge Jing that he did a great deed as the head of the Zhuge clan, adding that they almost let that evil cult have the glory of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The head of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Jing, responds that he didn't do much, giving all the thanks to Sobek for setting things up properly. Elsewhere, at the tournament, someone says that when the match is over, they'd like to visit the school, and another agrees, prompting a welcome from someone else. Chuckling, the group seems to be enjoying themselves. A man observes that they're all rotten to the core, adding that the martial realm has become a place where one's way with words is more important than one's skill with the sword. He continues, stating that the fact that someone as corrupt as Jing managed to amass a greater force than his clan despite only being the second in command is all because of his shortcomings. He declares that that's why he's going to take responsibility and bring revolution to the martial realm, no matter what, by using this tournament as the turning point. Back at the tournament, the group seems shocked. One of them wonders who is still standing. Looking on in disbelief, they can't believe what they're seeing. One of the observers asks how they are unable to defeat one guy, as it seems his vice lord is putting on quite the show. An elderly man with glowing purple eyes stares intently, a faint smirk playing on his lips. His voice booms across the courtyard. I apologize for the late introduction. I was invited here by the Namgang clan. Meanwhile, Yuan observes the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on his face, highlighting the intensity in his gaze. The voice continues, I'm the lord of the heavenly demonic cult, Xion Maijing. An aged figure with piercing purple eyes observes the scene. Issuing an apology for his late arrival, the lord of the heavenly demonic cult, Xion Maijin, explains that he was invited by the Namgang clan. A man wonders why the heavenly demonic cult is present. Extending a warm welcome, the host states that they have been awaiting their arrival. Expressing gratitude for the long journey, the heavenly demon is thanked for coming. The group moves further into the building. Offering a guarantee, the aged figure warns that drawing a weapon will result in death by his hands. The heavenly demon and his welcoming party continue their discussion. Satisfied with the decision, one of the hosts remarks that the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult would have won if the tournament had gone as planned, a fact deemed unacceptable. The room falls silent as Xion Maijin's voice booms, declaring the situation unacceptable. He demands, his tone laced with barely suppressed rage, to know what's with the looks on their faces. The vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult scoffs, asking if he seems furious. His voice dripping with venom, he declares that everything will be entirely demolished. Sensing the shift in the air, Kim Yuan prepares himself, drawing his sword. The blade hums with power, glowing with an eerie blue light. The sword is fully drawn, ready to strike. A voice muses, recognizing the skill as sword ki, a technique from the martial realm. Yuan realizes they're going to start attacking him seriously now. Before he can react, a spear thrusts forward with blinding speed. The attack continues, leaving a trail of destructive energy in its wake. Bracing for impact, Yuan grits his teeth. A sudden, unseen force strikes him, sending him reeling from the blow. A grunt escapes him as the attack lands. Someone muses, wondering if they're being singled out, but then dismisses the thought, telling themselves not to take it personally. The speaker continues, explaining that the heavenly demonic cult is simply a long-standing enemy of the martial alliance. The force of the impact sends him tumbling backwards, unable to regain his footing. A figure smirks, realizing this is why they changed the rules of the main stage. The figure continues, admitting they don't know who came up with this plan, but it's simple yet effective. It's only natural, someone thinks, for people to gang up against those more skilled in a fight like this, with thousands scrambling. And no one will doubt foul play. The figure states there's nothing for them to take personally. Someone declares that they're all small fries anyway, activating the skill, Arcane Sword. The text reveals that something is blocking mana, and the effects of Arcane Sword are partially reduced. Still reeling from the previous attack, Yuan finds himself surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, a clear sign that more attacks are imminent. Observing the scene, one of the figures notes the size of the key sword, estimating that it would require at least 60 arcane power to create. The figure continues, remarking that they now understand why Yuan is such a big shot. Another voice chimes in, downplaying the rumors of Yuan's strength, claiming he's nowhere near as strong as a ranker. As the attacks intensify, the figures realize that the rumors were an exaggeration, deciding they can definitely take him on. With a signal, one of the figures orders everyone to attack now. The order is given, and the figures gang up on Yuan. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, Yuan cries out in pain as the attacks land. The combined force of the attacks sends shockwaves through the area. Still surrounded, and taking heavy fire, Yuan is struck by multiple energy blasts. Looking up, he hears Hargan's voice, as the man calls his opponents weaklings and questions their shame. The golden-armored man stands tall, radiating power. One of the opponents asks if they should take his actions as siding with Kim Yuan. Hargan retorts, asking what if he is. Another opponent thinks to himself that his clan hoped to form a good relationship with Hargan, but whoever came up with that thought must be stupid. With a smirk, Agamemnon asks if he hit a nerve, and mocks the Zhuge clan for only having their serpent's tongue. Grasping his sword tightly, another opponent responds, questioning how he can say something so uncouth. Hargan replies that it's because they act with no class, so he's speaking in terms they can understand. The black-haired opponent stands ready, preparing to strike. Unleashing a wave of golden energy, Hargan strikes his opponents. The golden energy continues to surge, engulfing the area. Continuing his assault, Hargan unleashes a wave of golden energy. Witnessing the display of power, one of the observers is awestruck, thinking, what incredible power. As the golden energy intensifies, Hargan commands, I'll handle this man. Quickly take down Yuan, and come help me. The golden energy continues to surge, striking with immense force. The attack lands, engulfing Yuan in a blinding light. The golden energy continues to batter him, pushing him back. Meanwhile, the observers murmur, didn't they say that Olympus and Kim Yuan are enemies? And how do you guys know that? Another observer responds, the Zhuge clan must have ties to Olympus. I bet Yuan already realized this. The first observer exclaims, how rotten can they be? The golden energy continues its relentless assault, consuming everything in its path. The attack continues to pummel Yuan, leaving him vulnerable. The golden energy explodes, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Barely able to react, he wonders what's going on. Unleashing a torrent of golden energy, Hargan declares it's no surprise that he, the son of Zeus, is strong, but he's a genius who will lead the martial realm in the future. The attack lands, sending Yuan reeling. His face contorts, as the force of the blow threatens to overwhelm him. Staggering, he can't believe he's not even able to put up a fight. Another devastating strike, and the world seems to blur around him. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards. Watching the beatdown, Zhuge Jing remarks that if he hadn't intervened, they could have easily taken out Kim Yuan. A smirk plays on his face, as Zhuge Jinshin asks if he really believes that. He wonders if Zhuge Jing really thinks he'd be the difference in defeating Yuan. The assault continues, as a final blast of blue energy slams into him. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, Hargan attempts to overwhelm Yuan with raw power. The swirling mass of energy crackles, promising devastation. A flicker of defiance crosses his face. Yuan prepares to meet the attack head-on. But before the blue energy can engulf him, Yuan intercepts with a blinding counterstrike. The force of the blow sends Hargan reeling, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as blood splatters from his mouth. A voice echoes in his mind, dripping with disdain. What a shame, all that scheming, only to be shaken down by a guy fighting half-assed. Pressing his advantage, Yuan unleashes a golden energy attack, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain. The impact is devastating, Hargan's face contorting in disbelief. What does he mean by that, he wonders. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. The golden energy continues to pummel him, each blow a hammer strike against his fading resolve. He can't beat someone like this, he realizes, but is he really saying that Kim Yuan is stronger than him? He crashes through the air, a broken figure amidst the swirling dust and debris. A dazed thought flickers through his mind, a grudging acknowledgement of Yuan's power. What a monster. Defeated and broken, Hargan lies bleeding, the fight completely drained from him. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the sheer force unleashed moments before. His voice cracking with desperation, one of the fallen begs for mercy, pleading for it to stop. The sentiment is echoed by another, who also forfeits, their resolve shattered. The sounds of defeat reverberate, a symphony of surrender. The battlefield is littered with the remnants of a crushing victory, a scene of utter devastation. But the silence is broken by a new sound, a shift in the atmosphere. Standing amidst the dust, the black-haired man states, "They're the only two remaining now," and asks if the other is ready to start. His hand crackling with golden energy, the figure replies that he's been waiting long enough. Nearby, a blonde-haired man muses, "It seems that a fruit has been picked only when it's perfectly ripe. It seems that they're the only two remaining now. Do you want to start?" "Yeah, I've been waiting long enough. A fruit that's been picked only when it's perfectly ripe is the sweetest. I get that you waited a long time, but let me ask you two things. Why are you dampening the mood? Be quick. Don't blueball me. Do you not regret getting on Olympus's bad side? I'm not an idiot. I know the consequences of my actions. Of course I don't regret it. Next. Then here's my second question. Having already flung him away once, Yuan asks if Hargan has forgotten how easily he can be defeated. Of course, he can't forget, Hargan thinks. It's the first time he's lost to someone who wasn't a ranker. He also notices that Yuan is using a different sword and conserving his power. Remembering the previous attack, Hargan acknowledges the power he faces, wondering how he could forget. Preparing for another exchange, Hargan asks if he still seems the same as back then. Before he can finish his thought, Hargan is sent flying once more. Preparing himself, Hargan braces for the next attack. Hearing him loud and clear, Hargan recognizes the power Yuan is trying so hard to hide. Unleashing a barrage of attacks, Yuan's power overwhelms Hargan. The onslaught continues, Hargan is struck again and again. Standing his ground, Yuan prepares for the final blow. The relentless assault continues, Hargan is pummeled by Yuan's overwhelming power. As the dust settles, the aftermath of the devastating exchange is revealed. A blinding surge of energy erupts from Yuan, the force of it threatening to tear the very world apart. The landscape itself buckles, shattering under the sheer power being unleashed. From the sidelines, hushed voices question the combatants, wondering if they're witnessing the clash of actual players, or something far more dangerous, rankers. Blue energy crackles, another wave of power surging forth. Closing the distance, he presses his advantage, blade meeting blade in a shower of sparks. The force of the blow sends tremors through the arena, carving deep fissures into the stone. A voice cries out, "Yuan, use more of your power." Purple energy flares, as the hunter continues his relentless assault. The veteran hunter's blade sings, a symphony of destruction echoing through the arena. The attack connects, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Not giving him a moment to recover, Yuan follows up with a devastating punch. The blow lands with brutal force, the impact echoing the sheer dominance of the hunter. The arena floor erupts as Yuan unleashes another devastating attack. The force of the blow sends energy blasts tearing through the ancient structure. Barely able to stand, a broken Hargan begs for mercy, forfeiting the match. The dust settles, revealing Yuan standing tall, his weapon held high. He thinks to himself, it's finally worthy of being called the finals. Hargan reflects, I've heard a lot about him, but to think he'd be this strong. As Zeus's son, he was often mentioned along with me as a genius of this generation. I even felt a bit of rivalry towards him. He continues, but there's no meaning in trying to outlast him like this. With that much power, multiple players of my level can't even beat him. Closing in, Yuan unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike carrying the weight of a god. Even from the stands, it's clear that Yuan is pushing himself to the limit. A spectator wonders, did Yuan actually defeat a ranker with those skills? The final blow lands, sending Hargan crashing to the ground. Defeated and broken, Hargan lies still, the fight over. The fight explodes into a flurry of motion, as Yuan unleashes a relentless assault. Struggling to keep up with the sheer speed, Hargan can only think, he's so fast. What's his DX? The air crackles with energy, as the onslaught continues. Each strike lands with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the arena. A blade of pure energy materializes, and he slashes through the air. His eyes wide with disbelief, Hargan reels from the blow. The assault doesn't let up, as another strike finds its mark. Sent flying backwards, Hargan spits out, "You bastard." The intensity of the battle is etched on their faces, as the two warriors lock eyes. With a final surge of power, he unleashes another devastating attack. The arena floor trembles, as the force of the impact explodes outwards. And finally, Hargan collapses to the ground, defeated. Lying on the ground, Hargan hears Yuan's words. Struggling to his feet, he retorts that Yuan's sword looks like it's about to break, wondering if he's going to be okay. He scoffs, unable to understand if this is all Yuan has. Recovering his composure, Hargan thinks to himself, he wasn't just standing still and taking hits. and scathed after being hit by a powerful lightning attack. Yuan smirks. It's frustrating to admit, but Hargan knows that Yuan's physical abilities are above his, but he believes he leaps above him in arcane power. He mutters, "Fu, I guess we should keep going. Whenever you want." Yuan thinks to himself. First, he's going to break that weapon. Surrounded by crackling orange energy, Yuan attacks. The attack lands, and Hargan's eyes widen in shock. The force of Yuan's blow sends golden energy coursing through Hargan's body. The impact explodes outwards. The strike lands with devastating force, sending him reeling. The force of the blow continues to send him flying backwards. The world blurs as he struggles to regain his footing. The attack continues to push him back. Staggering, he can barely register the ground beneath him. The world spins, a vortex of pain and confusion. Managing to stay upright, Hargan grits his teeth, realizing he's been hit hard. He glances down at his gauntlet, assessing the damage. That was pretty impressive, he thinks, a flicker of surprise in his golden eyes. What? He wonders, why does he sound so laid back when he should be the one at a clear advantage? The clash of energies fills the air, purple and yellow colliding as Yuan's mana pushes back against Hargan's electricity. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he launches a swift attack. The mana, it's repelling all his electricity. The blow lands with devastating force, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Hargan is sent flying backwards, the force of the impact lifting him off his feet. His eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? Realizing the danger, he knows it's too late to react. Another strike connects, amplifying the damage. The impact sends him crashing through the ruined city, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He slams into the ground with bone-jarring force, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Catching his breath, Yuan surveys the scene. He gasps for air, his breath hitching in his throat. Catching his breath, he realizes there's still one left. Well, he doesn't have time, so he decides to get going. With a renewed sense of purpose, he moves forward. Looking down at his weapon, he notes the broken sword. He recalls that it was a perfect sword to practice mana control, but it broke sooner than expected. He thinks to himself that it's hard to trick rankers with just acting, but that should have roughly deceived them, though he is worried about that final hit. The arena erupts with light and sound, announcing the victor of the 834th Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The spotlight focuses on him, the announcer booms, "Player Kim Yuan." A microphone is thrust toward him, and a voice asks how it feels to win. He simply replies, "It was fun." The crowd roars its approval, acknowledging the champion. A large, glowing orb descends, as the announcer declares that he shall now provide the prize. The announcer explains, the prize is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, which, according to the Shaolin Temple, turned out especially well. The camera focuses on the prize, a crimson sphere radiating power. Looking at the prize, Yuan thinks it has a lot of energy and will take quite a bit of work to digest. He knows there are a lot of things he needs to prepare for, but for now, he resolves he's going to first achieve his target stats. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, an elixir created once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple, promises a large amount of arcane power when consumed. With eyes glowing a menacing red, he prepares to strike. Unleashing a furious barrage, the air crackles with each devastating blow. Bringing his attack downwards, he aims to crush his foes. Caught completely off guard, the enemies can only exclaim in shock. One of the opponents attempts to retaliate, swinging a crude weapon. Effortlessly dodging the clumsy attack, Yuan counters with blinding speed. His counterattack intensifies, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt, as one of the opponents thinks, how is he so strong? The force of the blow registers, and the man's face contorts in agony. Desperate and overwhelmed, the remaining foe cries out, "Damn it! Reveal who you're affiliated with. I don't know what group you're part of, but this isn't right." Even we. Having just witnessed his power, one of the giants squints, something about his face seems familiar. His name echoes in the air, Kim Yuan? Looking up at the towering figure, the giant seems to nod in acknowledgement. Elsewhere, a sinister smile spreads across a face, anticipating the arrival of the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The giants confer, one of them identifies him as the infamous Kim Yuan. Dismissing his strength, the giant scoffs, reminding his companion that Yuan is still just a kid who only recently climbed to the 20th floor. They shouldn't expect them to be like the small fry they've faced until now. It's time to go. Whispering, one of the figures warns that there might be a demonic cult guard waiting to ambush them. TCH, the other clicks his tongue, deeming the giants lucky. Elsewhere, a figure stands overlooking the scene, thinking that Yuan has been something of a sore spot for them, and this is another opportunity to rack up favor with Olympus. How lucky for him. His eyes gleaming with ambition, he prepares to make his move. With a determined expression, he declares that he'll have to head to the 20th floor bureau right away. The forest looms, a silent witness to the unfolding events. He receives a word of thanks for saving them. Bureau questions why they didn't fight back, considering how young they are, and that 2 giants should have easily taken down a few humans. Grit showing on his face, Buer seems to know a thing or two about giants. Nwire asks who he is with, wondering if he's with Olympus or Asgard. Nwire's brother insists that he's still their savior, but she retorts that he's still a human and wonders if he helped them for no reason. Buer remarks that he's sharp. He realizes that they're also after the Stone of the Sea, and he's met with a frustrated outburst. The giants are being antagonized because of stupid rumors, and they insist that they don't have the Stone of the Sea. His business with them lies elsewhere. Manhwa makes a noise of annoyance. He states that he'd like to meet their elder. The giants respond that their elder doesn't meet with just anyone, especially not a human, and that crushing guys like him, even in big groups, is a piece of cake. The giants are definitely not weak. They are born with tremendous power. Even though they could have fought, the giants purposefully held back. Buer clenches his fist, his expression a mix of concern and determination, knowing that unnecessary conflict with humans could potentially lead to another slaughter of their people. Manhwa urges, let's go. Buer pauses, a look of surprise on his face. Buer asks, did you contact the elder? Manhwa responds, yeah, he saved us, so I thought the least I could do was pass along the message. Looking into a reflective surface, the man's expression is unreadable as he hears that it is no longer up to them. His gaze is intense, focused on something beyond the reflection. A new message appears on his screen. The notification sound rings out. The forest floor blurs beneath them as they move at speed. Giant wolves carry them swiftly through the trees. Their massive forms a stark contrast to the delicate foliage. The ground rushes by, a dizzying display of speed and power. Watching the protagonist ride by, Hargan can't quite grasp what he's seeing. He mutters, I don't get it. Wrapped in a red cloak, Yuan wonders why the elder wanted to see someone like him. The wolf's massive head turns, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. Hargan continues to muse, wondering if Yuan has some kind of druid taming skill, or maybe some illusion at play. How else could he get a big wolf to listen to him so easily? The wolf leaps forward, carrying Yuan further into the unknown. Hargan observes, thinking that Yuan must be no ordinary person, especially given what he's heard about him in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. He adds, so what? He's not even a ranker. Anyway, I don't like him, and it's highly suspicious that he knows the elder. Hargan's expression hardens, his thoughts swirling with suspicion. Another voice chimes in, presumably addressing Hargan. You want to fight him, don't you? You can't, big bro. Hargan responds, I know that. The wolf continues its headlong dash, carrying Yuan towards his destiny. The path ahead is lined with trees, their branches reaching towards the sky. Silhouetted against the twilight sky, the group makes their way through the forest. The terrain shifts, revealing a rocky landscape bathed in ethereal light. The forest's embrace tightens as the group continues their ascent. Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating their path. The white-haired member of the group exclaims, we're here. A giant wolf licks Kim Yuan's face, much to his dismay. He's dirty, he exclaims. Clearing his throat, Yuan tries to regain his composure. The forest glows with an otherworldly light, guiding them forward. A voice declares, we've arrived. Towering above them stands the giant tree atom. The white-haired member of the group remarks, impressive, isn't it? It's a tree that never burns or falls. The old folks say that it's a branch. Reflecting on the nature of the world tree, he can't help but wonder if the legends are true, even the ones that say it can never burn or fall. Looking out at the devastation, the landscape is a stark reminder of what was lost. The text reveals that the tree was reduced to cinders during the second gigantomachy, before he regressed. From below, a voice calls out, asking Kim Yuan what he's doing and telling him to get down already. He responds that he's coming. A stern warning echoes, advising him to watch his actions from here on, lest he be stomped on. The scene shifts to a close-up of a crystal-like structure. The crystal structure continues to dominate the view. The perspective widens, revealing more of the crystal environment. A sudden realization dawns on one of the figures, as he exclaims, what the? A human. Another figure wonders if he's with Buer and Wire, questioning whether he's a guest. The group collectively expresses disbelief, stating that there's no way a human could be a guest. One of the figures whispers, advising that they can ignore him, as he's a guest of the elder and has nothing to be afraid of. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable sense of anticipation hangs heavy. A winding path of stone steps ascends, leading deeper into the heart of the giant's domain. Shafts of light pierce through the dense canopy, illuminating the path ahead with an ethereal glow. The elder guest leads the way, their figures dwarfed by the colossal architecture. Silence hangs in the air, broken only by the soft footfalls of the approaching party. A voice echoes, come on in. The elder guest continues onward, guiding the protagonist towards their destination. A disembodied voice muses, observing that the visitor is a high ranker and a being from before the gigantomachy. The voice continues, calling him the living history of the giants. The text identifies the speaker as Urfa, elder of the giants. Seated in a place of honor, Urfa, a towering figure with braided white hair, cradles a sleeping white cat. The giant speaks, nice to meet you, O human child. A voice echoes through the halls, a greeting offered to someone new. Looking down, the giant Urfa muses, calling out to the approaching figure. Holding a wolf gently in his arms, Urfa, the elder of the giants, watches the newcomer. Asked what his name is, the man in the red coat answers, it's Kim Yuan. The elder chuckles, revealing that he's heard quite a bit about Kim Yuan, especially from a certain Hephaestus. Hearing his name, Yuan looks up, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Petting the wolf, Urfa mentions that he's heard Yuan has been fighting Olympus, Quite an achievement for someone who isn't even a ranker yet. His expression hardening, the giant declares that it's not bravery, but recklessness. Standing before a group of people, Urfa warns that if Yuan values his life, he should give up fighting them. Even a light sneeze from them can send you flying off. Turning away, Kim Yuan hears a voice behind him, a voice that claims to have heard that he was a pacifist. A slight smirk plays on his lips, but he says nothing. The elderly figure looms, his expression stern, chiding Yuan for daring to speak without thinking. The giants stand silent, imposing figures in the swirling energy. The old man's red cloak billows, a silent testament to the power he wields. The giants remain still, as the old man continues, revealing that Olympus is preparing for the next gigantomachy. He questions Yuan, asking if he intends to simply sit by and wait for the annihilation of his race. The hunter's stance is firm, his resolve unwavering, despite the grim warning. Urfa's gaze softens slightly, observing that the mana refuses to harm this child. Kim Yuan stands tall, his expression unreadable, a beacon of defiance in the face of impending doom. There's no wavering, whether it's trust or fear in them. Looking down at the man, he hears, "You're as fearless as I've heard." Having dispersed his mana, he stands silently. From above, the voice continues, "You're right. If we only continue to hide like this, annihilation is only a matter of time. It could be in 10 or 100 years, or it could even be tomorrow." The voice continues, "I heard from Hephaestus that you're searching for the Stone of the Sea, but unlike the rumors, we are not in possession of it." He responds, "I know where it is." The voice questions, "Why are you handing over that information so easily?" The voice declares, "I have 2 reasons." The speaker continues, "First, Hephaestus's praise of you makes me believe that you're definitely not a part of Olympus." The voice continues, "The second is because." He remains silent, listening intently. The speaker stares down, seemingly from above. A gust of wind rushes past, as the conversation continues. The path winds through the mystical forest, each step echoing in the otherwise silent expanse. Ancient trees loom overhead, their branches intertwined like the secrets he now carries. He continues his trek, the weight of Urfa's words settling upon him. His brow furrows, wondering if he was looking at Kaini. The giant's words echo in his mind, "You're the strongest player of this era." He considers the weight of that statement, unsure if he truly deserves such praise. Did Urfa conduct his own test, to see if he's worthy of the Stone of the Sea? The Stone of the Sea, a legendary artifact shrouded in mystery. Whatever the case, he'll soon learn of the stone's location. His gaze hardens, a steely determination settling in his eyes. The forest seems to whisper, a promise of power and peril. The forest floor glows with an ethereal light. Thinking to himself, he knows that even with Ogong's Rui Jingu, at his current level, he could barely leave a scratch on this tree. In other words, he's got to go all out. He can go buck wild. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash his power. He stands amidst the swirling energy, ready to activate his sensory field. He grits his teeth, realizing he can't control this much holy fire yet, and it's going to leave his control soon and rain down randomly. Which is why Cinder Eyes reads the path. Activating sensory field. Checking the data of all objects and life forms within a 50 m radius. The sensory field scans the area, highlighting potential targets. He focuses his energy, summoning 2 orbs of power. The orbs pulse, releasing streams of raw magic. The energy converges, becoming a blinding force. Unleashing the built-up power, the magic explodes outward. The backlash hits him hard, leaving him reeling. Staggering, he fights to stay upright. His body starts to fall, losing control. He realizes he used 2 high-rank skills at the same time. The world spins, he's getting dizzy. His vision blurs, losing his footing. Surrounded by the fading energy, he struggles to focus. Fighting the dizziness, he tries to regain his balance. The backlash from using 2 high-rank skills simultaneously continues to ravage him, his body crackling with unstable energy. The chaotic energy swirls around him, a vortex of raw power threatening to consume him. Barely managing to keep his footing, he teleports away just as the energy reaches critical mass. The landscape around him warps and distorts, a testament to the sheer force he's wielding. Adding the power of sensory field to his Cinder Eyes vision, he can see the world with startling clarity, realizing these skills have superb synergy. But there's a problem. The increase in perception overloads his brain too much, and he'll have to practice a lot. Catching his breath, he wonders if this is where he was. Looking down at him, one of the giants refers to the human as an ant bastard. The giant's companion mentions the name Quant. Elsewhere, a group of figures discuss that he's quite the hot shot, but they don't know if the rumors are true. The giant explains that Quant is here because Elder Urfa called him, but another giant questions why that matters. The first giant declares, all humans are their enemies. The giant's declaration echoes, a chilling decree that reverberates through the land. All humans are now their enemies. As if in response to this declaration, the very seas begin to churn, rising into monstrous waves that threaten to engulf everything in their path. The ocean's fury intensifies, each surge more violent than the last, promising utter devastation. Caught in the maelstrom, unfortunate souls are tossed about like rag dolls, their cries lost in the roar of the tempest. A desperate scream pierces through the chaos, a testament to the terror that grips those facing the ocean's wrath, cursing the Olympian bastards. Panic spreads like wildfire as people scramble to escape the encroaching doom, shouting for everyone to run from the tsunami. The face of an elder is etched with grim resignation, a silent acknowledgement of the impending catastrophe. The horrifying truth is revealed. The source of this cataclysmic power is none other than the god of the sea himself. And there he is, a figure of immense power, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly light, the harbinger of destruction. Crackling energy fills the air, a storm of raw power. A hand clenches, the source of the turbulent magic. The scene fades into a hazy dreamscape. Seated in a strange contraption of wood and metal, an old man with braided white hair seems lost in thought. A gray wolf whimpers, as if trying to reassure him. It's okay, it's okay. The old man thinks. He can't remember how many times he's had this dream, but it feels more vivid today, perhaps because of that human child. The dreamscape shifts, revealing the word Olympus and the name, Kim Yuan. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the dream. Hey, I heard a fight broke out up there. The voice continues, questioning who is involved, and then exclaims that it's with Kim Yuan. Back in the dream, the old man remains seated, the wolf still by his side. His face is grim, knowing things won't go the way he wants this time. A glimpse of a vibrant, watery world is shown. The dreamscape shifts, revealing a vast underwater realm. A title echoes through the abyss, declaring the presence of a god of the sea. The declaration solidifies, identifying the deity as Poseidon. The scene snaps back, and Kim Yuan is once again at the forefront. A declaration echoes, stating that all humans are enemies. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. In the distance, a fierce battle rages. As the conflict unfolds, the scale of the war becomes apparent. A warrior's face contorts in disbelief, uttering a silent question. Kim Yuan gazes down, his expression unreadable. His hand tightens into a fist. A sinister smirk plays across Yuan's lips. Fueled by rage, the warrior spits out a curse. Another hand clenches, ready for a fight. A crushing blow lands, and one of the giants cries out as his hand takes the brunt of the force. The impact reverberates, a testament to the sheer power behind the strike. Staggering back, the giant can't believe it, questioning how someone so small could possibly overpower Quant. But there's no time to dwell on it, as Yuan is already moving on to the next target. Another strike lands with brutal efficiency, sending another giant reeling in pain. Watching the onslaught, one of the giants speaks, suggesting that there are more than just the 5 of them. A smirk plays on Yuan's lips as he tells them to call all their friends, promising to play along as much as they want. The onslaught continues, with Yuan's foot descending upon another foe. The sounds of battle echo, a symphony of destruction. Another giant falls, and one of them wonders just how many have been defeated. The giants look on in disbelief, realizing that he's one hell of a bastard. The giants are in disbelief, questioning how it's possible that dozens of them can't beat a single human. Continuing his relentless assault, Yuan's foot connects with the giant's massive frame. Each strike lands with devastating force, purple energy crackling around the point of impact. Landing gracefully, he prepares for the next attack. Unleashing another powerful blow, Yuan sends a shockwave of blue energy through the giant. Staggering back, Buer spits out, "Why you, bastard?" Before the giant can recover, another strike lands, driving him further into the ground. Standing over his fallen opponent, green energy emanates from Yuan's form. Gasping for air, Buer can only manage a strangled kook. His eyes glowing with an eerie red light, Yuan challenges the remaining giants. Don't trickle in one at a time. Come at me all at once. Or do you guys lack basic comprehension? The battlefield stretches out before him. Dozens of giants still stand ready to fight. Nwire acknowledges that she was told not to fight him. But if he's going to be like this, isn't it only right to fulfill his wish as a guest and fight him properly? Her eyes glow with determination, ready to face the challenger. The giants are ready to fight, their massive forms looming over the battlefield. Another giant thinks to himself that he'd get to see the descendants of the giant gods fight, wondering if even those two are going to step up. He admits, they must be more amazing than he thought. Another giant prepares to fight, their eyes glowing with anticipation. One of them says he's been itching to go since he first saw Yuan, and it's time to see how good the famous Kim Yuan is, adding that he can see as much as he wants. His eyes burning with a crimson light, Yuan smirks. The giant grins, declaring that he likes Yuan's guts. Energy crackles in the air, signaling the start of the battle. With the giants closing in, Yuan leaps into the air, a desperate attempt to gain some breathing room. His ability activates, Cinder Eyes reading the path ahead. Activating, a sensory field expands. The giant's fist, now enhanced with its own sensory field, locks onto his position. But even with his enhanced senses, the giant's speed is overwhelming. The blow connects, sending shockwaves through the air. The force is immense, a brutal reminder of the power he faces. The impact lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards. The giant presses her advantage, following up with another devastating attack. Her fist closes in, threatening to crush him. But just as the attack seems unavoidable, Yuan's eyes burn with renewed determination. Now he strikes. The giant's blow lands with devastating force, sending Yuan reeling backwards. The air explodes around him as the giant continues her relentless assault. Each strike carries the weight of a mountain, threatening to crush him. The force of the blow lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air. She's as strong as an ox. It's going to be tough trying to fight them with no mana and only strength, he thinks. But I already decided this was going to be training, he resolves, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. He vows to face them using only the skills he needs to practice. The giant's attack continues, each strike a test of his resolve. You know why I can't talk back to my little sister? It's because she's stronger than me. The two giants converge, their combined might threatening to overwhelm Yuan. With the giants closing in, Yuan prepares to make his escape. A burst of speed, a flash of light, he vanishes in a blink. Leaving only afterimages in his wake, the air crackles with displaced energy. From the giant's perspective, he's simply gone. Looking around in confusion, one of the giants wonders where he went. They search frantically, but he's nowhere to be seen. High above, Yuan descends. Landing gracefully, the Hermes treads activate. He thinks to himself that this is the final thing to practice today, the item he bought on the 11th floor from the CP shop. Remembering his previous attempts, he realizes that since he already tried out double jump, all that's left is activating the skill. Sky Step is unleashed. With Hermes treads granting him incredible speed, Yuan continues to weave through the forest, the Sky Step skill allowing him to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. Spotting the elusive figure, Manhwa calls out in frustration. Her voice echoing through the trees, she taunts him, asking how he's doing. Unfazed by their taunts, he continues his nimble dance through the forest. Manhwa's frustration mounts, as she curses his slippery movements and urges Buer to help corner him. The forest floor becomes a blur, as Yuan's movements grow even more erratic. Dodging and weaving, he maintains his lead. A voice shouts for everyone to get out of the way, as the chase intensifies. The giants close in, but Yuan remains elusive, his dark green coat a fleeting shadow against the forest backdrop. With a burst of speed, he narrowly avoids their grasp. The chase continues, the forest echoing with the sounds of pursuit. Leaving the giants in his wake, Yuan disappears deeper into the woods. Still soaring through the air, Yuan continues to outmaneuver his pursuers with the Sky Step skill. Gasping for breath, Manhwa admits it's annoying that he's floating in midair and they can't catch him because he can freely change directions. Also panting, Buer grumbles that the fact that he's able to dodge before they can even attack makes it seem like he knows where they're aiming for. Gathering power, Buer's foot crackles with purple lightning as he prepares his next move. His face contorted in anger, Buer vows that he's not going to let things continue to go his way. Surrounded by a green aura, Buer is joined by a group of other giants, ready to strike. Her eyes widening in alarm, Manhwa realizes the penalty is starting to show and cries out for her big brother. Suddenly, Yuan shouts for them to stop. The air thick with mana, Buer is exuding enough energy for the penalty to manifest, even though he's not a ranker. His eyes glowing a menacing red, it's clear that Buer is about to unleash his full power. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, Buer declares he's not going to avoid this next attack. Ready to unleash a devastating blow, Buer prepares to face his opponent. The giant's voice booms, declaring that he's going straight on. The fact that he's exuding enough mana for the penalty to manifest, even though he's not a ranker, means that he's going to use his full power. Surrounded by crackling energy, he prepares to unleash his full power. Gathering the energy around him, he steels himself and faces it head-on. An opening that can break through, he sees it and charges forward. His eyes burning with determination, he focuses intently. Clenching his fist, he prepares to strike. This rampaging mana tornado. His gaze unwavering, he's ready to unleash everything he has. With a final surge of power, he releases his attack. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Catching his breath, Hargan struggles to regain his composure. Each ragged gasp a reminder of how close he came to oblivion, the intensity of the attack still ringing in his ears. His face contorted in a grimace, another warrior feels the aftershocks of the blast. Stunned by the display, one of the onlookers can't help but comment, "You ran straight in against this?" A crimson aura lingers, a haunting echo of the power that just ripped through the battlefield. A smirk plays on his lips. Kim Yuan acknowledges the strength of his foes, admitting, "You guys were somewhat decent." Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the sound of ragged breathing. From the sidelines, the crowd murmurs in disbelief, one voice rising above the others. "Wow, what was that?" His gaze fixed on the aftermath, Hargan can only think, yet he broke through it head-on? His hand outstretched, Kim Yuan seems almost bored by the devastation. Looking up, the group sees something that piques his interest, as he says, "I look forward to more of this." He remarks, "Somewhat decent." Clasping his hands together, he declares that whether it be tomorrow or the day after, they'll fight again. A smirk playing on his lips, his confidence unwavering. He thinks to himself, and then, no matter what, the pleasure's all his. Grasping his hand, he prepares for the next battle. His resolve hardens, he will win. But time moves on, and the scene shifts to a lush, vibrant forest. His gaze intense, he is ready. He eats, recovering his strength. 10 days later, a feast is underway. The sounds of feasting fill the air as the group enjoys a well-deserved respite. Another meal with supersized meat is presented, and Kim Yuan declares that he's going to win today, suggesting a rematch after they finish eating. Urging everyone to finish eating quickly and get ready, the white-haired figure jokes that he's going to end up with indigestion. Someone asks why, and a thought bubble appears, reminding them that tomorrow is the 20th floor test, so they need to focus on maintaining good condition. The white-haired figure clicks his tongue, saying it can't be helped if that's the reason, as he recalls when he first fought Yuan with his big brother. Thinking they'd be able to win if they just got to fight him a little more, Yuan reflects on how they can't beat him even when 5 of them gang up on him. The white-haired figure admits that they might be young, but for Yuan to be able to beat down 5 giants in just a few minutes is still impressive. A thought bubble appears, wondering how strong Yuan would be if he were to use mana while fighting seriously. Yuan dismisses it as nothing, explaining that he was just thinking back to the fight earlier. Someone comments that Yuan seems to have gotten much stronger compared to 10 days ago. Yuan responds that he doesn't think anything changed that much. The white-haired figure mentions that he's still not used to the skill he's been practicing, and then asks if Yuan is still searching for the Stone of the Sea, and if he's going to come back here after he passes the test and goes to the next floor. Yuan states that he's going to find the stone before he goes up to the next floor, prompting the white-haired figure to question when he's going to have the time to search for it, given that the test is tomorrow. The ornate building stands tall, a silent witness to the discussions unfolding within. The group gathers around the table, and one of them wonders aloud if this item could be related to the 20th floor test. The camera focuses on a hand, as someone asks if the elder knows about this. One of the giants responds, recalling that they are descendants of the giant gods, adding that their father probably knows too, but just hasn't said anything. The giant's eyes narrow, as they question if it's really such an important item. A voice declares that it is. Another character leans back in his chair, admitting he's not sure. His gaze hardens, as he wonders if it's because he's the strongest. Someone slams their fist on the table, exclaiming, they can't believe this, and how could the elder do this? The speaker continues, voicing their disbelief that despite knowing everything, he kept quiet all this time, even though he knows how much they've been tormented. The giant clenches his fists, growling about that stupid legend. Another voice interjects, telling Quan to stop it, as he vents his frustration about people picking fights with him because of it, and how he even came close to dying because of it. Clearly agitated, Quan insists that he isn't the only one who's been through this. His voice rising in frustration, he demands to know if that stupid rock is more important than their lives, lamenting that he has to be on edge every time he goes outside. Continuing his tirade, Quan complains about having to sneak around, unable to fight back even when others pick a fight with him, forced to just take it. Tears welling in his eyes, he questions what's so important about the elder's decision. The strain is visible, etched into every line of his face. Suddenly, his expression shifts to confusion as he whispers, "What?" Stepping forward, Nam Gung-hoon declares that they would all be dead already if something had happened. His tone hardening, he asks if silence isn't better than the complete annihilation of their race. Fueled by rage, Quant curses. His patience wearing thin, Nam Gung-hoon demands to know what Quant knows and who he thinks he is to say such things. His fist clenching, the tension reaches a breaking point. Exploding in a burst of violence, Nam Gung-hoon silences Urfa with a brutal punch. The force of the blow sends the elder reeling, his body twisting violently as he's launched through the air. Crashing into a nearby structure, Urfa's body crumples against the unforgiving wood. A pained cough escapes him, blood splattering against the floor. Gasping for air, the elder demands to be released, questioning what Nam Gung-hoon knows about him. Hoon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he considers the situation. He retorts that not knowing isn't a crime, but running your mouth when you don't know anything is. The camera focuses on Urfa, who is still lying on the ground. He groans in pain, clearly injured from the attack. A woman observes that Quant is leaving, and another man points out that he's stronger than Quant. Quant explodes in anger, declaring that he's going to demand an answer from the elder. Another figure tells him to knock it off, saying that they don't know if he's right or not, and that they'll know the truth tomorrow during the test. Quant clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly frustrated by the situation. Is it true that the elder and father hid the truth from them? Yuan, how much does he actually know? A sigh escapes him. He'll need some rest until the test. A deep breath is taken. The reason Kaini is releasing mana and reacting must be because of the weapon that represents Poseidon, the god of the sea. The Stone of the Sea, aka the Trident's fragment. It's been reacting since he got to the 20th floor, but it's been acting up more and more frequently. The Trident's fragment, an item similar to the origin of Kaini, the divine dark crystal. A question lingers, are the fragments reacting to each other? If the 3 fragments were originally one, then it might only be natural for them to react to each other. If his hypothesis is right, he might be able to use this as a radar. He muses, it'd be nice if Kaini could be the key to this test. But for that, he'd have to first figure out a way to properly wake that up according to his will. The being, that is Kaini itself, that desires to find the rest of itself. Open your eye. The command echoes, open your eye, just like before. He thinks, I'll use you so well that Hephaestus Ajusi will dance in excitement. A voice urges, so stop sleeping. And wake up. Still lost in the depths of his mind, Yuan floats in a sea of swirling purple energy, his expression serene as he remains unconscious. As the dream fades, the vibrant colors dissolve into a dark, smoky void. As a voice booms out, it commands you to stop sleeping, insisting that you wake up. Drifting in a sea of purple and green, a figure slowly begins to stir, the world around them shifting and swirling, as reality itself seems to bend and break. The darkness closing in, a flash of light piercing the gloom. The title appears, Volume 66, revealing a breathtaking vista, a city nestled amongst the clouds, welcoming you to the 20th floor testing site, Triton Island, where strange beasts lounge amongst the trees. The island is teeming with monsters, quite a lot for such a small place. One of the giants observes, it's very similar to the tutorial island, isn't it? It honestly feels like this place might have been the inspiration for it. The other giant chimes in, recalling, you almost died to a chimera? Clearing his throat, one of the giants continues, anyway, we tagged along because the elder asked us to guide you to the testing site. But is there even anything that can threaten you? This test was a breeze, even for us too. Kim Yuan thinks to himself, who knows, it might not be a normal test. The giants discuss the situation, noting, apparently, even rankers from our side are keeping tabs on this test, but they weren't able to come for fear of this place turning into a war zone. This test is going to be a much bigger deal than usual. Urfa resolved himself and made a big decision. A voice narrates, they're so careful, having hidden and bided their time since the Gigantomachy. There's no way their biggest opponents, Olympus, wouldn't notice this sudden change. A voice narrates, if things go wrong, it won't just end with the giants losing their faith in me. Kim Yuan thinks, I have to find the Stone of the Sea. Kim Yuan declares, I need to get going. I'll leave the rest to you. One of the giants responds, seeing how Urfa sent you guys, I think the situation with your tribe has changed greatly, so don't hesitate to go buck wild. The battle rages on, and one of the combatants states, no kidding. Another warrior smiles, declaring, I've been waiting for this day to come. From a distance, a voice calls out, don't worry, and go on ahead. An axe-wielding figure charges into the fray. Someone shouts, don't lose him. We have to take care of him before he arrives at the test site. Another warrior leaps into action, proclaiming, the giants are going to be a piece of cake, so focus on. A close-up reveals a determined expression. One of the combatants is sent flying. A powerful attack is unleashed. The assault continues with unrelenting force. A voice groans, KGH, do you cowards have a death wish? Another voice responds, cowards? I don't think that's still true. Someone cries out, what? What are you talking, Abu? The force of the blow sends him reeling, a brutal kick connecting with devastating impact. His fist clenches, ready to deliver another strike. Her eyes burn with an eerie light, a chilling gaze that hints at a transformation. What is that chilling gaze? She's completely different than before. Coughing up blood, he struggles to regain his footing. Sorry to break the news to you, but we're now going to fight actively. So, a sinister smile spreads across his face, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Shall we have some fun together? His arm is seized, his movements now under someone else's control. Far away, the earth trembles, a distant landscape bearing witness to the unfolding chaos. Deep within a cavernous space, a voice echoes with newfound knowledge. So Kim Yuan saved some giant brats. A shadowy figure speaks, revealing the source of the information. And the one that brought that info is Harang, and in a formal setting, the question is posed. Executive of the Crimson Wolf Guild? A man in a suit confirms the details, adding further context to the situation. That's correct, sir. And there's been an additional report that the giants were protecting Kim Yuan on his way to the island. Those Crimson Wolf bastards may be skilled, but they won't be able to handle Yuan. He's already outsmarted Olympus twice. Elsewhere, a plan takes shape. Men from the Bureau have been deployed to keep him occupied, preventing him from taking the test. They'll move on Yuan once the lackeys and the administrator are distracted. Deep within a cavernous space, a figure responds, yes, sir. The sight of giants aiding a human is indeed odd, considering most giants despise humans due to the Gigantomachy. Could their deep mistrust have dissolved simply because he saved some brats? The speaker muses, who knows? The giants are hiding the Stone of the Sea. A command echoes, search for the stone while you work as the 20th floor's examiner. A voice declares that if you manage to find it, I'll recognize you, a bastard, as my real son. There's no way father's intel is wrong, along with Yuan's appearance. Another figure observes that he's so obsessed with the stone, he even made a move while disobeying Zeus's order. The scene shifts to Kim Yuan, a human working with the giants. The giants are leaving the forest, their destination unknown. A question lingers in the air, could it be that Yuan is connected to the Stone of the Sea? The man from the Crimson Wolf Guild can't imagine another reason that would have rallied the giants. An apology is offered, sir, as it's revealed that Kim Yuan has managed to escape. With a thud, someone lands on the 20th floor. It's announced that they are commencing the 20th floor's test. The test site is revealed to be a small island surrounded by a vast ocean. Despite some annoyances, he managed to get inside the test site. He's sure they managed to handle it well, excited to see what's in store. It's explained that there are various sea monsters living on the small island of Triton. For the next 12 hours, the goal is to kill the monsters and obtain hearts of the sea. Depending on the number of hearts collected, additional contribution points will be awarded. The test is similar to the 11th floor's Capture the Flag, but the major difference is that there's no limit to how many people can pass. He's sure they're all daydreaming about climbing to the next floor while forming teams, and he feels a bit bad for them. Because other than him, he believes they're all going to fail. The waves crash against the island's shores. Beneath the surface, bubbles rise. The crushing pressure of the deep sea. Cutting through the water, Yuan descends further into the abyss. I heard from Hephaestus, so you're searching for the Stone of the Sea? But unlike the rumors, we don't have it. His red eyes pierce the darkness. To wake it up, you need to aim not for its back, but its stomach. I bet you'll encounter more monsters than fish. The ominous shapes of sea monsters lurk in the distance, their glowing eyes watching his every move. But even if you manage to get through them and survive. However, I do know where it is. You would have only cleared the first roadblock to obtain the stone. Can you do it? I'm asking you, Kim Yuan. Will you be able to obtain the Stone of the Sea? A grotesque monster looms, its maw wide open. With the timer ticking down, a voice calls out, asking if everyone is okay. The response comes back that they are fine, and that this is easier than expected. The group presses on, now having 15, one for each person on the team. They still have half of the test left, and at this rate, they should be able to get another heart for each person. A gloved hand holds a glowing blue gem. With bonus rewards in sight, the group believes it should be doable. One of them explains that they are making an attempt because it's an order from Olympus, but they don't have anywhere near enough people to catch Yuan. A man with glowing yellow eyes smirks, thinking that they're lucky that he's nowhere to be found, and that being scolded later will be far better than getting their teeth kicked in. From above, a voice pleads, asking Yuan to stay hidden until the end, and that if they've had enough of a break, let's. The group is going to break into two groups, splitting up to obtain more. The group continues their descent. Someone gasps in surprise, wondering what's happening. A monster? Something's coming, they shout, ordering everyone to get ready. Amidst a flurry of action lines, a figure in red makes a sudden appearance. Whoa, that scared us, one of them exclaims, wondering if it's a person or perhaps a player. Wait, another one says, realizing who it is. A voice echoes, asking if they're from Olympus. The figure is revealed to be Kim Yuan. A close-up shows the details of his attire. The soldiers look down at him, surprised by his presence, one of them exclaiming, wait, this guy is. A soldier asks, are you guys from Olympus? Kim Yuan looks up at them. The soldiers are taken aback, wondering how he knew and if their information was leaked. One of the soldiers thinks, if Yuan and Olympus aren't on good terms, what will happen to them? He admits, he was just taking a shot in the dark, but judging by their faces, it seems he hit bullseye. The soldiers are surprised, wondering if it was just a shot in the dark and why they are trying so hard. He continues, he has zero intention of fighting them, so they shouldn't be so scared. The soldier is told that the opponent they need to focus on isn't him. The ground trembles, a deep rumble echoing across the landscape. Beneath the surface, something massive stirs, disturbing the tranquil waters. The water churns violently, forming whirlpools as the unseen force rises. A colossal serpent erupts from the depths, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The force of its emergence sends soldiers flying, a collective gasp of terror rising from their ranks. The serpent's gaze pierces through the chaos, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Far in the distance, a dark mass approaches, a horde of monsters descending upon them. Another serpent rises, joining its brethren in a terrifying display of power. The soldiers are surrounded, caught between the monstrous serpents and the approaching horde. One soldier shouts, Akale, there's a bigger problem. Panic sets in as the soldiers realize the dire situation. There's a huge horde of monsters rushing in from over there. We need to run. What hell is the examiner doing? Desperation fills the air. If we don't hurry, we're going to lose our path of retreat. Let's leave the island. Amidst the chaos, a soldier shouts, leave the island. We'll be disqualified from the test. Another voice counters that the test isn't important right now, sensing something wrong. Turning his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, Kim Yuan observes, it's just finally being corrected. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever comes next. A system message appears, declaring, the test is being reorganized. The message continues, stating, when it reveals itself after it is unsealed, the difficulty of the test will completely change. A soldier exclaims, a test reorganization? Then what was collecting all this for? He then yells, Akale, run already. The system message continues, it might even tell you to defeat it. The message concludes, erase the sun and moon symbol on its stomach and break the seal. Only then will the reward change to the Stone of the Sea. Once that happens, the test will be administered by the administrator, and even Olympus will no longer be able to interfere. From the depths of the sea, a monstrous roar echoes, signaling the arrival of a new threat. A voice wonders, how do I know all this? The voice continues, that's because the one that raised the turtle made it swallow the stone and put it to sleep. Drawing his sword, Yuan prepares to face the incoming monsters, his blade crackling with energy. The giants declare they won't allow Olympus to attack once the test concludes. A voice booms, tasking Yuan with stopping the stone from falling into Poseidon's grasp. By obtaining and protecting it, he engages the monsters. Regardless of what happens, the monsters have caught wind of the stone, initiating a frenzied search. Olympus is undoubtedly in an uproar. They should have realized the test is no longer under their control. A system message declares the test has been reorganized, and the sea turtle is now appearing. Amidst the chaos, Yuan continues his fight. A voice echoes, remarking that it's been a while since the seal was broken, taking some time to wake up. A figure wonders if that's the way. The system announces the sea turtle's body has been designated as the test site. The new objective: defeat the sea turtle and obtain the stone of the sea. A message indicates they still haven't found Yuan. How is it possible they can't find one guy on this tiny island? Something feels off. The ground has been rumbling, and the monsters are rampaging. There's no way he would have run away from the island. So what's going on? Looking down from above, a blue-haired man and his companion survey the landscape. His expression grim, the blue-haired man grits his teeth. The test is being reorganized. You've been forcibly kicked out of the test site for not meeting the requirements. Stunned, the blue-haired man can only utter, "What?" Below, the blue-haired man and his companion are falling through the sky. As they plummet, the blue-haired man and his companion continue to fall. Looking up in disbelief, the blue-haired man exclaims, "W-ch-" The test has been organized. The sea turtle is now appearing. The landscape shifts, revealing a colossal structure rising from the depths. A system message declares, the body of the sea turtle has been designated as the test site, and the goal is to defeat it and claim the stone of the sea. The environment continues to transform, showcasing the sheer scale of the sea turtle. The sea turtle, a creature that failed to become a black tortoise, now stands as the ruler of the 20th floor and one of the strongest beings in this sea. The altered landscape stretches out, a testament to the sea turtle's immense power. Speculation arises. Did the test difficulty spike because the sea turtle's seal was broken? The stone would be quite the reward for defeating it, and its size must be influenced by the stone. Someone mutters, "This has to be Yuan's doing. No one else would pull something like this." Another voice chimes in. He'll have to relay the situation to his father and ask for backup. Two figures are seen, making their way through the transformed environment. An injured person groans, mentioning the Crimson Wolf Guild. A question hangs in the air. Is this the first time since the Gigantomachy? A figure emerges from the flames, declaring, "It's been a while, Sitar." A giant ranker, Junanan, the 21st son of Surtur, makes his presence known. From a distance, a group observes the giants. Theseus remarks that he doesn't think they're close enough to be exchanging pleasantries. He questions why they're here instead of looking after the test site, given how turbulent it is. One of the giants responds, explaining that some of their little ones were struggling with these guys. Another character retorts, explaining that even though they're adults, they were ganging up on the kids, so he decided to give them a helping hand, asking if there's a problem with that. Someone is clearly frustrated, cursing the situation as it continues to worsen. He warns that if anyone picks a fight with him right now, he won't say no. The character emphasizes that they should keep something in mind. A sword is drawn, and a voice declares that they will not interfere with this test. The character responds that it doesn't matter. The character questions who they might be. From above, the group is observed, and one of them laughs, remarking that it sounds rich coming from the guys that throw a tantrum at their first inconvenience, asking if they think that the giants will ruin the test or something. A burst of energy erupts, as someone declares it won't happen in a million years. A character instructs others to listen closely, explaining that they're following Elder Urfa's orders, and from this moment on, they will be backing player Kim Yuan. Engulfed in a blazing inferno, a figure stands triumphant over a fallen foe. Amidst the chaos, a warrior clad in green clashes against an unseen adversary, sparks flying with each strike. From the ground, an ominous purple energy pulses, hinting at dark forces at play. Suddenly, a blinding burst of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. With deadly precision, a blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Steel meets steel. As the clash of blades echoes through the battlefield, a dance of death unfolds. Caught in the crossfire, Sitar finds himself under attack, the blade descending upon him with relentless force. From above, the assault continues, as the attacker presses their advantage, leaving no room for escape. The onslaught persists, each strike aimed with deadly intent, threatening to overwhelm him. His crimson eyes blazing, Kim Yuan watches the unfolding events with a grim intensity. From afar, observers take note. Is that Sitar? Some pretty big guys are joining in. It seems that Urfa is betting big on this. The final blow lands, leaving Sitar reeling from the devastating attack. He can't let them down. He refuses to let them take it. The stone of the sea will be his. The enemies close in. They strike from all sides. The force of the blows sends him reeling. Another attack slams into him. He's surrounded, with no escape in sight. The water churns around him. The special effects of Edge of Nightfall activate. Under the influence of darkness, his stamina regeneration speed increases by 112%. His mana regeneration speed increases by 56%. Under the influence of darkness, his mana amplification increases by 56%. Another blow lands, staggering him. The air crackles with raw power, a swirling vortex of purple energy dominating the scene. From the depths of the swirling chaos, a monstrous maw opens wide, teeth like jagged tombstones ready to crush anything in its path. Perched atop the beast, a figure prepares to strike, their resolve hardening with each passing moment. The mission is clear: defeat the sea turtle and claim the stone of the sea. A flicker of satisfaction crosses his face, a quiet acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. His voice, a low promise: I'll keep breaking through like this. The one who finds the stone of the sea will become the god of the sea. A shadowy figure looms, crackling with ominous red energy. But a figure clad in red descends, sword raised high, ready to challenge the darkness. It's a story passed down as a legend on the 20th floor. The sword crackling with purple energy, a determined glint in his eye. The shadowy figure remains, a swirling vortex of purple and black, an aura of immense power radiating outwards. Leaping into the fray, the figure in red prepares to strike. The stone-bearing sea turtle is no mere legend, as the figure stands amidst the shadowy remnants of a previous battle. Because currently it is an existence that is essentially the god of the sea. The ground trembles as the battle reaches its climax. The depths churn, a silent testament to the colossal scale of this underwater world. It turns out, some monsters followed him inside, but the majority were likely drawn by the stone of the sea, also known as the divine sea crystal. Eyes glowing crimson, Yuan mutters under his breath, "What a loud cry." He realizes, this place is no longer just the sea turtle's stomach. It's become a dungeon with its own ecosystem. Deeper and deeper, the descent continues into the belly of the beast. A monstrous roar echoes, shaking the very foundations of this organic dungeon. The creature hisses, a sound that chills the blood. Clicking his tongue, Yuan observes that its size means it also swallows a ton of water at once. The depths roil with unseen power. Enveloping Edge of Nightfall with holy fire. Due to the influence of darkness, the special effects of Edge of Nightfall activate. Activating the Edge of Nightfall, a surge of purple energy erupts from him. The energy expanding outwards, engulfing the immediate area in a violet haze. His blade flashes, cutting through the first monstrous form with ease. Spinning with incredible speed, he sends a monster flying with a powerful kick. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the monsters find themselves on the receiving end of his relentless assault. He moves like a blur, striking multiple targets simultaneously. Thinking quickly, he realizes he should be able to momentarily hide, using Chinese stealth. Pressing the advantage, he continues his assault, striking with precision. Blurring across the cavern floor, he leaves trails of purple energy in his wake. One of the reptilian beasts roars, its yellow eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. A chilling hiss echoes through the chamber, promising more danger to come. The monstrous maw of the sea turtle looms, a cavernous threat. The beast roars, its breath a chilling wind. The monster's words echo, "So you're used to the fishy smell but sensitive to foreign smells? Am I a virus or something to you?" Deeper within the turtle's belly, the path twists and turns. A system message flashes, Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased by 0.001%. The completion rate continues to climb, but the task ahead remains daunting. He thinks to himself, "I thought I'd get to complete it during this test, but that might be difficult at this rate." He wonders, "I wonder where the divine sea crystal is. I doubt it's just laying around in a random corner of its stomach." The mana heart glows, pulsing with power. He muses, "I'm sure that's where it's at. Seeing how Chinese vibration is intensifying, I think it's that way." His hand grips his weapon, ready for anything. He considers his options. "I don't know how many more monsters there will be, so I need to try and make it through with the fewest injuries possible. Wait, now that I think." He's been relying on his cinder eyes because of the oppressive darkness, but he realizes that using them for vision is actually hindering his battle prediction rate. Deciding to change his approach, he resolves to give up on sight and amplify his other senses instead. Activating his sensory field, a surge of power emanates from his hand. Deep within the cavernous space, monstrous figures lurk in the shadows. Detecting his presence, one of the creatures reacts with a guttural snarl. More of the grotesque beings stir, their eyes glowing menacingly in the gloom. A chorus of hisses and shrieks erupts, filling the dungeon with a cacophony of dread. Observing the swarm, Kim Yuan remarks that it's like a nest of cockroaches. Growing impatient, he demands that they stop being annoying and open up the way for him. One of the monsters lunges forward, its eyes burning with savage intent. Energy crackles in the air as the confrontation intensifies. He continues his assault, his blade a blur against the grotesque forms of the dungeon denizens. The air crackles with energy, each swing a desperate attempt to stem the tide. Surrounded on all sides, the monsters hiss and claw, their numbers seemingly endless. His frustration mounts. "Stop popping out already. I've seen more monsters here than in my entire journey up the tower." The monsters continue their assault, their screeches echoing through the dungeon. He cleaves through another wave, but the horde presses in, relentless. Each kill feels insignificant, a drop in the ocean of monstrous flesh. The purple energy of his attacks illuminates the scene, a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. He grits his teeth, his thoughts racing. "My stamina and mana regen increase thanks to Edge of Nightfall, but I'm going to end up running out of gas before even getting near it if I continue burning through mana like this." Despite the growing exhaustion, he continues to fight, his determination unwavering. The monsters hiss and screech, their hunger driving them forward. He knows he needs to find a way to break through, or he'll be overwhelmed. His mana reserves dwindling. Yuan realizes he only has half of his power left. Wondering how much longer he can keep fighting, he notes that he's already been in this place for over an hour. Trying to goad his hidden enemy, he urges them to show themselves. Knowing he's running out of time, Yuan prepares to use the last of his mana. His patience wearing thin, he demands that they show up. Still trying to provoke a reaction, he repeats his demand. His eyes glowing with power, Yuan is ready to unleash his remaining mana. A voice finally answers, declaring that they are here. The fiery landscape pulses with raw energy, a testament to the immense power gathered here. The air crackles, thick with the scent of ozone and impending doom. A voice echoes through the cavern, dripping with amusement. Turning his head, Yuan scans the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of the taunt. The summons shift, their forms becoming more defined as the speaker prepares to reveal himself. A figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Power surges, the air shimmering with barely contained energy. A smirk plays on his lips. The master of the divine sea crystal has finally revealed himself. The words hang in the air, a declaration of intent and a promise of the battle to come. A blade glows with intense yellow energy, ready to strike. An ominous eye crackles with power, a swirling vortex of red and yellow. The skill Hell, an inherent ability of Kaini, consumes targets with black mana, transporting them to a specific location. A close-up of a determined face, eyes glowing with a fierce red intensity. A voice declares, the master of the divine sea crystal is me. Images of divine artifacts appear, Hermes' treads, Athena's aegis, and Apollo's sun chariot. These are some of the great works that represent the tower's greatest blacksmith, Hephaestus. However, if one had to pick the greatest work among them, it would be Zeus's lightning bolt. An item capable of blowing away an island with a single swing and controlling the weather to one's will. For this Kaini to be a work that rivals it. The master of the divine sea crystal stands ready, a dark aura swirling around his hand as he prepares to unleash the power of the Kaini. A blinding flash erupts, waves of raw energy radiating outward. The monstrous figures recoil, their glowing eyes wide with alarm as they sense the immense power. A chorus of hisses rises from the shadows, a primal fear gripping the creatures. The hissing intensifies, a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching power. The master of the divine sea crystal remains unmoved, the text highlighting that the power of the item shifts depending on the skill of its creator. It's revealed that previously, Hades' Kaini was crafted by one of Hephaestus' disciples. But this version, this Kaini is a masterpiece forged by Hephaestus himself. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, in other words, my Kaini. The text proclaims that this Kaini is far greater than Hades'. Chaos descends, the landscape twisting and contorting under the immense strain. A final, cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. With a surge of power, monstrous entities begin to materialize, their forms twisted and menacing. A grotesque head emerges, its features a nightmarish parody of nature. A chorus of hisses fills the air as the newly summoned horrors prepare to unleash their fury. The air crackles with energy as a wave of destruction erupts outwards. With a sigh, the master of the divine sea crystal observes, you charge in knowing you'll die. You guys are entranced beyond hope by the divine sea crystal. The words summoning hell appear as the ritual intensifies. The summoning continues, bringing forth even more grotesque creatures. A lone figure flees, desperate to escape the encroaching darkness. The monsters vanish, consumed by an unseen force. The monsters disappeared following the flow of mana, as they were swallowed by something. This darkness, where does it connect to? A strangled cry echoes, as agony grips an unseen victim. The unseen victim cries out, shit. My right hand feels like it's being torn apart. The master of the divine sea crystal grits his teeth, feeling the strain. It hurts this much even though his arcane power is over 100. His body isn't able to handle its power. Just 2 more times. Endure it 2 more times. Activating his next skill, Hermes' treads flare to life, green energy swirling around his feet. Due to the item's effect, his jumping power increases by 50%. Gathering his strength, he prepares to activate Sky Step, energy crackling around him. Activating Sky Step, the world seems to warp around him. The system announces that his movement speed has increased by 100% for 5 seconds. Pushing his abilities to their limit, he can step through the sky for 5 seconds, just one more push. Knowing this is his only window, Kaini declares it's time. Activating his skill, Cinder Eyes reads the path ahead. Navigating the chaotic space, he wonders just where in the world he is. Pushing onward, he wonders if that's really them. Diving deeper, he moves through the swirling energy. Sensing something, Kaini reacts to a fragment. Focusing his power, he grasps the glowing orb. His eyes burning with determination, he declares that he's found it. Readying his blade, Kaini vows to slice it in one go. Unleashing his attack, he cuts through the unknown. And with a blinding flash, the world shifts. The world dissolves into pure, unbridled chaos, a canvas of distorted colors and fractured realities. From the epicenter of whatever he just unleashed, a blinding explosion of crimson energy erupts. The force expands outward, consuming everything in its path with raw, untamed power. Shattered remnants of the unknown scatter like dust, carried away by the shockwave. A chorus of guttural voices rises from the shadows. What in the hell was that? Confusion and fear ripple through the monstrous ranks as they try to comprehend the devastation. A colossal beast looms over the scene, its massive form casting a long, ominous shadow. Its eyes widen in disbelief, a silent roar building in its throat. Drool, or something far more sinister, drips from its fangs, a testament to the raw power it has just witnessed. The air crackles with residual energy, a lingering echo of the devastating slice. Debris rains down from above, illuminated by the fading light. Amidst the chaos, the master of the divine sea crystal stands, his silhouette framed by the swirling energy, the question hanging heavy in the air. What has he done? Surveying the scene, Kaine's face is marred with blood. A wave of revulsion washes over him. The destruction is just so gross. Examining his right hand, he notes that he can't see because he's wearing Kaine, and his hand is a mess. Contemplating his limitations, he knows he'll need to increase his arcane power and constitution if he wants to use it perfectly. Acknowledging the path ahead, for the near future, he'll focus on leveling up to supplement the necessary stats. Looking down at his hand, he tells the others to move aside. The weight of his actions settling in, he admits that he's tired. Focusing his energy, blue energy emanates from his hand. Far away, a group of figures walks through a forest, and an unknown voice declares them foolish. One figure asks if it's truly believed that Kim Yuan can bring back the Stone of the Sea. Another responds that he will succeed, as the elder has already decided. A separate thought expresses that he will fail the test, calling them stupid brutes. The question is posed, how could he possibly defeat a monster that's become the king of the sea? The answer comes through the power of the stone. Someone thinks that they have no choice but to wait for now, but as soon as the test is over, they're going to wipe them all out. The sea turtle is shown. The sea turtle roars. The sea turtle is mentioned. The sea turtle is shown again. It's announced that player Kim Yuan has passed the test. A figure reacts to the news. Someone exclaims that it's not possible. An order is given to find Yuan and bring him to them now, with another voice shouting to stop them. A voice booms out, commanding that no one lay a hand on Yuan. The fiery figure stands defiant, ready to protect him at all costs. Someone scoffs, questioning if they really plan on dragging all the giants into this mess. Another voice retorts, asking if they don't care if another gigantomachy breaks out. A third voice dismisses the concerns, telling them to take their useless threats elsewhere, and suggesting they settle this once and for all with Theseus. Poseidon remarks on how foolish history is, repeating itself without change. His hand crackles with energy, ready to strike. A fiery chariot descends from the sky, adding to the chaos of the battlefield. Poseidon stands tall, his trident gleaming in the light. Sitar declares that this is their third fight. A group of warriors stands ready, engulfed in flames, prepared to face their enemies. The god of the sea questions if they are going to run. His expression is stern, awaiting their response. An explosion rocks the battlefield. Standing firm amidst the chaos, Hargan holds his trident high. A figure stands in the forest, observing the unfolding events. Surrounded by his allies, Sitar declares that this is their third fight, and it's all they did. Gesturing with the trident, Hargan asks how they like the fiery chariot. Looking up, Hargan seems confident in his actions. Enraged, the fiery monster bellows at Theseus, calling him a bastard. From the forest, a voice questions if he isn't ashamed as the son of Poseidon. As the chariot burns, another voice wonders when they started considering his father a person to be honored. With a blue orb glowing brightly, the battle continues. As the battle rages on, energy blasts tear through the air. Striking the ground with tremendous force, explosions erupt, sending debris flying in all directions. The onslaught continues, with more energy blasts raining down upon the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, combatants clash in close quarters, their movements a blur of violence. The air crackles with energy as the fighters unleash their powers upon one another. A figure is struck, reeling from the impact. Surrounded by enemies, one of the combatants cries out, "I'm being stopped again by these bastards." Suddenly, a massive fiery figure materializes, its presence dominating the scene. As the battle intensifies, a grim prophecy echoes. The blood-stained history will repeat itself. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, a lone figure surveys the carnage below. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke and ash, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. As the fighting reaches a fever pitch, a voice cries out in disbelief. What the? What is that noise? As energy streaks across the sky. The battle rages on, swords clashing and energy crackling as the combatants struggle for dominance. A blade flashes, leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake, a testament to the power behind the strike. But something shifts, a colossal wave rising in the distance, dwarfing the ongoing conflict. One of the fighters pauses, eyes widening as he tries to make sense of the approaching surge. Is it a tsunami? The realization dawns, a shout piercing the air. It's monsters. From the depths, they rise, monstrous figures emerging from the water, wreathed in eerie blue energy. Their scale is immense, towering over the battlefield, casting long shadows across the water. The world seems to shrink, the combatants reduced to insignificance before the looming threat. Glowing eyes pierce the gloom, a promise of destruction in their depths. Fully emerged, the monster stands revealed, a titan of the deep. A name echoes, a chilling label for the horror unleashed, Leviathan. The Leviathan's face looms, a grotesque visage of scales and teeth, a harbinger of doom. The colossal form rises from the depths, a name whispered in disbelief, Leviathan. A soldier cries out, realizing this is a named boss, one that shouldn't even be on this floor. How can so many monsters rush in at once? They're not the type to live in herds. Echoing in the minds of those present, the words of Poseidon. He who finds the stone of the sea will become the god of the sea. A memory surfaces, the reason why his father was so hell-bent on finding the stone. The soldier gasps, wondering if the tall tales were in fact true. The water churns, more monsters appearing. A figure descends, apologizing for breaking things up while they're all hard at work. A voice booms, sounding weary, but I'm real tired right now. So can you guys all scram already? The figure prepares to strike, his weapon charged with energy. Gathering power, a surge of blue energy emanates from his hand. His eyes glowing with fury, he spits out, "Yuan, you bastard." Below, a figure stands firm, as a voice echoes, demanding the stone. The demand intensifies, the unseen figure now ordering him to hand over the stone of the sea. The figure above continues to descend. Closing in rapidly, a blue-armored figure plummets from above. Preparing to meet the attacker head-on, Yuan charges a sphere of blue energy in his fist. His expression hardens, ready for the coming clash. The distance closing with terrifying speed, the blue-armored figure continues his descent. Bracing himself for the inevitable impact, Yuan prepares to intercept. Spear leveled, the blue-armored figure prepares to strike. The world blurs as the two forces collide. With a deafening roar, the blue-armored figure's spear slams into him. The force of the blow sending him hurtling backwards, Yuan is struck. A blast of blue energy hurtles forward, another attempt to overwhelm him. Staggering back, Kim Yuan can't help but think that it seems he can't do a thing without water. The blue-armored figure continues his relentless assault, closing in with terrifying speed. There's a strange interference messing with his powers. He grits his teeth, realizing a large power is at play, one that can neutralize water attribute mana. The realization hits him like a physical blow. It must be the stone of the sea. Yellow energy crackles around him, another strike lands. He barely manages to block, but the force behind the blow is immense. Penalty. With a surge of determination, Cinder Eyes read the path. The blue-armored figure lunges forward, spear aimed with deadly precision. The spear descends, threatening to end it all. The spear descends with blinding speed, threatening to cleave him in two. His father's eyes burn with an electric blue intensity, a silent challenge etched on his face. The clash of steel and mana erupts, sending shockwaves through the already devastated landscape. The spear finds its mark, driving into him with brutal force. The impact threatens to shatter his resolve. He grits his teeth, knowing he must stand his ground. Blood trickles down his face, but his eyes burn with unwavering determination. The spear hums with arcane energy. His father's voice echoes, "If you can do that, I shall acknowledge you as my son." No matter what, he vows to earn his father's acknowledgement. The spear continues to activate its arcane power. Echoing in his mind, the words of determination solidify his resolve to be acknowledged as the son of the great Poseidon and become the true inheritor of the sea god. Bracing himself, Yuan prepares to receive the full brunt of his father's attack, a blue aura flaring around him as he steels his nerves. The arcane spear slams into him with earth-shattering force, a shockwave rippling outwards as the impact threatens to tear him apart. Lightning crackles around the point of impact, the arcane spear relentlessly bearing down on him. Engulfed in a surge of raw energy, Yuan struggles against the overwhelming power threatening to consume him. With a desperate surge of will, he activates Hermes' treads, a vibrant green aura erupting around his feet as he prepares to meet the challenge head-on. Despite his efforts, the force of the spear continues to push him back, the ground churning beneath his feet. The relentless assault shows no sign of easing, each moment a struggle against the crushing weight. Still, he stands his ground, determined to endure the onslaught. Even as blood trickles down his face, he remains calm, a flicker of surprise crossing his father's mind. He had thought his mentality was his weak point. He seems fully invested, with everything on the line. A voice declares that after dealing with him, the giants are next. Kim Yuan is told he picked the wrong opponent. A voice booms, introducing himself as Theseus, son of the great Poseidon. Despite the circumstances, he notes that his opponent remains surprisingly calm, a stark contrast to what he expected. Observing him, he realizes that his opponent is fully committed to this battle, understanding the high stakes involved. Gripping his weapon tightly, Theseus declares that after dealing with him, the giants will be his next target. His eyes narrowed, Theseus tells Kim Yuan that he has chosen the wrong opponent. The weapon glows with power, a testament to the strength of the son of Poseidon. Standing his ground, Theseus prepares for the upcoming clash. Clenching his fist, Yuan reflects on how things would be easier if he had better control over Kaini. With a determined look, he resolves to end this quickly and level up more. His expression hardening, Kim Yuan prepares to unleash his power. Gathering energy, a powerful force is unleashed. Continuing his assault, Kim Yuan unleashes a torrent of blue energy, striking his opponent with immense force. The attack continues, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Debris explodes outwards, as the veteran hunter is pummeled by the relentless barrage. But with a surge of power, Theseus intercepts the attack, his spear crackling with orange energy as it meets the blue. The clash of energies intensifies as the spear wielder unleashes a counterattack. Reacting instantly, Yuan retaliates with a burst of red energy, aiming to break through his defenses. The red energy slams into him, and blood splatters as the attack connects. His face contorted in pain, Theseus spits out blood, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll. Pressing his advantage, Kim Yuan unleashes another devastating attack, combining blue and orange energies. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards, smashing through the ruined landscape. Struggling to his feet, he can only manage a look of stunned disbelief. Standing over his fallen foe, Yuan prepares to deliver the final blow, energy crackling around him. The clash of titans continues, each strike echoing through the desolate arena. Determined to gain an edge, Theseus activates Hermes' treads, hoping to close the speed gap. But the arena remains silent, the tension palpable as the battle unfolds. Even with the boost, he finds himself unable to land a blow, his attacks meeting only air. Grit forming on his teeth, Theseus curses under his breath, frustrated by his opponent's elusiveness. He wonders, what makes this guy so tricky to fight? It's more than just speed. Before he can even swing his spear, Yuan is already prepared to dodge. He wonders if it has something to do with those glowing red eyes. The crimson glow intensifies as Yuan's focus sharpens. Cinder Eyes reads the path. Even though he's barely able to use water attribute mana because of the divine sea crystal, he's putting out such destructive strength. Theseus realizes that he isn't an Olympian ranker for show, even if he might be an illegitimate child of Poseidon that's been cast aside for succession. More than anything, the gap in their levels and stats is too big. The force of the blow sends water spraying in all directions, as Kim Yuan unleashes a devastating attack. The impact sends him hurtling backwards, smashing through the forest. He pauses, a question hanging in the air, wondering if Theseus finally understands the difference between them. Blood trickles down his face, but Theseus spits back a defiant, "Nonsense." Kim Yuan scoffs, asking if he's intimidated by the sea monsters about to come crashing in, adding that he must still have room to breathe with how insolent he is. His voice dripping with malice, Kim Yuan vows to tear him to shreds so he can never run his mouth again. Annoyed by the interruption, Kim Yuan's expression twists in anger. Realizing the dire situation, Theseus knows they should retreat. Things aren't looking too good. They're backed into a corner, blood splattering as the fight intensifies. A fiery strike descends, engulfing Theseus. The order rings out, demanding they push harder and not let a single one leave unscathed. The command is clear. Theseus is ordered to take their arms and legs as trophies. The order rings out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Acknowledging the dire situation, the speaker emphasizes that their current forces might be able to handle the giants, but they can't simultaneously fight the sea monsters, making this their only chance to retreat. His face bloodied and bruised, Theseus grits his teeth, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His eye twitches, a flicker of defiance in his gaze as he questions if they truly want him to run away. Meanwhile, standing amidst the carnage, Kim Yuan observes the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. A surge of power emanates from him, as he realizes that what he's been seeking all along has been right before his eyes. A sinister smile creeps across his face, as his mentality shifts, embracing the darkness within. Back on the battlefield, Theseus is urged to hurry up and let go. His expression contorted in pain and frustration, Theseus struggles with the decision before him. A guttural cry escapes him, as he screams Kim Yuan's name. His teeth bared in a ferocious snarl, Theseus is pushed to his breaking point. Amidst the chaos and destruction, an order rings out for everyone to retreat. The battlefield is engulfed in flames, a testament to the intensity of the ongoing conflict. A lone figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding destruction. Theseus's voice rings out, a desperate plea for retreat. He urges everyone to board the sun chariot, seeking escape from the overwhelming forces. A voice booms out, filled with disdain. "To see the day where I get to chase you when you turn tail. This is the price for thinking you earned your victories when we were holding back." A figure wreathed in fire prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Another voice cries out, defiant, "Don't run like a coward. Let's end this here once and for all." The fiery figure clashes against an unseen foe, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The sun chariot plummets downwards, a desperate attempt to escape the encroaching chaos. A figure stands amidst a clash of fire and water, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Kim Yuan stares out at the aftermath, the question hanging heavy in the air, when? Focusing his energy, the man clenches his fist, a surge of power building within him. Considering the situation, he seems to be formulating a plan. Elsewhere, a being wreathed in flames prepares to speak, its fiery form radiating intense heat. The fiery figure declares, "In this fight, we didn't hold back or run away." Looking out over a vast landscape, two figures stand small against the backdrop of towering mountains, one of them murmuring, "We giants." The camera pans out to show the ocean, the speaker believing they've truly beaten Olympus. The scene shifts to a raucous celebration, the crowd erupting in a resounding cheers. Barrels are cracked open, the contents spilling out in a joyous torrent. Amidst the revelry, someone shouts, "Bring another barrel here. We need to celebrate a day like today to the max." The celebration continues, the crowd growing more boisterous, with someone yelling, "Get him yourself, you bastard. Don't you see we're all busy having fun?" As the festivities rage on, a structure glows with an ethereal blue light, a silent witness to the jubilant scene. Standing alongside another man in a village square, Yuan recalls the recent victory. The divine sea crystal sits in a bowl, glowing with a soft light. Back in the village, the people began partying as soon as they got back, and he doesn't blame them. It had been a long-awaited victory, but he can't let himself get caught up in the mood. He knows that if the battle had dragged out, he would have been on the ropes. Sitar and his men were outnumbered as well, and the battle could have resulted in countless casualties for the giants. Looking up, he knows he still has a long way to go until he can go up against Olympus's inner circle. Clenching his fist, he reflects that he managed to get here far faster than he expected. It would have taken him 5 years to get to this point, but with the divine sea crystal in hand, he can gun it even faster now. Looking at the orb in his hand, he thinks about what's next on his to-do list. With a slight smirk playing on his lips, Yuan seems to be plotting something. Suddenly, a chill runs down someone's spine. A sudden sneeze, a sign of the encroaching cold. His eyes widening, Hargan feels a shiver. Even standing before the roaring flames of a furnace, the chill persists. Despite the intense heat, he can't shake the feeling of being watched. He wonders why he's shivering while standing in front of a furnace, questioning if he's catching a cold. A ping sounds, and he wonders who's messaging him at this hour. The message reads, "How are you doing, Juicy? I'll come visit soon. I got my hands on something nice." The message from Kim Yuan, accompanied by a series of innocent-looking emojis, sends a shiver down his spine. A sense of dread washes over him, realizing that something far worse than a cold is coming. The stone of the sea glows with an otherworldly light. A complex pattern of energy shimmers above, as someone wonders, how does he keep getting his hands on these things? Standing in what appears to be a forge filled with gold, the old man watches him closely, but Yuan doesn't seem to notice. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks he just got lucky. The old man scoffs, retorting as if, "Don't act like you stumbled upon a coin on the side of the road." The voice continues, noting that between losing out on the divine sea crystal and Theseus acting out, Olympus isn't going to have the capacity to worry about him for a while. The glowing crystal pulses with power, as someone reflects on his actions. The old man tells him that he bets he's feeling chipper, but Yuan replies that it does give him some breathing room. A new voice chimes in, observing that father is going to have his hands full keeping uncle's rage in check. The voice concludes that smart aleck he may be, there's no way he could know the deep internal politics of Olympus, yet he managed to flip the situation in his favor once again. He stares at the stone, a look of disbelief washing over him. How could this be possible? Turning his attention to the craftsman, Yuan waits to hear what he has to say. As he thought, the stone's properties might be different, but it's similar to his father's lightning bolt. The craftsman asks if he is able to refine it. More important than refining, the craftsman explains, he needs other materials in order to make a proper item with it. So the same deal as before, Yuan asks, how long will refinement take? About 10 days, the craftsman replies, but there's nowhere you can get adamantium right now. He assures Yuan that he'll bring some back ASAP. The craftsman asks if he has a lot of money, explaining that he doesn't have much because he spent it all on the production of kaini. Yuan then asks how he will proceed, receiving a simple yes in response. He'll have to figure out a way, Yuan thinks, though it might take him some time. Hearing the craftsman's words, he acknowledges that the man isn't just talking. The craftsman wonders where Kim Yuan plans to go now, suggesting that there shouldn't be any interference from Olympus for a while, and that he wants to focus on leveling up, spending the time he bought. Looking at the craftsman, he asks if he's hellbent on going up against Olympus. The craftsman replies, as if that'd be all, before questioning what Yuan meant by that, and what mess he's thinking of causing now. He assures the craftsman that he'll leave the refinement to him and deposit the payment later. Turning to leave, Yuan heads out of the workshop. As he departs, Yuan tells the craftsman he'll be back then. Walking through the town, Yuan continues on his way. He thinks to himself that the craftsman was pretty shocked and would faint if he knew what he was scheming. Observing the egg, he sees that it twitches, and the system message displays an incubation rate of 41.29%. He notices that the egg's moving again, wondering if it's because of the higher incubation rate, and that it seems to be awake for at least half the day now. The egg, still glowing with an otherworldly light, seems to tilt in response to some unheard question, its surface shimmering with untold potential. Elsewhere, A cloaked figure muses on the tower's impending chaos, suggesting that the rotten parts will soon rear their heads. Yuan assures someone that they'll be able to eat soon, adding that their food will be waiting at the place Odin mentioned. He can practically taste Poseidon's reaction to the theft of the Divine Sea Crystal. Now he just has to hope things go as Hercules predicted. The Divine Sea Crystal is an item that cannot fall into the hands of Olympus. But there will be a huge blowback if you were to obtain it. Odin states that they don't have to worry about that, as long as Zeus, or rather, Father, is situated as the king of Olympus. He can't personally make a move against a player that's not even a high ranker just for obtaining the Divine Sea Crystal. When a king of a major guild makes a move, the other major guilds will respond, which complicates things. The name Hercules hangs in the air, a legend whispered among gods. Considering the odds, Yuan wonders if Poseidon himself might make a move, but the response comes quickly. His father will keep the uncle in check, preventing any rash decisions. The big three gods of Olympus, bound by blood but locked in an endless battle for power, are far from friendly. The fight between father and uncle Poseidon, a nasty struggle for dominance, ended only after his father obtained the divine sky crystal and crafted the lightning bolt. He managed to secure over half of Olympus, and that's when he realized something crucial. The remaining two stones, the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal, cannot fall into the hands of my brothers. That settles things then, yeah? Since they can't give up on the divine sea crystal, Odin listens intently. They need Zeus and Poseidon to take each other out. Red and blue energy crackles in the air. A box is thrown open. Someone cries out in frustration, questioning why something is happening. The voice demands to know why they can't make a move. Realizing he lost the draw, Orion knows he'll have to face his father's wrath. Elsewhere, Theseus is called a useless bastard. His anger rising, Orion realizes it's not the giants, but a single player causing problems. The text identifies him as Poseidon, one of the big three gods of Olympus. Continuing his tirade, Orion curses the one who doesn't want him to get his hands on the divine sea crystal. He calls someone a miserable dog. The tension continues to build. Sighing deeply, Orion asks if Theseus agrees that Zeus is being a sly snake, as the smaller man responds that someone as lowly as himself couldn't dare to fathom the thoughts of the ruler of the sky. His face contorted in rage, Orion thinks to himself that Zeus has decided to give up on the annoying prey and focus on him, the bigger opponent. Clenching his fist, Orion fumes that Zeus wants him to show self-restraint. His anger rising, he thinks that even though he lost the divine sea crystal, Zeus still has the gall to deploy rancors. He has the gall to tell him that when he lost everything. Grasping the massive globe, Orion is furious. His rage continues to build. The air crackles with his power. The room is filled with the aftermath of his outburst. Far off in the distance, nestled amongst the peaks, the stronghold of Asgard looms. A sinister grin spreads across his face, as Kim Yuan hears of the sea's fate. Haha, serves them right. Within the halls, the assembled figures speculate, assuming the Olympians are throwing a fit over the recent turn of events. Amidst the downpour, a voice echoes, Kim Yuan, you said. Through the rain-soaked forest, a figure observes, remarking on someone's talent despite not being a ranker. The battle god of 3 heads and 6 arms, Azura, muses to himself, wondering if he'll ever get the chance to duel with him. In the darkness, the name is spoken again, Kim Yuan. A hand hovers amidst a constellation of glowing runes, the air crackling with arcane energy. Surrounded by the mystical symbols, Azura hears the unbelievable news. Someone dared to steal the divine sea crystal. The revelation hangs in the air, prompting a thoughtful, interesting. A smirk plays on his lips, as he recalls thinking the thief was just a fledgling. His golden eyes gleaming with anticipation, he admits he's excited to see what will happen now. Having arrived at the first floor of the tower, a disembodied voice thanks him for using the sun chariot. With the chariot now consumed, a system message informs him that he has consumed 1,000 points. Watching the chariot burn, Yuan wonders how many replicas Theseus used. Thinking to himself, he notes that he arrived here quickly. Acknowledging the chariot's help, he finds himself at the tower wall, on the edge of the world. As he walks through the forest, Yuan wonders who would have thought the wall would crumble on its own one day. A mysterious hand shatters a wall. A voice declares that no one was able to break this wall. Continuing his trek, he muses that now isn't the time to get lost in thought, as he was told it was somewhere around here. Looking around, Yuan scans his surroundings. With Cinder Eyes activated, he reads the path. A system message appears, describing the Tatsuka no Tsurugi fragment. The grip tightens on the hilt, a silent promise of what's to come. A voice echoes in his mind. The dungeon's difficulty is far beyond what should be possible on the first floor. This is the dungeon of the 57th place high ranker and one of the 3 precious children, Susanoo. Before he regressed, the artificial dungeon that Susanoo created was only discovered hundreds of years later, after a long search by the other 2 precious children to complete the 3 sacred treasures. It's no surprise Susanoo thought they'd eventually find it, since this is where he hid his relic, and they were not just friends but brothers to each other. He feels a bit bad, but he has to take it in this timeline. The blade sings as it cuts through the air. Kronos' clock movement is pretty convenient, having discovered the hidden dungeon Susanoo's relic. Checking the requirements. Having met the necessary requirements, he enters the dungeon, having managed to save hundreds of years like this. Entering the tower, a message appears, explaining that to clear it and obtain the hidden Susanu's relic, he must find the key to leave the dungeon. Looking around, he notes the tower's incredible height, surmising that both the key and the relic are somewhere inside. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoes through the chamber. A monstrous hyena snarls, as if to say that even entering the tower won't be a walk in the park. More of the creatures appear, identified as vampiric hyenas from the 40th floor and above. Dust and debris fill the air, signaling the start of the battle. His eyes narrow, a predatory glint shining in them. He thinks to himself, the more there are, the better. As the fight begins, a system message appears. The system reports that the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased by 0.001%, but another message indicates it did not increase. Another system message appears, showing the completion rate has increased by 0.001%. The battle continues, with blood splattering across the scene. The tower air crackles with purple energy, as he unleashes another devastating strike. His hand, now slick with crimson, tightens around the hilt. Each swing is a blur of motion, leaving a trail of blood and shattered remains. Standing amidst the carnage, he surveys the fallen. The air hangs heavy with the stench of death, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his attacks. Turning his back on the carnage, he strides towards the tower's depths. Another corpse lies broken and still, a silent marker of his progress. His brow furrows, the Heaven-Slaying Star completion rate only inched up by a measly 0.003%. He muses, getting 0.5% for killing the sea turtle must have been a lot, though it would have been nice if it had hit 100% back then. But thanks to sensory field, Kim Yuan notes that his perception stat is much higher than before. His stats are displayed before him, showing his strength, constitution, dexterity, and arcane power. The air grows heavy, a palpable sense of dread settling over him as he steps forward. Ahead, the entrance to the dungeon looms, a gaping maw in the stone. The path descends, leading him into the unknown depths. A neon sign declares his destination. This is Susanu's dungeon. Reaching the 100th floor, he continues onward. He muses, seeing how it's not that wide for how tall it is. Is it a maze dungeon? 100 floors, it's like a miniature version of the tower. He reflects, never having met Susanu personally, but he's heard many talk ill of him. Along with the negative opinions, something that everyone was in agreement on was that he was strong. A metallic clunk echoes, interrupting his thoughts. He wonders, why did my inventory just open on its own? Looking up, he sees a figure materialize before him. The figure seems confused. The spirit wonders where it is, questioning if this is the small tower. It asks who he is, and if he is the one who brought the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Kim Yuan simply acknowledges the spirit. Sensing a tremendous killing intent from the spirit, he thinks this guy is probably. The spirit declares that it is one of the 3 precious children of Susanu. The spirit continues, stating that he was not only a master swordsman, but also a spirit master and necromancer. It adds that he was a known bloodthirsty killer in the tower and was rank 57 when he was alive, also mentioning that he died fighting against Yamada no Orochi. Kim Yuan dismisses the spirit, saying that it's spouting about an unnecessary topic. The spirit responds, stating that it knows that he was an amazing person. The spirit scoffs, remarking that he didn't expect something like this to happen after his death, adding that Kim Yuan can skip the honorifics, as he didn't leave his spirit behind for such petty things. But he's going to correct one of Yuan's statements, insisting that his life wasn't shitty, but the best. The spirit expresses surprise that Yuan is able to continue yapping when he knows who he is, adding that he doesn't seem like a ranker from their side and questions who he is affiliated with. Yuan states that he's a player who recently climbed to the 21st floor. The spirit retorts, questioning if Yuan dares to talk big when that's all he's climbed, insisting that this isn't a place for an insect like him, and there are things here that can't be compared to monsters on the 21st floor. Kim Yuan states that he already faced some of the monsters here before he entered. The spirit remarks that Yuan took care of them, finding it impressive, adding that he has to follow him as long as he's holding onto the fragment, as that's how it was designed, and tells him to do whatever he wants. The spirit asks if Yuan has companions and if he's a pureblood, though he doesn't look like one. Yuan states that he has no companions, nor is he a pureblood. The spirit continues to question him, asking where he lived, how he found this place, and where he got the fragment of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, thinking to himself that he sure talks a lot. The spirit wonders why Yuan won't answer his questions. Yuan tells him that he's being annoying, so he should stop asking them, and then only answer him this. Where did he get the fragment of the sword? Grumbling, Yuan retorts that if the spirit really wants to know so badly, he should at least give him directions, adding that nothing in this world is free. He admits that he personally hates maze dungeons because of how long they take. Hearing this, the spirit says he guesses he can do that. The spirit continues, explaining that Yuan has to go pretty far around for the door to the next floor, and to first go that way for a good while. Considering the spirit's words, Yuan thinks to himself that this is a pretty big and complex maze. He wonders if he can use that guy's method. Stopping in his tracks, Yuan demands to know where the spirit got the fragment. Responding to the question, the spirit says he got it on the 1st floor in the Colosseum test. The The spirit explains, it's because that guy appeared in the final round of the test. Hearing this, Yuan is shocked, thinking about that guy. In disbelief, Yuan exclaims, no way. The spirit asks, do you mean Yamato no Orochi? The spirit continues, explaining it's because that guy appeared in the final round of the test. The question hangs in the air, as someone wonders if it's because that guy appeared in the final round of the test. A figure descends, their sword wreathed in purple energy. The thought echoes, no way do you mean Yamato no Orochi? They cut through the chaos, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The question lingers, did this guy really defeat Orochi? Surrounded by spectral figures, the figure presses onward. Golden energy crackles, as a figure prepares to strike. The golden energy slams into the dark figure, the impact shaking the very foundations of the world. Bathed in violet light, he stands amidst the ruins, a silent figure surrounded by swirling energy. From the shadows, a muffled chuckle echoes. The observer seems amused by the unfolding events. The observer's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he's laughing. Dismissing the question, the observer mutters, seeing him as nothing more than a brat who got lucky against Orochi. The observer wonders, what exactly is his deal? Intrigued, the observer wonders how he plans to clear this place, excitement bubbling within. The observer presses, questioning why he continues to break through walls even after being shown the way, demanding a reason for his actions. The observer's patience wears thin, ordering him to stop with the questions. As he moves deeper into the ruins, a chilling realization dawns. These monsters all possess ghost or undead attributes. Looking up at the skeletal figures clinging to the ruined architecture, he realizes they're probably all people he's killed. Perhaps. Yuan shrugs off the weight of the previous floor, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Though he may appear as he does now, he was once a master swordsman, acknowledged by Azura himself, one of the greatest spirit masters and necromancers in the tower. And so, gathering the spirits of those he killed was probably nothing for him. Climbing this tower feels like climbing up someone's corpse. It feels disgusting, he thinks. Justice, my ass, he muses, I've met all kinds of people before, but you're the first of your kind. How can you say that when you're still only on the 21st floor of the real tower? A disembodied voice echoes as a system message appears. You have arrived on the 10th floor. The tower stretches endlessly above him, a monument to the fallen. A new system message appears. You have entered room 1. Please defeat the enemy. A ghostly figure materializes as another system message appears. The door to room 2 will open when you clear room 1. You can move on to the next floor after clearing room 5. No need to get up, the figure says. Holy fire burns the body of the undead. The ghostly figure looms, ready to strike. The air crackles with energy. A single tear streaks down his face, but is it from sorrow or something else entirely? The tower stretches before him, a labyrinth of shifting rooms and unknown dangers. A voice echoes through the chamber, an invitation laced with malice. Want me to let you in on something? The voice continues, a chilling reminder of his past. Like you guessed, these are guys I killed in my lifetime. He knows the tower is filled with the souls of the damned, spirits, and undead gathered from across millennia. The voice taunts him, its words dripping with arrogance. There's no way to save them unless you're more skilled as a spirit master or necromancer than me. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on the unseen speaker, but the voice presses on, revealing a twisted sense of mercy. However, they are at least freed from here when they are killed. A grotesque figure appears, its eyes gleaming with cruel amusement, posing a loaded question. What will you do, ally of justice? Are you going to just ignore the guys in the later rooms and move on to the next floor after beating room 5? He clenches his fist, his expression hardening, the words of his tormentor ringing in his ears. They weren't wrong. You really are a scumbag. He steels himself, his resolve unwavering, thinking, I was going to challenge it even if you didn't say anything. Drawing his weapon, he prepares for the coming battle, his eyes burning with determination. The voice echoes one last time, a final challenge. I'm going to leave you behind if you dilly-dally, so try and keep up. The floors fall one after another. Each level cleared brings him closer to the top. The climb continues. Monsters fall before him. Each swing of his blade ends another life. The bodies pile up. Their screams echo in his ears. Their pleas for death are a constant reminder of their suffering. Absorbing their final moments, he feels their resentment. Staring into the distance, Yuan wonders if he truly absorbed their resentment. The 50th floor falls. The first relic of Susanoo is discovered, and the garment of the 4 great elementals is obtained. The garment trails behind him as he moves. Moving the garment already, he notes he's losing some physical resistance, but he can compensate by dodging with his sensory field. To get an item already, what an unexpected gain. Alright, he's going to keep plowing through. 42 days. Since entering Susanoo's tower, he doesn't know when it started, but he's begun hearing voices every time he kills something in here. He continues deeper into the tower. Then there's the mysterious messages that pop up, something about absorbing resentment. He wonders what it's talking about. Hearing the voices of the dead is something only high-class necromancers can do. Is this maybe related to Kaini? That aside, it's an awful feeling that's chipping away at his mentality. He seems to be getting tired, his hunting speed is slowing down. This isn't a pushover of a dungeon, but he hasn't done bad for a 21st floor player. Focusing on the glove on his hand, it appears to have a special ability. A voice echoes, why isn't he properly using it? Is it supposed to be the ace up his sleeve? The voice continues, questioning him. What is he talking about? They were alike, so why isn't he using it? He wonders, does he even know? Why did he cut himself off? How is he supposed to use it properly? The voice retorts, so he's acting like a know-it-all when he doesn't know either. You bastard, even though I gave you a hint. He thinks to himself, use it properly. I haven't used hell while climbing up, but is there something else? Looking at his hand, it's true that he lacks information about Kaini. A voice narrates, it's a different form now, and it wasn't all that close to Hades, its original owner. And among the big three gods of Olympus, he was the most veiled in secrets. He realizes, it must have something on top of mana amplification. That's some good info he just got. Anyway, he's a bit stronger than when he first entered. The voice declares, but he's still far from a high ranker. The voice concludes, it's a miracle that a 21st floor player even made it this far, but he still lacks. Stop pestering me like a fly. The air hangs heavy, thick with anticipation. His boots echo on the unseen floor, each step deliberate, cautious. He continues forward, the only source of light coming from behind him. A voice echoes in his mind. This is going to be pretty difficult. The voice continues, taunting him. Oh ho, you're finally paying attention to me. Well, I ain't telling you more. Just see for yourself. A blue screen appears, informing him. You have arrived on the 60th floor. The voice continues. Did I upset you? That's petty. He continues forward, the path ahead dimly lit. Dust motes dance in the faint light, revealing nothing of substance. He frowns, his eyes scanning the empty space. What the? Why is there nothing here? His eyes widen, a flicker of red momentarily illuminating his gaze. He senses something. No, there is something. The air crackles with unseen energy. Through the swirling mists, a lone figure advances, their purpose yet unknown. Eerie blue flames dance around them, casting long, distorted shadows. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building with each step. Descending further into the depths, the figure moves with a determined stride. A grim determination hardens his features, an extreme killing intent brewing within him. He muses that his opponent must have been no ordinary man in life. The ground trembles, as if anticipating a cataclysmic clash. A stark message flashes before him, a direct order, defeat the Death Knight. His red eyes burn with resolve, a warrior ready to face his destiny. The name echoes in the air, King Arthur. The atmosphere thickens, charged with anticipation. A voice calls out, questioning if it's really Arthur. Emerging from the swirling mists, a colossal figure looms, its armor gleaming faintly in the dim light, and its eyes burn with an eerie blue intensity. As the scene fades, the title appears, leveling with the gods. Arthur. He was a monster with the sword, and seemed like the real deal, not to mention, he was highly trusted by his comrades. Merlin. Off to the library again. Stop reading books, and exercise a bit. And no, I'm okay. Come on, let's go. Arthur's loyalty was stronger than anyone else I knew. I miss him, he was my friend. A spectral sword descends, emanating an eerie blue glow. The glow intensifies, revealing the face of a monstrous knight. The knight stands tall, wreathed in ethereal flames. His grip tightens on the spectral blade, ready to strike. After dying to Susanoo, a figure lies still. A crimson eye snaps open, a silent question hanging in the air. Is his item intact, despite being undead? The knight rises, the words, the great Excalibur, echoing in the void. He strides forward, his form radiating power. The text reveals that Arthur may not have been a high ranker during his time, but he was quickly rising through the ranks. Energy explodes, a display of raw power. The knight unleashes his attack, a torrent of energy aimed at an unseen foe. Descending into the arena, Arthur wonders what awaits him. Gathering his strength, he begins to channel ice attribute mana. The air crackles as he activates the flow of power. Unleashing the energy, a surge of magical force erupts around him. The mana explodes outwards, a wave of pure, frigid energy. Activating Hermes' treads, he prepares to move with blinding speed. With a burst of agility, Arthur activates Sky Step. The magical energies continue to build, a symphony of power. Drawing his blade, he prepares to strike. Holy fire envelopes the edge of nightfall as he activates Arcane Sword. The blade glows with immense power, ready to cut through anything. Despite all his preparations, he can't shake the feeling that he'll never be able to beat Arthur. In the depths of the dungeon, a blinding light erupts from the undead knight, signaling the start of its assault. A disembodied voice echoes, reminding everyone that Arthur's current strength is a mere shadow of his former glory. With a resounding crash, the knight brings its weapon down, the force of the blow shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Its form silhouetted against the gloom, the undead knight stands as an implacable sentinel, its glowing blue eyes burning with an eerie light. A guttural growl emanates from the knight, tauntingly asking where he's looking. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the knight unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike carrying the weight of ages. The attack connects, sending a shockwave through the chamber as dust and debris fill the air. Caught off guard, Arthur can only manage a gasp of surprise. Gathering his resolve, he channels his mana, preparing to unleash a counterattack of chilling ice. The word, Ice forms in his mind as he focuses his power. With a surge of energy, the ice magic explodes forth, shards of frozen power hurtling towards the knight. But even as the ice flies, Arthur realizes the chilling truth. This knight is fast. Realizing the knight's speed, Arthur barely has time to react as the undead warrior's blade descends, crackling with blue energy. A pained grunt escapes him as the knight's sword finds its mark. The force of the blow, sending a spray of blood into the air. Staggering back, he struggles to regain his footing. The knight's words echo in his mind. I get why he's the only one on the 60th floor now. Facing the knight, Arthur retorts, so you're the mid-boss. The undead knight, a model of knightly swordsmanship, prepares another strike. Another blow lands, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Explosions of ice erupt around him, each impact threatening to shatter his defenses. The cold seeps into his bones as a system message flashes. You are now under the effects of status condition, frostbite. The battle continues in the ruined landscape. The garment of the four great elementals resists the ice aura. He thinks to himself, I managed to dodge the projectiles with cinder eyes and sensory field, but I couldn't block the ice aura. It feels like I ate an ice crystal. Dodging the projectiles, Arthur continues to evade the attacks. The undead knight's attacks come in a flurry. But they're also flawless, as one of the attacks hits Arthur. The impact sends debris flying. A surge of energy emanates from the point of impact. A system message appears. Resisting the status condition, Arthur fights off the frostbite. The resistance is successful. He thinks to himself, it's a pretty good strategy, but... He continues his assault, sword arcing through the air towards the undead knight. The blade connects with a resounding crash, but the knight's armor holds firm. A surge of power courses through him, and Arthur grits his teeth, knowing this fight is about to change. His armor groans under the strain as the gigantification takes hold. Unleashing the newfound strength, Arthur strikes with a blow infused with purple energy. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate landscape as the two warriors trade blows once more. The knight's armor glows with an eerie light, bracing for the next attack. Bringing his sword down with immense force, Arthur cleaves through the air, green energy crackling around the blade. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield as the knight struggles to maintain his footing. Despite the onslaught, the undead knight stands firm, ready to meet Arthur's next attack. His constitution now granting him the power of a giant, Arthur unleashes a devastating blow, purple energy crackling around his fist as he strikes. The force of the blow sending the undead knight reeling. The veteran hunter presses his advantage, not giving his opponent a chance to recover. Each strike carries the weight of a mountain. The air itself seems to crackle with the sheer power being unleashed. The knight is sent flying, a shockwave erupting from the point of impact. The undead knight lies defeated, the hunter standing over him, the purple energy fading. You don't have to fight anymore. With the knight defeated, the last vestiges of the undead knight's power dissipate into the air. A surge of energy courses through him, the system message declaring that he has absorbed Arthur's resentment. Looking up, he murmurs, it would have been nice if Merlin could have seen this. His eyes narrow, a name escaping his lips. Mayor, Lin. A flicker of recognition in his eyes, he questions, Arthur, did you just say Merlin? A desperate plea echoes. If you grant me this favor, I will agree to any contract, even if it means being your eternal servant. So please, let me see Merlin again. Clenching his fist, he thinks, there is something I must tell him. Lancelot. A memory surfaces, a dark cloud swirling with the words, Lancelot betrayed Britain. Looking up, Arthur's expression is unreadable. Lancelot. The name echoes in his mind. Lancelot. The man has heard that name a lot, the new master of the Round Table. And the high ranker that made the Round Table into a major guild. Yet such a man betrayed Britain. He's not a necromancer. He's able to hear the voice thanks to an item, but he doesn't yet have the ability to revive anyone into an undead. How can that be? Still, he'll try what he can. He doesn't think they're completely out of options. He will eventually be meeting Merlin. It sounds like he might have to eliminate Lancelot for Britain, so it won't be a bad idea to make Arthur his ally. He accepts the offer, a new path now laid out before him. Golden particles swirl around him, a visual confirmation of the binding agreement. The system announces the rewards, absolute obedience from King Arthur and the soul of the King of Knights now his. Absolute obedience, it says, but he wonders if this favor is more than it seems, perhaps a hidden piece of something larger. The situation ends anticlimactically, leaving him to ponder the implications. A voice echoes, revealing that even the undead were useful. He grips his sword, questioning if Arthur's death was merely a coincidence. The voice continues, posing a question and demanding he climb to the top for an answer. Grumbling to himself, he can't believe someone would put stuff into their inventory like that. Apologizing for being lost in thought, Yuan reflects on the rotten test he just designed, noting the sword has a pretty good grip. Elsewhere, a man urges, let's hurry on up. He just wants to finish this and rest. The ranking management bureau stands tall, a testament to order. One of the men asks, from? And where is he now? The other demands, stop stuttering and answer me. A gasp escapes someone as something crashes down. One of the men questions, are you going to continue causing a scene, Sun Ogong? The voice continues, or rather, should I call you Sun Ogong's clone? A figure with glowing yellow eyes retorts, it's none of your business, lackey. Towering over his subordinates, the clone of Sun Ogong demands to know why they aren't showing him the proper respect. Or are they planning to fight the management bureau, despite him only being a clone? The two men stand before him. The pressure he emits is suffocating, and one thinks to himself that if it were the true Sun Ogong, the administrator would have come in person. The clone of Sun Ogong states that he can't answer their questions because they're inquiring about personal information. One of the men scoffs, thinking that they are such petty bastards, and wonders what's so hard about sharing some information. The clone of Sun Ogong asks if everyone understands. One of the men thinks that's a clone. The other man thinks to himself that unless it's someone related, no matter who it is, they may not share any information other than their ranking. The screen behind them shows the name Kim Yuan. One of the men replies, yes, ma'am. The clone of Sun Ogong thinks that even for them, who know everything about the tower, they have little information about him. One of the men wonders why there isn't any information on where he's from, and doesn't think that's a system error. No wonder the administrators are interested in him. The other man states that he's been at the 21st floor for almost 3 months now, but there's no way he's satisfied and has stopped climbing. Someone wonders what Kim Yuan is up to. The air crackles with unseen energy. Having crushed the last of his foes, a figure stands amidst the fading echoes of battle. The very walls seem to groan, as if acknowledging the weight of his achievement. The remnants of the defeated litter the ground, a testament to the trials he has overcome. A shimmering notification appears, confirming his victory. His name is displayed prominently, marking him as the one who conquered this floor, Kim Yuan. The screen updates, showcasing the impressive growth of his stats. Looking at the screen, Yuan reflects on his progress, acknowledging the significant boost he's gained. Now all that's left is the 100th floor. He considers the challenges ahead, knowing the difficulty will only increase from here. What's wrong? What's got you frozen? A voice echoes in the distance, wondering what lies beyond. He's quite looking forward to it. Elsewhere, someone observes Yuan's ascent, noting his relentless progress. He's at it again. I should hurry up. The observer can hardly believe what he's seeing, a 21st floor brat making it all the way up here. He still can't believe Yuan's skills even after witnessing it with his very own eyes. Golden cinder eyes, gigantification, and even a mysterious fire. It made him question if he were in fact a ranker. I'm not a ranker, currently. He continues forward. What do you mean by currently? Does that mean Susanu's spirit disappeared? There he is. The one that killed him. What? But the one that killed Arthur is 21st floor brat. Good. The figure wonders where they should continue their chat. Purple energy crackles around a heavily armored figure. The armored figure's name echoes. Curiosity, it seems, is one of his flaws. The figure questions if he was a ranker in the past, now that he claims he isn't one currently. Who knows? He's unhinged to think he'd turn himself into the boss of a dungeon. Knock it off with your half-ass bravado, Susanu retorts, suggesting it would be better for him to simply answer his question. Why don't we make a bet? I have a question for you. Susanu proposes, the loser answers the winner, no matter the question. How about it? Cinder Eyes analyzes the essence of the target, the hunter stands firm. You can pass if you're not feeling confident, the armored figure taunts. What? Unconfident. As if, the sword seems to pulse with a dark energy. He accepts the terms. With the bet now set, the victor will be granted an answer to a single question. That answer must be the truth. Feeling the presence of countless angry spirits, he knows it's the resentment of all those who died because of him. Aware that he finally understands why Susanu left this dungeon behind, he realizes. It's not to commemorate the souls, relics, and possessions gathered by slaughtering countless things and people. Susanu isn't someone who'd have such a petty obsession. No, Susanu used the system to tie him down even in death. He finally understands, so he could fight more. A maelstrom of purple and crimson energy erupts, the very air crackling with untamed power. The challenge echoes, a stark command hanging in the balance. Defeat the Death Knight Susanu. A voice echoes through the darkness, a chilling command. Obey me. As the speaker's eyes snap open, Kaini awakens. The air crackles with dark energy, as the summoning of hell begins. Gripping a staff that pulses with raw power, Kaini prepares for what's to come. The air itself seems to tear apart. A surge of chaotic energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. Surrounded by the swirling vortex, Kaini stands ready. A sinister voice whispers, "Good. Now the real fight begins." Clad in formidable armor, radiating an ominous aura, Kaini is fully prepared for the battle ahead. As the summoned specters writhe in the ether, a palpable sense of unease washes over Kaini. His control slipping, the master of the divine sea crystal struggles to maintain his grip on the spectral forces. The specters are being pulled away, he realizes, his voice laced with disbelief. A mere brat on the 22nd floor, he fumes, questioning what has been done. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. Kim Yuan acknowledges that he understands that power. The words escape him before he can stop them. Kaini realizes he shouldn't have said that. His voice dripping with arrogance, the master of the divine sea crystal dares anyone to try and destroy him with just that. The situation unfolding before him, Kaini can only utter a single word, nonsense. The summoned specters continue to be pulled away, their forms flickering and distorting. His expression hardening, Kaini prepares for what's to come. Focusing his power, the Master of the Divine Sea Crystal prepares for the next stage of the battle. His eyes glowing with purple energy, Kaini is ready to face whatever comes next. Unleashing a furious assault, Kim Yuan brings his weapon down with devastating force. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion of light and debris. Continuing his relentless offensive, he strikes again, the air crackling with energy. Amidst the chaos, the veteran hunter's voice cuts through the din, a chilling declaration of his resolve. Nonsense. He overestimates himself. His arm now surges with immense power, imbued with the strength of a giant, ready to unleash hell. Observing the unfolding battle, the Master of the Divine Sea Crystal remains composed, noting that regular high-rankers wouldn't be so calm in his presence. His composure cracks as he spits out Kim Yuan's name in disbelief. Eyes burning with fury, the hunter prepares to unleash another devastating attack. With a surge of energy, he cleaves through the air, his strike carrying the weight of a mountain. The attack continues, a whirlwind of power aimed at his opponent. His assault tears through the specters, obliterating them with ease. Frustration mounting, the Master of the Divine Sea Crystal curses his inability to control the specters. Something is clearly wrong, as a surge of unseen force rips through Kaini's spectral form. The energy burns, even his undead flesh seems to recoil from the searing pain. Waves of distortion emanate from him, as the assault intensifies. A guttural scream tears from his throat, as the unseen enemy continues to press the attack. How can an undead body feel this much pain? Is he trying to scare him? Kaini wonders, struggling to maintain his composure. But the onslaught continues, the energy building to a fever pitch. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards, his body ragdolled by the unseen power. He grits his teeth, fighting to regain control. But the energy continues to surge, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Why? Why is his body not obeying? Kaini thinks, desperation creeping into his voice. No matter how great of a high ranker you were, you're just a specter in the end. A futile ending. A voice bids goodbye. Befitting Susanoo. The dungeon echoes with the aftermath of a fierce battle. The sky above reflects the chaos below. A system message appears, indicating that Kim Yuan has obtained Susanoo's legacy, but it took too much time. Turning his back to the chaos, Yuan sees another system message. He has obtained the title King of the Dead, and can now leave the dungeon using the return command. The dungeon structure begins to crumble. A lone tower stands amidst the destruction. A final warning appears. The dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. At the edge of the world, inside the tower's first floor, the scenery shifts. Rewards materialize before him. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and the title, King of the Dead. The system message boasts that he really killed Susanoo. He was already dead, the man thinks. More precisely, he severed his soul from his body. He sees. All right, he muses, let's look at what he got this time. First is the legacy, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The system explains that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi is a spirit sword, a reward given to Susanoo after defeating Yamada no Orochi, one of the 3 sacred treasures of the 3 precious children. Spirit swords like this make their user stronger in the moment, but they eat away at their strength and life in the long term. And next, the man thinks. The system details the King of the Dead title. It's a grade S title, for one who oversees the dead, endures their weight, and becomes their king. It grants the ability to control the souls of the dead by using mana, put souls into bodies using mana, summon bodies of the dead using mana if in possession, and using resentment, can put more strength into the body of the dead. He wonders if Hades' skill came from this title. This seems to be a reward from utilizing Kaini rather than a reward for completing the dungeon, he thinks. For a necromancer, it's a bigger gain than he expected. What is it? He obtained a title related to necromancy, but he doesn't really know how to use it. Body. A body. Huh. The system message continues, explaining that he can control the dead by using mana, put souls into bodies using mana, summon bodies of the dead using mana if in possession, and using resentment can. A strange energy emanates from the ground. What could it be? His eyes narrowed. The necromancer scoffs at the sight before him. What kind of awful power is this? He refuses to be treated like those lowlifes. A familiar voice booms. I am Arthur, the King of Knights, Arthur. A golden light shines, confirming that he is indeed the King of Knights, Arthur. Golden energy surges, as Kim Yuan summons his first specter. The system message appears, confirming that he has summoned his first specter. A hulking figure appears, roaring. What the hell is this? Bring my body here right now. The system announces, Susanoo's tower has collapsed, and the body of the King of Knights is gone. The system adds, please be satisfied with this for now. The specter bellows, this horrendous. Looking at the summoned specter, Yuan reflects. I left the corpse back in the tower, but this isn't too bad. All right then. Purple energy crackles around him, as he thinks, shouldn't you come out about now? You'll need to keep your promise. Having summoned Arthur, the King of Knights, Kim Yuan wastes no time, calling out the name of Susanoo. The specter's massive foot shifts, as he finds himself on the receiving end of someone else's orders. The feeling is clearly not pleasant, as it truly feels disgusting to him. A voice echoes in his mind, wondering what he's so curious about, and if it's related to the orc behind him. Standing before the towering specter, Kim Yuan presses him, asking who ordered him to kill the King of Knights. Arthur seems genuinely confused, claiming he doesn't even know who they are. Instead, he'll show him that memory. Purple energy crackles around his hand. A question hangs in the air. Shouldn't he be coming out now? He needs to keep his promise. Susanoo. The question lingers, the weight of the unspoken promise heavy on his shoulders. To be on the receiving end of my own actions, it truly feels disgusting. Fine, what are you curious about? Is it related to that orc idiot behind you? Yeah, who was the one who asked you to kill the King of Knights? I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. Not even I know what they are. He doesn't know? Instead, I'll show you that memory. A cacophony of screams echoes through the void. Emerging from the darkness, Kim Yuan finds himself in a new, unfamiliar place. He realizes this is inside Susanoo's memories. A voice questions the need to kill Arthur, a mere brat who isn't even a high ranker, asking why they should go personally, before demanding to know who they are talking to. The unseen figure retorts that their identity isn't important, but what they want is. The scene shifts to a battlefield, the word war hanging heavy in the air. A voice assures that if a war occurs, there's no need to worry about interference from the administrator. The voice continues, a sinister edge to it, suggesting that they'll just need to enjoy a fun game of slaughter. The memory swirls with otherworldly energy, revealing an entity that can become anything and do anything. The scene focuses on the oldest god that has snuck into this tower, a figure shrouded in mystery. A voice declares, outer god, foolish chaos. A figure looms, their face obscured, recognizing the existence before them. The figure asks, how is it? Doesn't it whet your appetite? A voice responds, it's definitely interesting. The death of the King of Knights, he muses, is but a small seed, but these small seeds will soon be spread all over the tower. Seeds, huh, alright, he likes it. He'll dance to their tune, ha ha ha, ku ha ha ha. A flicker of something dark crosses his face. Although, he thinks, he wasn't able to fully enjoy himself due to Hades' interference, blood and flesh. What is that expression? He wonders, it seems like he knows who that was. He knows it very well, it killed his friend, and killed him. The one he will kill in the future. A distant sky hangs heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Against the fading light, ancient structures stand as silent witnesses to a history yet to be fully revealed. Lost in thought, Yuan's brow furrows with the weight of his reflections. Returning to the past allowed him to complete things quickly, or so he thought, but the Outers were already one step ahead, scheming something. 1,000 years have passed since Arthur's death, a millennium of consequences rippling through the ages. The seeds sown long ago, the time for their harvest draws near. Arthur's death is tied to Lancelot, the current king of Britain. What big incidents were related to Britain? The question hangs heavy in the air. In any case, Arthur has become Britain's hidden card, a trump to be played at the opportune moment. Rising from his slumber, Yuan resolves to climb up and see. A towering structure looms, a silent sentinel guarding secrets of old. For everyone, he needs to change the state of this board. Surveying the scene, the weight of his past choices settles heavily on him. Whispers echo in his mind, names of the fallen, Merlin and Azura, a constant reminder of what's been lost. His gaze hardens, a silent vow forming in his heart. Except for him, everyone will die. The air crackles with dark energy, a grim declaration hangs in the balance. All will die here today. The shadows writhe, a visual testament to the power he wields, a force that could reshape the world. Tendrils of darkness reach out, a promise of destruction and a hint of the chaos to come. Before him stand the remnants of a shattered army, silent witnesses to his resolve. The weight of their expectations, a heavy burden he's now ready to bear. The air vibrates with anticipation, a storm of change brewing on the horizon. He stands defiant, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, a realization that his enemies underestimated his resolve. That's unexpected, for him to take the charge. A grim smile plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of his past mistakes. Yeah, he should have done this from the start. Unable to save anyone, it seems, he plummets backwards into the abyss. The impact echoes, a symphony of destruction. Amidst the chaos, a silhouette emerges, bathed in ominous purple light. A voice echoes through the void, a timeless truth. No matter the world, no matter the timeline. A figure stands defiant, sword in hand, amidst the swirling storm. A promise rings out, a vow to fight for everyone. Streaks of raw energy tear through the fabric of reality, a testament to the power unleashed. The very air crackles, charged with an untamed force. His eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, a promise whispered, I will kill you every single time. The rain falls, a somber curtain on a world in turmoil. Lying in bed, he murmurs, some damn dream. A glass of water sits untouched, a silent witness to the night's torment. Yeah. Just because the Outers have started their schemes, it doesn't mean he'll lay down and mope. This is only the beginning. Before going up to the 21st floor, he should visit Ajusi's forge. He's probably finished what he left him with already. but he's going to get yelled at for how long it's been since he visited. Arriving at the forge, he finds Ajusi already hard at work. It wasn't just yelling, the blacksmith thinks to himself, wondering what the hell he was doing to only appear now. Has his anger subsided? Why didn't he dodge that? Approaching the forge, Yuan faces the annoyed blacksmith. I felt like you'd stop being angry if I got hit once. It's better when you're a little sorry like this. Ajusi scoffs, calling him a damn brat. Continuing their conversation in the forge, the older man scolds him, pointing out that he didn't even take the floor test, wondering what he'd been doing for the last few months. Yuan seems to have been worrying him a lot, even knowing that he didn't take the test. Responding to the question, he explains that he was going through a hidden dungeon, and it was a little difficult, so it took some time. Looking down at Yuan, Ajusi remarks that he went somewhere weird again. Ajusi tells him to check something, wondering many times if he should just break it or not, and asking him if he did something. Holding a glowing blue crystal, Yuan examines it closely. A description of the crystal appears, identifying it as a pure divine sea crystal, formed from the waterborn at creation and composed of water mana, classifying it as a crafting ingredient. Reading the description, he notes that the attribute is different, but there's not much difference from the divine dark crystal, wondering what the rules over all oceans are. Looking up at Ajusi, Yuan asks why he's calling it kaini. The old man responds, saying it's nothing much, and he'll make a slot in it so he can carry that around. He realizes that Yuan is the only one who thinks of him. Ajusi explains he's just trying to finish what he started and to wait for about half a month. Looking at his hand, he thinks it'll be good if kaini is able to be used for 2 different powers, but he can only use 1 fragment in 1 item. Extending his hand, he asks Ajusi to give him his glove for a second. Considering the future, Yuan thinks he should give a hint, wondering if kaini can just be strengthened itself. Looking at the glove on the table, Ajusi asks if he wants to strengthen an item. Explaining the process, Ajusi says it can be done by using other ingredients or by using mana. Taken aback by the suggestion, Ajusi is left speechless. As Ajusi looks on, Yuan wonders if he's a genius. Stunned, Ajusi asks him to repeat that. Looking down at the younger man, Ajusi admits it's a good idea, adding that he looks useful sometimes, before asking if he just called him by his name. Visibly angered, Ajusi shouts, asking when he called him a brat. Can you just strengthen kaini itself? By using other ingredients? Or by using mana? It's definitely possible if you're a strengthening enchanter, but that's only temporary. You can't permanently change the capabilities of a piece of equipment. However, his instincts as a blacksmith are speaking to him. A smirk crosses his face as he thinks, I can't believe that brat. Suddenly, a loud banging echoes through the workshop. Annoyed, the blacksmith wonders who the hell is slamming on his door first thing in the morning. He pauses, thinking, wait a sec. Realization dawns on him. It's not those damn Olympian bastards, is it? The blacksmith shop is still hot from the forge, the air thick with the smell of metal and sweat. A figure stands before him, their face obscured by shadow. The figure asks, this is your place, monkey? Ajusi is unimpressed, retorting that he can tell by the other's pathetic appearance that he's a clone, and questioning what he's doing here. A smirk plays on the figure's lips, remarking that Ajusi is still prickly, and suggesting they warm up a bit. Ajusi sighs, observing that the other is still living the same way, and asking what happened to the weapon he made for him. The figure responds that he got something way more amazing, so he threw it away. He continues that it belonged to the Dragon King, but they said it wasn't originally a weapon or something like that. The figure's expression hardens, stating that he's looking for a person. He asks if Ajusi knows Kim Yuan. A knowing smile spreads across the figure's face, realizing that Ajusi does indeed know him. The narration speaks of golden cinder eyes that can pierce through lies and see the truth. Hovering above the ground, the clone of Sun Ogong makes it clear that this body might not be as strong as the real one, but it's still the almighty Sun Ogong. He knows the old man can't lie to him. But the clone can't just go with the flow when it comes to the brat. Smirking down at the old man, the clone asks what's so funny. Towering over Ajusi, the clone questions if he knows the person he's looking for. He repeats that he doesn't, wondering how many times he has to say it. Glowering, the clone admits he really didn't want to do this. Leaning in close, the clone warns that Ajusi might die if he doesn't cooperate. Ajusi retorts, no matter how much he threatens him, how can he tell him something he doesn't know? Besides, he's the one talking right now. Standing firm, Ajusi refuses to yield to the clone's intimidation. Looking up at the clone, Ajusi insists, like he said, he doesn't know, man. The tension hangs heavy, as the threat of violence lingers in the air. The scene shifts to a serene landscape of mountains against a clear blue sky. Is that really him? Whispers spread through the group, noting that's the pyromancy robe, a 60k point item. The murmurs continue, wondering who else on the 21st floor would wear such premium items. The group recalls the rumor that he had died, questioning if he's climbing the tower again. His eyes narrowed. Kim Yuan demands to know who they think they are, chattering about someone right in front of their face, asking if they want him to mess them up. A gasp escapes one of the players, realizing that it's Kim Yuan. Another player remarks that he's quite foul-mouthed despite his pretty face. The elf player is identified as Reinhar. A system message appears, announcing the start of the 21st floor test, tasking the players to protect the crystal from the oncoming monsters. The system message continues, warning that there is an unknown number of doppelgangers within the team, capable of destroying the crystal, and that the test will fail if either the player count drops to 0 or the crystal is destroyed. The system instructs the players to find the doppelgangers and eliminate them, stating that the test will end when all the doppelgangers are eliminated. One of the players expresses disbelief, questioning if there are really doppelgangers in their midst. Kim Yuan looks up, thinking that's not possible, right? Looking down at his own hand, a scoff escapes him, thinking the others are getting scared over such an easy test, dumbass. Hearing the others' concerns, he knows they are really that scared of doppelgangers. Turning his head slightly, he wonders what's going on. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to act. Looking up, he hears them. The others are shocked. The doppelganger is revealed. As the others panic, one of them shouts that it's a doppelganger. Determined, he thinks he'll find the doppelgangers so they can't get close to the crystal. The man with slick back hair thinks that Kim Yuan's the real deal. There's no way he's a doppelganger, looking at that killing intent. A blue light emanates from below as he thinks it's time to get started. The dungeon air crackles with anticipation. Monstrous roars echo as the horde surges forward, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Claws the size of swords tear through the air, promising a brutal onslaught. The vanguard crashes against the defenders, a chaotic storm of steel and savagery. The cry goes out. The size of this wave is double what they faced before. A desperate call for everyone to get ready and form up. With buff skills, the tanks are ordered to the front, as support is promised. Another horde is coming, and they need to focus on the monsters. It's said that Yuan should have full control over the doppelgangers. The battle rages, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. A warrior rallies his comrades, urging them not to let their guard down. It's noted that for Yuan to have this much impact with just his presence, he really is the real deal. One of the fighters apologizes for being too focused on the battle. The man named Yuan stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Staring up into the chaos, Yuan seems lost in thought. Amidst the fighting, the blonde-haired figure dismisses the comparison, claiming it's nothing. But the dark-haired man remains unconvinced, wondering if something is truly off. Tilting his head, the other man questions, what exactly is so strange? The man with dark hair reflects on the fact that Yuan hasn't found a single doppelganger since the first one, but acknowledges that these things take time. The blonde-haired man asks if he really doesn't think it was just a coincidence, questioning if the other man thought it looked like one. Perhaps, he muses, Yuan is simply that skilled. Dismissing the thought, the dark-haired man finds him to be a weirdo. The man with dark hair wonders if he's just suspicious of everything so he can find the doppelgangers, but admits that he doesn't really have a good eye for this. Whatever the case is, as long as Yuan is standing there, no one is going to be able to get close to the crystal. The man with dark hair grits his teeth, telling himself not to waste his time with needless suspicion and to focus on the monsters in front of him. Observing the scene from afar, Yuan acknowledges that this is a bit of an odd feeling, but at least it's fun, wondering how far things will go. A sinister smile plays on his lips as Kim Yuan observes the unfolding events. The words hang heavy in the air, a dark prophecy whispered. The Kim Yuan you guys trust so much will go. Feeling the weight of the task ahead, one of the hunters laments how much longer they have to endure this. The monsters, lurking in the shadows, reveal their strategy. They need to catch all the doppelgangers. One of the hunters observes that Yuan has been standing still for a while, questioning if he's even searching for the doppelgangers, but at least no one's able to approach the crystal thanks to him guarding it. Another hunter sighs, realizing that at this rate, the monsters will get to them first. The hunters realize that the doppelgangers seem to have hidden themselves. The monsters reveal that after seeing someone kill the first one, they plan on slowly suffocating them out by hiding in the crowd. One of the hunters questions what the other means, asking if he can't find the doppelgangers, but he resolves to finish this test no matter what. A hunter proposes a solution. Everyone should point out one person each that they find suspicious. Another hunter agrees, stating that if they kill one person at a time that they vote to be suspicious, the test will end quickly. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Accusingly, one of the hunters demands, "Are you insane? What kind of proposal is that?" Another voice chimes in, trying to reason with the group. "There's no way we can kill people on just suspicion alone, not without proper evidence." Someone else shouts, "Excuse me, I saw someone suspicious earlier while fighting." Another voice echoes, "Me too." The argument intensifies as one hunter questions, "Are you all nuts? Why are you doing this?" Another hunter, desperate, cries out, "Do you want to die together then?" "Well, I refuse. The monsters are multiplying in droves. We won't last much longer. Corner everyone that's suspicious in one place." A figure warns, "Wait. Don't come any closer." Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, a sign that the situation has turned violent. The sound of metal scraping against metal fills the cavern, a struggle for control. The hunter is caught off guard, his sword now in the hands of his attacker. Kim Yuan's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thinks to himself, "He grabbed my sword with just his hand. Someone has finally crossed the line." Letting it slide until now, since they weren't being too harmful, things change if they're going to ruin the test like this. Looking up, he can only manage a disbelieving, "What?" Whispers ripple through the crowd, some remarking that the two look alike, others insisting they look identical. Staring intently, He wonders, is this the real guy? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the real Kim Yuan declares, I'll deal with you later. His eyes burning with intensity, Cinder Eyes reveals the truth. A surge of power erupts. Engaged in a fierce battle, the two figures clash amidst a swirling purple aura. His face contorted in pain, he looks down in disbelief. Seeing the markings on his own hands, the doppelganger curses, damn it. Someone realizes, wait, he was a doppelganger. The doppelganger earlier disintegrated into mud, but isn't something weird? Then what is he? Just a copycat? With a declaration of authenticity, the doppelganger asserts that he's the real Kim Yuan, launching a fierce attack. Dismissing the claim, the doppelganger continues his assault with unrelenting force. The blow lands with a sickening thud, sending Yuan reeling from the impact. Far below, a group of figures navigates the cavernous depths. Back in the fray, the situation becomes clearer for the real Kim Yuan. A murmur escapes another figure, as he vehemently denies being a doppelganger, claiming ignorance. That is, he insists he's just a lowly, ordinary player, introducing himself as Miles and offering his hometown as proof. Questioning his own identity, the blonde man wonders if he was the real Kim Yuan all along. Dismissing the question, the doppelganger declares that it isn't important to the test. Looking up at the blonde man, Miles asks if he's suspected of being a doppelganger. He insists that his teammates can vouch for him, as they've been together since before the test even started. Smirking, Yuan listens to the man's claim that he can't be a doppelganger because he has a team, and that he is their team captain. Without a word, Yuan launches his attack. Slamming him into the ground, Yuan begins his assault. Continuing his relentless assault, Yuan doesn't give the man a chance to breathe. Gasping for air, the man wonders what is happening. Desperate, he demands that Yuan let him go, questioning what he thinks he's doing. Tightening his grip, Yuan ignores his pleas. Slamming him down again, Yuan continues his brutal attack. Foaming at the mouth, the man can only hiss in pain. Struggling, the man cries out for his captain, questioning why he is being attacked. Unmoved, Yuan asks him since when he was a doppelganger. The attack continues. He can't believe it, the captain was also a doppelganger. It seems a doppelganger mimicking a player can even trick itself, something he didn't know. He thinks to himself, he'll drag this out and get it over with, you fakers. An unknown figure hisses, gritting their teeth. Activating his power, he tells them to come at him. Activating, the heavenly demon's spirit is ready. The unknown figure questions, huh? He wonders, what happened to the test? His eyes glowing red, he is told to get up already if he's awake. Struggling to speak, he manages to say his own name. He descends into the cavernous space, the air thick with anticipation. A voice, weak and strained, begs for a moment, questioning if he's fully awake yet, a surge of purple energy crackling around him. Looking down at the figure, Kim Yuan remarks that he doesn't seem like a doppelganger, especially since he's fine even after the test has ended, but he can't fully clear him from being one just yet, questioning what he truly is. With a sigh, the figure admits he is a doppelganger, but also a player, implying he's a pure-blooded demon, and wonders which bloodline he belongs to, as he doesn't seem like an ordinary doppelganger. In a hushed tone, he reveals his name, Belial. Confused, Yuan questions who he is. A dark aura emanates, revealing the name, the demon King Belial. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous space, hinting at the king of the doppelgangers. The word doppelgangers hangs in the air, surrounded by darkness. His eyes glowing with intense power, Yuan activates Cinder Eyes, ready to discern the truth. The truth, it doesn't appear to be a lie. A voice echoes, revealing that the Demon Lords Guild can rival Olympus in size and strength, meaning he's of a similar standing as Hargan. Looking down at the kneeling figure, he asks, so what's someone like you doing here? Belial hesitates, admitting that this might not be the best time and place to say this. He stammers, confessing that he's a fan. Kim Yuan is taken aback, questioning what he just heard. Belial declares, I truly and sincerely am a fan of yours. Looking up at Yuan, he gushes, explaining that it's kind of complicated to explain. He continues, recalling how he fell for him, seeing him smash through the test ranks starting from the first floor, and became a complete, real true fan seeing him fight at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Belial pleads, stating that he's not asking him to go easy on him just because he's a fan, and promises to repent for his deed earlier, vowing to never do that again. Activating Cinder Eyes again, Yuan thinks to himself that he's for real and he wasn't expecting this, wondering if that's why he was imitating him. Belial is spared, thanking him for the mercy. He looks up, seemingly relieved, but his true intentions remain unclear. Having been spared, a voice from below asks if he'll help out with one job. Looking down, Kim Yuan considers the request. The unseen figure continues, demanding his number. A month passes, and a new message arrives. The words Semper Fidelis echo in his mind, a phrase he never expected to hear within the tower. He muses that he has quite the obsessive personality. About 10 days from now, they're only 20th level tests. He thinks, unless there is interference from Olympus, it'll be a piece of cake, so climbing the tower won't be any issue. The thought lingers in his mind. Now he wonders why this guy messaged him out of the blue. The message reads, Hargan, I'm down on the 22nd floor right now. Let's meet up. The tower looms in the distance. The courtyard buzzes with activity, but his attention is solely on the figure seated across from him. Setting down his cup, Kim Yuan remarks, "You must have gotten here early." He watches the other man finish his tea, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The veteran hunter acknowledges, "You're here." He explains, "I had nothing to do, so I got here early to refresh myself." Tilting his head, Yuan inquires, "How far have you gone up the tower?" He pauses, taking another sip of his tea. "The 34th floor." A sardonic smile spreads across Kim Yuan's face as he retorts, "Being too humble makes you sound like an ass." The veteran hunter scoffs, "I don't want to hear that from you." Yuan's expression hardens as he says, "Hey." Leaning forward, he continues, "I heard that. You're the one that took the stone of the sea." The air thickens with unspoken tension as the veteran hunter meets his gaze. Sipping his coffee, Jinwoo hears Yuan's words, a reminder of the current chaos, thanks to Olympus. The situation has also strained his father and uncle's relationship, and a sense of unease hangs in the air. Yuan continues, stating he's sure Jinwoo expected the mess, but Olympus is too busy with its own internal issues to worry about him for now. He warns, that's only temporary, and Jinwoo could really die. The offer is still on the table. Either bow down to Olympus and give them the stone, or find a place like Asgard that can protect him. Kim Yuan rises from his seat, asking if they're still talking, and if so, he's headed out. He clarifies that wasn't his main point. Raising his voice, Yuan asks if Jinwoo is really planning on going all the way to the end. He questions how many times he has to ask the same question, and what about Jinwoo then? Has he firmly decided on his path yet? Frustrated, Kim Yuan exclaims that he did. That's why he's meeting with Jinwoo and talking to him about this, complaining that meeting up with him puts him in a bind in the first place. Sighing, Jinwoo responds, "Whatever. Anyway, be careful on the 25th floor." He warns, to be especially wary of Britain's heart. That place is a big trap laid out for him. The two sit in silence. An object labeled Apollo sits on the table, next to a teacup, as the question hangs in the air. How did it go? Sighing deeply, he mutters that the man is completely bullheaded. The question of whether he intends on dying lingers, but the man seems unconcerned about that possibility. The Apollo object reflects the scene, as the question of how things went with Uncle remains unanswered. He seems to be taking his time thinking it through, knowing this is a big decision to make. Looking directly at someone, Kim Yuan asks if his big brother is sure he won't regret this. He's sure he will, but that doesn't mean he can just stand around and do nothing. For now, he should focus solely on becoming a ranker, as this is the time when he needs to grow his power. The Apollo object and teacup sit undisturbed. The city stretches out below, but he didn't seem like he had any intention of being cautious. This is not a game that a lowly player can just waltz into. How foolish of him. He wonders, is he though? Whether it be with Chryses, Hypnos, or Theseus. No one expected such outcomes. A slight smile plays on his lips, as he admits he might be riding on hopes and dreams. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, a feeling that this time, things won't be any different. The system announces the start of the 24th floor's test. The objective is clear, stop the big cows. With each stage, the number of big cows summoned will only increase. For every big cow eliminated, you'll earn 5 points. And by consuming 10 points, you can summon a big cow to an enemy team of your choice. Teams may not leave their designated area, or they'll be eliminated from the test if they leave their area or announce their surrender. A team will pass the test when they are the last team standing. The first stage will start in 5 minutes. A voice booms out, declaring, "It's a defense test." Another voice chimes in, asking if they aren't glad they're on the same team. As the group prepares for the next floor, he declares that they're going to act separately, starting now, a decision that doesn't sit well with everyone. Firmly, he puts his foot down. He explains that, besides, they're going to have a quick change of heart as they start doing the jobs he plans on assigning. A stark warning echoes, cross the boundaries, and you're out. The system announces, providing starting points, with a total of 10 points available. Elsewhere, a soldier remarks that, since everyone is starting on equal footing, it's enough to summon a single big cow, a prospect that seems to amuse his companion. Another soldier reflects, they got lucky, having Kim Yuan on their side, adding that it's been forever since he wasn't worried during a test. Looking on, the first soldier notes that everyone seems to be trusting in him. He can only hope they don't regret that. All around, big cows are being summoned. The summoning intensifies, with more big cows on the way. A monstrous big cow materializes, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy as it joins the fray. As the air crackles with arcane energy, a hulking big cow begins to materialize, its form coalescing from the swirling purple mana. A wave of disbelief washes over the team, as one of them stammers, questioning why there are so many. The sheer number of big cows is overwhelming, as another team member exclaims that this is only stage 1, struggling to count them all. A grim realization dawns on one of the team members, understanding that everyone must have pooled their points together to summon all the big cows here. Understanding the gravity of the situation, one of the team members acknowledges what Kim Yuan meant, realizing they're trying to eliminate the most likely team to win. The team member continues, deducing that this is a fight between their team and the 9 other teams combined. Amidst the chaos, Kim Yuan stands firm, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepares to face the horde. His mana flares to life, as he unleashes a mana blast skill, the purple energy crackling around him. A team member wonders just how high his mana stat is that he can use so many mana blasts at once. With unwavering resolve, Kim Yuan silences the rising panic. His eyes narrowed, a surge of power emanating from him. He commands them to save the chit-chat for later. The air vibrates with anticipation as the battle is about to begin. With a determined look, Yuan descends into the thick of the battle, ready to face the horde of big cows. Unleashing a torrent of purple energy, he strikes at the monstrous creatures. Surrounded by the big cows, the young man continues his relentless assault, purple energy crackling around him. Focusing his power, Yuan unleashes a devastating explosion, obliterating everything in its path. In the wake of the explosion, debris and magical energy swirl, a testament to the sheer force of his attack. Watching the display of power, one of the team members wonders how such a feat is even possible. Another member of the team expresses concern, feeling as though they're only getting in the way. The captain urges them to try and last as long as they can. From below, a voice chimes in, reminding them that since they decided to stay, they might as well aim for a good score. Looking up, Jinwoo watches the battle unfold. The little girl looks up at the others, asking if Yuan is threatening to kill them if they don't fight. The test is proving to be easier than expected. Observing the relatively calm surroundings, one team member notes that there seem to be almost no big cows headed their way. His teammate agrees. Elsewhere, another team realizes that the other groups must have arrived at the same conclusion as them. Their strategy is clear. First, get rid of Kim Yuan's team. The announcement rings out. The real start of this test begins after Yuan's team is knocked out. As the monsters close in, one of the team members exclaims in disbelief, swearing that there are almost 1,000 cows per horde. He wonders if any other team has been knocked out yet. Barely holding their ground, another team member replies that they haven't seen any messages pop up and thinks they're the only ones being attacked right now. He wonders how many are going to come next. The battle rages on. It's a fight that seems to have no end. The red-haired figure states they need to try and last until about the 10th stage. A voice responds, questioning if they can even clear this. Kim Yuan recalls someone saying that 100 bugs are still nothing more than bugs. But now, a big cow is being summoned again and again. And again, a big cow is being summoned. The summons continue. A big cow is being summoned. Someone exclaims, growing tired of the endless waves. They wonder, where do they keep getting more points? Seeing the struggle, another voice chimes in, stating it's never going to end at this rate, suggesting they take a break, and that he'll take it from here. The red-haired figure looks surprised, asking what, alone? And if he's going to be okay. For now, he thinks, this should be enough. Looking up at the sky, he wonders, how many of those things are even out there? There are even more than before. The sheer number of magical orbs is staggering, a testament to the power he's about to face. His mana control has become easier, but this is still far from enough. He reflects that he could easily make 50 of these before he went back into the past. He wonders how many he can make now. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash his power. The time has come, now then. A determined glint in his eyes, he declares, let's get started. The air shimmers as the mana begins to coalesce. The power is building, ready to be unleashed. The onslaught continues as purple energy erupts, obliterating the monstrous forms. More of the creatures fall, consumed by the same violet inferno. With each elimination, the system registers another kill, the heaven-slaying star's completion rate inching upward. The numbers climb, but the increase remains almost imperceptible. Advancing through the gauntlet, the area resets as he enters the 11th and then the 12th stage. Now starting the 13th stage, the challenges continue to mount. The heaven-slaying star's rank is A+, and the completion rate is 99.994%, but the final stretch proves to be the most difficult. Despite the relentless assault, the system continues to register eliminations. Yet even with each fallen foe, the completion rate stubbornly refuses to budge. Considering his options, he decides that 10 mana blasts should suffice, resolving to focus on control. Muttering to himself, he seems to have made a decision. Meanwhile, a voice suggests, spend all your points and summon big cows at another team. As the battle rages on, the order is given to launch a more powerful counterattack, hoping to quell the enemy's fierce advance. It's noted that over 1,000 big cows are already approaching. Amidst the chaos, someone checks in, asking if he's all right. Turning his head, he's asked if he's not tired yet. Considering the question, he acknowledges that he isn't. Not yet. And even if it means pushing himself, they need to see this through to the end. Someone else wonders how he controls all of them, noting that he's on a completely different level, and they don't even feel inferior to him. They also question why he isn't a ranker yet. Observing the battlefield, someone comments on how overwhelmingly dominant he is. They reflect on how, as a pure-blooded demon, they've seen power that normal players can't even fathom, yet his abilities are miraculous. Analyzing the situation, it's noted that the destructive power might be weaker compared to a high ranker, but they wonder if any of them showed this much talent when they were players. From a distance, someone remarks that this is even more amazing than when they watched him from afar. Amidst the ongoing battle, he continues to eliminate big cows. Despite the efforts, the heaven-slaying star's completion rate remains unchanged. However, After further eliminations, the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate increases by a small margin. The requirements for the Heaven-Slaying Star have been fulfilled. As the system message fades, Yuan's expression remains unreadable. A new notification appears, announcing the acquisition of a demonic body and the addition of a new stat, demonic energy. As the energy coalesces around his hand, the demonic energy stat increases by 20. The system defines the new ability, demonic body, the body of a demon, able to control demonic energy. The system further explains that he is now able to acquire demon-exclusive skills. Gazing at his hand, Yuan realizes such a skill would be at the end of the Heaven-Slaying Star. The system clarifies that demonic energy is a unique power of demons, similar to mana, but ultimately different in nature. Raising his arms, Yuan prepares to unleash the new power. The energy gathers in his palm, crackling with destructive potential. The demonic energy surges, a torrent of raw power. As the energy intensifies, its destructive force becomes palpable. The air crackles with unseen energy. A surge of power emanates outwards, disrupting the very fabric of the sky. The scale of the event leaves the red-haired character in awe, uttering a stunned, "Oh my god." She turns to Yuan, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion, questioning if he has some demonic heritage and how he's able to use demonic energy. Yuan seems just as surprised, explaining that he got a new skill and it just happened, as the red-haired character wonders how such a thing could even occur. The red-haired character realizes he is a demon, understanding why he didn't seem human, though she wonders if it's okay to talk so casually about it. A dark grin spreads across Yuan's face, declaring that he got what he was after and it's time to finish this. The red-haired character is confused, asking what he means to finish. A screen appears before Yuan, displaying his total points, 24,355, as he wonders what the test is. The screen shifts, focusing on the points system. The screen indicates that he is using 24,350 points, leaving him with 19,212 total points. The screen announces that he will summon 2,435 big cows on the next stage, prompting him to select the team he wants to summon. A strange sound echoes. His face contorted in a silent scream. Someone is clearly in distress. Looking up at the sky, the captain wonders, what stage are we at now? The captain continues to muse. Why is he even bothering to hold on so long? How far does he plan on going? Reinhar sighs, observing the scene below. They still have room to breathe for a counterattack? A message flashes across the sky. Big cows are being summoned. The message repeats, causing confusion. Huh? What the? The message continues to flash, leaving the observers bewildered. What's going on? Wait a sec. Below, a massive summoning circle begins to glow, pulsing with raw energy. The energy intensifies, prompting a cry of disbelief. What the hell is this? The scene shifts to another location, where someone exclaims, were these all sent by Yuan? That demon. The individual is horrified, wondering, how many points was he hoarding? A voice calls out, barely holding it together. Raise your weapons. I'll take the vanguard. You guys take the rear. Panic sets in as another voice cries out. Where even is the rear? They're coming at us from every direction. Another order rings out. Guard in all directions. The system announces, Team 1 has been eliminated. The system continues, Team 4 has been eliminated, and Team 7 is next. Team 1 has been eliminated. Team 4 has been eliminated. Team 7 has been eliminated. Purple energy crackles around him. Observing the dwindling competition, he remarks that they're starting to fall off one by one. Reflecting on the earlier stages of the competition, he recalls summoning 200 cows per team. Considering the remaining players, he notes that they're the ones who managed to climb to the 24th floor, so one or two teams will likely manage to endure it. Confident in his strategy, he concludes that it's just a matter of time, and even if they manage to stop them, he'll just do it again and again and again. His eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, Jinwoo vows to overwhelm his enemies. Amidst the fading echoes of battle, one of the surviving team members wonders if Yuan is secretly a demonkin. Another teammate chimes in, relieved, expressing gratitude for being on the same team as Yuan, shuddering at the thought of facing him as an opponent. As the afterglow of victory washes over them, a series of golden pillars rise, signifying their advancement. The system announces they've cleared the 24th floor's test. The team erupts in celebration, as the system rewards them, with one of the members shouting that it's over and thanking Yuan for his help. Acknowledging Yuan's contribution, one of the teammates admits they didn't do much, but are grateful for the easy advancement, complimenting his mana blast. As the team prepares to move on, Yuan bids them farewell. Meanwhile, a separate system message appears before Jinwoo, granting him additional points and the skill, Cloud Walk. The system explains, Cloud Walk makes his feet lighter and creates an invisible path midair. Considering the new skill, he muses that it seems like a lower variant of Hermes' treads, and decides to stick to the skill he already has, figuring it's fine since he got over 10k points. One of Yuan's teammates asks if they're splitting up, expressing a desire to stay with him longer, but Yuan replies that he'll accompany them until the start of the 25th floor. But before he can react, Jinwoo hears a voice calling out to him. Grabbing his arm, Kim Yuan declares that they're going. With a surge of blue energy, they're teleported to the 25th floor. The system confirms their arrival, announcing their teleportation to the 25th floor. Below them stretches a vista of impossible architecture, a city built of white stone and impossible angles. The 25th floor of the tower, a breathtaking panorama unfolds. Looking around, Jinwoo realizes where they are, Britain. The city lives up to its reputation, a beautiful tourist destination. His eyes fall upon the statues, and he wonders if they depict the famed Knights of the Round Table. The statues loom, silent monuments to the knights and their king, Arthur. A towering figure on horseback, a knight in shining armor stands vigil. A voice booms from the statue itself, declaring that this is his true form. Looking down at Jinwoo, he asks if he still has an attachment to his body, but Jinwoo retorts that it's not an attachment, wondering if it's that hard to at least give him a human-like body. Kim Yeon interjects, saying if he's fine with one of the big cows he caught earlier, but Jinwoo demands a human body. Mentioning the current king of Britain, Arthur says he heard it's Lancelot, but it seems they haven't changed that statue. Explaining the situation, he says that's because he's still only a temporary king, even though it's been 1,000 years since Arthur disappeared. Looking ahead, Arthur states that they are Arthur, who created this place, and Lancelot, who ruled over it for 1,000 years, adding that they'll meet them soon. Arthur thinks to himself that the round table he knows isn't known for sitting around on its ass. The group continues forward. The camera pans up to show a statue. A knight on horseback approaches, remarking that they've arrived. A close-up of the knight's horse. The knight, identified as Percival, the 31st knight of the Round Table, notes that they passed the latest test. A group of people introduce themselves as Tuel, Orn, and Ellie Rosamond, a pureblood from somewhere. They seem eager, all of them, to get in good with the Knights of the Round Table. It's only natural, he thinks, as there's no other guild growing as fast as the Round Table. If they wanted, they could remain on this floor for the rest of their lives. A question hangs in the air. Are they all Knights of the Round Table? A voice answers, not all of them, just one. Kim Yeon introduces himself, and the white-haired figure beside him states, it's Mamos. A knight on horseback responds, that's quite curt, you're very brazen players. Introducing himself, Percival states he's the 31st Knight of the Round Table, adding it's nice to meet them all, noting they all have greenhorn energy, as expected of new arrivals. Another figure speaks, stating he's come here on the orders of His Majesty, the King. He continues, explaining the king is looking for a talented individual among the new batch of players to fill the empty seat of the Round Table. The knight on horseback says, he's sure they're all tired from having just completed a test, so why don't they rest up first? He tells them it's far from here, so follow him. Something smells rotten, the red-eyed figure thinks. They seem like they're trying to lure them in by buttering them up. More importantly, he tells Kim Yeon, he's telling him this just in case. The demon scoffs, doubting anyone would say such a thing, questioning if there's any need for them to be so petty. Responding to the demon's concerns, Kim Yeon agrees, suggesting they move on and follow the others. The towering walls of Camelot loom in the distance. Looking up at the massive structure, Percival declares that past the castle wall lies Britain's capital, Camelot. Gazing up in awe, one of the onlookers remarks on how tall it is, realizing it must be a bigger city than they had imagined. A voice chimes in, stating that before they enter the castle, there is a problem. The voice continues, clarifying that it's not quite a checkpoint they need to pass. The speaker explains that unfortunately, Britain strictly limits the entry of demons, therefore demons of unknown background have a hard time entering. Hearing this, the demon expresses his disbelief, questioning if they've gone back in time or something, exclaiming that this is racism, and asking if there was such a law in Britain. As the group stands before the imposing gates of Camelot, the law regarding demons is brought up, a rule enacted after the first king's sudden disappearance. The hope is that the sensitive nature of the matter can be understood. Knights stand guard, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. Inside the castle, Kim Yeon is told that an exception could be made if he were to be the demon's guarantor. The demon scoffs, questioning what kind of guarantor is needed and why anyone should have to guarantee his very existence. Orange energy crackles around him, as he asks if they even know who his father is. The knight responds, wondering how he would know that, and reiterating that regardless of who his father is, the law of Britain stands. The demon's face contorts in rage, revealing that he is Mamos, son of Belial, one of the 7 demon kings that leads the great guild demon lords, and one of the top 100 high-rankers. The guards look at each other, one of them whispering if he just said Belial, as Mamos demands how they dare challenge his identification. Red energy flares around Mamos, as he threatens to tattle to his dad. Back inside the castle, the knights don't think it'll be good to prolong this talk, believing his background is pretty clear. Kim Yeon clears his throat, suggesting they should just let him in. With a heavy rumble, the order is given to open the castle gates. As they approach the legendary city, the scale of Camelot begins to dawn on them. A message appears before Mamos, and he can hardly believe what it says. They actually let him in? He almost flipped out at this. The captain's voice is hushed, now that the name of Yuan's father has been mentioned. He wonders how Yuan knew they'd act this way, questioning if he studied Britain's laws or something. Another message appears, this one for Kim Yuan. It was intuition, he thinks. Gazing up at the magnificent structure, one of the soldiers can't help but exclaim that it's incredible, asking if that's the king's castle. Deep in thought, the egg bares its fangs. The egg, complains that it's hungry, and is crying. The egg is twitching. A voice muses, as he thought. There are remnants of an outer here as well. Looking at the castle, the voice continues, stating that he already completed Heaven-Slaying Star, and all that's left to complete now is him. He should quickly accelerate the incubation rate to see what comes out. The voice wonders, will it be a natural enemy of an outer, or will it be a knife that cuts him? The egg tells him to hurry. Pushing through the crowd, the son of the great Belial grumbles, fine, fine, don't egg me on. The egg floats before him, its message clear. Egg tells you to hurry. The city of Camelot sprawls before them, a beacon of light and order. Its ancient walls and towering spires whisper tales of a bygone era. A voice breaks the silence. You haven't spoken a word since we entered Camelot. Why are you being so quiet? Despite the world changing around it, this place remains untouched, a relic of the past. Gazing up at the royal castle, the companion remarks, you mean the royal castle? This building must be old. A voice responds, it is old. It's even older than my age. Now why did you come to the castle? I'm fairly certain Olympus gave them a warning, one that told me there was someone you had to see. He explains, you heard what Percival said on the way here. He told me to follow him since Lancelot wants to meet me. A disembodied voice echoes, Kim Yuan, His Majesty would like to meet you. Why don't you and your companion come to the castle? The companion retorts, ended up parting ways with Mamos. You know that's not what I'm asking. He replies, you mean Merlin? You came all the way here to see my friend? You asked for this favor. You said you had to meet him no matter what. He's touched that he was given an orc's body, admitting he thought Yuan was a bastard with no empathy. Wondering if that's how he came off, he realizes that's not all. He knows that Yuan is always calculating, with every single one of his actions having a motive and reason, and there's a certainty to his plans. Acknowledging that it did play a part in his decision-making, he also knows that Yuan has the skills to back it up. He thinks that Yuan can't be so soft in order to become a ranker, that like an unchanging diamond, he needs to keep a clear heart. Dismissing that thought, he states that's not it. Knowing that he didn't come here without thinking, he tells someone to watch closely. He declares that he's about to make a complete mess of Britain, as the camera pans out to show the grand scale of Camelot. A character says, thank you for earlier. He admits that he never expected him to get so furious over just a little branch falling on his head. An armored figure stands accused, the voice booming with righteous fury. You dare sully a Round Table Knight's armor? Your sin shall be paid by cutting off both your hands. A woman expresses her gratitude. I would have been in big trouble if you hadn't helped me. There are some among the Round Table with a bad personality like him. An elderly man with a long white beard and a stern expression simply replies, yes. A voice echoes, reflecting on recent events. It hasn't been long since I started working at the castle, but the night earlier was in shock after seeing you. Are you perhaps someone high up, sir? The elderly man walks through a meticulously maintained garden, a voice filled with concern. I hope I'm not causing trouble to you, sir. His hand gently touches a vibrant yellow rose, a thought crossing his mind. What good is it learning an old man's name? If you are truly thankful, look after this garden even more sincerely. He continues his stroll, the scent of roses filling the air. I sometimes take walks here to clear my head. The camera focuses on the roses, their beauty a stark contrast to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Looking up at the sky, a sense of resignation washes over him. It really is the end of times. He pauses on a stone staircase, his gaze fixed on the distant castle. Rotten young-ins these days. Where did their sense of chivalry go? His face etched with disappointment, he laments. Where did the dignity of the Round Table Knights go? Things weren't like this in my time. A close-up reveals the deep lines on his face, his green eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. A voice echoes, seeking confirmation. Responding to the unseen question, a figure strides forward, his purpose clear. The elderly man, recognized as Merlin, observes him, acknowledging the newcomer's correct identification but noting his unfamiliar face. His gaze sharp, Merlin demands to know why he's been followed. With a steady gaze, Kim Yuan introduces himself. The name rings a bell. Merlin muses that he's heard it somewhere before. He states he's a newly arrived player. Merlin deduces that Lancelot must have invited him, inquiring if he has business with him. The tension rises, as the scene hints at an impending confrontation. A dramatic pause, as the focus shifts. The camera hones in on the legendary blade, Excalibur. His eyes widening, Merlin demands to know where he got that sword. The old wizard sighs, his expression grave. This conversation, he believes, will likely be a long one. Holding Excalibur loosely in his hand, Kim Yuan suggests that they shouldn't discuss this matter out in the open. Offering a polite smile, Merlin asks if he could ask for a cup of tea. The scene shifts to a close-up of a table. Tea is poured into a cup. Looking down at the young man, Merlin demands that Kim Yuan explain himself, questioning how he came to possess Arthur's, his friend's, sword. His expression softening slightly, the wizard explains that due to happenstance, he was able to find this memento. Merlin continues, his voice tinged with sadness. He doesn't know where Arthur disappeared to or if he just abandoned Britain. After 1,000 years of no news, he felt both sorrow and anger. The image of two figures walking together appears superimposed over Kim Yuan's face. Merlin says that's why he tried to forget about him, his friend. He reflects that that's the kind of person Arthur is to him. The scene focuses on the tea set. Merlin says it was at least good to know that his fate came to an end. He then asks how Kim Yuan is connected to Arthur. Looking directly at the wizard, Kim Yuan states that he first met King Arthur a few months ago. Kim Yuan considers Merlin's words, a few months ago. Does that mean he was alive until recently? The young man responds, no, not quite. Magic crackles in the air as Merlin begins summoning Arthur. The summoning takes form, a hulking, undead figure. Merlin, his face etched with a grim resolve, states, necromancy. You have quite a rare ability. So what are you planning to do? Kim Yuan, unfazed by the display of power, asks, are you going to harm me with this undead? The wizard replies, of course not. Rather than me explain everything, I think talking to him directly will let us avoid any misunderstanding. The undead Arthur, in a raspy voice, asks, you want me to talk to him? The undead Arthur continues, it's been a while, geezer. The scene shows Merlin, Kim Yuan, and the undead Arthur in the room, the tension palpable. Merlin's face is filled with a mix of sorrow and determination, tears welling in his eyes. The undead Arthur calls out, Arthur. As if there's anyone else that calls me a geezer, the golem booms, showing no respect despite Kim Yuan being so much younger. The young man tells him to calm down. Then why did you come back in such a state? The golem asks, telling him to just look at himself. The golem is clearly upset, declaring that it's all the kid's fault. Kim Yuan thinks to himself that he's acting like a dead person who just came back to life. He asks what it is, wondering if it's about the bastard that murdered Arthur. You have a fiery look in your eye, ready to find and avenge me right away, Arthur's voice echoes, but he says it's fine, he doesn't want to be avenged. Merlin interjects, stating that this is a more critical matter. The person that killed his son is within this castle. Merlin's eyes narrow, his expression grim. There's something he needs to discuss with Yuan, but the young hunter wonders if it's about the bastard that murdered him. A fiery look in his eye betrays his desire for revenge, but the voice assures him that it's fine, he doesn't want to be avenged. The speaker insists, this is a more critical matter. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, the one who killed his son is within this castle. His eyes glowing with barely contained rage, the heavenly demon's grief is palpable. His gaze intense, the heavenly demon's expression is a mask of barely controlled fury. The name echoes, Lancelot. He killed my son. A surge of magical energy crackles around him, threatening to erupt. The heavenly demon clenches his fist, struggling to contain his emotions as he's asked to calm down. He's warned that if he makes a scene right now, there will only be more watchful eyes. Still reeling from the revelation, Xion Mujin is told to calm down. For now, he replies, his expression unreadable. The question hangs in the air, was Lancelot also responsible for his demise? With a dismissive grunt, Lancelot scoffs at the notion. He admits that he would have been stronger back then, but now, he's a high ranker. Though only temporarily, he's the current king of Britain, and to kill him without a plan could cause Britain and the Round Table to fall apart. That's why, someone suggests that Arthur should step up. If he were to do that in an undead's body, he'd try to claim that this gum is controlling him and made an attempt on his life, since the undead have no choice but to follow their master's orders. With a sigh, someone wonders what they should do, as they're not all out of options. The question is posed, when is the Round Table meeting? In about 10 days from now, comes the reply, followed by another question. Is it possible for an outsider to participate? Normally no, but it's not impossible with my help. Comes the answer, and the other party acknowledges that it's good. On the day of the meeting, let's flip the round table. A subordinate asks if he finished his business. The subordinate expresses relief, glad that neutral Lancelot is safe, adding that it's all thanks to two others. Having been gone for a while, neutral Lancelot inquires if anything happened in his absence, but the subordinate assures him that nothing out of the ordinary has occurred. Neutral Lancelot states that the well-being of the people must be their priority. The subordinate acknowledges that it is the will of the King of Knights. Responding to neutral Lancelot, the subordinate says, as you wish, your majesty. Neutral Lancelot is revealed to be Britain's king pro tempore. Hearing the report, Lancelot learns that the player named Yuan has arrived, brought to the castle as he ordered. Presenting the details, the knight identified as Thou, the 33rd knight of the Round Table, stands alongside Lalet, the 42nd knight. Considering the situation, Lancelot agrees that it might be best to meet Yuan in person, rather than summoning him to the audience chamber. While he was away, Lancelot received information about Yuan through Asgard. Continuing the report, Thal explains that while most mid-sized guilds were trying to recruit Yuan, Asgard was more prudent, as befitting a large guild. The report continues, revealing that Asgard deemed Yuan's unknown affiliation and background, along with his unnatural speed, as suspicious, so they discreetly looked into him, and that investigation is still ongoing. Listening intently, Lancelot's expression hardens. The subordinate reveals that in the process, they heard some terrible news. The one behind Yuan is connected to the death of King Arthur. Hearing this, Lancelot is shocked. His voice rising, he demands to know if that's true. The subordinate explains that there is no concrete evidence, but as this is intel from Asgard, it has a lot of credibility. Glowering, Lancelot realizes that the reason he personally called for that lowly player is because of this connection. As a knight of the Round Table, he can't just stand by and do nothing. pleading for an order from His Majesty. Responding to the gravity of the situation, the king admits he felt the blood rush to his head upon hearing the news. However, as the king of a nation, he worries that the truth might bring chaos to Britain. Hoping for the best, he makes his understanding clear. Looking down, Lollet and Lancelot listen intently. With a determined gaze, Lancelot prepares to act. Swearing on his name as a knight of the Round Table, he vows to take care of it without it leaking to the outside. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Thal states that even if something were to occur, the two of them would take all responsibility. Remembering their accomplishments, Thal notes they will be forever remembered by him, the one who holds the throne, as well as King Arthur, who is watching over from above. With a stern expression, Thal declares that they will not forgive the one that dared to aim their sword at King Arthur and by extension Britain. The Grand Hall stands silent, awaiting their next move. A scoff echoes through the Grand Hall, the sound laced with arrogance and disdain. His hand clenches, the force of his grip enough to crush whatever lies beneath. A dry laugh escapes him as he examines the document in his grasp. He muses, loyal brickheads. They didn't even bother to properly check if he's actually friend or foe. Turning the doorknob, he feels an electric thrill at the thought of controlling the fate of this large city. A sinister smile spreads across Belial's face, an order around all these rankers. That power is in my hands. His eyes narrow, a predatory glint shining within them. He continues, King Arthur, you were reveling in this sweet sensation by yourself, but it's mine now. Everything is for Olympus's ocean. Meanwhile, a persistent knocking echoes through the halls. Knock. The knocking grows louder, more insistent. Approaching the ornate door, Yuan prepares to announce himself. The castle looms, its architecture a silent testament to power. It hasn't even been a full day since he arrived, but already they're making their move. His cinder eyes illuminating beyond what others can see. Equipped in full suits of armor this late at night, they're serious about this. Their mana looks like it's going to explode at any moment. Having told them something, they address him by name, Mr. Kim Yuan. One of the armored figures asks, could they have a quick chat? Below, in the courtyard, the armored figures stand guard. One of them says, thank you for following us without any trouble. Yuan replies, no need to thank me. I also think this place is better to have a sword dance. You must have something weighing on your conscience. The armored figure's green eyes narrow, his grip tightening on his sword. The figure declares, I will now ask you a few questions. If you do not answer or tell a lie, I will cut off your limbs one by one. The question hangs in the air, a direct challenge, as he asks which faction was responsible for King Arthur's demise. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Yuan wonders why he's being asked such a thing out of the blue. Suddenly, a presence descends, the air crackling with unseen energy as something, or someone, makes their presence known. The force of the arrival sends shockwaves rippling outward, knocking Yuan back. Clad in shining armor, a figure stands tall, their very presence radiating power. A cold voice cuts through the tension, questioning if this is the kind of manners a ranker should show a player. The armored figure looms, promising to ask again. He continues to charge, gathering power. His constitution will temporarily transform into strength. Having enough constitution, his body has been imbued with the power of a giant. It's done. Having successfully completed gigantification for the first time, he is surrounded by energy. The power surges through him. How is he so stupidly strong? He looks shocked. It's not just his strength. Kaini was made by the greatest blacksmith. Channeling a tremendous amount of adamantium, Lancelot prepares to strike, the strongest metal at his command. His fist crackling with emerald energy, he is ready to unleash the force of Kaini. The weapon, it's just doing what it's worth. Unleashing a devastating blow, the impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, the force of the attack leaves nothing but splintered debris. His fist glowing, the orc continues his relentless assault. Each strike infused with raw power, he pulverizes whatever stands in his way. His eyes burning with determination, Lancelot presses forward. Another earth-shattering impact, the force of his blows seems unstoppable. His unseen opponent grits his teeth, realizing that despite his own strength, he's losing. Damn it, he thinks, he's not using any special tricks or technique, he's just brute forcing with strength, yet I'm losing? Meanwhile, deep within the battlefield, a charge is activating. A figure bathed in azure light prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. The onslaught continues, each strike carrying the weight of unseen force. A foot descends, adding to the relentless pressure. Another blow lands, the impact reverberating through the very air. A fist, wreathed in power, smashes against the unseen barrier. A complex magical circle flares, its energy feeding into the defense. The assault intensifies, each strike testing the limits of the shield. The shield of the Round Table, unwavering, continues to protect its target. But the strain is beginning to show, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The shield, is it truly holding? How is someone like this, capable of such power? A player, and not a ranker? The attacks continue, each one a testament to the attacker's surprising strength. A blinding flash of energy erupts, tearing through the very foundations of the battlefield. If you really thought I was allied with the people that killed Arthur and you wanted revenge, a voice booms out, dripping with disdain. The voice continues, you should have abandoned your code of chivalry. Even if it meant ganging up on me. Kim Yuan stands tall, his expression unreadable. Trying to fight me alone. A clenched fist tightens, knuckles white with strain. The man scoffs. That's called underestimating your opponent. A gauntlet gleams, ready to meet the challenge head-on. I'll concede that we underestimated you, the man admits, his tone hardening. But saying you can take the both of us alone. Kim Yuan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing in them. He declares, his voice laced with fury, I'm going to make you eat those words. With his declaration hanging in the air, the colossal sword skill begins to manifest, energy crackling around him. Unleashing the skill's power, he launches a devastating attack. Swinging the massive blade, the veteran hunter leaves a trail of pure energy in his wake. The attack connects, exploding with tremendous force. Propelled by the sheer force of the impact, he is launched skyward. Focusing his senses, Kim Yuan prepares for the next phase of the battle. Activating sky steps, he begins to move with impossible speed. Activating sensory field, he reads the battlefield with heightened awareness. Continuing his ascent, the hunter blazes through the sky. The world blurs around him as he closes in on his targets. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he closes in on his target. The air crackles around him, his movements leaving trails of energy in their wake. Each step is a thunderclap, the force of his advance shattering the ground beneath him. His attack lands with devastating force, sending his opponent hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Blood trickles down his face, but the knight grits his teeth, refusing to yield. He steels himself, focusing all his energy. I have to aim for a big attack. But before he can fully unleash his power, Kim Yuan is already upon him, a whirlwind of destruction. The blow connects with a deafening roar, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of impact. The knight is sent flying once more, his armor failing to absorb the full brunt of the attack. Lalit cries out, desperation creeping into his voice. Lalit, I'm going right in. He crashes into a nearby structure, the impact leaving him battered and broken. All right. The aftermath of the clash leaves a trail of destruction. A sword, glowing with ethereal blue energy, stands as a testament to the battle's intensity. The air crackles with residual power. He thinks to himself, damn it, to receive this much penalty simply from defending. Everything is. He grits his teeth, knowing that even if it costs him his body, or even his life, he has to block. He steels himself. For Britain, this is a bit dangerous. If I approach recklessly, I'll be reduced to ashes. He mutters, I can probably only use this for a minute at most. Activating demonic energy, Lalit is consumed by a swirling vortex of purple power. He thinks, it's definitely doable. He can see it now, the path forward, the single point where everything breaks. A way to break through that tangled mass of mana. Finding that single breaking point, the judgment of the round table descends. Demonic energy surges, increasing his power beyond its normal limits. He's going to give it his all. The energy explodes outward, a wave of pure force. The landscape shatters, obliterated by the sheer power of the attack. The echoes of destruction linger, a testament to the unleashed force. The dust settles over the ruined landscape. Coughing, he struggles to rise amidst the devastation. Struggling to his feet, Thalas asked if he's okay. His sword planted in the ground, it's wondered if he's fainted. Though battered, at least he's alive. Having survived, it's believed they may not be able to question him for answers, but at least they found a clue. First, they should investigate demons connected to demonic energy. A shadowy figure emerges, seemingly surprised. Staggering, Thal is shocked by what he sees. Looking up, a figure addresses someone as Your Majesty. As he finally came in person, he is known as the Knight of Betrayal. Lancelot has arrived. Two figures kneel before him, begging for mercy, offering their apologies to His Majesty. But Lancelot is unmoved, his words cutting through the air like a blade. Of course, they're sorry. His hand raises, a gleaming sword appearing in his grasp, declaring that he sentences them both to be executed. The blade flashes, ready to deliver the final judgment. A close-up reveals his face, contorted with rage, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. The sword descends, poised to strike. A voice cries out, begging him to hold himself back, insisting that this is a moment that requires restraint. The speaker argues that if Lancelot were to die here, those who don't know the truth would remember him as an honorable king who died protecting Britain's peace. The sword is still raised, but the question hangs in the air. Surely that's not what he wants, is it? His face is marred by blood, but his glowing eyes betray a deeper turmoil. A dark power stirs within him, as something bares its fangs. From afar, someone wonders if that eye could mean that an outer god is possessing him. Thoughts race through someone's mind, wondering if there was an order from Olympus, or if something else forced their hand. As two figures stand in a corridor, one knight apologizes for the restlessness of the others after what happened to Arthur. The knight continues, stating that he would like to invite him over sometime to express his apologies, noting that he is likely in bad shape after being caught up in an unexpected conflict. A figure declares, as the King of Britain, he will report this to his superiors. He thinks to himself, he doesn't care if it's tomorrow or later, just to call him whenever it's ready. Looking down, he sees the ground being restored through a skill effect. First he'll report this to his superiors. The ground is being restored, a skill effect taking hold. Someone wonders, since when has he been there? Normally holed up inside the castle. So what is he doing here? Could it be that he was watching Yuan? What are you doing here at this hour? Something feels off about the ground. Someone wonders, was yesterday groundskeeping day? It should still be a little ways off. How strange. An order is barked out. Let's not chat about useless matters. Get information. The guards respond, yes, sir. Attend hut. Even if the commotion occurred a ways off from the castle, it's far too quiet for how big of a fight it was. Lancelot must have done something. The food is described as, this food is kind of poor, it reeks too much of blood. Someone replies, you must not be well acquainted with good food. Take more opportunities with these types of meals from now on. He responds, you certainly have the right to it. No, I told you, the food's poor. The meal sits untouched, as Lancelot wonders how Yuan got acquainted with Sir Merlin. He hasn't seen him much lately, as he's only interested in lesser affairs like the garden, but ever since Yuan's arrival, he's gone outside more. Appearing behind him, Yuan asks what he's doing here at this hour, adding that he even showed up at the training grounds after he left last night. Responding to the question, Lancelot says it's unusually loud tonight, explaining that he was cleaning up a mess caused by the lower knights and hopes he can understand. Taking a sip from his cup, Lancelot says he met him by happenstance, before asking if that's so. His eyes narrowing, Yuan tells him to cut to the chase, stating that he didn't prepare all this just to console him. A purple aura begins to fill the room, as Lancelot thinks that this should make talking easier. The room is flooded with mana, disabling a player's kit. He's thorough. Thinking to himself, Yuan realizes that Lancelot doesn't want to let him record or send messages. He then states that he heard that Kim Yuan possesses the sea stone, and someone he knows wants it, so he'd like for him to hand it over. His expression hardening, Yuan asks if he wants the divine sea crystal, so he means Poseidon, telling him to keep that name out of his mouth. A dark aura surrounds him, as Lancelot reveals that he originally planned on taking it by force. He continues, stating that the moment Yuan entered Britain, there were countless ways he could have killed and disposed of him. He thinks to himself that Lancelot wanted him to guarantee Mamos so he could frame him, but after learning he's Belial's son, it seems that he's changed his plans to mobilizing his knights. Lancelot explains that the ruler of the seas has decided to be graceful, offering Yuan a deal, surrender the stone, swear loyalty, and all past events will be forgiven, with even the promise of great support. A scoff escapes him as he thinks back to yesterday, when Poseidon was trying to kill him. What could have possibly changed his mind overnight? Lancelot continues, adding that Poseidon might be graceful, but he's quite flippant. Looking down at him, Lancelot suggests that Yuan should have fun bowing down by himself. He smirks, adding that since Poseidon is so graceful, maybe he'll offer something even better. Lancelot's words trigger a sharp retort from Yuan, who demands to know if he doesn't know who he is. Though it seems, he knows very well. A thought bubbles up in his mind, that you yourself aren't aware of what you've become. He considers the situation. Poseidon decided to extend his hand first? In his position, he should be able to easily get rid of someone like him. That means there is a reason why he did a sudden 180. His eyes narrow as he wonders, could it be that Poseidon is preparing for war against Zeus? To obtain both the divine sea crystal and a player with the potential to become a high ranker, in other words, expanding his forces. That is a high evaluation of him, but just him alone is far from being able to pick a fight with Zeus. Muttering to himself, Yuan figures it's good enough if it can fill an empty stomach. That meeting is almost here, he must endure it just a bit longer. A new message arrives, the orb displaying a simple warning, tomorrow, be ready. A voice echoes, pleading for calm, for an end to the anger that festers within. It's almost time, the voice continues, urging patience, just a little longer. A proper stage has been prepared. Kim Yuan gazes at a message, a summons, perhaps, declaring that tomorrow, they must be ready. The weight of the past, the sting of failure, it all lingers. The next day dawns. The meeting is set to take place in Camelot. Within the hallowed halls, a gathering of figures awaits. Murmurs fill the hall, a palpable sense of unease settling over the assembled knights. Sitting at the round table, the tension seems to weigh heavily on him. One knight observes, he's happy that Elder Merlin is participating in the meeting for the first time in a while, but wonders why he brought him along. Another knight understands, this meeting might go differently than usual, and on top of all that, two knights are not present, wondering where Thal and Lollet ran off to. Whispers carry through the room, as Gawain, the first knight of the round table, and Jidrak, another knight of the round table, are seen. One of the knights notes, he looks pretty perturbed and bothered, and he doesn't like the expression he's making. One knight states, he understands. Merlin explains, normally, one cannot sit at the round table without earning the privilege, but he shall let it slide once for him, and it happens that he also has something to talk to him about. The knights whisper, wondering if it's okay with everyone. One knight declares, but just because everyone consented does not change the fact that Yuan is an outsider. Another knight questions, does he even know what it means to sit here, and whose seat is he taking? He thinks he doesn't know about the meaning, but he's guessing it's either Thal or Lollet's seat. The air hangs heavy with unspoken accusations, as the question of how he can act so brazenly echoes through the hall. His accuser doesn't mince words, declaring he saw him kill them with his own eyes. Voices rise in protest, insisting such behavior is improper and demanding he be removed from the premises immediately. A stern voice cuts through the rising tide of anger, admitting it was he who ended their lives. He continues, stating he knows they are aware of why he had to make such a decision. His eyes seem to pierce through him, demanding the truth. A figure leans in, warning Lancelot not to get twisted. His gaze intensifies, declaring this meeting isn't for him, but for them to pay for their crimes. Whispers spread through the room, wondering how he can act so confidently after walking into a den of tigers on his own, and what he is scheming. He finishes, revealing that someone most of them will find welcome is on their way. The air crackles with anticipation as the promise of a new arrival hangs in the balance. A figure descends, their eyes burning with an eerie blue light. The hall is silent, the air thick with anticipation. Then, a figure begins to descend, bathed in light. All eyes are fixed upward, watching as the figure approaches. A man with slicked back hair watches, his expression unreadable. His gaze is intense, betraying a hint of unease. Another figure, with striking blue hair, observes with narrowed eyes. The details of the descending figure's attire become clearer, revealing ornate armor. A chorus of voices erupts, filled with reverence. The sword gleams, a symbol of power and authority. The voices grow louder, echoing through the hall. The descending figure notes, "I see many welcome, familiar faces." Gawain steps forward, greeting the figure with relief. "Your Majesty, where have you been all this time?" Jidrak's appointment to that seat has certainly raised some eyebrows, but the real question on everyone's mind is directed at the figure on the throne. How long have they waited for his return? The implications are dire. If Arthur is truly gone, and this figure reclaims the throne, it spells the end for someone. He can't allow it. He must think fast. How can he get out of this? He has to think. Percival brought the player named Yuan into the castle as ordered. Unfortunately, Britain strictly limits the entry of demons, therefore demons of unknown background have a hard time entering. A collective gasp ripples through the hall, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The whispers begin. A demon entered Camelot with Yuan, a son of Belial. The accusation rings out. That man is a doppelganger, a fake. The truth comes to light. Belial, the king of doppelgangers, and Yuan was a guarantor for that demon. The knights are in disbelief. Do they not see the symbol of the king of knights? It's Excalibur. How can they doubt their liege? The denial is swift. No, that man is certainly an impostor. The command is given. Watch closely as Lancelot draws his sword, a golden light emanating from the blade. As the man identified as Your Majesty speaks, questioning what Lancelot intends to do, the knight is already moving, demanding he pull back his sword. Dismissing the attack as a shallow tactic, Yuan notes that no matter how realistically they dress him up, it won't change the truth. Ignoring Yuan's words, Lancelot declares that it doesn't matter if he exposes a fake, as he brings his sword down with lethal intent. But before the blade can fall, Merlin intervenes, a surge of green energy erupting as he blocks the attack. Merlin's name echoes through the battlefield. Relieved, someone exclaims, "Phew, you're fast, Gramps." The imposter thinks he was about to lose his head. Realizing the truth, Yuan acknowledges that he really was an imposter. From above, the scene is observed, and one of the observers remarks, "Hey, Mr. Seaweed Hair, weren't you a bit too assertive with your attack?" The imposter retorts, "As if you were 100% sure." Lying defeated on the ground, the imposter hears a voice declare that it's impossible for Arthur himself to return. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. Yuan seems to find amusement in the declaration. As a gloved hand clenches, the next move remains to be seen. But the other figure isn't convinced. Kim Yuan states something with certainty. As a voice echoes, the scene shifts, becoming more ethereal. The impossible situation becomes clearer. The scene continues to shift. As the dire circumstances are revealed, the situation looks grim. A desperate cry rings out, "Lancelot." The source of the voice is revealed. A monstrous figure looms. The figure confirms the truth. "That's right, Lancelot. It is me." The transformation is complete. Lancelot's monstrous form is revealed. "Say it. Say how I knew I was already dead," his body responding to this familiar presence. "There's no doubt, it's actually him." A voice booms, "Answer me." Observing the scene, an elder advises caution. There is something the two of them must discuss, so don't intervene yet. The unseen figure scoffs. "Know you were dead? That's preposterous. I had only managed to discern that the demon was a fake. I could never. You dare accuse someone of being a fake." The figure is revealed to be Lancelot, who is accused of claiming to have received the emblem of the king. The emblem rests on a stone surface, a symbol that I've chosen you. The text declares, as the next king, however. Lancelot is confronted. There exist only 2 of these emblems in the entire world, and one of them is in my hand. Tell me. The unseen figure demands, where did you get the emblem in your hand? Is it not? The truth is revealed, the one belonging to my son, Mordred Pendragon. A close-up reveals the character's attire, however. The figure demands, the emblem. The aftermath of whatever just occurred leaves the city in disarray, and Yuan's expression is one of pure frustration. His anger rising, he curses the situation. The frustration is palpable as he continues to vent his anger. Someone makes a hasty retreat, leaving chaos in their wake. The ground trembles, a testament to the power unleashed. High above, a voice cries out, "Lancelot." Another member of the Round Table voices his confusion, demanding to know what is happening and who they can trust. The others are equally bewildered, questioning how Lancelot managed to escape and insisting they pursue him. A deep voice booms, attempting to restore order, urging everyone to stop and consider the consequences of their actions on the citizens. The voice continues, emphasizing that the Round Table must prioritize the safety of the citizens. A grim realization settles in, even if they don't chase him. The implication hangs heavy, a monstrous presence looming. A dark proclamation echoes, Lancelot cannot take a single step outside of Camelot. But for him, escaping Camelot is his first priority. He thinks to himself, he can't completely throw Britain aside, but he first needs to get away and plan for the future. He orders the castle gates to be open now. A member of the Round Table exclaims, "Your Majesty?" He sprints towards the exit, determined to leave Camelot. His eyes widen as he realizes something is blocking his path. An unseen force crackles, energy building to a crescendo. The barrier explodes, sending shockwaves through the castle. The force of the blast ripples, distorting the very air. A guard cries out, wondering what is happening and if Your Majesty is all right. Looking up at the barrier, he realizes this territory has been designated as a prison, and he is unable to go outside. He curses under his breath. A voice booms, ordering everyone to evacuate far away from the castle walls. Chains lash out, binding Lancelot. The enchanted metal digs into his skin. Lancelot strains against his restraints. The chains tighten, further restricting his movements. A surge of magical energy erupts as Merlin unleashes an attack. A voice cries out in disbelief, "Sir Merlin? Why are you attacking His Majesty?" Green energy crackles around him. Merlin warns, "Get back if you don't want to get caught up in it. He is no longer the king of Britain. He is simply a traitor." The Round Table members are aware, even with a doppelganger, that he's not real by the flow of mana. They are asked to surround Mamos with Arthur's energy. The voice continues, "Sir Merlin, you should be capable of fooling the Round Table. He said that we need people to see what disgusting act you committed in order for your position to be toppled." His eyes glowing with an eerie green light, Merlin asks, "I only want to ask one thing." Bound and helpless, Lancelot is asked, "Why did you do it?" A sinister grin spreads across his face. He retorts, "Did you expect some grand reason?" His eyes burning with ambition, Lancelot confesses, "I simply wanted to be the king." Still bound by those arcane chains, the magical energy continues to surge around Lancelot. Focusing on the source of the power, a blinding light emanates from within. The energy explodes outward, shattering the very foundations of the surroundings. The destruction intensifies as the raw power reshapes the landscape. The monster Yuan claimed was inside him. It exudes an energy that is neither arcane nor demonic, something altogether different. That energy, it might be the reason why Lancelot betrayed Arthur. Standing tall amidst the chaos, Lancelot radiates an aura of newfound authority. Declaring his dominion, the king of the Round Table announces his territory, warning that any attack within this space will be met with severe consequences. Determined to maintain control, a voice booms, declaring, "I will not allow you to escape from Camelot." Raising his staff, Merlin scoffs, "This is nothing but a party trick." Unleashing a torrent of magical force, the attack slams into Lancelot's position. The aftermath is a scene of utter devastation, with debris raining down as the assault continues. The magical energy, now redirected, streaks through the air. A different energy, perhaps a counterspell, clashes against the first. The impact point nears the city center, and the magical energies explode outward. Below, the city of Camelot, unaware of the impending danger. He's diverting the attack towards the center of the city. The green-skinned orc thinks, a curse escaping his lips. The wizard's voice booms out, "Have you lost your mind?" A protective barrier flares to life as Merlin protects Britain. The orc's voice drips with disdain. "You desire to be king, yet you hold the people hostage? Are you not ashamed?" But the damage is done. The prison is fracturing. The cracks widen, and the structure groans under the strain. The wizard grits his teeth. "You may be a great wizard, but it won't be easy for you to maintain such a massive skill while fighting a high ranker." Damn it, he thinks, repairing the fracture within the prison. His plan was to split up his arcane power, all in an effort to keep the prison from fracturing any further. Repairing the fracture within the prison, the situation remains dire. Despite his efforts, the prison continues to fracture. Magical energy crackles, but the damage is extensive. A shield of the Round Table activates, protecting the target from further harm. Meanwhile, a mysterious entity's egg is whetting their appetite. The egg whines about their hunger. This thing's in a tizzy. It might eat him if he fails to catch Lancelot. Did he use a skill? How is he getting sparks of penalty against a high ranker? Elsewhere, Lancelot curses his unseen foes. He's been waiting for this day, the day where he kills them with his very own hands. The battle rages on, with intense energy. Explosions rock the area as the fight continues. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lancelot continues to fight with unwavering resolve. A voice echoes, "Fool, you thought you'd be able to stop me with an undead's body? I'm on a whole other level than when you knew me, Arthur." A disembodied voice declares, "Lancelot's body has been imbued with the power of a giant." The unseen enemy proclaims, summoning hell. A sense of dread washes over the battlefield as the enemy's power intensifies. The enemy's form flickers, revealing a glimpse of a figure with green hair amidst explosions. The enemy's power surges, activating holy fire. A sense of danger permeates the air as the enemy's power reaches its peak. A voice whispers from within, something is speaking from inside. The voice continues, taunting, asking if he wants to run from a mere player, declaring that it will grow by feeding on fear, urging him to get away. The enemy's power overwhelms everything, claiming his body and soul. Consuming everything in its path, the enemy's power reaches its zenith. The power continues to surge, a chaotic blend of purple and blue energies. A dark omen looms, a void promising that all will be consumed. The force of the attack is like a crushing bite. The egg whispers, "No, too late, your body, your soul," as it claims everything. Soon, all will be consumed. The egg pulses, drawing in more and more energy. The egg reveals its form. The egg feasts on Lancelot of betrayal and greed. His face contorted in rage, Yuan watches the scene unfold. He screams, "Ah, Yuan, you bastard." His eyes burning with fury, Yuan grits his teeth. The skill activates, Forest of Swords. The Forest of Swords erupts, blades tearing through the air and finding their mark. A pained gasp escapes him, the staff clattering uselessly against the onslaught. Desperation creeping into his voice, he cries out for salvation. Pleading now, he promises anything, everything, if only he's spared. His face contorts, a mask of pure terror. A final, desperate burst of energy, but it's too late. The swords find their mark, and Mordred's betrayer is no more. His features twist in agony, the last vestiges of life fading from his eyes. The forest closes in, consuming him entirely. Nothing remains, only the echoes of a broken promise. With Lancelot gone, the system declares the position of King of Britain vacant, giving notice that the selection for a new king will begin in 10 days, and that a majority vote will be required to claim the title. Looking down at the aftermath of the battle, he notes that it gave him points, similar to Orochi's head. Was it recognized as a boss? He reflects that his name wasn't just Lancelot. He had betrayal and greed as part of it. The seed that foolish chaos planted in Lancelot must have been connected to greed. Compared to Orochi, it was slow when eating it, as if it was taking a while because there was a large amount of food. Turning his attention elsewhere, he wonders what that was just now. It had an ominous energy similar to the one Lancelot was exuding. No, in fact, it seemed like an even bigger monster. Is that the reason why you are so strong? Pondering the nature of the entity, he asks if that is what it seemed like, an outer. The wizard replies, just call it that for now. He himself doesn't know the details. Looking up, he wonders, outer? What a strange name. What kind of existence is it that? Merlin states that he doesn't think it's quite over. Ominous clouds gather, swirling with dark energy. Far below, a lone figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the impending storm. A chilling warning echoes, a single, devastating strike is about to fall. The name is whispered in fear, Poseidon. A figure cries out in agony, their face contorted in pain as golden energy crackles around their hand. A voice, laced with disappointment, speaks, lamenting that they aren't even greeted outside anymore. Red energy streaks through the air, converging on the prone figure. The figure is struck, their body recoiling from the impact. A voice booms, asserting that they opened a path for someone. The other replies that even if they hadn't, they would have broken through, just like now. Cutting to the chase, the blue-haired figure states that Lancelot was defeated in Britain. Poseidon asks if that's what he wants to say. One of the big three gods of Olympus, the ruler of thunder, Zeus, is revealed. Contemplating the situation, it's clear he knows what's going on in Olympus like the back of his hand. Considering his options, Zeus acknowledges the need to avoid a bigger fight, so they have no choice but to take a small loss. For that, there needs to have never been a connection between them and Britain. Deciding on a course of action, it'll be best to erase everything. As the plan is set in motion, energy crackles around him. Preparing to execute his plan, Zeus is surrounded by immense power. Considering the consequences, he knows a lightning bolt, or something like that, will wipe out Britain and more, however. Elsewhere, someone notes that the administrator won't just stand by and watch it happen. Reflecting on a conversation, the man reveals he has already finished talking with them, and only a single shot is allowed. As the situation escalates, the sky darkens with ominous clouds. Observing the impending doom, two figures stand on a precipice, ready to face whatever comes next. As the figure stands before him, he questions what Zeus means by a single shot. In the distance, a new test has been created. Looking down, Zeus declares that Camelot will fall in 10 minutes, and he intends to block the lightning bolt. Seeing how it's been registered as a test, it means he talked with an administrator, and he really did everything he could to reduce the penalty. Even if Olympus was behind Lancelot, what reason is there for someone of Zeus's caliber to use that kind of power? Zeus is not a fool. The other figure states that such an action could put them at odds against Asgard, their rival guild. A lightning bolt will fall on Camelot in 5 minutes. And that's right. Even the mighty Olympus is afraid of Asgard, which is Odin. But that is exactly the reason why they're trying to cut tail and run, even if it costs them. As he doesn't understand, but now doesn't seem like the time to chat nonchalantly, so they should continue this talk later. Below, the defenses of Camelot stand strong. Magic circles shimmer, protecting the city. From above, Merlin protects Britain. Looking up, Zeus acknowledges the wizard's power, but believes it won't be enough to stop the lightning bolt. A voice echoes in his mind, insisting that he should assist in any way he can, that he shouldn't just stand there looking at the sky. He thinks to himself that the sky isn't the only thing he's looking at, his cinder eyes resonating with power. He recalls that there was a message he received a few days after arriving in Camelot. Continuing his train of thought, he admits he was surprised at how quickly he was found, but he wasn't confident he could act like he didn't know him, so he ignored the message, but he can't really ignore it anymore, not with a lightning bolt set to fall on Camelot in 3 minutes. The voice persists, reminding him that the 12th eye of the great sage, heaven's equal, watches him, and asking if he's watching and will help a little. He retorts, asking why he should, stating that he doesn't care if that happens. The voice continues, asking if he wants to just leave them to die, and if he's being searched for. He thinks that it sounds like a waste of all that effort in searching for him, that he's been followed for days like a stalker, and questioning if they don't have business with him. The voice presses, observing that he seems like he has the ability to run away, and questioning if there's any reason he's making a stand here. He responds that he can't just watch and let this place be annihilated, asking them to help him just this once, and if they do, he'll help them out. He pauses. He finally relents, agreeing, but only if it's just this once. A pillar of red energy descends from the sky. The energy intensifies, crackling with destructive power. Observing the scene, Yuan mutters that the situation is less than ideal. A voice booms out, declaring, "It is I, the great sage Sun Ogong." The camera focuses on Yuan's legs as he stands amidst the rubble. A system message appears, warning that a lightning bolt will strike Camelot in 1 minute. Ogong continues, stating, "That's right, exactly once, this will be the only time." Looking up at the self-proclaimed great sage, Yuan thinks to himself that he has no intention of asking for more anyway. A close-up of Ogong's face reveals a sinister grin as he thinks, "All right, nice and simple." The system message declares, starting the annihilation of Camelot. Ogong raises his staff, commanding it to grow. Looking up at the approaching destruction, Yuan prepares for the coming storm. The words Rui Jingyi appear, hanging in the air. Shifting focus to a display, it reveals the current stats for Kim Yuan, showing his level at 97 and his total points exceeding 1.5 million. A surge of yellow energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. As the energy intensifies, a figure commands it to grow. Holding the staff aloft, the energy responds to his will. From below, a beam of pure energy shoots skyward. With a shout, the warrior unleashes his power. The staff glows intensely, channeling the immense energy. The yellow energy explodes again, consuming everything in its path. A different energy now, a blue and white blast collides with the yellow. Amidst the chaos, a green-haired figure watches intently. A sudden strike, a blade pierces through flesh. The system announces, Merlin's barrier has fallen to a lightning bolt. With a flick of the wrist, a concentrated beam of energy erupts from the staff. But the Rui Jingu, a legendary artifact, stands firm, resisting the brunt of the lightning bolt. Despite the resistance, the energy continues to crackle and surge. He muses to himself, even a replica of the Rui Jingu should be able to block a lightning bolt. Focusing his power, his hand begins to glow with an intense, otherworldly energy. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he mutters the name, Kaini. Moving with blinding speed, he closes the distance. A grim satisfaction settles on his face, his suspicions confirmed. Confusion clouds his features as he struggles to understand what's happening. With a swift, decisive strike, Kim Yuan plunges his weapon deep into Hargan's chest. Gasping in agony, Hargan collapses to the ground, defeated. Standing over his fallen foe, Kim Yuan watches as the life drains from him. A surge of golden energy erupts, a blinding flash against the darkening sky. Someone shouts, "Hey, where are you going? What the hell?" A warning rings out. You'll obviously die running straight into that. The speaker, identified as Kaini, watches with golden cinder eyes. A close-up reveals the intensity of Kaini's gaze. A voice wonders, A realization dawns, the lightning bolt is withering. The text explains that the garment of the 4 great elements resists the electricity, as Kaini reacts to the withering lightning bolt. It's noted that the true divine dark crystal reacts to the lightning bolt. As he thought, it's the same reaction he got when the divine dark crystal got near the divine sea crystal. The text explains that the lightning bolt is one of Hephaestus's masterpieces, created using the divine sky crystal, and this reaction must be because of the divine sky crystal. Kaini is sure of it now. Kaini created with the divine dark crystal, lightning bolt created with the divine sky crystal, and the divine sea crystal. The text concludes that these 3 stones were probably one in the beginning. Because if it wasn't this strong, there's no way the reaction would be like this. Kaini is absorbing the power of lightning, becoming imbued with its raw energy. Under the effects of electric shock, the garment of the 4 great elements resists some of the damage. Failing to resist the status condition, the fact that he tried so hard to get this strong, but is still not strong enough to face Zeus, is infuriating. The status condition electric shock advances to stage 2, but honestly, this is better. It lets him hold on to his determination. Again, failing to resist the status condition, electric shock courses through him. The status condition electric shock advances to stage 5, pushing him closer to his limit. As Kaini absorbs, he vows to catch up in no time. Absorbing, he pushes forward. The power of the lightning bolt surges, filling him with its might. The raw power of the lightning bolt is on full display, crackling with energy. It's a monumental task, but he's determined to see it through. The staff, still crackling with residual energy, hums with power. Plummeting through the air, Kaini loses control. His vision blurring, he hears someone's distant, mocking thoughts. That idiot is just free-falling, and seems to have fallen unconscious. As the world rushes up to meet him, he thinks he knew this would happen. Bracing for impact, the ground explodes beneath him. The sky spins, and he loses consciousness. The annihilation of Camelot has been stopped. Below, a voice intones, calling for the great sage, heaven's equal, to appear. A figure stands near the summoning circle, while another asks what is happening. The blue-haired observer curses under his breath, wondering why the great sage would become enemies with Olympus, as he's a chaotic entity by nature. He doesn't care who his enemies are, and he's someone even the major guild Heavenly Realm failed to kill. They can't afford to have him as an enemy just because he's getting in the way. Looking down from the balcony, the man muses, his main body shouldn't be able to move right now. How did he block a lightning bolt with just a clone? Kim Yuan was a bigger variable than expected. For Zeus to say that, just how skilled is Kim Yuan? Well, he was someone that was difficult to stop even when they sent a ranker. Have his skills already reached that of a high rankers? Then what are they going to do now? What happened in Britain should have reached Asgard's ears by now. A figure considers, he's probably already thought of what to do. Yes, there is a way. Clenching his fist, the man thinks, you accursed bastard. I knew you would do this. I'm sorry, brother. Are you trying to cut me off like a lizard's tail now? His eyes glowing with golden energy, he declares, all things are for the revival of Olympus. Activating lightning bolt. As the ritual begins, Zeus's power surges. A voice filled with rage echoes out, cursing a damned bastard. But the system announces the annihilation of Camelot has been stopped, and arcane power has increased. The rewards continue to pour in, with 1,000,000 points, another increase to arcane power, and a fragment of lightning bolt being obtained. A voice dripping with disdain asks if someone is actually stupid, questioning why they asked for help if they were planning on dying. The speaker scoffs, not expecting to hear such words from the other. A pause, then a moment of waiting. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. Elsewhere, a man lies prone, recovering. The scene shifts to a lavish room, where the man rests. He stirs, thinking he heard something before realizing he had passed out. His gaze falls upon a weapon, the edge of nightfall, which promises increased health regeneration in darkness. Hargan observes him, noting that it has been 5 days, wondering what Kim Yuan did after being struck by lightning. It disappeared, and now, he realizes he's gained a new skill, fragment of lightning bolt. Activating the fragment, the room erupts in uncontrolled lightning. The magic surges, obliterating the furniture. Amidst the chaos, Yuan thinks to himself that after going through all the trouble of stopping it, is he going to destroy the castle himself? The man's voice booms, calling him a little brat. The floor gives way, another casualty of the out-of-control magic. Hargan's voice continues, telling him he should just sit still if he's woken up, asking if he's going to cause a mess again, adding that he's had a guest waiting for him to wake up for a few days now. His face contorted in anger, Hargan questions if he's wrong, calling him a brat. The man's massive frame looms, his expression furious. Confused and injured, Yuan wonders why Hargan is here. A system window appears, detailing the fragment of lightning bolt skill and showing Kim Yuan's stats. Suddenly, a burst of raw power erupts. Poseidon unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing everything in its path. The intensity of the blaze is overwhelming. The flames continue to rage, consuming all in their wake. The scene shifts to a room lit by flickering candlelight. Merlin speaks. Anyway, that's why I ran into the lightning bolt. I'm pretty sure the 3 stones have the ability to become one. Lancelot wonders, where's that guy right now? That guy, the monkey. Merlin responds, he's probably splayed out sleeping somewhere. Kim Yuan asks, but really, why are you here? If it's because of Sun Ogong, I don't think you'll be much help, Juicy. Merlin replies, I'm here to sightsee. Kim Yuan continues, I think you're worried about me. Merlin retorts, I'm here to sightsee. Frustration boiling over, Lancelot slams his fist on the table, the force of the impact shaking the room. Silence hangs heavy in the air, the tension palpable as the group remains seated. A mysterious figure responds, of course. Having obtained the divine sea crystal, Merlin wonders if he really managed to get his hands on it. Yuan responds, somehow he did it. He then brings up the item strengthening they had discussed previously, mentioning he has a good idea about it after thinking it over. The blacksmith chimes in, suggesting it would be good if Kaini could be used for 2 different powers, but reminds him that only 1 fragment can be used per item. He then asks if Kaini itself can be strengthened. Yuan confirms that he has brought the materials he needs, and believes there's a place he can use to make it in Camelot, asking if he could borrow it. Merlin agrees. asking who would complain about the best blacksmith in the tower using it, and tells him to be his guest. A thought bubble notes that these two met pretty early this time. Looking at the materials, Yuan considers the task ahead. The blacksmith states that the cost will be 1.25 million, including the processing cost, but Yuan is not happy, asking if he's trying to cheat him when he brought the metal himself, countering with 1.5 million. The blacksmith, now with a purple aura, agrees, proposing 1.4 million. A thought bubble notes that it's not like he can beat up a guy who just regained consciousness. With blue energy swirling around his hands, Yuan agrees to the price. The blacksmith, Ajusi, tells him that it'll take about 4 days, warning him not to be late and to come find him. The sky hangs heavy, mirroring the mood. With the king gone, the country has been thrown into chaos, the round table itself now a fractured mess. There's no way they could sit still, not after news of the betrayal spread like wildfire. Didn't he see them fighting over whether Arthur was real or not, and about Lancelot being the traitor during the round table meeting? That's just how influential Lancelot was. The round table has split, making it difficult for them to appear as strong as they had in the past. Does he regret it? No, this should have happened from the beginning. Remove the rotten parts and let the new blood rise. That is the natural way. In any case, I am greatly indebted to you. Thanks to you, we made an opportunity to right what was wrong. It's because you trusted in me, Merlin. Calling me Merlin. Does he think they're that close? In any case, the old mage listens intently. Your body seems to have recovered somewhat, so I hope you can follow me to a certain place. The scene shifts to an ornate interior. After Lancelot's death, something was found while cleaning up the place he was using. The Orcish knight suggests that maybe he couldn't bear to get rid of it, hiding it in quite the secretive spot where only the king may enter. A name echoes in the chamber, Mordred Pendragon. A figure stands in the center of the room, uttering, "My precious, precious son." Merlin wishes he could have let his son rest even a day earlier, but it's still the funeral of a prince. A strange sound escapes him, a choked, "Yuk, cook." The wizard worried that causing another scene will create more problems for Britain, so he was keeping him safe for now. The scene unfolds, revealing the body of Mordred being kept by Merlin, as Lancelot and another figure look on. The Orcish knight suggests, "How about going into your son's body instead?" A shocked reaction, as the wizard exclaims, "What? I cannot allow that. My son died because of me. What sort of guilt are you planning on putting me through?" The protagonist looks on, thinking that this is too cruel for Arthur. Even he thinks it's a bit much. Lancelot asks, his voice laced with a hint of accusation, if Merlin thinks he'd feel like he was being made a fool of. The wizard responds, stating that the question was wrong and that he'll rephrase it. The Orcish knight presses, asking if the things Merlin will do in the future will be of help to Britain's safety and revival. Merlin replies, asking him to think of it as creating a new future for Britain together with his son. Lancelot questions if Mordred was the son Merlin wanted to succeed him as king. The wizard remains calm, reiterating that the question was wrong and that he will rephrase it. The knight insists that Mordred would have definitely trusted in his father's path and followed him. Merlin's words hang in the air, a heavy silence settling over the chamber. The weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future press down on them all. A somber thought echoes that Mordred truly loved Britain. The sentiment continues that even if he tried to stop him, if it was for the future of Britain, Mordred would have accepted his words happily. A figure lies in repose, their expression serene. But Kim Yuan's resolve hardens. He vows to never let the decisions made be in vain. As the scene shifts, a surge of energy begins to build. The air crackles, and the power intensifies. Bathed in golden light, a figure descends. The atmosphere grows heavy, charged with anticipation. The figure kneels, ready to pledge allegiance. With unwavering conviction, he swears an oath. His eyes filled with determination, the oath echoes through the chamber. The kneeling figure declares, "You are our king." A notification appears, confirming that he has received Death Knight Arthur's oath. As the oath takes hold, Kim Yuan's proficiency as the king of the dead increases. Arthur's strength has recovered. A voice echoes in his mind. "Are you actually stupid? If you were planning on dying, why did you ask me for help?" The voice continues, "Do you know me? Are we supposed to know each other?" The words hang heavy in the air. A gentle voice calls out, "Hey, yo, wake up." The voice persists, "Hey." A memory surfaces, it was like he knew him. The great sage, heaven's equal, didn't cower before him, even if he's got some balls. He also talked like they were familiar with each other. He acted like they were friends as well. The figure's golden eyes seem to pierce through the veil of time. A hand reaches out, as if to grasp something just out of reach. A voice echoes, "It was like he knew me." Before him, the great sage, heaven's equal, spoke. He also talked like we were familiar with each other. The great sage acted like an old friend. The great sage, heaven's equal, gazes knowingly. The great sage speaks, "Kim Yuan." The great sage asks, "How's your body?" The great sage continues, "Also, you no longer have to speak to me so formally. You are now my king." Yuan responds, "Okay, I'll do that." Abstract shapes fill the void. A figure stands silhouetted against a burst of golden light. The scene shifts again, back to the abstract. Kim Yuan reflects on the unexpected turn of events, thinking, he ended up seeing something amazing. He remembers a past encounter, a moment of rescue, thinking, don't forget, If I hadn't helped you, you would have been dead. He continues, but you know what's strange? The scene flashes back to that moment, a figure standing amidst a burst of energy, as he wonders, what in the world made you think that I would help you? I couldn't quite figure that out. Sun Ogong's expression hardens, but once I realized it, it all added up. He looks down at Yuan, who says, you must know me well. Kim Yuan's gaze is intense. Sun Ogong reflects, I thought he came to me because of Cinder Eyes. Was I wrong? It may now be an exclusive skill of Sun Ogong, but it was originally a skill that his family, the monkeys of Mount Huagua, possessed. As the two stand amidst a mountainous landscape, Yuan reflects on his expectations, wondering if the other man would have helped him first and then questioned him about Cinder Eyes, trying to figure out how a mere player, someone not of his family, has this skill. Sun Ogong, the great sage that equals heaven, a high ranker battling the heavenly realm, is reminded that he paused his activities a long time ago. Extending a hand, Ogong dismisses the topic. Growing visibly frustrated, Yuan questions if he's speaking to an idiot, wondering why he isn't understanding him and if it's that hard to understand. Raising his hands in exasperation, Yuan points out that he can see others calling him that, but he never thought he'd hear that from him, accusing him of doing it again and questioning how he dares treat him like an idiot not once but twice. Eyes narrowing, Ogong insists that he knows him. A sinister glint in his eye, Ogong claims he can see stuff that his half-baked eyes can't see. His gaze intense, the threat hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a system message appears, indicating that Cinder Eyes is attempting to resist Golden Cinder Eyes, but resistance has failed. Standing his ground, Ogong repeats that he knows him, questioning what his oh-so-amazing eyes can see. His gaze piercing, Ogong declares that he knows his true body, and very well at that. Looking away, a flicker of concern crosses Yuan's face as he wonders how he should respond, realizing that even if he makes excuses, the Golden Cinder Eyes will expose it as a lie. Deciding there's no point in keeping up the charade, Yuan drops the act. A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. Ogong states, you and I used to know each other in the world where I'm from. His brow furrowed, Poseidon asks how they knew each other. A system message appears, indicating that Cinder Eyes are resonating, as Ogong recalls that they were friends, a real pair of frenemies. The memory seems to stir something within Poseidon, his expression hardening. Below, someone wonders what's going on, asking if he's sleeping. Poseidon replies, not yet. Lying down, Poseidon thinks that spot is his, and gets the best sunlight. Energy crackles around him, as he prepares to move. Someone tells him, hey, are you sleeping? His eyes narrowed, Poseidon tells them to scram. The force of the blow sends him reeling backwards, his feet struggling to find purchase on the uneven ground. Despite the setback, Yuan's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within them as he prepares to retaliate. A barrage of energy projectiles streaks through the air, each one a potential death sentence. An unseen force slams into him, knocking the wind from his lungs. The assault continues, each blow threatening to overwhelm him. Finally, he clashes with his elusive foe, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Determination etched on his face, Yuan prepares to unleash his own counterattack. A surge of power erupts, illuminating the darkness with its raw intensity. But before he can act, another devastating blow lands, sending him spiraling. He is thrown backwards once more, his body a ragdoll against the unseen enemy's might. The opponent, wreathed in golden energy, prepares to deliver the final strike, their eyes burning with an eerie light. The final blow connects, leaving Yuan vulnerable and exposed. The desolate landscape stretches out, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The unseen figure continues to mock him, insisting that with his current skills, he'll never amount to anything. Despite the harsh words, Kim Yuan can only laugh. The blonde-haired figure seems taken aback, questioning if he's lost his mind. A sinister grin spreads across the blonde-haired figure's face, finding the situation how fun. The sky hangs heavy, mirroring the tension in the air. The distant figures seem insignificant against the backdrop of the towering mountains. A waterfall cascades down the cliff face, a symbol of relentless power. Their fists clench, preparing for what's to come. The eyes of both figures lock, a silent promise of the battle to come. The landscape blurs, a visual representation of the impending chaos. The echoes of past battles reverberate. A flurry of blows exchanged in a forgotten forest, a dance of desperation unfolds. The weight of failure, etched into his very being. His record, a stark reminder, 9 fights, 9 losses. This time, he vows, it will be different. The rain continues to fall, the landscape reflecting the somber mood. But the clash of titans echoes through the forest, their battle tearing through the quiet. Sent spiraling through the air, the force of the blow undeniable. Reflecting on his past failures, he acknowledges 9 losses out of 9 matches. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy. Locked in a brutal exchange, one of them spits out a taunt, this punk. Recognizing his opponent's speed, he thinks, is quite agile. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the battlefield. The fight intensifies, each blow carrying the weight of their resolve. Once again sent hurtling backwards, the impact is devastating. Lying on the ground, defeated in 9 out of 10 matches, memories of past failures flood his mind. But standing now, he acknowledges there was one glorious victory. His expression hardening, he steels himself for what's to come. A knowing smile plays on his lips. The great sage, heaven's equal, seems almost amused. Their hands meet, a silent understanding passing between them. He admits, it seems like he's having fun, and maybe the other one is too. Standing side by side, he reflects that it was annoying at first, probably because he lived a life where he wasn't used to having someone next to him. The great sage asks, but why did you go with me? Did you open your heart to me? He thinks to himself, how does one defeat someone who won't die? He had no choice, so he went along with him. And during that time, he put his walls down. The scene shifts to a cosmic panorama, and he heard the news. Whispers carried on the stellar winds about the outer gods. Individuals known as gods outside the tower, a place of immense power and danger. With a surge of determination, they rushed into the tower. The tower's interior was a chaotic landscape, filled with cosmic energies and shattered structures. Because they deserve that name. That's why you fought with me. It wasn't just you. I fought everyone there, and we lost. We lost miserably. The battle was fierce, but the outcome was inevitable. Let's now decide who will go back to the past among us. Who grew the quickest? Having killed the most outer gods, Yuan is told that he should go. His expression unreadable, he listens intently. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst swirling red energy. The figure remains still, observing the scene. Back with Yuan, he realizes that the other person is from the future, his cinder eyes having drastically improved. The figure explains that it was also necessary to clean up what happened in Britain, because that punk Lancelot caused a huge mess in the future. Looking down, Lancelot asks how the progress is going. He thinks to himself that the progress is so small that he can't even tell if he made progress, and that this is just a step of closing a poisonous hole. He wonders what the probability of Yuan winning against him was, figuring it's maybe around 0.1% now. Lancelot thinks to himself that the monsters earlier were that strong, cursing this complicated stuff, wishing he had that body right now. That body is stuck on the 40th floor, right? Hearing this, Yuan is shocked that he knows. Being reminded of the past, Yuan is met with the retort that he wasn't listening, and the other party sarcastically acknowledges that he's from the future. Clearly frustrated, he expresses disbelief, recalling that he was told he'd be helped because they knew his situation, so they should help him now. With a hint of annoyance, Yuan is reminded that he was already helped once. But that was about his main body, and of course, it wasn't enough. The other party retorts that it would be a different story if he only asked for help once. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a view of Valkyries descending from the sky. The other character exclaims, "What? Valkyries?" He then wonders what happened to Asgard. It's explained that they must have come to assess the situation because the Round Table is a guild of guards, and Lancelot was in contact with the Olympians. They came with Valkyries just because of that. It's not just, as it's further explained that if the head of the Round Table simply transferred the line on Olympus, then they wouldn't have made a move. The narration continues, stating that the Great War Ragnarok led Asgard to its downfall, and it's supposed to start with the Round Table. It's revealed that the Olympians planned and used Lancelot to cause the downfall of Asgard, but since Lancelot is gone, he can now breathe. But he didn't completely stop it, though, as he realizes that Ragnarok is happening because the Valkyries came because there's a war. He's then asked where he's going and if he's not going to meet them. He knows there's nothing he can do even if he gets involved with Asgard right now. Asgard has a clear moral duty. They won't jump into a war unprepared, expecting to lose. Before the war, the Olympus will collapse. There are cracks in there now. Wondering what's going on inside his head right now, it's giving him chills. With golden cinder eyes, many people knew how this guy entered the tower. Until the moment, he met several high rankers. He brought all the information they got, and he's making each move according to the plan. No matter how much he claims to have come from the future, does he really control every move, piercing through countless variables? He's still a long way off in terms of power. In fact, this is no different from a masterpiece crafted by countless high rankers, pouring their hearts into it. Anyway, they'll get to the 40th floor in no time, so don't worry. You have invited the administrator to a private meeting. Administrator, right, you can go up immediately this way. The administrator is deep in thought. The weight of decisions hangs heavy. It's been agreed, the administrator will attend a private meeting. A vast landscape stretches out. A lone figure stands atop a towering wall. Looking out over the horizon, Yuan finds himself at the border of Britain. The end of the world looms. A fractured land, scarred by conflict. The earth itself seems to weep. The call goes out. Tell us, Mr. Yuan. A long time ago, in the future where Yuan was the leader of the Round Table, Lancelot, it was a time of great upheaval. An order was given to strike at the demon tribe. In response, the angry giants and demons retaliated, launching a fierce assault on the Round Table. Seeing the Round Table under siege, the Olympians, closely aligned with Lancelot, couldn't stand idly by and watch them suffer defeat. Adding fuel to the fire, the peace-loving Asgardians couldn't resist the opportunity to witness their rivals embroiled in a bitter conflict. The consequences were dire. The tower's power waned significantly as a result of this devastating war, and Kim Yuan resolved to put an end to Ragnarok. Amidst the chaos, someone asks, "Did you understand?" Only to be met with a frustrated response. "Do you think I did? My head hurts." A lone figure stands atop a towering wall. gazing out at the world beyond. Looking out over the landscape, the man declares that this is the border of Britain. The end of the world looms in the distance. The difficulty is hard, but the reward is big. A voice declares that one will have to offer up some points to take the trial themselves, thanking them for being crazy about the trial and granting Zeus's wishes. Standing before a towering figure, a man in white states that he has accumulated a lot of points, thinking to himself that if he had gone along as he said, he would have thrown thunderbolts everywhere. The towering figure explains that the administrator's priorities are always first, the order of the tower, and second, the flow of the trial, adding that those are the reasons they exist, and thus their roles. Responding to the towering figure, the man in white demands that he show him those roles, as a deal with the administrator for an individual tower enhancement trial has been made. The system indicates that an individual tower enhancement trial has been made, asking if he will accept the trial fee of 30,000 points. A strange energy crackles in the air as the system message appears, stating there will be an additional reward if cleared quickly. Looking up at the sky, he thinks a long-term trial that goes on for a year. They really want me to suffer. He's heard it all before, this pioneering the world. A voice calls out from above, asking, do you want help? The figure floating on the cloud states, but I'm not going to help. But it does look fun with the high-level monsters. I'll be fine, so you can go. Kim Yuan thinks I may get a penalty for receiving your help and get disqualified. Then my trial fees would go to waste. I really wanted to help you a real bit. Too bad. The figure asks, so, do I have to wait a year? No way. He declares, I'll finish it within a month. The figure on the cloud responds, I'll call you when it is over, so see you then. Having just scaled the massive wall, the trial has officially begun. One of the men wonders, they say it's Kim Yuan? Wasn't he in the capital? Another responds, they say he just came from taking a trial from an administrator. He just certified his identity with his player kit. He questions, huh? Is that even possible? The first man replies, if such a skillful player like you helps us. The second man responds, well, I believe it would be a thankful deed, but aren't you thinking of this too simply? The first man states, even we view crossing the forest as a 1-year expedition, 3 years at most. Something that should take years, he's saying he'll finish in half a month, and he's confident that he'll do it. Watching him move forward, a knight is surprised by his speed. Considering that he's a potential player, the knight thought he would be more cautious, but he's taking the front line. As Yuan continues to move forward, the knight hopes there isn't a big accident. Surrounded by a yellow aura, Yuan's hand glows with power. The energy radiating from him is almost blinding. The sheer force of his movement causes a shockwave. The power emanating from him is incredible, and it's only growing. Watching him, someone wonders what he's doing all of a sudden. Pushing forward, Yuan feels slightly fatigued, yet he still has so much energy. He wonders if this could be from increasing his stats. As he continues his rapid advance, someone asks if it's his first time in the pioneer troops. He realizes a single hesitation can put your fellow comrades in danger. The air crackles with anticipation as the power within him begins to stir. A surge of energy erupts, the forest floor trembling beneath the force of the divine thunderstone's activation. The ancient artifact pulses with light, reacting violently with Kaini and the ominous divine stone of darkness. The skill activates, unleashing a torrent of raw power. But a system message flashes, revealing a critical setback. Due to low proficiency, 30 agonizing seconds stand between Yuan and the full potential of the stone. The divine thunderstone hums, its energy building with each passing moment. He stands poised, a conduit for the storm brewing within. The air shimmers, distorting around him as the energy reaches critical mass. The stone glows with blinding intensity, a beacon of destructive force. Ready to unleash the storm, Yuan prepares to obliterate everything in his path. The divine thunderstone erupts, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of pure, unadulterated power. A monstrous figure is being assaulted by a barrage of energy. The onslaught continues, the creature taking hit after hit. The energy tears into the monster, leaving it battered and broken. Witnessing the scene, he thinks to himself that this is insane, remembering someone saying they'd finish it in half a month, but it seems they weren't boasting. A man looks on in shock, wondering what is happening. Looking down, Yuan declares that they should go. He prepares to move. Looking up with a start, the warrior demands to know what's going on. With grim determination, Kim Yuan declares, let's go. As they descend further, the dungeon shows signs of a fierce battle. Deeper and deeper, the team ventures into the unknown. It's day 4 of their pioneering, and the dungeon's depths seem endless. Falling through the air, the warrior struggles to regain his footing. A worried voice calls out, Captain, you're too fast. Won't we lose Kim Yuan like this? The captain reassures them. Today's pioneering will be done once the sun sets. I'm sure everyone is tired, but bear with it a little more. Staring up in disbelief, he whispers, what a monster. He once heard that there was a high ranker with a similar skill. The god Zeus, with the power of heaven, who proclaimed himself as the ruler of the tower. Of course, Kim Yuan's power isn't on the level of a high ranker right now, but his level is close to that of a ranker's. But he's foolish, like any 25th floor player. At this rate, 2 weeks won't make any progress. Regardless of his capabilities, this area is so vast. How could he pioneer this in half a month? Ah, damn it, it's too late. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. engulfing the figure in a maelstrom of power. The force of the blow sends a spray of blood into the air, a brutal testament to the attack's ferocity. Staggering, the captain is barely kept upright, a comrade rushing to his side to offer support. A voice, filled with gratitude, echoes, thanking the unseen savior for their intervention, but a question lingers. Who was it that saved them? A stern voice cuts through the aftermath, demanding to know if they are the pioneer party. The speaker identifies himself, declaring, "I am Pung Baeklim." His gaze pierces through the scene, revealing him to be a member of the heavenly demonic cult. He continues, stating that he came on the Vice Lord's orders, demanding to know where he is. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the question echoes. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing that the First Lord is one of the 4 lords representing the heavenly demonic cult, and the Vice Lord is second in command after the cult leader. Pung Baeklim's voice rises in frustration, questioning why they are looking for the Vice Lord, as he heard he was here. Surveying the scene from above, it's clear that they are the only ones present. Continuing his interrogation, Pung Baeklim states that one can only enter this area with the Pioneer Party's permission, so he asks who gave them that permission. Spotting Kim Yuan, Baeklim exclaims that he's found him, noting that he was nearby. Baeklim explains, he came back because it looked like they found the wrong person. Looking down at Baeklim, Yuan tells him not to tell him it's just him here. A subordinate replies, stating that it was his order. Baeklim questions, asking if Kim Yuan is the Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult. Kim Yuan's subordinate wonders, what's going on? As the subordinates kneel, they prepare to pledge allegiance. One of the subordinates thinks that it was him who was short-sighted, and perhaps this could really. The subordinate thinks that it will be finished in 2 weeks. The subordinates declare they pledge allegiance. Kim Yuan states, that's enough. The Vice Lord's orders echo through the forest, his subordinates standing at attention. He reflects, this test is something he must solve with only his own skills. Looking down at his men, he knows he can't get help besides the Pioneer Party members that were given from the start. A message from Kim Yuan reads, requesting support for the Pioneer Party of the 25th floor, asking them to bring as many as they can, but using the power of the heavenly demonic cult's Vice Lord is using a skill of his own. His voice rings out, he orders them as the Vice Lord. The order is clear. From this point, they will help the Pioneer Party and pioneer this forest as quickly as possible. The subordinates listen intently, ready to carry out his commands. Their response is immediate, a resounding, yes, sir. The camera pans up through the trees, revealing the scale of the operation. Above the forest, the sky stretches out. Looking down from above, the Pioneer Party's camp sprawls across the landscape. The camp is bustling with activity, a hive of preparation and anticipation. Holding a glowing orb in his hand, Yuan receives a message. It's Merlin, inquiring, I was wondering where you went. So you're working there now? Receiving another message, this time from Kim Yuan himself, he reads, that's how it went. It will be best to pay them for their work if it means the pioneering gets done faster. The message continues, I heard you're acting as a proxy for the king. Can I request support? Merlin asks. Back in the thick of it, a warrior shouts, good, clear the way. As the warrior continues to fight, another voice cries out, Vice Lord, can you finish? With a final surge of power, the warrior prepares to end the battle. The area is almost finished, cleared of enemies. The warrior stands victorious, lightning crackling around him. The screen displays, Pioneering Day 14. The Spear Lord shouts, this area is almost finished. The call goes out, clear the way. Vice Lord, can you finish this? Power surges, ready to be unleashed. The engine roars, propelling him forward. Energy crackles around him, a storm waiting to break. A screen appears, announcing, you have passed the World Pioneering Test. You will be paid additional rewards accordingly for your time. Your next additional reward has been postponed. Another message pops up. You may proceed to the 26th floor. Having obtained 50,000 points, with a total of 150,000 points distributed to the Fist Lord and 50,000 to the Spear Lord, Yuan simply offers his thanks for the money. Thinking to himself, nothing is worse than a cheapskate boss, and if it weren't for the heavenly demonic cult, he wouldn't have been able to get a score as high as this. Guessing it's time to go back to Camelot, Arthur knows he's dying to make him hurry over there, and he can't wait to see what he's getting beat with this time. Visibly annoyed, he thinks it's already done, and wonders how they can be this late, declaring he's not letting this slide this time. Addressing the unseen benefactor, Yuan states that if this is the reward for this occasion, he would like to receive something else. With a fierce expression, Arthur requests a duel as an equal. Clenching his fist, Baeklim appears enraged. He thinks to himself, how could the Fist Lord be so impudent? With a nod, the stage is set. Ready to get down to business, Arthur asks if they can start right away. Receiving the go-ahead, the man expresses his gratitude. The Spear Lord issues a stern warning, ordering everyone to keep watch and ensure no one gets dragged into the fight. With the formalities concluded, the match is officially underway. As the penalty effects are lifted, Baeklim surges with power. Introducing the final member of the 4 lords, the Fist Lord. A high ranker known as the strongest of the heavenly demonic cult, the epitome of martial arts. Preparing himself, Kim Yuan declares that he'll refrain from using the heavenly demon spirit, acknowledging that it would be hard for him to bring out 100% of his power since it's incompatible with him. The Fist Lord recalls, it's been a while since he's seen that blue lightning bolt. He wonders how far he's progressed since then. As Yuan powers up, he retorts that the Fist Lord is underestimating him too much. Gathering power in his fist, Baeklim prepares to unleash a devastating lightning attack. The energy crackling, the Fist Lord sends a bolt of pure destruction hurtling forward. The lightning streaks across the battlefield, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. A smirk playing on his lips, Baeklim wonders aloud why Kim Yuan isn't using holy fire. Remaining calm under the barrage, Yuan simply states that he's practicing something else right now. His eyes narrowing, Baeklim declares that he's going to regret saying that. Focusing his energy once more, the Fist Lord prepares another lightning strike. The air vibrates with power as the lightning is unleashed again. Bracing himself, Kim Yuan stands firm, meeting the attack head-on. The narrator describes the attack as sky-destroying lightning. The lightning crashes around him, but Kim Yuan remains unyielding. A flicker of surprise crosses Baeklim's face as he realizes Yuan isn't dodging, but blocking. The Fist Lord grits his teeth, realizing just how much the young hunter has progressed. As the system message echoes in his mind, Yuan feels his entire body surge with the power of a giant. The transformation accelerates, his constitution rapidly converting into raw strength. Power radiates from him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. A confident smirk spreads across his face, he's finally ready to get serious. Across the battlefield, Baeklim prepares himself, ready to face this new challenge. The force of the blow sends him spiraling through the air. Baeklim is completely overwhelmed. A relentless barrage of strikes, Kim Yuan unleashes a flurry of attacks. His movements a blur of green energy, the veteran hunter follows up with a devastating kick. The impact reverberating through his very bones, it feels as if they're about to shatter. Each strike landing with explosive force, the onslaught continues. Connecting with brutal finality, a final punch seals Baeklim's fate. He can't believe the sheer power. How is he this strong? Remembering the humiliation of his previous defeat, he devoted himself to training every single day. Since then, he's wanted to see how much stronger the Vice Lord has gotten, and to have a proper duel with him without any kind of limitations. He finally got his wish. He can't end this pathetically. 100-step lightning fist. The onslaught continues. Baeklim can only grit his teeth as the power bearing down on him feels insurmountable. Barely able to speak, he wonders how this could be happening. The Fist Lord's body strains, as he demands to know where Yuan is even looking. His eyes burning with fury, Baeklim roars, demanding to be seen. But the assault doesn't let up, leaving him gasping for air. His scream echoes as the weight of the attack crushes him. Stunned, he can barely process what he's witnessing, questioning how anyone could be so overwhelmingly strong. Tears welling in his eyes, Baeklim acknowledges that the Vice Lord was acknowledged by the holy fire. Looking up at Yuan, he realizes that he's facing the heavenly demon. A smirk plays on Yuan's lips as he watches his opponent crumble. The truth dawns on him. The heavenly demon was the Fist Lord's greatest fear. Defeated and broken, Baeklim admits that he's lost, thanking his opponent for listening to his insolent request. Standing over the defeated Fist Lord, Pung Baeklim, he remarks that it was fun. The ground itself seems to reflect the battle's intensity, cracked and broken. Lying on the ground, the old man notes that Yuan has returned, but it hasn't been that long since he went to the pioneering area, suggesting he should have been gone more than a few days. Baeklim asks if the great sage led him on flying Nimbus. Clutching his side, Baeklim admits he thought he was going to die on the way here. Another figure exclaims for him to slow down, calling him a crazy bastard as Baeklim is told that he is indebted to the heavenly demonic cult now. The conversation shifts to the martial realm in the bigger picture, with disbelief that the heavenly demonic cult allied with the martial realm, and that it looks like the martial realm is comparable to the major guilds now. Yuan simply agrees. Baeklim asks how the round table is looking, mentioning that after causing a ruckus with Asgard, some of them declared they were leaving the guild. The other figure states that they don't know who's going to leave and when, placing the blame on Lancelot and Olympus. It might feel like you've been swept into a big storm at the moment, but things will quiet down soon. The old man is sure of it, hoping that Yuan will do as he asks, as a swirling vortex of water gathers in his hand. The water begins to take shape, solidifying into a new form. The old man tells him to take this and go up to the next floor. He doesn't know what the old man wants him to find, but he said he would understand. The Stone of the Sea. If he had made an item with that, he would have made a suit of armor, not some mere weapon. That old man made the right choice this time. The old man figured he would prefer something more comfortable to wear than armor, so that's how he made it. And yes, it's perfect. It's light, and he likes that there's a large surface area to protect his body. He wonders if Kaini is compressed adamantium, then is this one expanded? These clothes are made of Triana. But as the great sage, Heaven's equal holds out the Triana armor, a question hangs in the air. What is he planning? His expression unreadable, Ogong's eyes narrow. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "What are you doing?" Without warning, a blade flashes. The sword descends with incredible speed, a blur of motion and intent. Leaving a trail of crimson in its wake, the attack lands. The Fist Lord stands ready. Raising his sword high, Baeklim demands to know what Kim Yuan is doing. The blade descends with lethal intent, aiming directly for his arm. A flash of steel, the sword connects. But the blade stops short, unable to pierce the armor. Blue energy crackles around him. The Fist Lord questions if he has finally gone mad, wondering what he thinks he's doing all of a sudden. Showing no signs of damage, Kim Yuan explains that he was just checking how good its defense and skill effects were, adding that it's fine. Explaining the nature of his armor, he states that it may look like this, but it's adamantium armor, and it won't get cut so easily even if he tries to. Confident in its protection, he adds that even if this was made of paper, it wouldn't have taken much damage. Feeling something, he realizes he's being protected by something. The air crackles with blue mana as figures stand their ground, ready for what's to come. Looking around, Yuan wonders if it's blue mana he's sensing this time. Before him, an entity pulses with both purple and blue mana, a swirling vortex of power. The energy intensifies, and he can't help but wonder who has returned. Gazing into the abyss, he realizes this presence is unlike anything he's encountered before, something far beyond the ego items with a consciousness. Steeling himself, Yuan demands to know just what it is. The entity looms, its form shifting within the chaotic blend of purple and blue energies. The entity is the second now. His eyes widen as he stares at the entity. The entity is surrounded by purple and blue mana. Elsewhere, two figures discuss the entity, one admitting he's unsure what it is, only that it's covered in sinister mana, and the other wishing he knew more. Lost in thought, he reflects on the fragmented memory of a face, as if it had been deliberately erased. His gaze drifts to the egg, its incubation rate at 95.94%, a swirling vortex of questions and desires bubbling within him. A voice calls out, inquiring if he's about to leave. Responding in the affirmative, the other figure chides him for never taking a day off, questioning his constant rush. The figure then tells him to visit when he can, joking that there will be a statue of him soon. A slight smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges the comment. He confirms that he'll be on his way. A screen appears, offering a choice of rewards, skill, or stats. He chooses to increase his stats, boosting both strength and constitution by 1. The system announces the beginning and completion of the 26th floor's test. The system then reveals that he has acquired 20,000 points and passed the tests of the 27th and 29th floors. The test of the 30th floor begins. He ascends further, passing the 35th floor. The climb continues. He passes the 39th floor. Finally, the 40th floor is reached. Half a year passes. The sounds of something approaching echo through the forest. The forest remains silent, save for the rustling of leaves. The 41st floor, the tower ascension testing area, is now the current location. There, two figures discuss their strategy, one stating they have the mute skill, so he won't hear them, and the other cautioning to just not go outside, while also noting that there are 50 unspent summoning stones. The stakes are laid bare. Gathering summoning stones is no easy feat for a single person, but the amount they possess dwarfs even that. The conversation takes a turn, doubts surfacing about Yuan's whereabouts since the 25th floor. Whispers fill the air, speculating on whether he's simply idle or if darker methods propelled him up the tower, perhaps even with the aid of an administrator's hidden child. Meanwhile, a figure prepares for battle, a single word escaping his lips. His grip tightens on the massive blade, ready to face whatever lies ahead. As the tension mounts, a surge of power emanates from his hands. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw force as it gathers around him. The power coalesces into a formidable display, a testament to the strength he commands. Suddenly, the order rings out, "Get him!" A coordinated assault begins, enemies descending upon him from above. Weapons and magic converge, a whirlwind of green and yellow energy aimed directly at Yuan. The attack lands with brutal force, his face contorted in pain as he struck. Something doesn't add up, he thinks, as he looks at the energy swirling around him, the number 817 etched in glowing blue. The amount of stones he's using is far more than he expected, but he continues the ritual, undeterred. But it was so just now. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. A surge of power courses through him, and he cries out as the summoning continues. That's a shame. He muses, observing the scene before him. I thought they would last longer in the holy fire since they're the team that survived until the end and all. They have quite a few summoning stones too. Gazing at the stones in his hand, he realizes he gathered 1,000 faster than he thought. He reflects on his situation, thinking he doesn't even have to look for each summoning stone. People just bring them to him. The stones glow brighter, and he knows it's time to complete the main test. A voice echoes, asking how many he will use, and he responds, all of them. The energy reaches a fever pitch as he summons the demon, Lord Diablo. The summoning circle flares with chaotic energy, a vortex of red and black consuming the chamber. His eyes wide, Yuan stares into the heart of the storm. A voice booms from the inferno, Diablo? The text explains that Diablo is in the test of the 41st floor, and that the demons and administrators set up an alliance for this test, so it won't be his main body. The silhouette of a colossal figure begins to materialize, wreathed in flames. The text notes that Diablo is the head of the guild and a high ranker in the top 20s, and that a regular player wouldn't be able to handle him, suggesting that this guy's a big shot, enough to completely ruin the test balance. The newly summoned Diablo rises, his form still coalescing from the chaotic energies. The text reveals that someone was crazy enough to actually gather 1,000 summoning stones, and Diablo expresses his annoyance at being awakened. The demon lord's eyes fixate on Yuan, a burning question echoing in the air. Small human, who do you think I am? The man who summoned him remains calm, considering the question. Diablo's hand crackles with dark energy, the reason for his summoning about to be revealed. A cold smile plays on Yuan's lips, as he declares, I'm going to behead you so I can go up loaded with points. The air crackles with heat. The ground itself seems to burn as embers dance around a figure clad in dark armor. The cape billows, a dark silhouette against the inferno. A deep voice echoes, dripping with arrogance, as the figure declares the reason for this confrontation should be obvious. Promising a swift end, the voice vows to behead his opponent to rack up points. The hunter stands firm, unfazed by the threat. A maniacal laugh erupts, mocking his defiance. Challenging him to know who he is, the voice reveals they have entered Diablo's tainted sanctuary. The unseen figure promises a gruesome fate, threatening to turn every bone in his body to ash. A wave of energy washes over him, his senses beginning to be paralyzed. You dare. Recognizing the status condition, he declares he'll start with the sanctuary. With a surge of power, the sanctuary is attacked. Diablo's tainted sanctuary attempts to take hold, but it's no use. The sanctuary is successfully resisted, holy fire burning away the tainted influence. With the tainted sanctuary nullified, Yuan unleashes a counterattack. The attack slams into Diablo, a burst of energy erupting on impact. The assault continues, purple energy swirling around the point of impact. Amidst the chaos, Kim Yuan wonders if his attack has had any effect. The onslaught continues, red energy crackling around the point of impact. The attack intensifies, blue energy mixing with the red. The assault continues, Diablo finds the attack interesting. The hunter stands his ground, determined to not go down easily. The barrage of attacks continues, orange and red energies colliding in a final burst. The clash continues, Yuan's blade meeting Diablo's defenses in a shower of sparks. Pressing the attack, the hunter unleashes another furious strike, aiming to break through the demon's guard. The sword finds its mark, and a burst of energy erupts as the blow lands squarely on Diablo. But the demon is far from defeated, retaliating with a swift and brutal counterattack. The force of the blow sends him reeling, tumbling through the air amidst the crumbling debris. Not giving him a moment to recover, Diablo lashes out with his tail, aiming to crush the hunter. The impact is cataclysmic, another explosion rocking the already devastated landscape. Standing amidst the chaos, the demon surveys the destruction, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. But Yuan is not so easily defeated, dodging another strike with impossible speed. Slipping past the demon's grasp, he narrowly avoids another devastating blow. Gathering his strength, the hunter prepares for another assault, an aura of power beginning to emanate from him. Ready to strike, he focuses his energy, preparing to unleash a final, decisive blow against Diablo. The air crackles with heat, as Diablo unleashes a torrent of flames, declaring he doesn't like the fire Yuan is using. Engulfed in the inferno, the demon's form glows with malevolent energy. But before the flames can consume him, Yuan retaliates with a blinding strike of lightning. The lightning tears through the fire, striking Diablo with immense force. The battlefield is momentarily illuminated by the clash of fire and lightning. Standing amidst the chaos, Yuan watches to see if his attack had any effect. He thinks to himself that holy fire isn't working on him, and that Diablo wouldn't get scared by a fire like this. The text reads that it still looks like the lightning bolt made with Chinese power went through to some extent. Despite the impact, Diablo remains standing, though visibly affected. Gathering his strength, the demon prepares another onslaught. Once again, Diablo unleashes a wave of fire. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path. The battlefield roils with fire. Diablo's rage continues to fuel the inferno. His voice booming across the ravaged landscape, the demon bellows, "You freaking rat, where are you?" Knowing there's an attack that can affect him, Diablo narrows his eyes, searching for the slightest opening. A sinister grin spreads across his face, he declares, "I'm going to make this a lightning round." Meanwhile, Yuan activates Sky Steps, preparing to turn the tables. Spotting his prey, Diablo lunges forward, intent on ending this quickly. But before he can strike, Yuan gathers his energy, preparing a devastating counter. Unleashing a torrent of pure energy, the lightning attack surges towards Diablo. The attack connects, but the demon seems unfazed. His eyes burning with newfound power, Diablo stands firm. The system message flashes, revealing the source of his resilience. His entire body has been imbued with the power of a giant. The air crackles with dark energy as Diablo roars, making it clear he's coming in for the kill. His massive form dominates the space, a terrifying display of raw power. The perspective shifts, looking up at the demonic figure, emphasizing the sheer scale of the threat looming over Kim Yuan. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, filling the space with chaotic spikes of light. Through the chaos, a figure endures the onslaught, seemingly holding their ground. His eyes burning with a fierce red intensity, he grits his teeth against the overwhelming power. A surge of power courses through him, his entire body imbued with the strength of a giant. Fueled by this newfound energy, he launches a counterattack, moving with blinding speed. The attack intensifies, energy crackling around him as he presses forward. The force of his assault shatters the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Emerging from the chaos, a demonic figure appears, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. As the power surges through him, he feels his body changing, something new taking hold. The demonic aura intensifies, engulfing him completely. Falling through the chaos, he is surrounded by the remnants of the attack and the surge of new power. The aura swirls around him, a vortex of demonic energy. His entire body is being imbued, flooded with the power of a giant. The energy intensifies, forcing a change. An explosion of power erupts, blinding and all-consuming. The transformation takes hold, twisting his form into something monstrous. Standing amidst the fading light, he is no longer the same. A voice echoes, "What a surprise. You must be a player, seeing how you carry out your tests." His face contorts, a grimace of disgust. "I don't like this." The voice continues, offering a dark path. "I'll allow you to be the next demon king as soon as you become a ranker." He grits his teeth, declaring, "I'm human." His form now fully demonic, he wonders, "How would I get into a guild that only accepts demons?" A voice echoes, stating that he is both human and demon. He realizes that he has demonic energy, and it seems that someone believes he'd make a good demon king, an offer unlike any other in the guild's history. Declaring that he is human, Yuan refuses to join any guild. The voice questions if he's not joining any guild. The voice recognizes him, identifying him as Kim Yuan, and stating that the demonic energy in his body proves he is capable of becoming a ruler of demons. A system message declares that he has defeated Demon King Diablo. The system announces that he has acquired 1 million summoning points, that maximum points have been reached, and the test is automatically ending. Also, he has passed the test of the 41st floor. The system informs Yuan that he has acquired 100,000 points and Diablo's horn. The system states that he has the blessing of Diablo, Demon King of Fire and Destruction, and can earn the demon's favor through this item. Also, his proficiency of demonic body has increased. The system announces that demonic energy has increased by 20 and asks if he will teleport to the next floor. The journey continues. They've arrived at a new destination. The system announces their arrival on the 42nd floor. A desolate landscape stretches before them. Surveying the scene, Yuan remarks on the unpleasant atmosphere. Responding to his uncle's comment, the blonde-haired man agrees, wondering why he still lives in such a place. He continues, noting the humidity. The air hangs heavy with an unknown dread. With a wide grin, the blonde-haired man welcomes them to hell. He holds a wooden staff, ready for whatever awaits. The sky above is a canvas of gray. In the distance, a monstrous figure looms. Giving it a second thought, it seems the 42nd floor is still cringy. Stammering, the blonde-haired man claims he was just happy to see him. With a sigh, the man with blonde hair thinks that this is how he acts when he's happy to see someone, welcoming him to hell, which is what the 42nd floor is called. Grimacing, Yuan reflects that he didn't like the 42nd floor, even before he went back in time. Thinking to himself, Yuan muses that he shouldn't get started on food or support, as it's hard to even breathe in this suffocating, barren world. Changing the subject, the blonde-haired man mentions he heard something happened on the 33rd floor, adding that Yuan is really something, betting no one else has made Olympus go through the kind of trouble he's given them. Looking up, the blonde-haired man asks if it's reached him already, probably because he got on a higher floor and rose through the ranks. Observing the fiery landscape, Yuan notes that Hargan's ranking is definitely a lot higher than Zeus's was back when he was a player. The fiery landscape continues, casting an ominous glow. The desolate environment stretches out, a grim reminder of the challenges ahead. The blonde-haired man questions if they're in the right place, noting that there are many similar entrances nearby. Responding with confidence, he assures him that this is a symbolic place in Olympus, and that he's been here a few times. The man with blonde hair declares, "Let's go down," adding that this is where the real part of hell starts. The pair continues their descent into the cavern. The cavern stretches deep into the earth. Deeper and deeper, they venture into the unknown. Looking up, Yuan remarks that it's deeper than he thought, adding that it feels like it's been more than 10 minutes since they started going down. The two continue their journey into the depths. The cavern is filled with fiery light. Nodding, the blonde-haired man says, "Hargan." The cavern glows with intense heat and energy. The air crackles with an unseen energy. He notes the presence of multiple entities, a slight frown creasing his brow. A prickling sensation runs down his spine. Three-headed dogs, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, stand as silent sentinels. The text echoes in his mind, a silent declaration. The air grows heavy, charged with anticipation. More of the three-headed beasts emerge from the shadows, their forms silhouetted against the cavern walls. He steels himself, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A surge of power courses through him, the words resonating within his very being. The three-headed dogs stand ready, their multiple eyes fixed on him. Kim Yuan focuses his energy, a vibrant green aura enveloping his form. The air shimmers, the power of a giant now flowing through him. Surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, he prepares to face the monstrous figure looming before him. The creature towers over him, a grotesque silhouette against the ruined landscape. His eyes narrowed, a determined glint in them. Kim Yuan declares he doesn't have time to spare and intends to make this quick. The three-headed monster looms, its eyes glowing with menacing intent. Readying himself for the coming storm, Yuan prepares to meet the beast head-on, a surge of green energy crackling around his fists. The air crackles with anticipation. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Yuan unleashes a devastating punch, the force of the blow rippling through the monster's massive form. The impact sends shockwaves through the cavern, his fist connecting with brutal force. Debris rains down as the assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain. His eyes burn with determination. I don't have any time to spare. Let's make this quick. The monster reels from the onslaught. Bringing his fist down with earth-shattering force, he continues his relentless assault. Each blow lands with bone-jarring intensity, the monster's roars echoing through the chamber. The three-headed beast is under attack. The assault continues, each blow landing with brutal force. Observing the onslaught, Kim Yuan watches the scene unfold. The attacks persist, each strike more ferocious than the last. A system message appears, stating that Cerberus is suspicious and fears gigantification. He wonders what this reminds him of from the past. A memory surfaces. Long ago, Hercules trained hundreds of Cerberuses for days on end with nothing but his physical strength alone. Its body still remembers, and he knew it would react to gigantification. Another system message indicates that Cinder Eyes is reading the essence, but is unable to read it. He thinks this should be enough. What do you think? The scene shifts, showing the effects of gigantification. As the battle rages on, Cerberus finds himself under attack from an unseen assailant. A voice booms out. There he is, finally. An acolyte of Olympus reflects, Olympus's underboss is the most trustworthy. The only high ranker with his sanity still intact among the big three gods. The voice continues, rescuing Kronos from his confinement imposed by Zeus. He's the key figure to taking down Olympus. The acolyte states, this acolyte of Olympus greets the ruler of the dark. A figure emerges from the shadows, Hades. Standing tall, the ruler of the underworld exudes an aura of immense power. Deep within the cavern, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. In the depths, figures gather, their purpose yet unknown. The cavern air hangs still, broken only by the soft clink of glass. Within the cup, a swirling vortex of azure liquid pulses with contained energy. Examining the dark liquid, Yuan notes its color. A voice assures him, the tea will help his mana flow and ease his body. Raising the cup to his lips, he takes a measured sip. As the effects kick in, his mind begins to clear. The voice continues, remarking that he's been treated to a rarity. Hades, his expression unreadable, admits he still can't believe it, even seeing it with his own eyes. Bottom text present: the man questions whether Hargan must continue his business with Yuan. The response comes, if possible, yes. The blonde man observes that Hades is a dependable friend, wanting to stay with him to the end, and notes that Yuan doesn't hesitate at all. Considering the recent battle against Cerberus, Hades admits he got the impression that Yuan was hiding something, though he can't quite put his finger on what it is. The three figures remain seated around the rough-hewn table, the dim light casting long shadows across their faces. Turning his gaze, Hades' expression hardens. His voice low and dangerous, he declares that he doesn't trust people who keep secrets, especially those who don't reveal themselves. The vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult listens intently, acknowledging that Yuan is proving to be more challenging than initially anticipated. But he concedes that Yuan is still worthy enough to overlook this difficulty. The vice lord explains that he was instructed to give Yuan a chance, adding that he was told there would be no need for explanation and that he wouldn't regret it. A thought bubble appears above Yuan's head, as he realizes that everything boils down to networking. Addressing the vice lord directly, Hades asks if he thinks he can get Cheon Mujin to act. The vice lord's expression turns grim, as he admits that he cannot promise that. He elaborates that making Cheon Mujin move is beyond his authority, further stating that his own position could be easily shaken with just one word from the heavenly demon. Looking directly at Yuan, the vice lord apologizes, explaining that he can't give a definite answer. Considering the options, Yuan believes moving the other members who aren't Cheon Mujin is possible. Hearing this, the vice lord questions if it's truly possible. Dismissing the idea, he clarifies that there's no need to get the heavenly demonic cult involved. The vice lord believes that, as long as the king goes down, this fight needs to end as a battle and not a war. He elaborates, stating that, if the heavenly demonic cult were to get involved, they would merge factions with Hades, turning it into a war against Zeus's faction. The vice lord continues, explaining that, the only way to end this with minimal damage and maximum results is to end this with one battle. He adds that, the same goes for Ragnarok and the Gigantomachy. The vice lord asks, if it all ends with just the king, why does Yuan say such things even after going against him? Looking intently, the vice lord awaits an answer. Responding, Yuan is told that all he did was block his lightning bolt once, and is asked if he's even capable of that. Firmly, Yuan states that he is not, questioning what kind of wordplay this is. Acknowledging the situation, he is aware that the big three are unstable due to Poseidon's absence. The Vice Lord acknowledges that he knows all sorts of things, revealing that Zeus noticed Poseidon and him joining forces. Continuing his explanation, the Vice Lord admits that this is one reason why Poseidon was locked in the underworld prison about half a year ago. Shifting the topic, the Vice Lord questions whether the power imbalance within Olympus is entirely Zeus's fault, mentioning Hercules. Hearing this, Yuan looks thoughtful. An idea forming, the Vice Lord suggests bringing Hercules over to their side. The Vice Lord acknowledges the statement, but points out that the power imbalance within Olympus isn't solely due to Zeus. The name hangs in the air, a weighty consideration. His gaze unwavering, Yuan listens intently. A proposition is made, suggesting they bring him over to their side. The Vice Lord questions the seriousness of the suggestion, seeking confirmation. He leans forward, inquiring about their odds. The response comes, a calculated 70%. His hands clasped, the Vice Lord awaits an answer. The question is posed directly to Yuan, asking if there would be a chance of winning if they brought Hercules over to their side. His fingers intertwined, Yuan considers the implications. Kim Yuan's name hangs in the air, a reminder of the impossible things he's already accomplished, things that have changed Olympus itself. Saving Hephaestus, and defeating the very test administrator Olympus set up. Not only that, he won over the divine sea crystal and stopped the lightning bolt, tying down the very player who threatened them all. Almighty Zeus. Surely the nonsense he speaks of right now isn't just drunken courage. He has the certainty only those who have done the impossible can have. It doesn't sound impossible, the Vice Lord admits, as Kim Yuan confirms their next move. All right then. Hey, where are you going? The Vice Lord asks. To the 40th floor, there's something he needs to take care of first in order to draw in Hercules. With Cerberus, maybe enough to face Olympus, but it was not threatening enough to destroy it. I'm not letting this continue because of your skills, the Vice Lord explains. This is me investing in the results you've achieved and the history you're making. Thanks to you getting involved. Zeus's plan to use the giants and demons to ruin Asgard went awry. Even Zeus would be overwhelmed in a head-on battle with Asgard, so he'll be treading lightly for the time being. The 40th floor? Let me make this clear. What you've shown me in your fight. This seems like a good time to talk to Odin. I will be in Asgard. Hargan, go meet the Apollo siblings. What? Right now? It's getting late, and he tells someone to leave when the sun is up, adding that he should leave tomorrow too. Turning to the other person, they speak of the sun. Elsewhere, two figures wander, where the sun rises in hell, one of them joking. In the darkness, a candle burns. Surveying the landscape, it's hell, but they still manage to make it feel homey. Further in, a figure walks through a doorway. From the depths, a voice echoes, hell. It's been at the back of his mind ever since he saw Kaine's skill, a skill with the same name as the world of the 42nd floor. An ominous voice asks, shall we put it to the test? Narrowing his eyes, he wonders if it's checking its surroundings. He's being summoned to hell. Falling through the darkness, Kim Yuan can only think one thing. The descent continues, the darkness deepening around him. Looking around, he realizes he's underwater, but he can breathe. He is facing hell for the first time. The king of the dead faces his world. He wonders, is this a river or an ocean? Reaching out a hand, he realizes what surrounds him. It dawns on him. This is all mana. Everything here feels infinite. Reflecting on the nature of his power, he realizes Kaine was merely a vessel, a means to unleash this infinite power. Gazing around, he understands that this is the source of the divine dark crystal. A strange message echoes. The dead bow to him in worship. The realization dawns. They're worshiping him. Arriving at a new level, he finds himself on the 40th floor. A voice echoes. Where do the dead go, you ask? So, he wasn't looking at the scenery of the 40th floor, but lost in thought? Right after he died, he was restrained by Susanoo somewhere between life and death. So he's not sure what happened after he died. The hooded figure states, you're not helping me at all. An ocean, Yuan thinks. The hooded figure asks, anyway, do you remember anything? Yes, though he can't be certain. It was so brief, as he thought. Maybe the dead are what were in the water. Kaine, this item is more important than he thought. The hooded figure says, I can see it over there. The city looms in the distance, a testament to a forgotten age. The hooded figure asks, have you been here before? Long ago, before Britain was founded, he was here for a brief moment to meet with a ranker from Olympus. The preparations are already complete, the king states, asking for orders. Standing in a surreal landscape, the lavender-haired figure is asked, have you been here before? The figure in black stands silently as the other continues, recalling a time long ago, before Britain was founded, when he was here for a brief moment to meet with a ranker from Olympus. Looking down, the lavender-haired figure states, the preparations are already complete. Kneeling before the lavender-haired figure, a subordinate pleads, please give me your orders, my king. Looking up, the lavender-haired figure asks, where are you looking? A hand grips a sword tightly, preparing for the coming battle. The figures clash with swords, creating a whirlwind of motion and sparks as the battle begins. With a flash of power, a chain whips through the air. Looking down upon the city, magical energy crackles around the buildings. From within the city, voices echo. One of them remarks, Olympus is stacked, huh? Building such a brilliant building for a bastard who just became a high ranker. Another responds, ah, is it because he's the blood relative of Zeus and Hera? He really was born in a diamond cradle. An enraged voice booms, shut up. How dare you speak ill of him? Reveal who you are this instant. A message is sent. Send this message to your superiors if you don't want your master to be humiliated. The message is addressed to Ares, ruler of war and combat. With a surge of power, it's announced that Kim Yuan is here. Above, the sky churns with dark clouds. Below, magical energy gathers around a figure. The figure stands ready, prepared for what's to come. Hearing the commotion, the guards wonder what all the noise is about. The sound is unmistakable. It's the unmistakable clash of bloodshed and blades. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A figure watches with narrowed eyes, wondering who dares to challenge them. The guard exclaims, "Sir, it's Kim Yuan." The name echoes through the hall. Yuan. Someone shouts, "That bastard dares to challenge them." A figure wielding a sword crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. The intensity of the battle is palpable, a storm of power and skill. A voice recognizes the weapon. Ice mana? That sword is Excalibur. Arthur. The speaker continues, "The round table is under Asgard. This could be." Another voice interjects, "As long as it's an undead, you have to see Arthur as separate from them." Observing the scene, someone notes, "This looks like nothing more than that fearless bastard acting on his own. Good to see the head of the group is different." A figure responds, "You understand quickly. I like it." The figure continues, revealing, "So you're that Kim Yuan. Will you be alright?" Unlike. Meanwhile, others observe, "The guys outside. There are quite a few rankers here. Leave out the small fry. Let's fight, just the two of us." Another voice chimes in, "Of course, I'm not just asking to fight. Winner takes everything the loser has." The man with silver hair asks, "What?" From the sidelines, someone remarks, "I don't have anything I want from you though. I guess you're not really that smart after all, just like they say." The dark-haired man warns, "Be unaware of what I have." Blue energy crackles around Kim Yuan's hand, ready to strike. The silver-haired man mutters, "Mana of the divine sea." An advisor interjects, "Sir, there is no need for direct involvement. We can take care of something small as this. I think I've mentioned." The silver-haired man thinks to himself, that other people stepping in on my fight without permission. That is what he hates the most. Putting the sea stone on the line, Arthur seems confident that he can win. He accepts the challenge. It's only natural, he thinks, to take trophies in war, and he intends to kill Yuan. He'll take the sea stone as proof of his victory. Arthur is ordered to get rid of anyone who gets in the way. His wish is Arthur's command. Arthur prepares to strike. Golden blades descend, a relentless barrage aimed directly at Kim Yuan. The strikes land, forcing him to grit his teeth as the power of the attack threatens to overwhelm him. Their weapons meet in a shower of sparks, but the onslaught continues without pause. Each impact sends tremors through him, his eyes burning with a furious light. The golden blades keep coming, an endless storm of divine energy. Another strike connects, and a system message flashes, generating penalty. He spits out a mouthful of blood, but a defiant smirk plays on his lips. "No, it's fine. I have another big thing up my sleeve. It would be cheating if I used Arthur too." His expression hardens. Arthur declares, "So don't hesitate to come at me." A voice echoes, "Why don't you use your undead? I thought you were a necromancer." He thinks to himself, "No, it's fine. I have another big thing up my sleeve. It would be cheating if I used Arthur too." A voice booms, "Huh? Cheating? You put too much confidence in your skills." Orange energy crackles around the Vice Lord as he declares, "Arrogant little brat." A system message appears, generating penalty. Unleashing a torrent of power, the Vice Lord's attack slams into Kim Yuan. The Vice Lord presses his advantage, his blade a blur of golden light. Cinder Eyes reads the path of the sword, activating sensory field, preparing to counter. With a surge of power, Kim Yuan intercepts the Vice Lord's attack. With a burst of speed, Kim Yuan lands a solid hit on the Vice Lord. Not even a moment passes before the Vice Lord returns the favor, sending him reeling. Pressing his advantage, the Vice Lord unleashes another strike. The blow connects, and the force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area. Relentlessly, the Vice Lord continues his assault. Each strike carries more weight than the last, threatening to overwhelm him. But just when it seems he's about to fall, Kim Yuan counters with a strike of his own. With newfound strength, he hammers the Vice Lord again. The Vice Lord grits his teeth, acknowledging the power behind the blow. Gigantification, huh? These attacks are getting pretty heavy. The Vice Lord's face contorts in fury, unleashing a torrent of electric energy. The Vice Lord sneers, revealing the source of his power. "It's the power you always envied, you know, from Hargan." Bringing his foot down with earth-shattering force, the Vice Lord continues his assault. His eyes blazing with anger, the Vice Lord roars, "How dare you say?" Enraged, the Vice Lord bellows, "Shut your mouth." The Vice Lord descends rapidly, striking from above with immense power. His spear crackling with red energy, the Vice Lord prepares another devastating blow. The Vice Lord's attack comes down with blinding speed, threatening to crush Kim Yuan. Dodging the worst of the blow, Kim Yuan narrowly avoids a direct hit. The Vice Lord taunts, "Looks like you're getting worked up because that hit close to home, but you should look out above you." A sinister grin spreads across the Vice Lord's face, as he prepares his next attack. But before he can react, Kim Yuan unleashes a powerful counter, Lightning Bolt. The lightning descends, striking the Vice Lord with incredible force. The energy explodes outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The shockwave rips through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Nice, it worked, a voice mutters. Looking down, Kim Yuan steels himself. One more, sorry to tell you, but that lightning isn't Hargan's, but my father's. The lightning crackles, striking the Vice Lord once again. The Vice Lord grits his teeth, wondering if that would work on him when he is related to him by blood. More lightning descends, engulfing the battlefield. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in its path. As the smoke clears, the Vice Lord wonders if Kim Yuan thought that would work. The battlefield is devastated, the outcome of the battle still uncertain. Caught in the crossfire, the lesser fighters scramble to escape the devastating power unleashed by the two combatants. It's too late. The sheer force of their mana threatens to overwhelm everything around them. Observing the clash, one of the onlookers wonders if a player is actually fighting in this chaotic scene. The scale of the battle is immense. It's like two high-rankers are tearing each other apart. Explosions rock the area. The very ground trembles under the force of their attacks. Ares, that bastard. He doesn't have an ounce of consideration for his subordinates. Someone like him is the ruler of war and combat. All he sees is a maniac, flipping his lid when it comes to fighting. The air crackles with energy, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. Kim Yuan, the man with the divine sea crystal, gigantification, and cinder eyes, and my father Zeus's signature lightning bolts. Driven by a ruthless desire, he vows to kill him and get at least one of those. Burning with ambition, one day he might be able to surpass his father. Gripping his weapon, he prepares to strike. How long does he intend to watch this go on? A voice echoes in the chaos, pleading to be allowed to end this with his own hands. If that's what's going to happen, Arthur asks. The Vice Lord is getting riled up. A voice muses, of course, he has more chivalry than anyone else. How disgusting Ares would look to him right now. He thinks to himself, he was going to see if he hadn't lost his touch, but he should end this here. The air crackles with purple and yellow energy as Arthur prepares to strike. Red energy flares around the Vice Lord. A voice whispers in disbelief, what is this? He saw his father for an instant. He wonders, if the electric attack was Zeus's power, then what would the opposite of that be like? The battle intensifies, with red, blue, and yellow energy clashing. The scene becomes a chaotic mix of various energy colors. The air crackles with unseen energy, a storm gathering force. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, a figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack, glowing lines of power dancing around them. A gasp escapes them, eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer force about to be unleashed. A flicker of recognition, a ghost from the past, briefly crosses their mind. Considering the nature of power, they wonder what could possibly stand as its opposite. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing everything in a chaotic mix of yellow and green. Hell itself seems to bow before the king of the dead. As mana surges, it approaches infinity. To truly master an item, one must understand its origin and unlock its full potential. A realization dawns, understanding the profound impact of this knowledge. The air crackles with raw power, a blinding explosion of light and energy erupting between the combatants. It seems he understands the consequences. Prolonging this fight will only make things worse. He's preparing for one final, decisive blow. His face contorted in effort, Hargan demands, are you making a last-ditch effort? Surrounded by swirling darkness, he scoffs. Your skills are surprising for a player, but you'll never be able to defeat me when you can't even land a proper blow. The golden sword gleams. Winning by dragging out a fight is not something the ruler of war's pride can allow. His eyes burning with determination, Hargan declares, I won't keep wasting time. Let me kill you now. Closing the distance with terrifying speed, Hargan unleashes a devastating attack. A flicker of a smile plays on his lips, anticipating victory. The attack descends, a whirlwind of power aimed directly at Kim Yuan. The world blurs, the force of the blow threatening to tear reality itself. The attack connects, engulfing him in a blinding light. A look of disbelief washes over his face. His body refuses to respond. My body, it won't move? The figure looms over him, a cold assessment in his voice. You're weak when it comes to tactics, I see. His opponent continues. I can't believe you caved so easily. A hand descends, ready to deliver the final blow. Stunned, he can only manage. What the? A thought races through his mind. Did he leave an opening for me on purpose? The realization hits him, to get me closer to that dark element mana. Suddenly, the fragment of the lightning bolt reacts to Kaini. A voice declares, strike. Elsewhere, a group stands ready. One of them questions, Ares. Calling out in desperation, the figure cries, Lord Ares. A massive blade descends, threatening to cleave through everything in its path. With unwavering resolve, the protector declares, out of the way, I must protect my master. A dark voice echoes, dismissing the attempt, sorry, but that won't do. So must I, you see. Frustration boiling over, Ares spits out, that bastard. The dark energy strikes, slamming into its target with brutal force. A green glow emanates as a hand clenches around a mysterious orb. More dark energy surges, engulfing another figure. Completely consumed, the individual is helpless against the encroaching darkness. A chilling proclamation rings out. The king of the dead calls for Ares' soul. Red eyes gleam with malevolent intent as the figure clutches the source of the dark power. A terrifying truth is revealed, the power to turn even a high ranker to ash in an instant. A figure clutches a chain, commenting that it will be of great use once they become more familiar with it. Below, Ares is under attack. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair observes the scene. The battle rages on, with debris falling from the sky. The scale of the conflict is immense, as figures clash amidst the ruins. Another figure remarks that they thought the others couldn't miss all this noise. A view of the sky, with light shining through the ruined architecture. The battle continues in the distance, with figures clashing amidst the light. A figure questions if it's true that Ares has died. A close-up of a golden armored figure, possibly related to the events. The Olympus Guild is mentioned, specifically the high ranker Athena. Another figure demands an answer, asking if what they heard is true, exclaiming dear war and wisdom. The man states with certainty, it is true. He acknowledges, I see. A voice declares, then that makes you the enemy of my little brother. A chilling realization dawns, you are hearing the Gorgon's cries. Petrification is starting. But even as the Gorgon's power surges, holy fire resists petrification, and Cinder Eyes resist as well. The system announces, resistance successful. The Aegis, the Gorgon shield, the best defensive weapon, even in Olympus. A voice observes, I see the original can cast petrification with just a cry. She's dangerous. What are you going to do? He states, wait, it's not our turn this time. The system indicates, so slow, Cinder Eyes resonates. The 12th eye of the great sage that equals heaven watches you. With a determined gaze, Kim Yuan prepares to strike. The challenge is laid bare, someone declares it's their turn. Cinder Eyes waver, as the observer acknowledges the arrival of the great sage. A question hangs in the air, wondering if they are companions with the man. Dismissing the notion, the figure deems someone too sloppy to be a companion. The distance closes, as the white-haired figure looms above. Someone scolds, telling Kim Yuan he just talks big. The command rings out, to punish the enemies of Olympus. With a surge of power, the staff is commanded to grow. The name echoes, Rui Jingu. The staff descends, a force of destruction unleashed. A question arises, wondering if the item is from Hephaestus and how much adamantium was mixed in. The shield stands ready, a bulwark against the coming storm. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Kim Yuan finds himself ambushed, a flurry of blows descending upon him. His expression darkens, an unknown figure warns against asking obvious questions. Meanwhile, Arthur issues a command. Eliminate the small fry and get out of here fast, he orders. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He seems to be enjoying the chaos. Preparing for battle, the dark figure declares it's time to play. In a brutal display of power, an unknown attacker is struck down, their body flying through the air. The blessing of war descends, enveloping his shield in a radiant aura. With the blessing taking hold, Hargan strikes out, his staff crackling with emerald energy. The front line is about to crumble, the path soon to be clear. His staff a blur of motion, he continues his relentless assault. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Bringing his foot down with earth-shattering force, the ground trembles beneath him. Clearing a path through the chaos, he advances, unstoppable. A sinister voice echoes, look at you. With a mighty swing of his staff, Hargan unleashes a shockwave of power. A surge of energy courses through him, causing him to grow in size and strength. Letting out a deafening roar, the power of Rui Jingu explodes outward. Calling upon the flying nimbus, Hargan prepares for the next phase of the battle. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Arthur strikes with his blade. Activating his sensory field, Arthur's Cinder Eyes waver as he recalls the rumors of comrades in arms, not siblings, proving the rumors wrong. He realizes he's pushed himself as hard as when he fought Ares, and knows he can't keep fighting for much longer. The attack continues, relentless and unforgiving. As Ocean's blessing envelopes his body, Arthur prepares to unleash his full power. Blood splatters across his face, he realizes he could have dodged it. If escaping is the priority, shouldn't they be fighting instead of killing? Knowing he has no other choice, the most important thing is to try their best to escape. Those rankers will have the power to destroy an outer one day, so they must keep them alive as best as they can. Hearing the word escape coming from his mouth, the figure responds, yes, sir. From a distance, a voice commands, stop them. Don't let them get away at all costs. Two figures stand amidst the chaos, one asking if the other has ever heard of a dual core. The other questions what a core is, as the first shouts that their opponent is an enemy of Ares. Activating holy fire with demonic energy, Hargan thinks to himself that he's tired, and tells the other to stop acting like a shield. His Cinder Eyes, subduing the holy fire. The heavenly demon's spirit, subdues the holy fire. The power erupts, destroying the building. Staggering, Hargan thinks he's going to rest. The text declares that holy fire sure is a cheat code. It works on nearly everyone, unless they're a high ranker or something. Ogong is on defense, preventing him from pursuing Athena, But some results were achieved, and that's enough. Olympus has only ever been the victim, but that ends today. This is finally the start of destroying Olympus. Huh, what's this? Kim Yuan escaped, so there's no need for me to fight anymore. Oh, aha, that's impressive. Was it arranged by Yuan and Kim Yuan in advance for you to come here? Well, he doesn't like when things don't go as planned. Does that mean he got the traitor of the heavenly realm to move because he predicted I would come? Still falling, staff in hand, Yuan thinks to himself that he won't get a word out of him. Elsewhere, a figure with glowing yellow eyes grins, thinking that at least that was fun. As he plummets further, someone yells out to Yuan, telling him to see him again soon. Continuing his descent, the ground seems further than ever. Streaking past a towering structure, the wind whips around him. Did he say soon? Now falling through a dense forest, the 38th floor rushes up to meet him. The air grows hotter, likely from all the volcanoes, he thinks, wondering if it wouldn't be best to get trained first. Who would have known there would be a nuclear bomb in a place as peaceful as this? Finally on solid ground, he walks through the forest. Having fallen to the 38th floor, Yuan's eyes scan the area. His gaze settles on a specific location, and he mutters, there it is. Knowing where to go, he sprints through the forest. Pushing through the dense foliage, he thinks to himself, found it. Reaching his destination, Yuan slams his fist into something. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, revealing the object of his search. With focused determination, he strikes the object again, a green aura surrounding his fist. The forest floor trembles with each blow. Sweat glistens on his skin, the man's brow furrowed as he's asked if he's lost. A figure in black responds, inquiring what he's doing in this place. The man in black continues, now asking if he's a lumberjack. Turning to face the speaker, he confirms, that's right, he basically is now. Pausing for a moment, he admits, he's a bit tired. His hands clasped together, he asks if he can rest at the man's place for a few days. The man in black thinks to himself, he hasn't seen his face in a while, but his aura is the same as it's always been. The man's muscular physique is on full display. The name, Hercules, is revealed. A voice cuts through the quiet of the forest, questioning if someone is lost. Looking up from the forest floor, the figure asks what the other is doing there. The response comes back, stating that he's logging, or basically is now, implying he lives nearby, and then asks for a small favor. Hercules confirms that's right. He admits he's a bit tired. The figure pauses, questioning, before offering to pay for the favor. The figure admits he hasn't seen his face in a while. He observes that his aura is the same as it's always been. He wonders if he can rest at his place for a few days. He thinks it won't be hard to approach him. He knows, even if he hadn't told him, he's just got to be persistent, right? He's well aware, the high ranker thinks to himself. Considering that this high ranker is the key to destroying Olympus, Kim Yuan knows he has to make him part of his team, no matter what. He's a nice guy who can't say no, and will listen to even the most baffling and stubborn requests. With a sigh, Hercules asks if he can't be allowed to rest, admitting he's so tired he feels like he's going to pass out at any moment. It takes him time to get all of his logs together. Kim Yuan tells him to follow if he thinks he can wait. Hercules thanks him, promising to pay him back. Having got him, Kim Yuan thinks it's a relief that Hercules isn't unpredictable like Ogong. He can't imagine it, wondering how that guy did it. He wonders if he should acquire the title of Giant Slayer. They arrive at a small hut nestled in the forest. Entering the building, it seems at least this place looks the same. A voice calls out, the door is open, go ahead inside. Looking over his shoulder, Yuan asks, where do you use all those logs? Surely not for firewood in this heat. Someone still needs logs, only players don't get logs. Hercules wonders, are you sending them somewhere? What a good deed you're doing. Turning back to his task, Yuan replies, I'll get the food ready once I take care of this, so just wait a minute. It's fine. He continues, you're lending your home to me. I'll get the food ready. Didn't you say you were tired? As Yuan prepares the meal, Hercules observes, looks like you're familiar with the kitchen. Do you cook a lot? He thinks to himself, well, just sometimes. You didn't stop once. Anyone watching would have thought you'd lived here for at least a few months. I doubt it. Looking up, Hercules asks, what's your name? He answers, I'm Kim Yuan. You're quick to ask. Kim Yuan. I've never heard that name before. You're not a ranker then? He replies, I'm just a player. But I'm still pretty well known outside this place. Haven't you heard about me? I've been alone here for too long. As Hercules enjoys his meal, he suggests that Yuan should get outside more often, that it's not good to cut himself off from the world entirely. The man's words cause Yuan to pause. Hercules continues, observing that he doesn't seem all that social either. Yuan chuckles, admitting that he's right. Looking into the bowl, Hercules remarks that this is their first time meeting, but for some reason, Yuan feels familiar. The protagonist responds, finding it odd that Hercules is being so friendly, and that the same goes for him. He wonders, maybe it's just similar people getting along well. A slight smile plays on Yuan's lips as he considers the possibility. Clearing his throat, Hercules introduces himself, then wonders if Yuan has heard of him, if he's that high ranker. The scene shifts, from the dim interior to a bright forest. Hercules is seen carrying logs near a stream, while Yuan recalls that he never told him his name. Walking through the forest, the protagonist seems to be heading somewhere. Reaching a stream, he splashes water on his face. The scene shifts, the sky painted with hues of orange and purple as embers float gently on the breeze. From the fading flames, the focus tightens on Yuan's face, his expression unreadable. Lost in thought, he stands silhouetted against the dim light of the forest. A silent pause, as Yuan's gaze drifts off into the distance. His mind wanders to the infinite expanse of the cosmos. The man hauling the log seems impressed. He explains that the trees on this floor are harder and heavier than steel, which is what makes them such good components. The other man thinks to himself that it reminds him that he's undefeated when it comes to strength alone, wondering how he can move something as heavy as this every single day without any tools. Turning to the man, he asks why he's still here, since he thought he was staying for just a bit, but he admits that he felt like living here wasn't so bad. He asks if he has a lot of time until his test. The man carrying the logs replies that he should still leave for today. He thinks that he needs to leave before nightfall at all costs. Looking down, Kim Yuan states that it's going to get dangerous here. Continuing his journey, Yuan states that he's doing this for himself. Looking up at the man, he asks Yuan for a favor. The man observes that Yuan looks like he's in pain, but he believes the bigger reason he doesn't want to reveal himself in a fight. Looking down at Yuan, the man asks to ask him something first. Responding to the man, Yuan tells him that he doesn't know what he's heard, but to quit with the nonsense. The man retorts that Yuan used to be on good terms with Surtur and with Gigantes. Looking down at Yuan, the man states that he's asking useless questions. The man tells Yuan that they aren't that close to be talking about things like that and orders him to leave. The man finishes by saying that this floor is a lot different than the ones Yuan knows. Considering his limited time in this timeline, he doubts he could have any deeper conversations with him. Reflecting on the situation, he thinks of him as his most respected hero. Muttering to himself, he wonders if he'll regret many things again when he finds out the truth. As if reliving a past moment, he wanted to hear it again, just as he had before. Thinking back, he remembers him as his idol and his friend. As the world shifts, he is warned to stay put if he doesn't want to get involved. With a monstrous roar that shakes the very foundations of reality, Hercules prepares to unleash his fury. The air crackles with raw power as he unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. The landscape is bathed in an infernal glow as the onslaught continues without pause. But suddenly, a blinding green light pierces through the chaos, striking the monstrous figure with immense force. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards as the green energy tears into Hercules. The assault continues, the green energy relentlessly pounding against the monstrous form. Amidst the chaos, a system message flickers into existence, announcing the generation of penalties. A figure wreathed in emerald energy stands defiant, lightning dancing around them. The system continues to register the damage, increasing the penalties for the unspecified species. The penalties continue to mount as the system struggles to contain the situation. With a surge of power, a hand ignites with searing orange energy. A final, devastating blow lands as blue energy explodes against Hercules. Even after the devastating blow from the previous chunk, Hercules is still under attack, barraged by a series of blows. The onslaught continues, each strike generating penalties against him. As the penalties increase, the system message blares, highlighting the unspecified species. The penalties continue to mount, further hindering Hercules. The relentless assault shows no sign of stopping, each hit adding to the growing list of penalties. A voice echoes, emphasizing the importance of motive when wielding a weapon or even one's own fists. The speaker continues, stating that fights without motive are simply carnage. Looking off into the distance, the man finds it hard to believe, even with his own eyes. He muses on the idea of carnage without motive, observing that Hercules, of all people, is currently embodying that very concept. Before anything, a promise is demanded. And so, the decision is made. Let's choose the ruler of this world. Declaring that, for half of the month, it will be a human ruler, and for the latter half, a giant. With the decree issued, the command is given. Never encroach on each other's territory, Gigantes, king of the giants. Zeus, king of Olympus, is told to pledge now. It's hard to believe, even with his own two eyes, observing straight carnage without motive. Observing the scene, he's seeing it from Hercules, of all people. A question lingers, is this how he was after the Gigantomachy? Going all the way to ruin himself, alone for over 1,000 years. Amidst the fiery landscape, a figure stands resolute. Lost in thought, Hercules wonders if he was fighting a great war that already ended by himself. Now this area should be safe. If you want to stay alive, go somewhere safe, or stay inside and don't move. Looking up, Kim Yuan realizes that Hercules is enduring a penalty that most rankers would die from, and as expected, he has to give him credit for his physical strength. Turning to the veteran hunter, Hercules asks why he's being followed, pointing out that he doesn't know where he's going. Kim Yuan responds that he doesn't know his destination, but he knows what he's going to do, questioning if he isn't trying to get rid of the rest of the giants. It's not just any giant. I'm looking for Gigantes, one of the 3 giants that represent their race. Not only is the path to finding him rough, but Kim Yuan can ensure Hercules' safety the day he fights him. Gigantes. With a knowing look, Kim Yuan states that he knows where he is. The air crackles with heat, a fiery landscape stretching out before them. Looking out over the lava flows, Hercules asks if he should lead the way. His hand clenches, a look of confusion washing over his face. Struggling to understand, he wonders just how this is happening. Sensing something, Yuan turns his head. His expression hardening, he knows something is about to break. Apologizing, Hercules asks where it is, since Yuan said he knew the way. He looks around, still confused, thinking he already went into the lava, but whatever they are looking for wasn't there. Shaking his head, Yuan says no. Sensing the danger ahead, the lava seems to pulse with anticipation. The air grows heavy, a warning to stand back for a moment. Knowing they need to press on, Yuan tells Hercules to wear something. As Hercules equips the item, the ground rumbles beneath them. The item seems to be taking effect, as the blessing of the Lion King is acquired. The blessing grants increased resistance to all elements, and the ability to absorb partial damage. The power surges around Hercules, protecting him from the intense heat. The pair continues their descent, the path ahead shrouded in fire. The volcanic landscape stretches before them, a seemingly endless abyss of molten rock. The system messages continue to display, confirming the benefits of the Lion King's blessing. Shielding himself with Triana, Yuan reflects on the item he received, deciding to stay still and wear it. Wondering how much further they have to go, he questions if it's deeper than he thought. Preparing himself, Yuan recalls what he did before. Focusing his energy, he steels himself to repeat the process just 3 more times. The landscape shifts, the oppressive heat fading as they descend into what feels like the world's hidden lung. The fiery glow of the volcano gives way to a vibrant, almost alien, green. The air itself seems to hum with life, a stark contrast to the barren wasteland above. Looking around, he can't help but wonder, is this real? The question hangs in the air, as the underground world stretches out before them. Hercules, his lion's mane shimmering in the strange light, seems unfazed by the sudden change. The demigod asks, just how did you know a place like this existed? Kim Yuan explains, there was an informant. You wouldn't know even if I told you, and you can't see them even if you want to. The hunter's brow furrows. What does that mean? Is it someone from a floor I haven't gone up to yet? A voice echoes in his mind. I heard it from you in the future. Of course you wouldn't be able to see him. Though, it would be unimaginable for my informant. Turning away, Kim Yuan says, anyway, enough talking. Just follow me if you want to know the truth. He walks ahead, his thoughts heavy. I thought, for the first time in a long time, I'd met someone I'm comfortable with, someone I thought wouldn't be bad as a friend even. But it could be a trap after all. He wonders if the informant could be a spy for the giants. Doubts cloud his mind. What does the informant mean by the truth? Has he been deceived? Either way, if this is a trap to get him killed, he'll destroy everything. Continuing forward, he strides with purpose. Noticing the distance, Kim Yuan remarks that this must seem really suspicious to Hercules, walking so far away. Stopping abruptly, he asks why Hercules stopped, suggesting he throw a punch really hard in that direction to find out what's there. Sensing something amiss, Hercules notes there's no road and he doesn't feel any presence, wondering if Kim Yuan wants him to extend his fist, deciding he'll just do as he's asked. Preparing to strike, Hercules questions what he tells him. Focusing his senses, Hercules detects a vibration. Zeroing in on the source, Hercules recognizes the energy, declaring he's found them.